But
It's
all
called
it's
a
doing
cat
is
toy.
swinging, and you're
It's a cat
making it
toy.
swing correctly.
Yeah,
That's
The
it.
only way.
No,
This was
you're
all
making.
This was all done and dusted when you said the atmosphere spins together with the globe. If that's the case,
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're just
Yes, it
trying.
is.
We,
Yes,
we
it
don't,
is. Yes, it
dude.
is.
I am not going down that rabbit hole with you.
Yes, no, you're avoiding the inevitable.
No, I'm not. It is literally
You know,
trying to
Star-
divert the conversation.
Star, I got another way for you that you don't have to use the atmosphere.
Can you
You know
please shut this one off? Because he won't stop. And
No, you
this
can't.
I'm going to help both of you. I can help both of you right now. If
Thank
you get a ball and tilt it, right, in a lab and put your Cavendish on that ball and do your thing on a ball, however big you got to make that, and have it tilt, and then you do the math afterwards, and we have a camera inside the little thing that you have on that ball where the Cavendish is, and it shows the precession of that ball, then we'll be on your side.
Okay.
Oh, okay. You're saying
Starsfire, you need to learn what Coriolis is. You're going to need two.
no. I know what it is. You keep on talking down to me. We already had a fight in the chat. You already showed. No.
I don't care. How many reference frames of motion are required for Coriolis then, since you know what it is?
Early went and tried.
I'm just going to start muting you, Starsfire, because this has gotten ridiculous. You've made a claim about the atmosphere spinning together with the globe. If that's the case, you do not have the two separate reference frames of motion necessary for Coriolis to occur. Okay, so I just want to ask you some questions about that so we can get on the same page here about this.
I will not speak to him.
Okay, well, this is my chat, so you'll just leave. How about that?
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to cut you off, bro. I was just trying to get to where we could all meet. Like, if there is a sphere and you and I could put this little pendulum on it and it shows the rotation or the precession of this sphere accurately every time, then I could say, hey, heretic, I think these guys are kind of onto something because we produced a sphere, we put this little cat toy on here, and it in fact showed us the actual equivalent attribute of precession for this sphere. And I think we would agree on that. But without a sphere, how are we going to contrive, or how are we going to conflate the two of everything that we're doing on flat Earth that's not moving? And they're saying that's proof of a moving Earth that you can't tell. So, like, this is just ridiculous. Without a sphere, they have no leg to stand on. Because if they're doing all the shit on flat Earth, it doesn't matter what they're saying. They can talk till they're blue in the face. They're just a bunch of parlor tricks and cat toys. I'm with you 1,000,000%.
Yep.
I'm the first one that told them they were looking out telebongs and cat toys. Right? Toilet paper rolls. Years ago, trust me. I'm the first one that told them their bongs are their telescopes are junk. And it's just a big microscope. That's all a telescope is. It's a big ass microscope. It's no fucking different. That's it. It's just a glorified version of a magnifying glass. If you want me to tell you, I'll be the first.
You could like zoom a lot further though, right?
Zoom where?
Into space.
So you think your telescope's going into space? I think we need to call the doctor. Hello, sir, are you in? Yeah, we got one. Yeah, he thinks his telescope's traveling into space. Are you serious, brother?
I mean, light can travel pretty far.
You think your telescope is traveling into space? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I think light was traveling into the lens.
So light's traveling to you then. So where is it going? Where are you looking at? Right to your lens, right? About an inch in front of your face. So you went an inch to space. So proud of you, honey pie.
Honey pie.
Sweetie boo-boo. So, since you went an inch to space through your piece of plastic, right? And your other piece of plastic in a big bong, you forgot to pack it, right? So we could see what you're seeing, because I don't see it.
Bro, I need to get your crazy ass DMT, bro.
Where does lava come from?
What? I'm sure you're not looking up through a telescope at lava, brother. I'm sure.
No, I mean, just where does it come from then?
That's your question.
Like,
where does
like,
stuff come from when it's smashed to be hot and mixed with oil and water, and it becomes lava and it molts?
Oil and water?
Yeah, it's like a pimple. You know how your skin has a pimple? Well, that's just like a volcano on your skin compared to the Earth. You understand? The shit underneath heats up, gets excited. Like when you rush shit through compression, it heats the fuck up. The outlet is.
Wait, so it's all compressed under there. So then it's gravity, right?
How the fuck did you get gravity out of a lava pimple?
Well, because, all that compression needs to be under an extreme pressure to get so hot to melt metals.
So why is it gravity causing things to melt?
Because of an extreme pressure.
Okay, so tell us how gravity is creating pressure. Do you have an example of this?
Electromagnetism.
No, that's just a
yes, atoms have a positive and a negative.
Asking for gravity's lava.
Positive and negative charges.
Those are just words you're using.
Is that gravity?
An actual demonstration of gravity producing pressure of any kind.
How about put your water bottle on your hand? Is that?
Yeah, that's not gravity.
What is it then?
Harder to breathe at the bottom of a pool.
Yeah. How about density?
Because of the pressure.
Because of the pressure? Damn.
Yeah.
I didn't know I could breathe water, bro.
It's harder to hold your breath.
It's harder to expand your lungs.
Yeah.
And you have an oxygen tank.
I see.
So you guys don't know what lava is, but now you're explaining what?
No, where does it come from then? Is the Earth flat? How thick is it then?
However thick it is. I don't know. How thick is your globe that you can only dig 7 miles of and you're missing fucking 12,000 miles down? How thick is your globe that you can only see 7 miles of? You don't think it's a coincidence that you don't think it's a coincidence that your ocean's 7 miles deep and the deepest hole's 7 miles? Coincidence? I don't know, Glober. So you think you live on a 7 mile deep globe? What a fucking sad globe. What are you going down around?
Well, you can't dig too deep.
And what? You can't swim through the outside surface of that big ass ocean either, let me guess. Let me guess you guys can't swim in the water no more. Physics don't work on this ball of swimming.
It's perfectly predictable.
So you can't dive down to the surface on your globe. That what you're telling me, stupid.
I don't know.
Who's got your money on diving down to the surface?
Diving to the
bottom
of the ocean.
Yeah, you're gonna jump off that boat that's going around the curve right before it does. You're gonna dive in that fucking water, the 8 mile deep ocean. It's bigger than you, puny boy. You're gonna swim down past the surface of it diagonally, stupid. Then you're gonna pop out the other part.
The deepest hole ever dug is deeper than the
Do you understand what you need to do to prove a globe or not? A diagonal line will prove your globe.
7.5, not 7.
A diagonal line. Do you understand how simple this is, little kids?
Half a mile off.
A diagonal line, 45, 33 degrees, down into the water, and you should pop out the surface. Correct?
Well, you would have to go through lava.
To swim through a little bit of water? We're dealing with a retard here. Doctor, we have another one. Call the doctor. We got another one. He said water's lava. Holy motherfucker.
I think you're not doing a good job of explaining yourself.
I think you're a microscopic goofball in a big ass ocean.
Dude, I think what is microscopic? Why do you say that? What do you think microscopic even means?
Only 6 to 8 inches thick, you dumb son of a bitch. That's all the water you need to swim through. Don't tell me about lava.
I don't think you understand what microscopic
in your backyard.
means.
Are you swimming in lava because you're swimming in water?
Why does the sun always rise in the same place every day?
Why does your brain not work?
Why does the sun always rise in the same place every day?
Let me jump in here, Greg. You're asking if the sun rises in the same place every day. Why does it do that?
Yeah, why does it do that?
Because it's moving across the face of the earth, on top of us.
So where does it go when it's night?
Away.
But then why does it come to the same place then?
It's cyclical in nature, so we see it repeated in cycles. So all we can tell from our vantage point is that from horizon to horizon, we see the sun move across the sky from east to west. And as it moves away, the light diminishes, attenuating through the air. So basically, light has a propagation attenuation through the air because of the fact that when it goes through a medium, different types of mediums that it traverses through, it will refract differently. So you can tell this is true because, like, on a very sunny day, when you dive into water, right, all the way to the bottom, light will diminish, and it extinguishes at a certain point. So it doesn't matter if it's a bright sunny day. When light passes through water, it's going to diffract to the point where you're not going to be able to see it all the way to the bottom. So just the same as water being a medium, so does air. Air is a medium, and it's the gases that the light attenuates through will not be able to traverse through it completely because it attenuates through that medium.
So then why is the moon bright?
The moon? Why is it bright?
Yeah, why is it bright?
What do you mean, why? It's a light in the sky.
Why can I see the moon? The moon is a light?
Yeah, of course.
You say that also, I mean...
So what... Do you have any questions? Because here's the thing, man. They're telling you
a story. There's been other vantage points, though. I mean, you could choose to not believe that, but I mean...
There's different vantage points, but the thing is...
you just don't believe them. Right?
What story... No, it's not about belief. See, here's the problem, right? They've given you a story, a narrative to believe in, and so you're just all you do is believe in a narrative. You don't have any.
I pour all my money into this. That's what I do with my whole life. Right?
No, it's not about pouring money into it, dude. It's about just believing a narrative. So when they told you a story, right? Like when you were growing up as a young child, they told you a narrative about the cosmos, right? So everything that's within the cosmos has been told to you like a story, and you believe it like a story. There's no way to verify any of the information. If I was to tell you, how do you know what the moon is, or anything to verify any of the cosmology, you don't know how to do that. No one does. All you can do is believe. That's the extent of your knowledge, is a belief-based system. This is true.
How old is the Earth then?
Okay, all these questions cannot be answered by any verification method. What method do you think can verify any answer that you would ask? Think about it.
Carbon dating.
Do you know what carbon dating is?
Yeah, you take the half-life of a carbon inside of any cell.
And how is that? Yeah, but how do you know that is an exact science?
The half-life of carbon is known.
How do you know what's an exact science? So you're not answering my question.
Because you can watch it degrade over time.
I know, but does that mean that every element will respond the same to that specific method? Because it doesn't work that way.
That's why it's like carbon.
Yeah, think about it. I don't think you've ever done research into carbon dating, but you're going to find out that the method is not exact. It dates certain elements differently. Like it put a shell of a, like, I don't know if it was a snail or something like 20,000 years old, and it was like not even that old. So carbon dating is not an exact science. You need to look into it, man. Like there's a lot of research. There's a lot of research that's been like debunked already. Yeah, I know. Good estimate.
You can't know the exact day. Like, yeah, but you could do plus or minus.
Yeah, but see, this is not like we can't work with these variables and giving people a knowledge claim about what they think, how old something is or what something is. We have to do things where we're being true to like what science is.
Do you know how like Discord works really well? Like, do you know the inner workings of like the algorithms and whatnot?
Yeah, we were talking about software, and we're not talking about like the Earth.
So okay, yeah, that's fine. So you understand extremely well exactly how Discord works because it's open source.
Well, you can look into it. I'm not very familiar with the code.
It's not open source. So how do you know you're not just talking to a bunch of AIs just feeding you propaganda right now at that point, if you're going to have no assumptions about the universe at all?
No, this is not what we're saying. The assumptions of the universe have been done because people want an explanation of what they're looking at. That's why. And so people like you will believe other people's ideas. And that's fine. At the end of the day, there's no way you can verify this information. So all you're going to have is a bunch of believers in the globe that believe a narrative. Yeah, I mean, if you want to be that way and just believe, then go ahead. But what we do in here is we kind of inspect and we understand that the people that have been believing these stories are only doing it based on a system of educated guesses and such.
Well, yeah, okay,
because that's all people have.
Well, like I said, you don't know how Discord works, so you're saying all of these people, these are not real people, is my claim. So you're alone on this.
Yeah, you're
alone on this one, man.
You're pigeonholing me.
No, none of these people are real. You don't understand how this software works.
That's derp, dude. You're derping hardcore.
You don't understand. No, dude.
That is
true. You're
it's
an AI,
illusion. I'm not real.
That's hardcore derp. What you're doing right now.
No, I never said real
that.
People, brother.
No, I mean that's just a wild assumption. You understanding how this software works. So.
That's a
Alpha. You're not speaking to real people.
That's a hardcore derp.
Wait, actually, I'll just. I don't know why I'm talking to fake people.
Yeah, you derp.
Yeah. Yeah, see, this is the problem with you guys. If it's not a faith-based belief system, then you can't accept the reality of that you don't know anything. The reality is there's no verification method to any of the cosmological aspects. So if you want to dive into like what things are, you're going to find out at the end of each single point that you talk about, like what is the moon, how old is the earth, all those questions, they can never be verified to be understood as something that you know. It's always going to be some type of, assumption that's involved.
You're speaking to yourself. Wake up.
I agree.
Why do you guys listen? I don't understand. I don't understand. Listen. Okay, so now
I'm a software engineer. I know this stuff pretty well. So,
but that's great. I'm
hardcore.
I'm glad that you're a software engineer.
Thank you.
And
I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You probably do well with software. But what does that have to do with cosmology? And
it doesn't. It's just how the logic works.
Do you believe in cosmology?
Okay, no, that's not how the logic works. You're trying to figure out why is there somebody interrupting when I'm talking to you?
Because you're speaking to yourself.
Do you have anything to contribute to this discussion other than you keep saying that over and over again?
I have a question for flat earthers. Yes.
What's your question?
Hold on, just think with the other
muted.
guy. Yeah, he's done. He derped too hard. He got.
I was the one you were saying I derped about. I thought it was me, not him.
All right.
So him to derp. You derp, yes. Which caused an echoing of derp through time and space.
That's a ripple of derps.
Space.
But yeah, this is the problem. Okay, so if you want to figure out the answer, if you want to figure out the answers to the questions that you have to ask them in a way that you actually want to know the answer. So if you don't want to know the answer and you just want to get a hard, like Crit was saying, like a derp or a hard cope, then why are you here? Because obviously you're gonna find out. Yeah, entertaining to what effect, dude? Like, what are you getting? What value is it?
I mean, you should realize something from someone.
You should realize that nobody here understands what the things in the sky are. Like the things that you point to and say the moon, the sun, the stars. You don't know what they are. There's a narrative that's been given to you to believe in, and all you're doing is believing in it.
I have a question.
Do you get it? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, think about it.
I think I understand your argument. That's why I'm making the point that I think you don't understand how this software works, and I could be a fake person.
Okay,
You're making assumptions.
Yeah, software and what you do is something different than the Earth and cosmology. I've already said that. This is the second time I'm telling you. It's different from that.
Well, I'm just saying how you make assumptions. You if you can't make any.
We're not assuming. I'm not assuming.
You're assuming you're talking to a real person because what you hear my voice. Yeah, you're using some senses, right?
I'm not assuming anything. You're putting that on me.
You're assuming all that stuff.
So you don't think this is real?
He's assuming.
Why do you keep saying that I don't think something? How do you know what I think? I haven't told you what I think.
Okay, so what do you think? So you think this might be fake?
No, I don't think this might be fake.
Okay, well, how do you know that? You don't understand how the software works.
Oh, no, I understand.
Listen, I don't care about me telling you how the software works. I just know that when we do things in reality, like the way we're doing it now, we can do things that we can verify other things. So if, like, let's say we're using this program, right? For example, and this program has a way to identify the code, the algorithm that it works on. We can look into like the different aspects of like how it operates. Then we can talk about things that can be verified. Like you as a software engineer, you can say this code runs on a specific platform. You know, it works this way. And then I could say, okay, how do I know this is true? How do I know it's not fake? And then you can tell me there's ways to test this code to make sure that it works as a software engineer. So I don't have to wonder if it's real or not. You can show me the evidence of it being real. Does that make sense? You have the ability to do that as a software engineer, where I don't have to wonder whether or not, because it's stupid, right? If I was to say, yeah, all of this is fake, you're like, no, it's not. I work with a computer. This software is real. I do these calculations or whatever it is you do. Right?
You can't actually verify, is my point. It's closed source. That's like most of the softwares are closed source. That's my point.
Yeah, so if it's closed source, somebody's working on it, yeah?
Oh, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, yes.
Yes or no? Okay, so that person has the knowledge of the information of the software of how it runs. Not you, maybe. Right?
Wait, so what about the NASA workers?
Yeah, well, I'm getting to that point. But like if the software engineer that works on this closed source software, if they have the ability to say, okay, if you really want to push the limits of like how this operates, I'm going to show you. Right? They could show you.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, they might not be allowed to even.
Yeah, far be it from the NDAs. Yeah, who cares about? Yeah, we're just talking about if you really wanted to know and you wanted to become a part of this whole system, like of closed software, inner workings, you could do it if you really wanted to. You could push that way. You could work for Discord or whatever. Then you could find out how the code works. You could verify that it's not just, people imagining they're talking to somebody else on a platform. They actually really are. It's like a phone call. Anyway, outside of that, you can verify the information because you're now a part of the system.
Okay, well, I could also go join NASA and become an astronaut. So, I mean, at that point, you just gave I feel like a good argument for.
Yeah, no, it's not, because here's the thing: there's an extraordinary claim and there's normal claims. Normal claims are like, water is hot when it boils or whatever, and fire or heat causes it to boil. So these claims that you're talking about can be verified by you and me in reality. Now, when somebody says, I'm going to, Middle Earth and fight some dragons and orcs and whatnot, then we're like, that's an extraordinary claim. That's not a normal claim. We don't see that in reality. So if somebody makes an extraordinary claim, you need extraordinary evidence to verify that claim. So if I'm telling you I'm going to the vacuum of space and I'm going to see the Earth in a vantage point that you've never seen it, what I'm doing is I'm making this claim that's going to sound extraordinary. So that's crazy, right? Now I need extraordinary evidence to back it up. I can't just say, well, trust me, brother, because that doesn't work at the end of the day for an extraordinary claim. However, on a normal claim, in a situation where it's reality in which it's tangible, right? Things that you can see every day, that's a normal claim. You could say, yeah, I don't know, grass is green or something, just a normal claim. And I can verify that. I'll be like, wait a minute, how do I know that's true? I can go and check it out right for myself. But if it's somewhere where it puts it out of the hands of everybody else, then everybody else can only believe. So if, let's say for the instance, the astronaut, right? He goes to a place logistically that you can't travel to, neither can millions or billions of people. The billions of people are just believers in the story that the person who's an astronaut said he came back and visualized.
We have technology.
That's great. But technology is still not verifying something because there's anomalies within the technology. Like
people can lie as well.
Yeah, I know that. There's so many different things that can happen. So primary experience usually trumps the fact that verification happens. So if you're saying, okay, the extraordinary claim that a human is traveling outside of the Earth and seeing it something like they've never seen it before. I want to have that primary experience. I don't want to be a believer in this. I want to know. And that's what we're saying is not possible when they're making extraordinary claims. But a regular claim, a normal claim, would be something like, I traveled to, India or something, and I tasted some of the food there, and it's different from America. So that's a normal claim because that's like, okay, you know what food tastes like, so you can identify that Indian food is similar to like the food you've eaten, and you can go to a place logistically that was a normal place that you can travel to, and verify the thing that they're telling you. That's a normal claim. It's not an extraordinary claim. It's not like saying you traveled to Narnia and talked to a lion that talked back to you. That's an extraordinary claim. There's a very different way of looking at life that way instead of
I think that just
believing.
Ordinary versus extraordinary to some point is subjective. So I think we just might disagree.
No, it's not subjective. This is okay. You know why people cope? You know why people? Let me tell you, there's a bit of psychology behind why people cope, because the paradigm in which they've always. Let me just tell you, the paradigm in which they've always believed to be true is getting rocked by actual like people that are talking about reality in a way that they've never heard. Like you've never heard of people saying, "Okay, let's stop pretending. Let's now start realizing what we can know for sure." And that's scary to a lot of minds, because you like to live in a fantasy world where things are possible to happen outside of your normal perspective. Your normal perspective is such that you can see and visualize everything in reality. You can work with things. It's tangible. Things like that. But outside of that perspective, they're telling you the Earth is a globe. You've never seen it that way. The Earth is spinning. You've never felt it in that way. There's a lot of things that people are telling you outside of your perspective. So psychologically, you've been kind of mind warped. Your mind is warped right now, thinking that the reality that you actually perceive is not actual reality. Actual reality is outside of your perception. So you're believing this narrative wholeheartedly, thinking that your perception is warped. You can't trust your senses. So you're living in this fantasy world where you can't trust your senses, because outside of your sensory perception, there's a world that exists that you can't perceive. That's what's going on. And your cope in here, because you're like, well, you don't believe anything is real, is the fact that you don't want that to be true. So your cope is, I can't deal with flat earthers right now.
Wait,
they're talking about real things.
Are you saying the space's vacuum isn't real? Is that what you're saying?
Logistically, no, you can't talk. Don't talk for me. Do not talk for me. I don't talk for you. I'm telling you exactly how it is. I'm not talking for you.
All right,
I can speak for myself. No, you're done here. You're actually done here.
I just said I could be done here. I know.
Yeah, the door is that way. See the door? It's over there. Later.
Okay, I said I could.
The door is over there. Bye.
I guess. My bad.
Dude, I wasn't trying to be hostile, man. I'm sorry.
This isn't hostility, dude. Don't be a snowflake. I'm just speaking real to you.
I'm being a snowflake, man.
I'm speaking real to you. You probably never had this conversation with somebody who spoke real to you. I am. I'm not bullshitting.
I disagree.
Dude.
You're making assumptions for me, aren't you?
No, these aren't assumptions. I don't make
You literally just assumed. Yes. You just said you've never had this conversation ever. That's
you left out the word. You left out the word.
Said you.
Have you ever spoken to? Have you ever spoken? Listen. Have you ever spoken to somebody like this? Because you sound triggered. Be honest with me. Because of the way you're reacting, I'm assessing the conversation on live. So I'm looking at the way you're reacting. If you've ever had a conversation like this, you would have already known by now that you would have responded to me in a different way, but you haven't. This is all brand new to you. No one's ever spoken to you like this. Have you ever spoken to me before? Have I ever spoken to you before? No. It's brand new, isn't it? How is that an assumption?
Dude, you're the one yelling on the microphone, man.
Answer my question. How is that an assumption?
Do you know what the word assumption means?
How is that? Answer my question,
Makes
dude.
an ass out of you and me.
How is that? See how you're diverting? It's easy to escape whenever you don't have an answer, right? Have you and I ever had a conversation?
No, we have not.
So then, how was it an assumption?
You said it was. I don't even remember anymore because you said.
Yeah, of course you don't remember.
You said probably something. That's what I thought you were.
Oh, he's trying to forget.
I don't even.
Yeah.
You want to just remind me, man?
But it's okay. Remember, he's a software engineer.
Dude, I don't need to spoon feed you everything our dialogue. I don't need to do that.
I think you just don't even fucking know how to talk or.
I'll say this. I think you cherry pick places where you're making a lot of assumptions in your life. And I think you just chosen the one topic where you like to feel rebellious and have
turned it inside
you like to feel rebellious and you like to just feel like give me like a free thinker. And you've done it. So
all right. Give me an example. Give me an example.
Alpha, he went from software engineer to pop psychologist.
Exactly. Give me an example of how I cherry pick. Go ahead. I want you to state it right now. How did I cherry pick?
Said, you don't know how like Discord works and whatnot, and you're assuming all these things about it.
Oh, he's dodging.
So
you literally just asked me for an example. It's not dodging at all.
It's a cult.
I cherry. Wait a minute. I'm asking for an example how I cherry pick.
Yes.
Not how you cherry pick.
You're cherry picking how you go about making assumptions in life is what I was saying.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just because you can't comprehend it doesn't mean it's a bad argument, man. Like, I heard you say that.
No, I asked you what it means. How do you cherry pick assumptions?
Because you're assuming you know how these things work, and then in terms of like
what
the
things?
Earth shape.
Wait. What things did I assume? What things did I assume how things work? Discord?
Yes.
What do you mean? How am I assuming?
You're assuming you're talking to a real person right now. I assume. I'm assuming that. But.
I told you. Wait. I told you I'm not assuming I'm talking to a fake person. I already told you that. I'm not assuming that. You're making it sound like I'm assuming.
Robot or not.
You're projecting onto me that I'm assuming that because I don't think that the vacuum of space is a reality. So you're projecting your idea of me assuming that Discord is fake. You're thinking that I'm thinking that right now. I'm not. I told you. I think it's somebody behind it has developed software in such a way that we can communicate.
And you trust that?
I don't need to trust it, bro. It fucking works. So if it works,
well, you and I are.
I think it works. What are you're projecting this on me again?
What do you know?
Yes.
I'm saying you think it works, man.
No, what do you mean I think it works? I know
you're
it
assuming,
does.
How do you know?
I'm not assuming.
Because
you wouldn't have been able to forget a minute ago what he did.
Oh my God.
No.
I have never said I've assumed.
I'm not even saying that. Do you think I'm a real person?
I've never assumed. You keep saying that I'm assuming. I'm not.
Real or not, you lost the argument.
Okay. So do you think I'm a real person?
Yeah, here we go again.
Okay, so.
You gonna tell us again?
I think the question is, do you think you're a real person?
Who knows, man? I don't assume anything, bro.
Yeah,
bullshit, dude.
Right?
Bullshit. Yeah. What's the moon? What is the moon? Let's see if you don't assume anything.
I have no idea, man. It's just something in the sky.
Okay. What's the Earth? What's the Earth?
I don't know. As far as I could tell, it's just based off what I could tell.
Okay. Let's burn the house. Let's burn the house down because we can't explain anything anymore because I just debunked your entire worldview. So you just became agnostic to everything in reality. You don't know now you don't know anything is real, right? You're putting that on me, and look at your ass. You're the one now is like, well, I don't know what anything is.
I don't.
There you go. And you were saying that's the way I was. That's how you are right now. You just told everybody you don't know anything to be true.
Now he's scrambling.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you can argue with someone else.
Now what?
Now he's
out of the hot seat.
No. I know. Now he's going to tell Alpha how.
I'm gonna go play PUBG, bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Are you sure you're playing PUBG?
PUBG.
PUBG? Are you sure you're playing that?
I think so. Who knows? Maybe it's just my eyes telling me that.
You couldn't handle this conversation, bro. Not on the level that I'm at.
Like I said, I think it's a superiority thing. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, great. Go play PUBG.
That's what you have to tell yourself. You realize that's what you have to tell yourself to just carry on. You have to literally lie to yourself, man.
And all it is you getting real with things that you can actually verify, and that scares the shit out of all people who believe in the Earth as a globe. You cope, you make fun of things because you can't realize that you don't really know the things that they've told you growing up as a young person. You're just like a faith-based belief system, and I'm rocking your world when it comes to it. So you gotta make light of it. You scramble around and project onto me that I'm assuming shit when it's actually you. It's interesting.
No, you did make an assumption earlier.
All right, what assumptions?
Well, you made an assumption that that he's never had this conversation before.
It's not an assumption. I've never spoke to the idiot. When is it an assumption?
You said he has never spoken to someone like you.
Yeah, has he?
That's assuming he has never spoken to somebody like you.
That's basically
Dude, listen, it's an assessment. It's an assessment of the conversation.
No. That's
yeah.
Yes,
So listen,
listen.
listen.
You assumed.
Yeah, assessed, and then I gave him the answer to why. So if he had a conversation like this, he wouldn't be like failing at it like the way he is. He would have had a rebuttal to it.
You don't know that for sure.
No, the rebuttal would have been evidence. The rebuttal would have been evidence that he had a conversation, because he would have been like, "No, I've heard this before. Let me tell you what it's like." The rebuttal would have been evidence.
You're assuming that he would say that as a rebuttal.
True.
Here comes the clown show.
Yeah, your assumption.
You are assuming everything right now.
Yeah. No.
Was that he assumes, and you're assuming about his assumption. This gets so.
All right, so Ryan.
This is so meta. It's
your cope of assumptions right now is not going to help you get out of the fact that you can't verify anything in reality right now that you think is a globe. Is that true, Ryan?
Well, your whole basis of argument is based on assumptions, right?
No, it's why do you guys project this onto us? It's you guys, you globe earthers who believe the earth is a spinning globe. You guys are the ones assuming shit. Everything about it is an assumption.
But you could You could strap a GoPro to a helium balloon and check it out for yourself.
Right. Whoa, now you're assuming that helium is in the balloon.
No, let's talk about this. So Ryan and Luke and all you guys, I want you to tell me how you know the earth is a globe without assuming anything. Let's see if you can do it.
Your mom.
Mr. I never assume. Do it without assumption.
I don't assume. I said I don't assume.
Go. I want you to try. If you think that it's possible to do it without assumptions, I want you to give me one evidence that the earth is a globe without assuming.
Okay. Let's get into this. So earlier when you were discussing things about
No, don't say about me.
No,
it's not about no, you're going to get stopped.
This is part of the
You're going to get stopped. No,
the topic isn't alpha. Okay.
No, it's not me.
The topic.
It's you, because you made a claim that you don't assume as the earth being a globe. So now it's your turn. You're going to show me how it's possible that the earth is not a globe, or the earth is a globe, without any assumptions. Go.
Well, you said that.
No, not about I said. It's only you right now.
This is
you're going to provide
in your globe. The only two things in all of creation right now are you and your globe. That's it.
Okay, nice.
If everything in creation was me and my globe.
No. Go ahead, Ryan. No, we're not talking. We're not talking to anybody else. We want to hear Ryan. He's going to show us an example of how not to make an assumption talking about the globe. Go ahead, Ryan. One example, please.
To make an example based on creation where it's only me and my globe, correct?
Yeah, we need your knowledge of this globe.
If everything in creation was me and my globe, then I would not be on.
Okay, so he's just.
It's totally at this point.
He coped.
He left.
I'd rather talk to the helium guy. The helium guy that also thinks that you can port a balloon and somehow you can prove that to go that way.
So
I want to hear that.
Luke is up next. Luke is up next. Luke, without making an assumption, tell us how the Earth is a globe, and use the example that you wanted to.
Well, okay, so we look at the stars, like we just stay on the ground, and then we look at the stars. And we look at the stars for like many years, and then we draw what we see, right? And then, like, based on what we drew, we can, like, kind of tell there's like a pattern to that.
And you draw the bottom from the bottom.
Keep going, Keep going, because you haven't.
Okay, so
the mic open. We're getting.
There's some backfeeding.
Yeah, T-Dub, we're getting back. Okay, thank you.
Well, okay, you asked about what the moon is. What do you think the moon is?
No. We're gonna Luke. We're asking.
Not about you. It's about you.
Luke, we're asking you specifically, how can you talk about the Earth being a globe? Give us an example without making any assumptions. I'm going to keep repeating this until you get it right. Without making any assumptions.
Well, I don't understand what you mean by an assumption, because...
Tell us how the Earth is a globe. Tell us how the Earth is a globe. Give us an example of how it's a globe without making any assumptions.
Don't worry about Alpha's version of it. You.
Hold on. I can explain to him what it means. It means direct evidence, not indirect evidence from inference.
Okay.
Please.
When you look out to the ocean, right, and sometimes boats are higher than the horizon, do you know what that means?
Yeah, that is Fata Morgana. So what are you talking about?
Yeah.
But
so we know. Yeah, we know what it means, but what you need, don't ask us any questions. This isn't your time to ask us questions. Okay. Listen to this very carefully. I'm asking you, hold on a minute, Luke. I'm asking you very specifically. I want you to give us a demonstration that you have the ability to tell us how to think about the Earth as a globe without using any assumptions. It's direct verification of the thing you're saying is true. Don't ask us any questions about anything. Do it like a presentation. If you're making a presentation to a class or whatever, to a bunch of people. Presentation style. Just show us how the Earth is a globe without making any assumptions. Go.
I'm not ready for this. You're assuming I'll be ready.
Yeah, you bet your ass you're not ready for this. You're not ready for this.
About to get shellacked.
It's like the presentation you didn't take care for.
I know the answers. Isn't that weird?
Stick a fork in his baby. He's done.
Did he?
Yeah, can I tap out?
No, so, hey, I want to ask a question. I just want to explain something to you.
This guy doesn't even know his own fucking religion, dude.
So just so you know, the difference between direct and indirect, right? So, say you had a feeling of fullness. That's indirect evidence you ate pizza. It's also indirect evidence you ate chicken. It's also indirect evidence you had shark soup, right? So it's indirect evidence of a bunch of things, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you ate any particular thing. You're making an inference that you ate some food from your feeling of fullness.
Like someone said they were hungry over there.
Hold on.
Now they're not hungry anymore.
Looking at the stars is an indirect inference about what you're standing on. It's not direct evidence. That means you have to assume a globe, and that because you assumed a globe, you're assuming that the stars have a relationship to the ground, right? Because you assumed something. We want it without the assumption.
Well, yeah, we went into space because of the stars.
Who is we?
If the stars, we.
Who is we? Who is we?
The human species. The human species.
No, there's other people other than you that said, hey, to space. And you assume that they're telling you the truth, right?
Oh yeah, animals also have been to space and died.
Yeah, but you're assuming that animals have been to space.
They didn't explore space on their own, creation of technology.
Yeah, so you believe that all that happened, but you have no direct evidence that it did happen, right?
You were right. You weren't ready for this conversation, bro.
Maybe we can get like a YouTube video up if you want. Yeah.
But listen. There's still belief in all that, right? Someone is presenting you something. It's their knowledge, and you have to believe that their knowledge is an accurate representation of reality, whatever it is. But you're assuming.
Hold on, Luke. Luke, hold on. Luke, hold on. Indio, you're coming in really tinny, and sometimes you cut out from some of the words that you're saying. So I don't know if it's
my mic, dude.
Yeah, it's really T-Dub. Hold on, it's really hold on, guys. It's really bad, Indio. Like some of the words you're saying are it's cutting out. So
I'll switch mics.
You better be that idiot.
Yeah, you bust out the yeti, bro.
Oh God! Don't make me do it.
Yeah, so we have to hear you shellac him in 4K, dude. We can't hear this I don't know, what is it? It sounds like a Dollar General mic or something.
Sounds like he's from the 1960s.
Yeah, it's got like the Fisher-Price walkie-talkie quality, bro.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to apologize. I don't have any anecdotal scientific evidence for the Earth's roundness.
No, just wait for India to come back, dude. He'll talk to you about it.
Yeah, how's that? Is that better?
Hey, oh yeah.
I said better, yeah.
Much better.
Dude, I don't. Yeah. I paid way too much for a microphone and shit. So, anyway, I don't even remember where I was at.
You were telling me we can't use the stars.
No. I said, well, you can use the stars, but then you have to have an assumption. We want without the assumption.
No, but we have telescopes. Are we assuming that glass is lying or something?
No. You're looking in the wrong direction. Right? You want to know what's under your feet? What under your feet is not what in the sky is.
I've seen Jupiter with my own bare eyes.
So what? What does that mean? What does that tell us about the Earth? What does that tell us about the Earth?
It tells us
whatever you look.
It tells us we're in a solar system with the sun.
How does it tell us that? How does that tell us that from looking at it?
Because we have orbits. Because we have weather and climate.
So you've seen Jupiter take an orbit.
We have gravity.
You've seen this. God, this is fucking random fucking shit you're throwing up in the air, dude. This is like hitting a piñata.
Well,
you're hitting a piñata and like physics words are coming out. Bang, bang. Science, logic, Jupiter, telescopes, fucking black holes, Big Bang, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton.
Because of the stars. It's pretty important.
Okay.
If the stars didn't exist, we might not exist.
Can you tell me what a star is?
Who says stars doesn't exist?
You think you're Stardust, dude? Do you think you're like third generation Stardust? Is that what you think?
70%, maybe, yeah.
I don't know. Should I talk him out of his religion?
Oh no, we're 93%. Are we? Don't worry.
So it was God created man out of dust, but nobody created you out of stardust.
Wait, you're a believer in the Christian God?
You think you were created out of stardust, dude? By nobody.
Yeah, I literally do.
Yeah. Clip that clipboard. He thinks nothing created him out of stardust, but he thinks the God's absurd because he created him out of dust. But that's crazy because it's not good enough dust. It has to be stardust.
Have you ever looked in a microscope?
Non-remembering, unintelligent stardust that can't remember and doesn't know anything. That's some cool stuff.
Forget the telescope. Let's talk about.
You've never. No, I know all about telescopes.
Hey, what about? Have you ever zoomed in? You can't reach
the conclusion. Earth is a globe. You can't reach the conclusion logically that the Earth is a globe from a telescope. Okay. No matter what you do, I can ask
do you have?
Say that again.
Which mobile phone do you have?
I have an iPhone. Why?
It has GPS on it, right?
Well, it uses location services. Yeah, it has GPS on it, probably. I've turned off location services.
What does the G in GPS stand for?
Oh, that's it. A human. Here's your goal proof. A human being made an acronym for a concept. Therefore, the concept is true. Therefore, the concept is true.
No, but what does GPS do?
That's brilliant.
Oh, okay, wait.
Does G stand for GPS?
God. It stands for God's positioning system.
God's positioning systems.
Fucking
yeah, that's brilliant.
So, let me ask you: have you ever observed the full orbit of anything ever?
No, your mom's too large.
Not in a cartoon, like in nature.
Sorry, that was out of order.
Yeah, orbit.
I'm not in good faith anymore. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, we're well aware of that. That's why you're interrupting and spiraling. Because you actually can't defend your worldview, and we understand why. Because by assuming shit, right? The thing you complained about.
No, I wasn't complaining. I was observing and stating.
Orbit.
Okay, I wanted you to construct a logical argument for a globe without any assumptions.
Are we talking of the geometric globe, yeah?
What other kind is there?
Well, there could be like a metaphorical, like non-realistic.
Metaphorical globe? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Yeah.
Maybe it's a religious concept, like hell or heaven.
Look how fast he's running away trying to muddy the water.
No, I just mean like, are we talking about a shape or the place?
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
The shape, yes, definitely the shape. Well done.
Okay, like the 3D one.
Not a globe.
Okay,
a globe that we pointed out. A sphere.
Why is it so hard? Why is it so hard? Go, chill.
He's trying to buy time.
Yeah, why is it so hard for you to admit you believe in a globe because other people told you that and you just believe what they say? And that really is the foundation of everything for you. Someone said, hey, it looks flat, it feels like it's not spinning, but none of that shit's true. That's some sort of illusion. We actually know it's a big ball that's spinning in circles. And you're like, okay.
You've never been.
And that's really it. I've been on plenty of boats, dude. I live by the ocean, okay?
Live by the boatyard. What?
And then what?
Yeah, but when you go on the sea, like, you can just keep going, right?
Yeah, and?
What the fuck?
Is it like a big treadmill, or?
No.
Okay, what does circumnavigation mean?
It's like a big treadmill, I guess.
No, it's a big circle. So if you circle around your house, is your yard a globe?
It must be a treadmill.
How do we define spheres? I thought we were talking about spheres.
This dude's in a
Massachusetts.
Why is it so hard for you to admit you have a belief? Why is it so hard? Why do you have to go in full cult mode? Because you can't admit that you believe in men the same way the Christian people believe in the Christian God, and that you have the same foundation, absolute faith. It's hard, isn't it?
Imagine being smart enough to think for yourself in 2024, right? To be like, I wonder if this guy is right or wrong. Do I have to just believe every fucking dude in every cartoon book that every teacher talks about? I don't think you do.
I hate bringing up religion, but if we're going to go by witnesses, right? The case for the Christian God is stronger than the case for I saw a globe in space. You know why? Because about the same amount of people saw Jesus resurrected.
Yeah, the rapture's coming.
And the same number saw that's fucking that dude. The rapture is fucking evangelical Christianity, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? So why don't you just let me finish? 600 people claim they saw a globe. They went to space and saw a globe. 500 people said they saw Jesus rise from the dead. The difference is the 500 people, they were put to death and wouldn't recount what they saw. So they either all died for a hoax, which no one from NASA would. You think Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin is going to die to say, yes, I swear to God, I went to the moon. I'm going to die for this. Think that they would do that?
Hell no.
But you believe what they say, and your entire worldview is based upon their words.
I'm starting to believe that you're not a real person, actually.
Yeah. I mean, this is crazy, Cope. That you just spiral right down to the toilet, dude.
I was really assuming that you were.
Believe in men. I'm going to keep rubbing it in. You believe the words of men, and you live your whole life through their existential claims.
Yeah, but because
the same way that someone reads the Bible or the Quran or fucking the Rig Veda or whatever, and they live their life through their religious text, your religious text is fucking Apollo reels or fucking textbooks or whatever it is, wherever you got the globe idea from.
And the guy sitting next to him, those regular guys sitting next to him, he's going to try to brag to on how wrong he was.
We get it from science.
Previous to you entering this chat, you're like, I have some higher form of truth than these guys. It's the same thing, dude. You have the same thing. The same thing. And listen, what I just said is objectively true. And you can fucking do mental gymnastics or whatever you want to do. It isn't going to change the fact that your entire worldview is based upon your belief in the words of other people. Because you, as it was asked, how do you know if the Earth is a ball? You don't know how you know that. You know that somebody else knows that, or you think you know somebody else knows that, but that's it. You don't know.
No, I think it is, though.
So what? It's people that think they're freaking, a fucking banana split Sunday.
We base our spaceships on that.
There is no R. Dude, there's no R spaceships.
Have you never played Call of Duty, man?
Dude, listen. If if I said, we fucked your mother because someone else fucked your mother, right? I said, oh, someone in humanity fucked your mother, so I fucked your mother too. We fucked your mother. Would that be cool? No, that wouldn't be cool.
I mean,
right? So you saying we went to space, or we have spaceships because someone else said that they did it?
My own mum
is ridiculous.
That's kind of fucked up.
Well, it's ridiculous for you to take the claim like we won the Super Bowl as if you were on the team. You're not on the team, bro. You don't win shit.
You're not on the team, bro.
There's other people. Other people told you something, and now you're like, we. No, there's no we.
No. Listen. Listen. I buy the season tickets. I support the team. Okay, without my contribution, my charity. Well, it's not even charity. It's a business at this point.
He did it worse for himself. This is brilliant. Sorry, carry on digging your hole.
Oh, I was just saying I can, I'm part of the team.
Well, and Neil, if he said if he was a U.S. taxpayer, could he say we?
He's part of the congregation.
No, he can't.
No,
he doesn't believe in God, so he's not part of. We hold these truths to be self-evident.
No, but we, as all people, like we made the earth round.
We're talking in the context of knowledge. What do you know? He doesn't know anything. No, dude, don't.
No, yes. You can't just.
Without your contribution, the team wouldn't be able to kick the ball in the net.
Yeah, that's fantastic, but he wouldn't know anything. He doesn't know anything.
Like my dad was the guy that mows the grass. Okay, he doesn't play on the team, but he's still part of the team, isn't he?
No, you're not part of the. Listen, you're not part of the knowledge team just because you wear a NASA T-shirt. Doesn't mean you know anything. Oh, I got a NASA T-shirt. I know the Earth's a globe. Why? Because you wore the T-shirt.
Okay, hold up. I'm contributing to global warming. Okay.
I have a better idea. God, Jesus Christ!
I have a carbon footprint. Okay.
Just shush.
Yeah, so just stop talking, dude. Like,
just stop burying yourself.
Just do this. Just do this. Tell us how you.
I know.
No. Let's just do this.
The atmosphere.
I don't care what you believe. We care about what you know. We want to know what you know. How do you know the Earth is a globe? What is the source of this knowledge? How did you acquire it?
Google. The internet. Books. Guardian.
So you know that they know?
Go to experiments.
So what experiments did you do?
Well, I used my eyes.
It looks flat. You already admitted that.
Yeah, and I use drugs as well.
Say that again. What do you say?
I used my eyes and I used drugs. Like,
oh
it's
God!
You broke him, Indio. It's just over.
He's bricked, bro.
He's dodging.
It reminds me of Newton, helium's mercury smoker.
Dude, no, it's literally like
you can literally stick a GoPro on a helium balloon. Helium is lighter than air, so it will float upwards.
Oh,
come on!
It doesn't go high enough.
Okay, yeah. So if that was true,
yes, it does.
Yeah, if what?
No.
Okay, so a 20. If
it goes into space, what do you mean?
Balloons go into space. 128,000 feet is space. I thought space was 100 kilometers, dude.
Oh my God! You cannot be serious.
The boundary for space, the Kármán line, is supposed to be 100 kilometers. No balloon goes to 100 kilometers.
How do you know that? Are you assuming that?
Hey guys.
No. They reach hydrostatic equilibrium or they pop. Yeah, dude. So if you had a balloon, right, and it went to 128,000 feet, let's just say that altitude. How big of a ball do you think it is?
Do you guys know who Isla is?
No, why are you interrupting?
You know Isla Vinegar?
Why are you interrupting? Are you trying to save this guy? Is this another one of the I'm going to throw my body into gears?
No, he's trying to do a troll. He's trying to do a troll. He's trying to get you to say some. He's trying to get you to say the N-word, basically.
He's trying to get me to pay attention to him. That's what he's trying to do instead of the other guy. Now, other guy, do you think 128,000 feet above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is high enough? Think about that for a second.
Man, we've been to space. If you don't believe that,
Think about it.
you're
Think
slowing
about it.
down human development.
Think about it.
No, listen. You know when the pyramid was made, right? People were probably around the world like,
Do I know when the pyramid was made?
Ever imagine
I was there, man. I was there. I know exactly what it was. I was there. This is like
pyramids
the
are
spiral
fake?
you're on.
Come on, let's go. Let's
Never
go there.
been to space.
Ever been to Egypt?
What the fuck?
I was there when the pyramids were built, dude. That's how I know how old they are.
I assume you're telling the truth. Okay, so
Yeah, I mean, we're carving. Like, how would you know how old the pyramids are?
well, they're up. I don't know, like 5,024 years old.
How do you know that?
Well, because we do the 2,000,
How do you know they're not 1,000?
and then we add 3,000, and then we add the
Yeah,
years
how do you
after.
know? Yeah. How do we know when they were built? Were they using the same calendar as us?
Well, I think that didn't they put like stamps on the date, like manufacturing?
Yeah,
stamps?
yeah, that's
Yeah, they said 3000 BC
Yeah.
because they knew the exact time that Christ was coming, dude.
Is that before globe?
Yes. You absolute idiot. Oh, dear. I told you to stop talking, but no, you continued, didn't you?
No, that was good. That was like the perfect one. That was crazy. Stamped 3,000 BC. Everybody in Egypt was like, "What the fuck's the BC for?" I don't know. I just decided to add it.
It's pretty funny. But anyway, still just because your disbelief is that you feels real doesn't mean it is the true reality that we live in. You know, when I say we, I mean me and you.
No.
Yeah, but see, I am actually describing reality, like what we see, whereas you're describing some fantasyland shit.
What's
like what you imagine. You see what the ideas in your head are what you imagine to be true. Mine are what you observe to be true, which is two different things.
Have you ever looked at the sun?
Yes, because what we observe above determines what is below. Right?
Look, if you wanted to know
what is pain,
would you want to know what your house was made out of? Would you look at your neighbor's house?
He would.
No, serious question. If you want to know what your house was made out of, is it brick? Is it sticks? Is it straw? Would you look at your neighbor's house? Three little piggies, man.
I'd knock on it with my fist.
You'd look at your house, right? So if I want to know what the earth is, I would look at the earth. I wouldn't look at other shit.
Yeah.
Right?
We do hit the ground pretty hard. So look, with my diamonds.
Yeah, so do you have any direct evidence the earth is a ball, or what is your knowledge that the earth is a ball? And don't tell me someone else's knowledge.
I just haven't put a telescope in space yet. I'm sorry.
It's still looking in the wrong direction, bro.
It's not. I just can't. Like, the James Webb does a really good job of being a telescope.
Yo, someone post that picture. I don't know if Amish Mech is here. Post a picture of the pool table. Because the pool ball's are round, the pool table must also be round, correct?
So if tomorrow a news article comes out and says they put the Landau Lifshitz telescope, it's 100 kilometers in diameter, and they put it into space, and then they started showing you pictures, right, in the newspaper, you'd believe that exists, even though it's completely fabricated. You would just believe it because it's in the newspaper.
I admit I have definitely been fooled by the media before, yeah.
What knowledge do you have that there's a James Webb telescope in space? None.
When you say knowledge, you mean because it's based in assumption?
No, I say no. Knowledge means know, something you actually know, not believe, no. Right, so you had breakfast. Did you have breakfast today?
No, I don't eat breakfast. Only when I'm working out.
Did you eat anything today?
Yes, I ate quite a bit.
Do you know what you ate, or do you believe what you ate?
I ate bacon.
Okay, do you know that, or is that a belief? Is that knowledge or belief?
I experienced it with my own body.
Yeah. So that's knowledge, right?
You would hope so, yes.
Okay, no, there's no hope involved.
My God,
no hope involved in it, dude.
Okay, do you know what like deception is?
Yeah. So you're gonna try to get off this now because you know where it went. You know where it's going, right? So do you have actual knowledge that you ate bacon? I wanted to know, how do you know the Earth's a globe?
It could have been something else.
The same way you know you ate bacon. The same way you know you ate bacon.
Like
I want to know how you know the Earth's a globe.
Tastes like bacon. I didn't see the pig though. Oh, no, I didn't see the pig. That's what
you're going to do everything in your power to avoid answering this question. Because you have to admit you don't actually know.
Well, if I saw the pig, I would know it's bacon. But I didn't. I'd turn my back for a moment.
Okay, what if someone showed you a picture of a pig and said, "Yeah, this is the bacon that you're eating. It came from this pig. Here's a picture of the pig."
No, I wouldn't.
Would you know that that's where that bacon? Would you know that that's where that bacon came from, or would you believe it?
They could have done switcheroo.
Yeah, so you'd believe it, right? You wouldn't know it, you'd believe it. Yeah, we want to know how you know.
This is how bacon comes from somewhere. It may have come from that pig, but
dude, this is like the Special Olympics version of mental gymnastics. It's fucking crazy, dude. You gotta put your helmet on, man. Are you wearing a helmet? You should probably put your helmet on.
Brace yourself.
Yeah, because you realize, see, how disingenuous and with the mental gymnastics you have to do. You're like, you stupid flat earthers, and you totally fucking melted down into a puddle of intellectual goo.
I got a question for you.
Yeah, go for it.
Have you ever made waves in the bath?
In the bath? I haven't taken a bath in fucking decades, dude. Who fuck takes baths?
You could have said, "Have you ever made waves in the pool?" and it would sound more normal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like, dude, is your mom still freaking giving you baths? Rubber ducky, you're the one. Like, are you saying that?
Good Lord.
Yeah, that's where we're at this point. Dude, we just want to be intellectually honest. Like, we're here, we're trying to help you to critically think, dude, and you're, like, rejecting it. I don't want critical thinking. I want to go to Mars with Elon Musk and...
You said, okay, this is what you said so far. You said, I can't use the stars, I can't use the sun, I can't use the atmosphere, I can't use the sea.
No, I didn't say... No. Well, they wouldn't be knowledge, right? Well, I told you why. I told you why, because they'd be an inductive inference. Do you know what that is?
I've been on boats, I've been in the sky,
so
I've been
what?
on the ground, I've been underwater.
So what?
Do you know what you can't do? You can't breathe underwater. Do you know that? Did you know that?
Dude. Yeah, I'm well aware of that, yeah.
How do you know that?
Well, first of all, my cousin, when I was 5, freaking drowned.
Yeah, because I've nearly drowned.
No, my cousin did.
Because I'm retarded, but it's different.
Well, no, when my cousin drowned, I learned you can't breathe under fucking water. He drowned and died when I was 5. Yeah. We were the same age.
Well,
so
how do you know that?
That's how I learned, right? Like, I have knowledge of it.
But you haven't drowned yourself, right?
I don't need to drown, dude.
But, can you swim?
Cousin Tracy was animated, and then he stopped being animated, okay? It's pretty sure you can't breathe underwater.
But you can swim, though, yeah?
Yes. I was afraid of water for a long time. Well, that because of John.
So why are you playing the semantic? Just say you do know.
What are you trying? Yeah.
Based on your own experience.
I know you can't breathe underwater. Well, you can try to breathe underwater, but you can't get enough oxygen out of the water to sustain human life.
That's right. How do you know?
How do we know fire's hot?
Because it burns and it. Because we measure.
Okay, so is there a point to this deflection?
Yeah, because when you say, do you know something? I'm saying, well, I've experienced these things based on my own.
That is knowledge.
Senses.
That's knowledge, dude. That's not experience is knowledge, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
I asked you if you know what deception is, because I could deceive your experience and make you believe in something that's not real, and you would experience it as if it is true. So, What do you mean how? By the same principles that you're using to argue that the Earth is flat?
So someone can deceive me that I can. No. Oh, so there's somebody out there making the Earth look flat every time I go out there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Who's that?
Whoever's trying. Well, I don't know. Why are they doing that?
Yeah, why are they doing it? There's someone following me around. Me and everybody else that's ever been born, they're following us around. And like whenever we go to the ocean, we're like, man, that looks flat. It's actually a magic trick.
Appear. Do you know what manifestation is? You ever heard that?
This is where you have to go to preserve your worldview. For real.
So you're saying you haven't experienced that, right? That's what you're telling me there?
I haven't experienced what? Manifest? No, I haven't experienced that shit, dude. I don't believe in magic.
Let me hit him with the ABCD.
Okay, what about goal setting? You ever set a goal?
Have I set a goal? Yeah, I've set lots. Where's this going, dude? You're wasting my time.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know time was relevant.
Just stop it.
Yeah, but we're talking about the physical and natural world. We're not talking about human beings, or human intentions, or human psychology.
If you can tell me what time is, I'll concede the argument.
What time it is? It's about 9:05.
Yeah. You can tell me how we measure time, I'll concede.
Yeah. Go on and Joe, tell him
how we measure time. I mean, how we the standard, the scientific standard for measurement of time. It's oscillations of a cesium atom in a magnetic field or an electromagnetic field. The number of times it oscillates. We standardized it to be a second. So I think it's something like 53 million something oscillations. So you're gonna concede now?
Yo, let me hit him with the.
You just said like small words that didn't really mean much to me. But yeah, sure. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's because you don't. You asked me a question that you don't know the answer to.
No, I do know how we measure time. Pretty accurate.
No, yeah, we use an atomic clock which uses cesium atoms trapped in an electromagnetic field.
But there's no such thing as a second, right?
Yeah, it's kind of.
Well, I mean, technically, no. Second is just an arbitrary unit.
Man-made convention.
You see, like you guys it's almost impossible for these guys to separate their mental constructs from actual experiential reality. It's like swirling paint together, right? So you take a bunch of paint, different colors, but their mind is swirled together so that they can't separate the concept from reality anymore.
Well, the way we measure the speed of light is we bounce it off a mirror and we see how long it takes.
We again. Here we go with we.
Well, you can test it yourself, but how accurate you get it, you can probably need some technology. Like, do you use a calculator? Wait, actually, when you look at the time, you were about to tell me what time it was, right?
Yeah, it was Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I gave it to you.
Okay, nice.
All right.
Yeah, that's also a convention. That's why it says Eastern Standard Time. The word standard's the clue.
Luke.
Yeah?
Yeah, also, before we even get into this, my name is also Luke. I'm probably the smartest one here. No, I'm just kidding. But I'm going to ask you a question. Can you see the side chat, first of all?
Yep.
All right, so I'm going to post a picture. It's a blue picture. Let me know when you can see it.
I can't see it.
All right, it says, where is the horizon? Is it A, B, C, or D?
Okay. It's going to be... Based on this image, it looks like A.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Please enjoy your stay.
Isn't it?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Isn't that just like a cloud? Isn't it the humidity?
No.
And the pollution?
Nope. You're a Flat Earther now. Welcome to the group.
That's why there is a horizon.
That's how it is. That's how it is, baby.
We got him. We got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It's that easy. So, how do you feel about being a Flat Earther now? There'll be two Lukes in this group that are Flat Earthers now. How do you feel?
I just don't subscribe to the flat Earth definition. I prefer
You literally just admitted that the Earth is flat by answering the letter A.
Well, that's like the what's the color of the dress, blue or gold? And I just chose one of the answers.
What's the flat Earth definition? The one that you don't subscribe to. I don't subscribe to the flat Earth definition. What is the flat Earth definition?
That that the Earth is just one. It's like a disc in space with a bubble on top.
No,
that's disinformation ran by the communists. There is no space. It measures flat. You have already admitted that it measures flat by answering A in that picture. If it curved at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared with a radius of 39.59 miles,
I mean, but even
you would not be able to see the horizon past that second oil rig. But because you can, only proves one thing. I'll let you finish my sentence for me. What does that prove?
That light bends. Like it just proves that
light bends. Oh my god! anything to be not to be a flat earther, eh? Anything. You'll make up fucking anything just to not be a flat earther.
Maybe the lens had like a weird.
Maybe you're just fucking wrong.
Convex.
Shady inference.
Like a fish lens.
Holy fuck, dude.
Fish eye. What are you talking about?
Bro, there's like more evidence for mermaids than there are flat Earth. Like, come on.
Are you sure about that? You want me to fucking go? You want to go, buddy?
Do you know what a nuclear weapon is?
My word, what's this got to do with anything?
Because nuclear weapons.
Let's let him talk on another tangent just to see where he goes.
It's because the idea of space, right? The space exploration was a backpack off of the warfare. The creation of the V2 missile, right? The first missile, right?
Wait, who created the first missiles? Who created the first missiles?
What's the idea of space?
What's the idea?
Who created missile and rocket technology?
Why? So, what's the idea of space?
I don't know. It was the Americans. I'm pretty sure, with the help of the Germans.
He doesn't even know.
Well, it's because it's history. Why do I give a fuck about who made the?
Dude, you failed. You must have failed
like
history.
5 stronger nukes now. Okay.
Yeah, you failed history because the V2 rocket was.
You guys are stuck in Morse code. Come on, like what?
Yeah, listen. You're just utterly embarrassing yourself at this point. Please stop. I'm cringing toward you.
On the technology that you're trying to argue doesn't exist.
What technology
doesn't exist?
What's the idea of space?
Do you know what data is? Like, do you know how our voices are being heard by one another? Do you know what
this is crazy,
electricity is?
I want you to explain how our voices are being heard by one another.
And you want me to explain that when you don't even understand what light is? Like, how am I?
Alright, explain it. Explain it like I'm 5.
The scope of electrical knowledge you need to have to understand networking. Okay, you don't even understand how a fucking light bulb works, my guy.
Luke, are you still trying to prove the Earth's a ball?
I don't know what he's trying to do at the moment. Trying to invoke space somehow because of nuclear weapons.
Hey, maybe you can manifest space when we have fucking thoughts.
There's a chronology, there's a timeline, and a history that you have to respect when it comes to knowledge, right? And when you're talking about 21st and 20th century knowledge, like you're some fucking...
You don't even know...
A savant of, like... Go on.
But dude, why are you telling us we gotta respect history when you don't... By you talking and you telling us, you don't even know what the history is. Because you didn't know. You thought the U.S. invented the V2 rocket. You're a moron.
It was
Can I mog on him, guys?
What? Okay, where?
It was the Nazis.
I'm gonna mog on him right now. Do you read, Luke?
Yes, I do. No, not really. Sorry,
name 10 books. Name 10 books.
No, I knew I failed. Okay, so we got.
No, he meant he can read. It doesn't mean he does read.
We got. Okay, we got Art of War. That's a good one. We've got The Alchemist. We got the Bible.
Hey, Luke, have you ever read that book? Have you ever read
Why
this
have we
book
got book
called
club?
100 Proofs?
I don't know.
Luke, have you read 100 Proofs that the Earth's a globe?
No.
That's because
You read 200 proofs that the Earth is flat?
No, why would I read that?
It's a very interesting book.
Have you read the Bible?
100 Proofs?
I've got a couple of books behind me, like Essential Mathematics, like 1 and 2. It's like it's like entry level university math. So like maybe you guys could understand calculus and how to integrate differentiation.
Do you understand geometry?
Yeah, rather than talking about the number line, right? We start to talk. We are moving past fractions and decimals. We go into like more complicated things like powers and indices.
Do you understand geometry?
Wow, indices.
Like, we have like squares and square roots.
Please don't hurt us.
Prime numbers. But now we go into cryptography.
Wow, you're so clever. You're so clever.
We take the prime power of a large prime number.
In fact, everyone in here wishes they were as clever as you.
It's hard to breathe.
That's so smart to know.
I'm just
It's hard to read. It's hard to breathe that rarefied air that he's floating in. And I almost passed out.
Called recursion.
All right. So, Luke, if 100% yes or 100% no, is the Earth a globe?
100% yes.
Okay, so then why'd you answer A on that flat Earth test?
Oh, dear.
You literally like team killing right there, dude.
That's 100% belief. It's not 100% knowledge. We established that fact, and we have been doing so
right.
for 45 minutes.
He's brainwashed. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Unless you can convince me otherwise, I'm going to be a goiber.
This is how cult members sound, though. It's like when they anything that goes against what they already believe is like mocked and ridiculed without even a cursory investigation. It's exactly how they act. It's exactly how cults act.
Wait, why does fire go up but water goes down?
Because gravity.
Gravity should make fire go down too.
Must be because it's a big spinning ball.
Why does helium go up? Because gravity, right?
I don't know actually anymore. I thought I knew, but now I don't. You're telling me.
And you've already answered that it measures flat. You've already answered that. Remember, keep that in your head. You already said A. You already gave us the W. We're just toying with you at this point.
Wait, do you think space doesn't bend? Or the light doesn't bend? Which one is it?
Show me light bending.
Doesn't bend.
Show me light bending. Well, okay.
Which one?
Wait, wait, hold up. Do you know what a black hole is?
So space bending.
Show me light bending without a fucking cartoon.
No, but if you look in a telescope, we've already established this, right? You need to have access to a telescope. But you're saying the lens in the telescope, like it interferes with your experience.
In a telescope, you think you're seeing black holes in a telescope? Is that what you're saying?
You literally can. They're just like the black holes. That's what they called that.
Why do you have? Listen. I hope someday the day will come where some glober doesn't utter a straw man 50,000. Nobody said a telescope interferes with your experience. That's what you have to say just to cope. We're saying the conclusions you draw from making observations from telescopes are unjustified. They're unjustified conclusions.
So you saw a light in the sky, Luke?
Yeah, and you can see Mars sometimes too.
Oh, well, forgive us. The Earth must be a giant spinning ball then if you saw a light in the sky.
No, but I'm saying I looked at the telescope and saw a black hole. And the black hole was because lens bends, and then because light bends, when I look at the horizon sometimes, it looks a little bit higher or lower.
Luke.
That's fucking genius, bro.
Nah, the last comment's trolling, but it's just a logical...
He said you could see a black hole through a telescope, too. Did you just catch that?
Yeah, a really good telescope. Come on. Do you know what?
Really good telescope.
Luke,
don't do this, guys. Don't do this.
Is that real good engineering I've been hearing about?
That's right.
Yeah.
Cyclone, your mic is very, very, very low. That's why nobody can hear you.
Okay. My bad. Well, I was going to ask Luke, once you've observed this light in the sky, how do you then get to Earth as a ball?
So I make a simulation of it.
Did you hear me, Luke?
Yeah, I made a simulation.
What do you mean?
Like I made a program using mathematics.
Can we see it?
And
yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Do you believe a YouTube video?
Oh, so you didn't make it? Okay, fine.
No, YouTube.
Believe.
Like, no, okay, sorry. There's a language barrier.
He asked you for you. There's not a language barrier. He's from Scotland and I'm from England and you're from England. There's no language barrier. It's just that you didn't answer his question.
It's on YouTube. Is that not
What's
okay?
on YouTube? What's on YouTube?
The video.
Of what?
Oh, many things. I forgot what...
Before we carry on, you were asked very specifically for something you did, right? You claimed that you made a program with maths.
I was being hyperbolic.
No, you were just lying. So if you haven't done that...
I can't lie.
You just... Yeah, brilliant.
Can we shut up with the semantics? This is so retarded.
It's not semantics. Lying
Literally semantics
isn't
is so
semantics.
pointless.
Well, no, lying isn't semantics. Lying is just dishonest.
Oh my god, dude.
Okay,
Oh my god, dude.
Pointless
I know.
shit.
Okay.
Oh my god, dude.
ChatGPT could make me one right now, but
Alright, so
you guys are willing to wait?
So you don't have one, like you said.
Nah, it's not ready.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Yeah, he lied. He lied. That's fine. Just stop lying. Just be honest with us.
How does lying?
No, but you don't believe me that I saw Jupiter. Like, it's not my fault.
But I asked you. No, that's not the point. I asked you how you go from seeing a light in the sky to then saying Earth is a spinning ball, and you can't tell us.
Well, it's quite a long story. You have to have telescopes.
Yeah. So what he wants to know is, I saw Jupiter, ... therefore Earth globe, right? Give us the ...
I'm trying to think when it all started. I think when I was like a young man, I was.
We're not asking for a life story.
Holy fuck, dude!
And sorry.
No one cares about your life story. He wants to know why seeing Jupiter, therefore,
I care about his life
Earth
story.
is
I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear his life story.
Yeah, no one cares about life story.
Not at the moment. Maybe another time.
On a pool table, would think the pool table's round?
Yeah, thank you.
With a brain like yours?
Yeah, thank you. I was talking.
I care about life story.
Yeah, thank you. You've got an observation.
Thanks, guys.
And then you've got a conclusion. He wants to know... Yeah, you got an observation. Sorry. He wants to know... Interrupt me again and you're banned. You got an observation.
What are you gonna do about pussy?
Yeah, fuck you. What's this guy's name? Oh, did he just literally just say
Hudak.
So, you've got an observation and you got a conclusion. He wants to know how you're linking the two. That's what he wants to know.
Earlier we established that I don't actually have the experience. Like, I have the experience, but I don't have the knowledge.
You said you saw Jupiter.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so you have the experience of seeing Jupiter.
I can't, like, just because I saw Jupiter, like, that means
it doesn't mean
it made me believe that the solar system exists. I don't think that's too far-fetched.
So it doesn't tell you the Earth ball then.
Why? Because
can you tell us how you saw? How do you know that? How do you know Jupiter's orbiting the sun from your observation?
Because that's what we're told.
Gang, we have a winner. Give that man a cigar.
Do you know why you don't see Jupiter all the time?
That's a logical fallacy.
Do you just believe anything you're told, Luke?
No, but I believe why I only saw Jupiter at a certain point.
Why are you believing us?
Well, I don't understand the question, I guess.
Yes,
why do you believe NASA over us?
It's not by believing us. You're just believing a story you've been told that you've just acknowledged you have no evidence for.
No, but like the stars don't move in the sky. Or, wait, are you saying that the stars move? Or?
So the stars don't move. You don't see the stars move.
Well, it doesn't look like they move, but they don't actually move. That's part of the orbit problem that we're stuck at.
So you see the stars moving and you tell yourself those aren't moving. Is that right?
Is that like when you see your girlfriend cheating, but she's not actually cheating on you?
That happened once and only once.
So why'd you tell yourself that, Luke? Is that just because they told you so again?
Because people lie to you. That deception, it can happen. Re-establish yourself.
So it's just because you were told so again.
Well, I was either deceived by NASA or by you guys, and I believe that you guys.
No. This is about your eyes versus the story you're told, and you're telling us you accept the story, not your eyes, because you were told the story.
But
What do you observe? What's your experience when you look up at the night sky and you see the stars? What's your experience? Over time, the sun and the stars do what across the sky?
They move across the sky.
Yeah, it's very simple.
So they move.
Your first-hand experience is they move across the sky.
Yeah, they always move in the same way.
Correct.
Like they all move like uniformly in a way, like synchronicity.
Okay. So we observe them moving.
Like actually, what's really interesting, right, is if you look at a star and then spin yourself, you can make any star the center of the sky. Did you know that? Nice. Yeah. That's a funny thing to do. Yeah.
Okay, any other power tricks? So,
sorry.
Let me ask you a question. So, you said Jupiter's in a solar system orbiting the sun. What if I told you there's at least two other models that will describe what we see and make accurate predictions? Would you just keep believing the sun orbiting one? Because there's other ones, right? There's ones that are geocentric, right? And then there's one which is kind of like half heliocentric, half geocentric. And all of these work, right? So if you wanted to predict where Jupiter was in 200 years on May 22nd, you would get the accurate position. So which model is the reality? Which one do we pick? Because you're saying, as a matter of fact, there's a solar system. Okay. Do you actually have any evidence for that? Is what I want to know. Or are you just saying, hey, because you actually brought up the simulation thing, but I can give you a simulation right now from which the planets orbit the sun, but the sun orbits the Earth, right? And it'll make all the exact same predictions, right? It's a simulation.
Well, yeah, which physics model, like which engine were you going to put it in?
It's called Tychoism. So Tycho Brahe, which was Kepler learned under, he had a model of the solar system that worked.
Does it work on Windows?
It's in a web browser.
Oh, okay, nice. It works. It works on Linux too, then?
Depends on who's operating Linux, probably.
Nice. Okay.
I just posted a quote of physicist George Ellis talking about that.
Yeah, everyone in astronomy and physics and like in mathematics, they all know this, that the coordinate system is just an arbitrary choice. No, none are more true than the other.
Yeah, the cardinal is like it's pretty good, but.
And you're trying to tell us about calculus, but you don't even know anything about coordinate systems, which I think is ironic. So, if you look in the chat, I posted a link to the Tycho system, right? So it'll give you equivalent answers. So, how are you going to determine whether this is true or whether your heliocentric solar system is true? There's some other models.
Well,
experimentally,
it doesn't really matter to me because the stuff that happens on Earth is all based on Earth anyway. But I do want Elon Musk to make renewable rockets so that we can travel into outer space, into the heliosphere, whatever you want to describe it as. But for me, like I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to focus on the Earth.
Sun's atmosphere.
Pardon?
You said you want to go to the heliosphere. Why on earth would you want to? Why in the fuck would you want to go to the sun's atmosphere? You'll die. You dingbat.
Or it's to go to the other planets that maybe, like
the
if we go.
Heliosphere is the sun's atmosphere. But you just said you want to take a one-way trip to hell and burn to death.
Can we ask you a question? Why would you want to go to another planet? I mean, even in the heliocentric model, they're not too hospitable. Why would you want to go there? You gonna go pet the animals? Oh, there's no animals. You gonna go breathe the fresh air? Oh, there's no air. Like, what the fuck are you gonna do there?
Well, if it's truly just like a desert,
Doesn't even have internet. You'd be fucked.
They're gonna be in an asylum.
Dude, sit on Earth, right? No Discord. No animals. No food. No air. No freaking nothing, dude. You're like, I'm gonna go to Mars and sit there and freaking meditate. Like, what are you gonna do there? You could do yoga.
There's rodents on Mars.
Yeah, you can catch animals. Right? You can catch the rodents, man. You can clean Mars up from all the pets they got.
What are you gonna eat? Rusty potatoes?
Somewhere at the end of this road, there's a foxy-looking green alien in the park.
Dude,
Poopy potatoes.
Like, go outside. Where the real.
You gonna eat potatoes grown in Matt Damon's poop?
Yeah. Where do you get the poop? The potatoes. Where do you get the potatoes? The poop.
They'll say anything to believe in their ignorance, right? Oh yeah, I'll go somewhere where you're dead, where you can't go. Yeah, let's just go there.
Just
let's race to where there's no life.
Like Star Trek and Star Wars is not reality. Like it's not reality. It's not reality. Like outside is reality.
Because they showed it only in a movie.
Is this?
Well, let's help this dude because he's a victim of the postmodern bullshit, right? So you hitched your wagon to the wrong team of horses, bro. That team of horses, that's not going anywhere.
I disagree with your presumption of horses existing.
Has Elon Musk gotten his own rocket? Has Elon Musk been to space?
No.
No.
Why do you think that is?
Because he knows better. He knows you can't. He's not retarded.
Yeah. It's probably because he wants to be an Earth person.
If you went to a restaurant, right, and the cook wouldn't eat the food, would you eat there?
The likelihood of you dying at a restaurant's not very high.
If you got offered $1 trillion,
listen, it's high in a place where the cook won't eat the food.
That's who.
Is there anything you're not going to do for that money? Like,
Luke, if the space guy is an Earth person, what does that tell you?
I don't see money as a limit. So like I would just go and buy a maybe I could just buy a telescope and stream it for you guys. Is that going to help?
And to look at what?
And then what? Maybe, dude, you just reset back to the same non-argument.
Oh wait, sorry.
Look at Jupiter, and then what? And then what? What's after? Listen, we're going to grant you whatever you want about Jupiter, right? And what it looks like. Then what?
The spaceship. Is that going to facilitate?
What happens if I make a fucking magic wardrobe and we all go to Narnia?
25 years or something. It's going to be a long time.
Make it very simple for you. You don't have to do any of this complex space stuff. You can just show us who measured curvature of the Earth. That's all you need to do.
But the Earth isn't even really round. It's more like up and down. Like the topology is actually kind of fucked.
Sorry, what does Jupiter look like? What does Jupiter look like?
Like a ball with a ring around it.
Right, so that's what the Earth looks like, according to you. He keeps looking through telescopes and wants us to believe that the Earth is like that.
We don't have a ring around us.
Just very quickly, this guy's whole premise has been that he saw Jupiter through a telescope, and now he said it's the ball with the ring around it.
That's Jupiter, yeah.
No, that's
no ring around Jupiter.
Wait, you guys want Saturn? Wait, tell me about Saturn, please. I've never experienced. I don't know what this is. Can you tell me?
I don't know what I'm looking at. His glow proof was, I don't know what I'm looking at.
You know, that was the same glow proof as Alex Jones. Except for he got drunk. He drank a 12-pack with his dad while he did it. That's the difference between this guy and Alex Jones. It's 12 beers.
He's just been saying Jupiter, and he's talking about Saturn.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Oh God. Oh shit. Alex Jones said he realized the Earth was a globe when he saw Jupiter through a telescope after drinking a 12-pack with his dad.
Do you guys know what centrifugal force is?
Do you know what Jupiter is?
Probably.
It's the biggest planet in the solar system.
Has it got a ring around it?
Nah, it's just got lots of clouds.
Demonstrate your spherical force.
Yeah, you're right. Sounds
Demonstrate your centrifugal force with water. Put it on the ball.
Yeah, okay. If I spit a wine glass in my hand.
If we're having to teach you this level of basics, is that not kind of waking you up?
Wait, how are you going to acknowledge that Saturn has
I've never seen
it and then say that doesn't apply to Earth? Why does it have a ring around it?
How would that apply to Earth?
Why does it have a ring around it?
Because it's gravity.
Excuse me. So, Greg, could you tell us which ring you see around the Earth?
No, I'm just asking you, why is there a ring around
Saturn? We have a ring. It's a singular ball.
So how are you saying that's like Earth?
No, you corrected him saying that Saturn is the one with the ring around it, so you know, right? That it's circular.
So what does that have to do with the Earth?
Yeah, he knows because he's seen it.
Why is the Earth flat then? Why would a different planet be circular?
Why would it be anything else? What would Saturn have to do with it?
Because it's also in our solar
They don't believe in gravity. That's the point.
Yeah, no, gravity is not real. You know, you can test your height in the morning and then you're shorter in the afternoon. You know that.
Greg,
that's gravity, right? You can do that.
You think that's gravity? Oh my god! You guys just literally believe anything you're told, don't you? Like anything.
Why does your shadow travel in a circle?
Oh wait, this is a good one. Do you know
you believe everything you're told? It's amazing.
There's only 3 connections in bones, right?
Hold on. Luke,
the bones in your brain, in the skull.
Bones in your brain. That is what you've got, Luke. Bones in your brain. Right. So, Greg, you're a new guy. Crypto, if you're here, please speak to Greg. This should be good.
Okay, I mean, I'm kind of playing Elden Ring, so I'm only just dipping in and out, but I'm happy to if he doesn't mind.
Why did your shadow travel and get longer?
What?
Why does your shadow travel and get longer? Why does it move in a circle?
Dude, okay, so let's just say it's nighttime, right? And someone holds up their phone with a light, and then they drop the phone down, and then they put it up again. Guess what's going to happen to my shadow?
What? What's going to happen to your shadow? You tell me.
The shadow will elongate as it drops, and it will get shorter.
I'm convinced.
Yeah, so that's objectively true. So does that therefore? Yeah, I hadn't finished. Hadn't finished.
It was a
pointless thing you were saying. I haven't finished. It's not pointless. You're saying
we're talking about the sun versus a phone
You're saying that effect.
You understand the difference is massive.
I hadn't finished.
Right?
You know the disrespect. Shut up while I'm finishing. Shut up while I'm finishing.
Explain a shadow.
Shut up. Why are you talking? I hadn't finished. When you're talking and you're making a point, I'll shut up until you're done. But I haven't finished, so you can shut up. So we're talking about how light reacts with an object, right? If the altitude increases, then the shadow is then affected by where the light is. That's got nothing to do with the floor. Nothing to do with the floor. Why would you think it would?
Not a reaction, it's a relationship. In relation to the sun, your shadow will move around in a circle. When it's directly overhead, there's no shadow.
You just asked why it elongates.
And then it elongates when it becomes closer to nighttime.
Right. So why was what's that got to do with the shape of the floor?
Circle. The shape of the floor? What are you talking about? You think that?
What are you talking about?
Where does the sun travel at night? Where does it go?
Dude, it goes too far. You can't see it anymore.
It goes too far. How does it come back in the same spot in the morning then?
It comes back. It doesn't come back at the same spot, by the way.
It doesn't, so I can't look out in my window every morning.
What, you think it sets in the west and rises in the west?
No.
Do you really think that? You think the sun rises and sets in the west?
So what do you think the sun?
Do you think that? Do you honestly think that? Do you think that the sun rises and sets in the west?
So like I said
right. So why did you say it was in the same point then? Like the most basic knowledge
it
you guys
rises
are missing.
In the same point every day. Yes.
It doesn't set in the same point that it rises, though, does it?
It doesn't set in the same point because it travels across the sky.
So does it set in the same point as it rises as you thought it did?
Do you understand what a compass is?
Did you understand what I said? You have no idea what
you're talking nonsense, bro.
You said that it sets and rises in the same point. And now you're talking over me. You said it sets and rises in the same point, which was wrong, and now you can't admit that you were wrong.
It's not wrong. Prove it's wrong.
What, that it sets and rises in the same point?
Yes, prove that it is wrong. Prove it is wrong.
Because it doesn't set and rise in the west.
I think he means that it's doing the same cycle every day, not that it's literally setting it and rising.
He knows what he's saying.
Pretty sure that's what he's saying.
Yeah, and they don't do that either.
It does
It doesn't do that anyway. Yeah, that actually doesn't happen either. It doesn't anyway. No, it doesn't. But it's funny because what you said was wrong, and now even the charitable explanation that I've been given by someone else is also wrong. So you're actually wrong twice.
So prove it then. You have nothing. Prove that it's wrong.
Look at sun and date. You can just you're the only person.
Trust me, bro. Yeah, you sound like a globetard. I'm not gonna trust you.
Did I say trust me, bro? Did I say trust me, bro?
Yeah, you did. Prove it.
No, you said that. I didn't
show
say
any evidence at all.
Yeah, you're coping so hard now, dude. You're coping so hard.
Oh, now
I didn't say trust me.
Now I'm.
Yeah, you are.
Like, dude, show some evidence. That's all I'm asking.
You're coping.
Just a little bit, dude. A crumb.
The direction. Hey, the direction the sun rises tomorrow, and the direction the sun rises in 6 months, it's not going to be the same place. Period. End of story.
And everyone knows that, apart from you.
Everyone knows that.
Everyone knows that, apart from you.
Okay, everyone knows the Earth is fucking round, but you don't.
No, that's not true, though, is it?
Look at your fallacy, dumbass.
You get that from the umbilical cord, or what? What kind of info was that?
Dumbass.
He's just born.
Everyone knows that's your.
The funny thing is,
you're just born.
That's not my evidence, dude. The fact is that this is so rudimentary. It's like asking. It's sea lining. It's like asking for evidence that grass is green. Even everyone on your side agrees with what we're saying. It's literally only you that doesn't agree with this.
I never thought I heard a Glober throw seasons under the bus.
Right. It's literally the explanation for seasons is going, nah. But that's your explanation for seasons.
On a flat fucking Earth, man? How the
I've actually heard that a few times. Lately, I've heard that a few times. A few other Globers have been like, what the fuck are you talking about when you bring up the tropics? And like, you just made that shit up.
Right. Explain a cold front, man. Where does it come from? Where does it come from?
You didn't even know that sun doesn't set and rise in the west. Like, how can anyone... Like, what?
It just does.
It sets and rises in the west.
It doesn't rise in the fucking west.
Then why did you say it does?
You said it sets and rises at the same point.
No, not at the same point. Like, they do the same cycle. It rises in the west, sets in the east.
Do you understand that, like, when you say dumb shit and then people call you out on it, and then you act dumbfounded because you didn't say what you meant, that's your problem. That's not our problem. Like, I'm not a mind reader. Everyone else here isn't a mind reader. If
Where
you meant
does the sun go at night?
Yeah, I hadn't finished. This is another problem you have.
I don't care if you finish. You're such a retard that I'm losing brain cells listening to you.
You don't have any brain cells. That's the problem.
I don't.
You can't be losing something you don't have.
Got him.
You just muted me, dumbass. It's not a gotcha. That's silencing me.
You're so thick. You're so thick.
You're silencing my truth.
We did it for your own protection before you keep talking.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do.
Because everything that comes out of your mouth is stupid. Everything that comes out of your mouth is fucking
I'm gonna look out the window, see the sunrise in the same day as it did the yesterday, and then the day before, and the day before.
Again,
you fucking morons are gonna be like, what the fuck is that? You must have a big
fucking window with like 180 field of view, man.
I can see the sunrise in the morning. I don't need to be fucking...
You don't see it rise in the same direction, though.
Does the sun rise in exactly the same place every morning and at exactly the same time?
Oh, it changes slightly. Oh.
Yeah.
Slightly. Oh no.
Yeah.
So how does that explain going at night and then coming all the way back around to switch in a slightly different position?
Why is
it's called a circle, bro.
So does it go underneath the Earth?
No, it goes away, bro.
It goes away to where?
No, I think it's funny because he's saying, "Oh, does it go underneath the Earth?" mockingly. Like that's literally what you believe. You're mocking what you believe.
That's what I believe.
Yeah, that is literally what you believe, and you're mocking it.
That I believe the sun goes underneath the Earth.
Yeah. You think there's people upside down looking
That's
at
quite
the
the
sun.
assumption you're making.
Yeah, that's quite an assumption, dude. The sun.
So you don't. Well, where do you think it goes then? Where do you think it goes at night then?
I think the sun stays in the same spot every day, and we rotate away from it.
So, in terms of relativity, what's the difference between that and what I said?
In terms of what you said, you're talking about like a light fixture hanging overhead that travels in a circle.
In terms of relativity, what's the difference between what I said and what you said?
Why don't you explain that? It's your point to defend.
You don't understand, do you? That's the problem.
I'm
you don't
working
have a
with
fucking clue
established
what you're talking
science.
about.
You're claiming to know better than most of the population.
You don't know what we're talking.
You defend your.
What's the equivalence principle?
Don't know. Educate me, please.
Yeah, you have no fucking idea. So what we have here, we're working with a rotating Earth in terms of, because I have to dumb this down for you because you're so thick. A rotating Earth would be the equivalent of a moving sun, right? So they're the same to relativity. Well, because relatively, they're relational to each other. You understand that, right? So a rotating Earth, in terms of relativity, is the same as a moving sun.
What do you mean by that? A moving sun. The sun moves.
Have you never studied relativity?
No, I have not studied relativity. I'm a biologist, not a cosmologist.
No, you're not. I don't believe you.
Not an astrologist.
I don't believe that you have any scientific background at all.
I am.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I don't believe you. Yeah, go on, Jedi.
Why does the sun move across the sky? My friend.
What are you asking me?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I'm asking you. Why does the sun move across the sky?
Because the Earth rotates.
That's what Crypto's explaining to you. That the phenomena is the same. It's equivalent. The reason why, from your point of view, the sun moves across the sky is because you're rotating. You understand what he's trying to explain to you now?
You don't even know what cryptosis. Explain what that is.
He's just said the same thing I said, and you didn't understand either of us.
No, he didn't explain it.
Okay, from your reference frame of standing on the Earth, the sky could be rotating, but from the reference frame of the sky, the Earth would be rotating. Do you understand now?
Oh, so yeah, you're flip-flopping it, making something even more infinitely impossible, somehow reality with absolutely no...
Geocentrism is impossible.
He doesn't understand.
Why do you believe that?
Dude,
why do you believe that the sky is moving, but we aren't?
Oh my god.
Explain that.
This is us saying that.
Hold on, I'll tell you why.
Us saying this.
You just saying that it is like it is, and not proving it at all isn't going to convince you.
Okay, I'll prove it right now. Aries failure experiment with a water-filled telescope, that proves it.
Yeah,
that proves it.
That?
It's
You're just naming something. Prove it.
Okay, so if an object is in motion, right, and it goes through a refractive medium, the light will be deflected in the direction of the motion. So George Bill Airy, who was the astronomer royal for the Royal Society, took a telescope, filled the air, then filled it with water, and looked at the same star. Now, if the Earth was in motion, the star would have been deflected in the telescope, and it wouldn't have been in the center when it was filled with water. When he actually did this experiment, the star was not deflected, which means the Earth is not in motion. But you have no idea about anything
the water was. You're saying because the water in his telescope and the light didn't refract, that means that the sky is...
No, it's not refraction. It's not refraction. It's a different physical effect. When a refracting medium is in motion, it will deflect in the direction of the motion.
So you're saying the star should have been not visible?
Starlight should have been deflected. No, it should. Well, not visible in the center of the telescope. Yes. When he had air and he centered, it was Draconis nearly at zenith. He looked through it through air, and he filled the telescope full of water. Then when he looked at it again, it was in the exact same place. If the Earth was in motion, it would have been in a different place because something called the Foucault effect, which was demonstrated experimentally by shining a light through water that was moving in different directions.
So
and measuring
why would you trust that experiment over?
It's not about trust. It's not about trust.
It's not trust. You've seen it. You've done it. You've done that. You've done it.
I've seen it. I've seen it executed.
You've seen it executed. So why is what I've seen executed not valid then?
What have you seen executed?
I've watched the stars in the sky. You can't see the North Star from Australia.
And?
You can't see the North Star from Australia. If it was flat, you would see it from Australia.
That's wrong. That's incorrect.
That's
true. You don't have Superman eyes. You can't see forever. Go again.
No. First of all,
I can see stars in the sky. I can see the North Star. People have been doing that for
Australia?
thousands of years.
Okay, how about you? You probably watched a video.
He's deflecting from his claim that you wouldn't be able to see. You'd be able to see the North Star from Australia. That's bullshit. You have no basis for that.
You can't see the North Star from Australia.
Yeah. So what? That's to be expected.
Why? Why is that to be expected? If the world is flat, then we'll be able to see all the stars that everyone can see at the same time.
No. Perspective, bro. So things that are above your head, you don't know what perspective is? Things in the distance get smaller?
So you're saying that how close are the stars then in relation to the Earth then?
It's indeterminable.
So you don't even know?
No, it's indeterminable.
You also are so sure that you wouldn't be able to.
I didn't say I don't know.
Far away?
Look, I didn't say I don't know.
Stars are already super far away.
No, nobody knows. What makes you think that? How do you know that?
They're
How do you know that?
Solar system.
Yo, Greg.
They're in your imagination of what a solar system is.
Greg, I got a question for you.
Yo, shoot, man.
Yo, I'm going to post a picture in the side chat. Ready?
Go ahead, man.
All right, I'm posting it now. It's a blue picture. It says, "Where is the horizon?"
Can you do a different one? I saw you do this one on Luke.
Okay, so is it A, B, C, or D then?
I'm coping. I choose that I'm coping. How about that?
Okay.
Because I don't want to do your dumbass test. There's a picture.
It's all right. We all knew you were coping already. The thing is, the thing is, dude, have you ever heard of something called the Dunning-Kruger effect?
I've heard of it, but explain it again.
Okay, so it's when there's like two opposites to it. So it's either where someone who's kind of low ability tends to overestimate their ability relative to their ability, and on the flip side, yeah, well, it's very ironic in this conversation with you, but it also works the other way. Well, there's another irony there as well in that people don't understand that there's two sides to it, where someone who's of like higher ability tends to underestimate relative to their ability, right? So you're coming into this assuming that we're stupid, right? And then you're not understanding anything that's anyone's saying. And I think that there's a combination here of ego and low intelligence on your part.
What is a sign of intelligence?
Well, pattern recognition and the ability to actually understand information is both critical parts of intelligence. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You don't even want to listen to the information being presented.
He's not here to fucking learn anything. He's only here to troll.
I'm here to learn about flat Earth. I want to understand your guys' theory.
You're not, though.
I don't know.
Listening to anything.
Like when I was just here to debunk.
See, again, I'm trying to tell you information and you just start talking
about ego.
I know that you're not listening.
Multiple people talking to me and I'm talking to
You're just not listening. You're not listening to anyone, though, dude. Like, remember when you said earlier? Again, you're just talking. You're not. Okay, fine. Remember when we were talking about where does the sun go at night, right? What was my answer to you?
It just goes away. That's all you said. It goes away too far.
And then I said to you that the sun, in your idea, goes under the earth, right?
Yeah, you said you assume that that's what I believe. Yes.
Well, it has to be what you believe.
No. I believe the sun is at a fixed point, and we move around it and rotate away from it.
Right, so when the Earth is rotating and you're on the night side, where is the sun relative to you?
It's behind me.
No, it's not behind you, because if it was behind you, it would still be day.
Oh, relative to me, then under me, I guess.
Right, so when I said to you... Right, so when I said to you 10 minutes ago that you believe the sun's beneath your feet...
You're hanging on the definition of a fucking word.
So I was correct then, wasn't I?
You're hanging on the definition of
So was I correct?
Make a valid argument.
Was I correct?
Yes, if we're going by the...
Fantastic. So when I said that to you and you said nuh-uh for 10 minutes and then it turns out I was correct, do you understand why that's frustrating?
Sure, yeah, I understand why that's...
I don't want to hear nuh-uh. What I want you to do is actually understand what's being said to you and then come up with some sort of response based on understanding the information. Because otherwise, there's no point in you being here.
Let's see then. So now I got to come up with an argument for why it doesn't just go away.
You're supposed to be trying to understand the flat Earth. That's what you said. Going by what you said, you're trying to understand the flat Earth, right?
Well, you guys are debunking what I'm saying, right? This is how my method of learning.
You cut me off. So if you're trying to understand what our arguments are, then you have to actually do like some active listening. I posted a link for you, image. You can check the image. It's Albert Einstein. It's what we're talking about. Would you like for me to read it to you?
I'm reading it.
Okay.
What is this supposed to prove?
Einstein himself said that he proved that one does not notice anything on the Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Yeah, that's an observation.
Yeah, so that's empirical observations, right? But you believe the opposite of the empirical observation.
Isn't he talking about gravity?
He's talking about the Earth. Where does he say gravity in here?
No, he's talking about gravity.
No, he's talking about the Earth.
Yeah, and stuff on the Earth doesn't move.
Einstein's talking about the perception that you feel.
Okay.
Like
you guys are having some trouble with understanding. I understand. Let me read it again. He proved that one does not notice anything on Earth that it moves, but that everything takes place on Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Yes, because of the scope of Earth. That's
not what he said. He didn't say because of the scope of the Earth.
No, that's my inference of his power. Yeah,
inference is shady. Read it.
Oh,
what he said.
I mean, we can't take what Albert Einstein said as scripture. I mean, I hear what you're saying.
We can't take what he said as scripture. So you don't believe in gravity?
No, huh?
Wait, what?
We can't take what he said as scripture, right? I mean,
I'm saying that statement there pertains to his observations.
Just pick and choose the statements you like? Is that how you do it? That's weird.
Sure. Right?
He's talking about his observations of gravity.
Says who?
Where did he say gravity in there? Where are you getting this from?
That's just an observation of your perception of movement.
Well, E equals MC squared, right? Energy
what does that have to do with this quote?
The mass.
Sure. What does that have to do with this quote?
The observer.
People are situationally aware.
Really I actually love Albert Einstein.
You haven't even got a clue what's going on and why this is relevant and what Einstein is looking at when he's comparing the Earth to the things in the sky and how they appear to move. And you've jumped in and you started talking about gravity for some fucking reason. You haven't got a clue what the conversation's about, dude. Shush.
Open. Like as hard as freaking possible. Just read the quote like 10 times in a row. Maybe it'll sink in.
Yeah,
that's why he came up with his theory of relativity.
Yeah.
Because if it's all relative, then you can pretend the Earth's in motion.
If you pick up your mouse and drop it right now, it's going to drop the same speed as if you picked up your computer and dropped
What
it
does that
right now.
have to do with the price of rice in China, bro?
Because when you pick up a piece of rice in China and drop it, it drops at the same speed.
Dude, is your brain bleeding right now? Or
from listening?
Like a traumatic
I'm trying to understand your concept of my perception of my reality as opposed
You keep talking about gravity because you're so programmed. If somebody says Einstein, you factory reset and go gravity.
No, when I hear Einstein, I think relativity. I don't think gravity. When I read that statement, I read he understands gravity is a bigger thing than just what Earth is. You're talking about the scope of Earth, and I'm saying we're talking about Earth, and you're like, nah, we can't.
You said relativity. That's the only point.
What is this dude talking about?
I don't know.
I'm trying to engage with you guys in a truly academic, professional, and acknowledging state, but you're trolling.
Why? Are you trying to give a summary of a conversation you don't understand? And then when you try to summarize, no one knows what you're fucking talking about because it's not what we're talking about, the thing you're trying to summarize.
Okay, well, apologize then.
So what's the equivalence principle? Einstein, relativity, with regards to the motion of things in the sky. Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, you're disrespecting science. Like if Albert Einstein heard you speaking right now, he would say you're disrespecting his work. You're a disrespectful.
You have no place here.
I'll leave. Yeah, you're right. Bye, guys.
All right, so if we could just get some evidence of curvature or evidence of the Earth moving, that'd be great.
So, I guess my other question is, how many people would have to be in on it? Because I'm thinking, well,
what the hell has that got to do with the measurement?
It's ironic that it's all
Christmas. Of a globe being.
No, we measure Earth flat, stationary, not rotating, horizontal all the fucking way. A little bit of hills, a little bit of dips, valleys, but it's a horizontal plane of reference, like a fucking heartbeat between two lines. Listen, where is the globe?
Where is the globe? You can sail a ship in a.
Can you measure the water you're sailing on? Can you touch that water and show me where it's curving? Side view, please.
You wouldn't be able to perceive it because.
So now you can't see that it's a globe. So now you don't know it's a globe because you can't perceive the globe.
Sitting on Earth, no, you wouldn't be able to.
So now on
it. If you were on the top of Mount Everest, you would actually be able to see the curvature.
No, you wouldn't. That was
you would. Okay. Yeah, you would.
Even according to like your globe scientists, your globe, priests, they say you can't.
No, but I was trying to ask, like, people who have, like, supposedly proven it, done the math and all this, like, how many
done math on what? You just said you can't see
the
where the
circumference
curve
of the Earth. You can.
What are you doing? Hold on. Slow down. What are you doing math on? Me and you're looking. You don't know where the curve's at. I don't see no curve. What are we mathing? Let's put it on the paper. What are we mathing?
Okay, so.
No, not okay. What are we mathing?
What are we mathing?
Yeah, we're looking out at the horizon. What do we put down on the paper?
I'm trying to understand what you want.
I'm trying.
Put down
You're trying to understand
what I'm looking at. What?
Yeah, where's the curve at? We're gonna put it on paper. We're looking at the horizon. Where's it at? What are we looking at? Where's the curve?
You mean like on a plane, like?
No. On the paper, you're gonna write the math down. Just like the old guys did in sandals and a dress with a pencil and a stick in the sand. You got to be as smart as them, right, caveman? So we're going to climb on a mountain now. We're going to look forward horizontally. What are we writing down, math guy?
Bro, I don't think you could ever climb a mountain.
Yeah, cool story, stupid. Listen, when you look out,
buddy,
what are we mathing? I don't think you know what a fucking mountain is. We're on a mountain. We're looking out. What are we mathing? Where are we mathing the curve at?
Where are we mathing the curve at?
Bro, do you even know what a straight line is? Like, God, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, it's the horizontal horizon.
On an
No. Tell me what a straight line is.
Horizontal.
Hold on, Mark.
Shortest path.
Horizontal is the description of.
Hey, Luke, weren't you bowing out of this question since you had no idea?
No, I have a fucking bigger idea than all of you guys combined, it seems.
Okay, yeah, now you're spiraling.
I'm trying to be respectful. And listening to you guys spew bullshit into the scientific realm of knowledge is disgusting.
Person in this room, dude.
You set him off now, bro.
Damn, I broke him.
It's for you to read. It's on the side chat. It's a picture of a bunch of old dudes. It's got yellow writing. Go ahead and read that and get back with us when you're done. That's your homework.
So, Greg, just to kind of get you in tune with what's going on here, you realize that the claim is that they measured the curvature from the surface of the Earth. You know that, right?
Yeah, they did. Yeah.
Okay, and how did they do that?
Well, you take 360 degrees and then the estimate.
From what?
No, the surface of Earth, my friend, you're measuring the surface. Greg.
The equator.
I don't understand geometry.
Greg.
The equator is 360 degrees. Even if it was flat, it would also be 360.
Greg, are you not listening? Where is the curvature being measured on the surface of the Earth?
Where is the, like, are you talking about a reference point? Like, help me understand. You're talking about
you're measuring curvature on the Earth.
It's
bro, I'm asking you a question. This is geometry. Geometric. Earth measuring. Where did they measure the curvature on the Earth?
You can start in the middle of the ocean at sea level.
Okay, so sea level. So is sea level a plane?
Yeah, it's a frame of reference for.
Oh, okay, so it's a flat Earth then. So you measure a flat Earth to get a curve. How would you do that?
Well, it's not flat. The angle is only like.
Yeah, do you know how you?
I just asked you if it was a plane.
It's a line between 2 points.
Okay, Luke, you're going to have to bow out.
Please stop talking.
So, 360 degrees around you on a plane? Well, that's still a plane. That's a flat Earth. You want to try again?
What? You don't think? I don't think you understand.
I don't think you understand.
360 degrees divided by the estimated circumference of the Earth. How long is it around?
How would you estimate a circumference? You're talking about a circle.
And you get the angle, the curvature.
Doesn't even make sense.
No.
It's lost.
You're lost, bro.
Why would you divide 360 into the circumference, dude?
How'd you get the circumference to begin with?
I mean, you could walk it if you really wanted to, but you can also you can also just measure how long it takes the sun to travel around.
So I walk the circumference of my neighborhood. Now my neighborhood is a sphere.
Sounds legit to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
If you don't think about it any deeper than that.
Exactly.
Wow.
If you don't think about it any deeper than that, that's exactly it.
Okay, so like, why have we not got to the ends of the fucking planet then?
Here we go. What planet? That's the thing you're trying to prove. The planet.
It's not even a planet. What do we call it then? What do we even call it?
Earth.
Just Earth. Just Earth.
It's planet. See. Listen, dude. Planet is a category. It's a category. Why would you put Earth in that category?
I'm not a creationist.
No. That has nothing to do with it.
I think there's more.
Planet is a descriptive. Well, I mean, is an asteroid a planet?
No.
Why not?
Because it doesn't have like a central gravity.
It
has different. Hold on. It has different properties, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Not a multi.
Yeah, so it's a different category. So how are you putting Earth in the category planet? What are the similar properties that you're observing?
An electromagnetic core with things orbiting it, and it orbits a star.
You observe an electromagnetic shit in the sky? How do you do that?
Meet a certain size, which is why Pluto.
Yeah, how are you observing electromagnetic shit in the sky before you start dish galloping down the street?
A compass is an electromagnetic.
A compass. You measured the electromagnetic field on Mars with a compass on Earth.
The electromagnetic field on Earth is Probably different on Mars. I'm not sure, but the compass uses the electromagnetic core on Earth to point you in a direction, which is how people traveled for thousands.
The Earth does not have any kind of electromagnetic.
I'm sailing in the South Pacific. I whipped out my compass. Yeah,
but doesn't Earth's core? I mean, doesn't magnets lose their magnetic properties when superheated?
That's not the real problem. The real problem is magnetic declination and compass don't actually point north and south. He just thinks they do because I don't know why. If you look at a map, like a navigation map, they'll have something called magnetic declination. So the magnetic compass, it's north-south, isn't necessarily north-south. You know that, right?
Like on your magnet, are you asking me if it's like true?
Compasses align. No, compasses don't point true north. They point to magnetic north.
The North Pole, yes, because the pole.
No.
No. You don't know the difference. What's the difference between magnetic north and true north?
I don't know. I just know that the pole, because of an electromagnetic field, it comes out.
That's not how it works. That's how it's working in your mind. That's how it's working in your mind, but that's not how it works in reality. So if you go on Google and type in magnetic declination, you'll get maps, right? And those maps will have field lines, and your compass will align with those field lines. It won't point north-south. That's why we have these maps. That's why we invented them, because we know the needle of the compass doesn't match the so-called celestial spheres north-south.
Then how do birds...
We've known this for like 2,000 years. I don't know why you don't know this. Or not 2,000. Whenever they invented it.
Know to go south?
Look, if you go in the South Pacific, you'll look at your compass and say north, and you'll be pointing...
an organ that feels electromagnetic field so they can go south.
Yeah, an electromagnetic field. That's right. Your compass will align with it. It doesn't point north and south.
But birds know between north and south, and
no, they don't. That's an old wives' tale. They tested fucking homing pigeons on that shit. That's just bullshit in fucking the press.
Pigeons are different. They're domesticated.
Homing pigeons, bro.
Homing
pigeons don't use a globe. They don't use a magnetic field. They don't use any of that shit. They tested this shit.
What about swans or even like salmon?
Just name a different bird. Indio, if it doesn't work for pigeons, then what about geese? You know, I mean, what about
there's a lot of different birds,
ravens? What about crows? I mean, maybe crows. Maybe crows can take magnetism. Maybe crows have an internal compass, but ravens don't. Is that how this works?
They do have an internal compass.
Indio. There was a hypothesis that birds detected the magnetic field through superoxides in their eyeballs, right? And that they could actually see magnetic fields, but that was actually debunked.
I do not.
Why do you
feel it though?
Why do you like? So how do you know that was debunked?
Because of papers.
So because
they did all sorts of that. Well, I mean, why would I believe it in the first place? Well, why would I believe it in the first place? That fucking pigeons see magnetic fields. Why would I believe that?
That's just a claim.
Yeah, you're just... So, when other people test something, you sometimes take it... You just trust them sometimes, but
no, he said he's read.
No, it's never about trust. It's always about the data produced, what the test was, what the sources of error were, and what the assumptions were. See, we, unlike you, don't go, scientists believe, not scientists don't believe. We go, hey, they're making a claim. What is the substance of the claim? And we look at the substance of the claim on an individual basis. I know that's hard to imagine, that you actually do the work.
You're making a lot of assumptions about me, man. I like it.
You guys understand that when you like read a paper, that the data is produced in the paper, right? Any good paper will have the data produced, and so that you can actually read that paper and come to your own conclusions on the same. That you don't have to come to the same conclusion that the person who wrote the paper did. You can actually read the data and interpret it the way that, like, you can interpret it in a different way. You understand that, right? Yes, no?
Yeah, there's actually been lots of discoveries this way, where someone looked at the same data and was like, hold on, their interpretation is wrong. This is how it should actually be interpreted. So there's actually lots of conclusions that have been reached this way. So let me ask you, do you think peer review they actually replicate the experiment in the paper when they peer review it?
Yes, I've done that before.
Oh no! Come on!
You literally just made that shit up.
No, I mean I have copied experiments and replicated them and gotten the same.
Dude, just stop.
No,
they don't replicate experiments in peer review, dude. Like at CERN, right? When they publish a paper, what do they go build another CERN and do the same thing all over again? Fucking retards, dude.
They literally will.
Yeah, they build their own CERN in the fucking Siberia.
They will. They will.
Oh, please.
No,
is constantly.
Peer review is not replication review, dude. That's horseshit. I'm making shit up.
Semantics.
Indio, do you remember, Indio, when I had this debate about a year ago and Scott Mackey was in here, right? Scott Mackey's a Glober, for those who don't know. Even Scott Mackey was berating the other Glober, saying, you are making us all sound dumb when you say that peer review replicates the experiment. And even like hardcore, like Scott Mackey was calling the other guys thick as pig shit for having the opinion you have. Again, it's one of those things where most of the people
you're just making personal attacks right now. Like, this doesn't matter. Even if you're right, I mean, this doesn't say anything about
it's a description.
If you call me dumb,
at this point,
I'm just trying to get you to prove something.
At this point, where he's just lied over and over, and he's just constantly lying.
Ignorance is not a lie.
No, you're just lying.
If that was true, you're a liar. So
no, you've just said that you did it yourself. Everyone knows you're lying about that.
I have replicated experiments. Yes, I have.
Not as a part of the peer review process, which is what you claim.
I've peer reviewed other people's stuff.
Everyone knows that you lied about that, and that's annoying. Stop lying.
Okay, buddy.
And this is one of the guys, he's the first person to ask why would they lie, right? When he's actively lying while he's in here.
That actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you think it, dude.
So you're just assuming.
Yeah, I would rather assume than be a liar that's been caught like 10 times in this chat. Making shit up, just lying, dude.
I mean, I could just call you a liar, say you're making shit up.
Yeah, but you can't actually demonstrate it. Whereas you demonstrate
you're based off calling me a liar for.
So yeah, tell me what lie I said.
So what?
Tell me a single lie I said.
You're lying too.
Oh God! See where this is the level.
You're
right, Crypto. Now it's
you who won't even answer my question.
No,
he answered every question, even when I don't know. So.
India, go ahead.
Say that.
If you're gonna answer any question, I can post that blue picture in chat again.
No,
you can answer.
No, not that one. Not that one.
I want to hear what India answer. I want to hear what India answer.
No. Big surprise.
This is gonna debunk the whole.
Yo, everyone, chill. India, what were you saying?
I'm saying we're not talking to him anymore, dude. He's devolved to I know you are, but what am I? Like, what's the point? He's turned 10.
Yeah.
Guy's brain dead. I'll answer every question except for that, guys.
Yeah, literally anyone who thinks the replication is part of the peer review process doesn't actually understand anything about science.
So how does, I actually don't know, how is, am I muted? So when people say A on that, I think that's what they did, and then you're like, oh, that's flat. What is the logic there?
Well, with the Earth's being 3959 mile radius, that translates into 8 inches per mile squared on the curvature. If that would be the case, the horizon would not be visible past the 10-mile marker or the 9-mile marker, if that, which is marked by the second by the oil rig, which would be 54 feet below the curve. Why can you see water past that point? Because it's flat.
How do we know how far this picture is? I mean, I'm kind of just taking that. I guess that's just assuming that, right?
I mean, you could even check it out on Google Images, brother.
The oil rigs are marked.
Taking all these made up satellites. I don't know. So
they're not satellite pictures, bro. They're taken with aerial photogrammetry. We've been taking them since 1940s.
Okay, so there's just planes taking it. Okay.
Yeah, they're just airplanes. Yeah.
Okay.
But you wouldn't need airplanes because you have the marine charts that position them, right? Because you don't want people smashing into them in the middle of fog, right?
How did they?
It's just like this 29-mile laser tag.
The straight line, dude. You see that straight line? See how horizontal that is? It's not a curved line, brother. It needs to be a curved line on a ball. Straight. That's how you travel, brother. That's how you tell the distance, too, with a straight horizontal line. It's not a curved line.
I mean, I don't know the
simple fact of the matter
of each
is-
of the parts of the laser.
So let me ask you,
The
dude.
simple fact of the matter is, all you Globers keep arguing all these semantics. Oh, the skylights, blah 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 blah. You know, whatever you guys want to argue doesn't matter at the end of the day, because at the end of the day, everyone can go out and see that it measures flat to the end of the fucking Earth.
You should unmute Luke, bro. He's like, I don't know why he's muted. I feel like he's the best at debating.
We're done with retard.
I feel like he's like patient
Luke
and
was the
smart
British
about
guy.
it. I don't know. I feel like
Yeah, but he was spiraling, bro.
Yeah,
So let me
he
ask
trusts other people's drinks and stuff and eats candy off the floor. We're not going to go with that.
Hey, I want to ask this guy. Okay, this camera and that black swan image you were showing, it's 1 foot off the sea level. How far away do you think the horizon should be?
I don't know.
1 foot.
Are you talking to me? I don't even know if you're talking to me. But
Yeah, just take a guess. How far away do you think it should be according to the globe?
dude, I don't know. But a couple miles. I have no idea.
1.22 miles.
Okay. And you thought I was gonna say much higher, but
Well, I mean, you did. Well, you said 2 miles, right? So it's 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That will give you the horizon distance for any observer elevation. So that horizon is 10 times too far. The geometric consequence of that is it would only fit a globe that is a radius of 315,000 miles, which, according to them, is the orbit of the moon, right? So something's wrong, big time. It's not a little bit different. It's way, way, way different than what is predicted. That's why we show it. It's not like, oh, it's just a little bit too far. It's way too far. It's not even close.
there you guys.
See, the thing about Globers is like they don't understand that we're not using examples that are close. We're using examples that are very, very 2 orders of magnitude different, at least the order of magnitude, but typically 2 orders of magnitude different than the prediction, right? So how do you account for that? So many observations that are orders of magnitude different than the prediction. Look, and I'm not asking you how to explain it. See, that's a Glober thing. Explain this. I say, how do you account for that? Account for it within the worldview. Now, people will say, well, refraction makes it happen, but no one can demonstrate any of that. You can just say some words, but those words actually need evidence to actually back them up, but no one actually gives any evidence that you can make a ball appear freaking 10 times larger than it is because of the light bend.
What's the reasoning for, like, this is pretty testable, as far as I understand, for gravity or whatever, the force thing, whatever, being different at different parts of the Earth, like near the top and the bottom.
Yeah, it's not different the way you. It's different, but not the way you think it's different.
Like, why is it stronger or weaker proportionally the further you go away from the equator?
That's what I'm talking about. It's not. Gravity, the strength of gravity varies all over the place. Doesn't
big chunks of rocks in there, like that's the
yeah.
They have
that's
a
cool,
the global
but,
people have a an explanation for that, right?
Yeah, but they won't have a justification for the explanation. Right, they'll have Earth's a globe. How do we make an ad hoc hypothesis to keep it a globe? Oh, what does it say? Lumpy gravity.
People would take gold from one place to the other because it weighs more and sell it there. If that were true.
Okay, it's like very small, bro. The difference, right?
Actually, I know why they don't do that.
And the mass is different. We can test the mass of stuff. Right?
They zero the scales with known mass before they weigh any gold.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we've thought about that.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with the Earth. That's got to do with calibration of the equipment.
Yeah, that's why you bring it to like freaking a third world country where they're still using balance scales, and you take advantage of the locals.
Unless it goes the wrong way, and then you go, oh shit.
Yeah, rest in peace, cold arbitrage.
Yo,
Imagine that.
You were talking
arbitraging the weight of gold because of where you measured it. We dug it up here. Like, wouldn't everybody like be trying to dig shit up at the equator or something?
Dude, don't you think it would be different? Like, it's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, but it's spinning 0 at the north, whatever. So
flow or whatever.
You don't think it would change? You don't think it would change? I think it would change drastically if it were true, but it doesn't.
Change what?
The weight of things. You should literally build a jump higher at the equator.
It does. I'll see if I can. I saw a video of a guy actually taking weights and doing that exact experiment. I'll see if I can find it.
Seems legit.
Get any
because like to spin it like the centripetal force or whatever.
Couldn't jump higher at the equator. It didn't work.
We're gonna get Eddie Hall equator so you can bring it down to a record. Hey man, it's like, listen man, in professional weightlifting, every half kilogram counts, man.
It'd be less than that. It's way less than that. Right.
No, dude.
Not when you're deadlifting like 1,400 pounds.
Yeah, all your world records would be set at the equator, right?
No, it'd be at the poles, right?
No, it'd be
high jumping.
For weightlifting, then if it was, it depends if you like where you made the weights, I guess.
Wait! If you made the weights at the equator and took them to Alaska, it would be better.
I think. Either way. It's the. I mean, people have measured this. Is this like? Are you guys arguing that? I'm pretty sure that's pretty common, right? Like, it's not a very big difference at all.
It's silly.
That's like measurable though. Like, I mean,
yeah, and the measurements I just explained to you don't come out the way you think they come out. They don't follow the rotational freaking curve, dude. They just vary randomly.
So, like, it might be more at the poles.
As we're talking about weightlifting, there's actually.
Does that mean?
Yeah, as we're talking about as we're talking about weightlifting, there is an interesting thing. I don't know if you guys know about the Hafthor Bjornsson deadlift world record controversy. I can go into it briefly. Basically, so Eddie Hall had the previous world record deadlift of 500 kilos, which is an absurd amount anyway. But that was tested by the independent weightlifting body, and then Hafthor Bjornsson did a deadlift of 501 kilos, but the weights were
that's some bullshit.
Measured. They were measured by his dad in his gym, and so there was a bunch of controversy about whether the scales were calibrated properly. And so that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Because like the scale said 501 kilos, right? But how was that measured and how was that weighed and was it kind of fair to the previous world record? And it was only a 1 kilo difference. If it was like a 10 kilo difference, then the margin of error is kind of evaporated because of the difference in the two. Anyway, yeah, whatever. I didn't want to go too much into that, but that's an interesting case of like a practical use case of what we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, like I was saying, I haven't obviously fucking measured this shit myself. Also, I was getting confused. So about, I guess the gravity is more at the poles, or the force from gravity observed, as far as I understand, is 0.5% more at the poles. I guess that makes a bigger difference than my so-called gravity. The difference of like centrifugal force or centripetal makes the bigger difference there, right? But
let me ask you. I always gotta ask. Yeah, so let me ask you a question. Is science empirical or not? Is science based on empirical observation or not?
Like, yes.
You don't know. So it's based on experiment, testing, observation, all that shit. Yeah. It's not based upon stories. So you just keep repeating the story.
I mean, it's the story.
We're trying to tell you what the empirical observation shows, and you just throw it away for your story. It's crazy, dude, to me. You want me to give you a specific test? Okay. So Kern is a precision scale company. They make precision scales. Kern, it's a company.
Okay.
It's Kern Precision Scale Company. They make scientific scales. As part of a campaign to promote their product, they sent their scales all over the world. They sent them to CERN. They sent them to Lawrence Livermore Labs. They sent them to Amundsen Station. They sent them all over the world. And the same one, and a garden gnome. They sent it in a briefcase. They sent it all over the world. Each one of these locations, these scientists measured the weight of the gnome. Well, if you graph the results, they don't match the rotational curve of the Earth. The axis is supposed to the measurements that are predicted based upon latitude. They're random. They're all over the place. There's no pattern. So this is what I'm talking about, empirical evidence. The empirical evidence does not match the story.
Do you have a link to that?
Yeah, I'll post it in the chat right now.
Sure. I just posted a video from a guy who did the exact same kind of experiment, driving the different latitudes with the same scales and weighing them.
So, Bear Bujic, you still in here?
What are that guy's, what does he figure
Yeah, I'm still
out?
here, bro.
Yeah, so you said you're an AZ, man. Are you going to see Rich? You seen him around?
I probably will. I probably will see him eventually. Wow, what's up?
Yeah, so he actually did this weight measurement experiment. He did like in 3 locations.
He went around. He flew. Yeah, right. I remember he took it on the.
Yeah, unfortunately, his channel got nuked, so that video is gone. But like, I don't know if he still has it. It'd be cool if like you could get the data set. That'd be awesome.
I'll see if.
I mean, if you can, then it's no big deal.
Yeah, I'll see if he had it on a computer. Cool.
Yeah, so this guy that we're talking about, he is a trained meteorologist. He has a master's in science, so he's not a scrub. He's not a moron.
And he was in the Navy.
Do you do this like based off of like? Do you stay on one line of longitude, or like because I feel like you'd have to go on a bunch of lines of longitude and then like average out the results. I feel like that would make more sense.
You have to do it on a bunch of different lines of longitude or latitude.
I know latitude, obviously, for but I would think you would have to do a bunch of longitude also, so that it all like. I mean, if you're a glober, then they think that there's a bunch of like, there's still randomness to like the core. There's like big chunks of stuff. So if you believe in gravity, then that's going to change still depending on where you are. So you have to do a bunch of different lines of longitude also, so that it evens out that like randomness of it, if that makes sense. I think that would make it a better experiment.
Yeah, but we're trying to show a correlation between rotation. Not that I already conceded that the acceleration varies, dude. We already know that. That not only does the acceleration vary, the direction varies. Yeah, so in the gold model they have curved plumb lines because the direction of the plumb line doesn't match the celestial sphere. So they say the plumb line's curved, which is absurd on its face.
Yeah, they don't. That's not what they say.
There's so many. I feel like
that is what they say. Who said that's not what they say? Who just said that shit?
The plumb line deviates. It deviates due to a gravitational force that is not directly down.
Yeah. So why are they publishing geomatic and geodetic articles that say curvature of the plumb line? Why are they putting diagrams? Well, hold on. Well, they're actually graphing it, dude. They're actually not even, dude. They're saying that the plumb line curves. They're not.
Yeah, that's what they used to call it. They do not. I believe they do not call it that anymore. But it's essentially due to density differences in the Earth. Right. It was first observed back in the just after the Mason-Dixon line was drawn, because the Mason-Dixon line actually experienced that when they measured it, when they surveyed it from the Allegheny Mountains.
The function of the vertical has been known about since the 1400s. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
No, I'm saying they started to measure it. They reported to the Mason and Dixon, who did the surveying in America, reported this to the Royal. They were from England. They reported to the Royal Society, Royal Astronomy Society, and they started investigating. They did measurements starting then. After that, to actually measure the amount of deviation near like mountains, for example.
Yeah, but it's not only near mountains. Yeah, but it's not only near mountains.
Not only that was the first observed, most obvious version, but there are differences in the plumb line due to differences underneath the ground. Sure, there's
that's a cool story.
The ground is not homogeneous.
That's a cool story, bro. Yeah, that's a cool story, dude. That's literally.
It's also the truth. It's also the truth.
Yeah, it's the truth. Why? That's just Ipsy Dixit. You know what Ipsy Dixit is? It's true because I said so.
It's true because there's evidence to support it.
Okay,
it's true. It's more likely true. It's more likely true because there's evidence.
Yeah, how'd you come up with that probability? And that's an appeal to probability fallacy. Do you have actually any rational arguments? Or you just
Bayesian
fallacies on it?
It's called Bayesian reasoning, and I'm not sure you know what a fallacy is.
Yeah, I do know what a fallacy is. Appeal to probability fallacy. You can literally Google it. You can go also Google
probability fallacy. It's an appeal in the scientific process. That's all it is probabilities. Are you not well aware of this?
Yeah, that's
a scientific claim. Therefore, it is a probability.
That's cap, dude.
That's not
total cap.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Then it's all science.
No, that's not true, dude.
Absolutely, is true.
Come on, no, wrong.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's a more humble approach, anyways.
Yeah, but probability and science aren't the same thing.
Science just establishes what's more probable than other things. Doesn't establish truth, for example.
Establishes cause and effect relationships.
No.
Well, likely cause and effect.
It does not do that. It does not do that exclusively. It establishes what's more probable in reality.
No, it doesn't.
Like what causes it is what is more likely to cause it, I guess. What you're saying?
No. It's not just cause and effect. That can be
like
part of the
something. Yeah. No, I think I agree with you. I was just clarifying.
It's not the only thing.
Wrong, then. Probability is a calculation. It's based in our minds.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Probability is a calculation.
Probability is a calculation. That's right.
Got nothing to. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with cause and effect.
Yeah. What does cause and effect have to? So you're stipulating cause and effect being necessary for science. That's unfounded. That's not true.
That's what it does. Yes.
Would you like me to post some references in the scientific method? You'll find cause and effect is not in there.
Yeah, go on. Let's see what you got.
Okay. Sure.
Oh. Tacos.
So this guy,
I'm still waiting for that scale measurement.
Yeah, I'll put it in. Yeah. Hold on. So, if science doesn't determine cause and effect, then that means it only determines correlations, and that means you can make no causal statements whatsoever about anything. Yeah, that's right, dude.
Absolute causal statements. If you've ever studied Hume, you'd know that absolute causal statements are never able to be made. Truthful statements.
No, he's saying they're not justified because they're circular. It's a distinction.
Right, which means we don't know. Which means they don't know. We don't know they're true in any absolute sense.
No, what he's saying is the regularity. You can't say that the sun's going to come up forever and ever because you haven't sampled the future.
That's part of it, but he also says you can't justify causality. You can't even establish that something is caused by something else.
Yeah, well, he was wrong about that.
Okay. I don't think you'd pass your first semester philosophy class.
It's a funny statement of causality. You just
philosophy. I think it depends on what it is.
if you don't get the answer on the fucking test right, then it's not true. Fucking retard of epic proportion. Dude, that's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life. You know, there once were tests where the correct answer was wrong in reality. You know that they existed, right? So if I take a philosophy of science class and I say, Hume was wrong, and I get the wrong answer, that means I'm wrong because it's the wrong answer on the test? Are you a retard? Are you a retard?
It means
it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. It means, hey, that's not the correct answer on the test.
Yo, you could calm down, okay?
Dude, it's so... Dude, because it's so stupid. It's so stupid it hurts, dude. It literally is so stupid it hurts me. It hurts me for people
because you don't understand Hume. You're triggered just because you don't understand
you understand what test taking is.
You can read about it. You can study Hume and then
you don't understand what test taking is and what it is. It's a human endeavor, right? And the answers on tests, because it's the answer doesn't mean it's the truth. And if I say Hume is wrong, that's independent of the answer on the fucking test. It's fucking stupid. You're stupid. I don't even want to talk to you no more.
Dude, it's okay. There's no reason to be this mad.
Dude, how do you think that that's okay? That's what I want to know. How are you fucking white knighting for this dude?
We'll wait till you're calmed down, I think, to answer that question.
No. How are you white knighting for this dude? How are you white knighting for some patently absurd statement? How? I don't get it.
Honestly, I feel like that would be the flat Earth take that like you can't say anything for certain or whatever. Like I feel like that'd be.
No.
Oh, you feel? No. Okay, cool. Yeah, you don't understand.
I just don't. Okay. Yeah.
You don't understand what we think, do you? Like
that's what I think. When I said I meant that as a synonym of think. Okay.
Okay, fine.
He doesn't understand empiricism.
Yeah, we're actually.
I wasn't even the one making that claim. I just thought
we're actually having a more stringent quality to our inquiry than you guys, rather than less. So things like science, establish a cause and effect relationship is something that most of us agree on, just as an example.
And I just posted about 4 different definitions for the scientific method. You can review them if you like.
Let's have a look here. Yeah, so test those predictions by experiments. Okay, so the experiment would be the bit where you establish cause and effect.
Are you talking on PlayStation? Why is that next to your name?
Yeah, I'm on the PlayStation.
That's funny as fuck.
Well, why is that funny? Yeah, so all of these establish cause and effect, because as soon as it says test or experiment, that's exactly what you're doing. You're testing a cause and effect relationship.
No.
You have a computer?
No, a test doesn't have to be an experiment. A test can be a prediction which can falsify the hypothesis. That's what a test is.
So how are you falsifying it?
So if you make a prediction, let's say I predict that tomorrow at noon local time the sun will be directly overhead because of whatever insert physics, and then the sun's not overhead tomorrow. Whatever my prediction, my assertion is, my hypothesis is, would be incorrect.
Right, so your presumed cause, which is your independent variable, would then be falsified.
No, I'm not making a cause. I just make a prediction based on my hypothesis, whatever my hypothesis is, which is a statement about reality, and it can be a cause and effect relationship, but it could also be something which is just a statement, like the Earth is flat or the Earth is not flat. Right? It's not a cause there, but it's a statement about an observed phenomenon.
Dude, you're using like a colloquial definition, dude. We're talking about scientific hypothesis, not your.
Yes, all right. I'm going to post several definitions of hypothesis, and you can read those too.
But everything you
didn't listen. We said scientific hypothesis, not just run-of-the-mill hypothesis.
Yes, I'm going to educate you guys. Hold on.
Yeah, good luck with that. You'd need to know more first.
Good luck with educating you.
Yeah, dude, you guys aren't in a position to educate anybody. You literally have to Google what you believe on the fly.
True.
Oh Oh yeah,
they don't even know what they believe, bro. They have to ask the priests, the Google priests.
But they don't even know who those priests are. They don't know that either. They don't know what those priests did.
Hold on, let them Google it.
So I posted those weight measurement experiments for whoever wants to do this. Dogs are gods. What's an example when science proves something? It proved you're a schizophrenic, remember?
Yeah, I never said the word prove once. I did say establishes cause and effect relationships multiple times, though.
This is good. We need more conversations like this.
Dunning-Kruger effect. They talk about that, and then say that they can't possibly learn anything from us normies.
So for India,
yeah, but we already know everything that you know.
You just set them off.
The GNOME experiment.
Because you know everything. Right.
Hold on. Just so you know that gnomeexperiment.com domain is not valid. It's been suspended. What you link to? I'm not saying you did. I mean, obviously you didn't know, but I'm just telling you.
What are you talking about? It wasn't suspended. It was done in 2010. Retard.
I'm just saying you posted.
Give me one good reason not to ban you for lying. One good reason, dude. You better stop being fast.
Call him a retard, then threaten to ban him. That's crazy.
Science.
No, that's a mischaracterization. He just said it was suspended. That's a lie. He knows it's a lie. He just made that shit up.
I'm not saying the data isn't valid. Hold on. I'm not saying the data isn't valid or anything you posted isn't right. I'm just saying, just so you know, there's a domain referenced in your text that is no longer active. This happens. I'm not saying I do it too. It has nothing to do with your. It's not an aspersion. It's not a critique. I'm just letting you know.
Yeah. Now you're trying to change your story. Said was suspended.
No. Damn, dude.
Bro, that's what he said.
He's the most good faith dude, and you guys are just retardedly.
If you visit that domain, it says the account has been suspended.
I am well aware of that. Okay, I am well aware of that, and there's a reason for that. The reason is they used to have it embedded Google Maps. Google deprecated that feature, so it no longer works. So they nuked the web page. Because it was an embedded Google map that no longer exists. That API is gone.
Okay, yeah, it's a reasonable explanation. I post stuff every once in a while. This stuff
but you can go on the Wayback Machine, right, with that URL, and look at the old website.
That's a good idea. All right.
Or you can watch the video tediously and watch him go through each pin one by one by one by one by one and enter it into the fucking spreadsheet, and you can watch him do it.
Sure, yeah, but when you post something, if you post data, I like to go to the source, and I thought that would be the source, so that's the first thing I went to. But I can look at the videos. That's fine.
Well, the way they had it was they had this Google Maps thing, and whatever the scientists did, wherever their location, when you hit the pin on the Google Map, on the sidebar, it would say the results, who did it, the location, all that crap. So he, by hand, extracted all the data, right, one by one by one by one, entered it into a Google Sheet, which is still available after all these years. And dude, like the shit, like I just got a brain cramp. So I looked in the chat, and I see a Glober say, echo chamber. Echo. How are you talking?
Yeah, they don't know what echo chamber means. They think it's just like a slur that they just throw out.
Dude, they don't know what do they know what it means, right? It's don't know what science means, don't know what hypothesis means, don't know what logic means, don't know what fucking logical fallacies are, don't know what an echo chamber is, don't know what cherry picking is. They don't know, like, literally. I swear to God, you don't know more things than you do know. Well, I mean, that's probably true for everybody, but it's just crazy.
No edge, but it curves right there where it's the edge. But there's no edge to a ball. But right there on the edge, it's curving. That'd be the horizon, the geometry, the actual physical, tangible. But globes don't have an edge, you guys. They're horizontal. They don't have an edge.
I'm pretty sure Hudak is a Mossad agent anyways.
I'm just curious. Maybe you guys can answer this.
Yeah.
So if the Earth is flat, what does it sit on anything? How is it situated?
Sits on dirt.
Okay, so which is bigger, the Earth or the dirt that it sits on?
Oh, here we go. We did never crashing the fallacy.
Well, I'm trying to get an idea what this looks like.
From where? Looks like from where?
Well, you don't have a map, so maybe you can describe it to me.
Yeah, there's plenty of maps, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about, dude. You're just fucking parroting Professor Dave, dude, because you're stupid.
Professor Dave. No, I'm not parroting
Professor Dave. Yeah, sure you are. Anyway, Antonio Subaret's made a Bokus. Yeah. No, I asked you a question. I want you to clarify. A picture from where?
Well, I just asked you a question.
Yeah, individual. Like when you take a picture, you have to take it from some viewpoint, right? Picture from what viewpoint?
I don't know. You tell me. You say the Earth is flat.
It's your. You want the picture? Well, I mean, okay, from the beach. You want a picture from the beach? Fine, we'll do that.
I don't care what's from. Does it show what the Earth looks like?
The entire Earth?
Yeah. I don't care where you want to take it from.
How would you take a picture of the entire Earth?
I don't know. You're the one saying it's flat. You work it out.
Yeah, but that's because we measure the surface flat. So because it's measured flat, right, we can say the whole thing is flat.
So you measure. So this is like an extrapolation. You measure like 12 inches in front of you, or you measure the whole thing?
No, so we have water. So water covers the majority of the surface. Whatever the water is doing, the surface has to be doing. So you measure a section of water, like 25 miles, 30 miles, 300 miles, 800 miles, 10,000 miles.
Who told you that water covers the majority of the surface?
Well, what do you mean, who told me?
Where did you get that from? You just made that statement.
Well, I know it takes you a lot longer to travel across the Atlantic and the Pacific than it does to travel across the continent of the United States.
I'm just wondering how you know that about the water.
I guess I don't know that.
Okay.
So you think the Earth is mostly land and less water?
I don't know what it is.
No, you don't know anything, dude.
Yeah. Well, you made a claim. I was just wondering how you know it.
Tell me how you know the Earth's a globe, then.
I don't know it's a globe. It's a belief I have.
Yeah, cool. Then why am I talking to you? I don't care if your favorite color is red.
Well, I didn't ask to talk to you. I was just asking a question.
You telling me you believe it's a globe is like telling me your favorite color is red. It's your opinion, and I don't care.
Well, when you say the Earth is flat, it sounds like that's your opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what it looks like, right? So hold on, shut the fuck up. That's what it looks like, and I don't need to inquire farther than that because that's how it's perceived. I literally don't have to ask any more questions.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what if fairies fly out my ass? We can what if all day.
Well, no, you're a human being. You can be wrong. That is a possibility.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, mentally too. So if I perceive the Earth as flat visually, and then I conceptualize it as a giant ball too big to see, how do I tell which one's wrong?
I don't know. That's up to you, I guess.
No, it's not up to me. There's a way to do it. Someone will come with evidence. Someone will come with evidence that disproves the initial impression.
No,
the evidence you don't have. Yeah, the evidence you don't have. No, you're trying to put me in your boat. You're trying to put me in your boat, the boat where the globe, which has no physical qualities that you can perceive.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. She's trying to put me in his boat where he has no physical qualities which he can perceive.
No, I'm talking about
he
your
wants me to go in there with him. I don't have to assume anything. I can just perceive it.
You're assuming right now.
What am I assuming? What are my assumptions?
Strangely,
what are my assumptions? You guys just say shit without any substantiation.
You just don't give her the other person a chance to talk. That's why I'm saying quiet.
What'd you say, Peanut Gallery? What'd you say, Peanut Gallery? Use your man voice.
Yeah, use your man voice, bro. What'd you say? Oh my god, he's a pussy. He's been a pussy right now. Damn.
He's afraid to say words on the internet. How pussy.
That's crazy, bro. How can you be afraid? That's crazy, bro. It's just Discord. Come on. Just speak, bro. It's not that hard. Trust me.
So how many times did that other guy in the car come in here with that same shtick, dude? That's like the 6th time I heard it.
Oh my god, man. Just speak. Holy shit. Holy shit, beta.
You guys are so immature, dude.
Me?
He giggles. Yeah, you. I can't hear you anymore. I guess I muted you for your opinion. Dogs are God said my assumption is that a small section of water can extrapolate to the entire body of water on the earth. Is that an assumption? I have no evidence to the contrary.
There isn't.
So the known physics of water is assumption.
Yeah, hydrostatic equilibrium is going under the waves and tides. Shut the fuck up, dude. Grow up, dude. Really? You've been around too long to even fucking try that shit.
Grow up.
Yeah, he needs to grow up. He's conflating smooth with flat.
It's because he has a smooth brain.
Whoa. Whoa.
Surface tension and water droplets on the clinging to the inside of a glass.
Hold on, you gonna let that slide, man? He just said you got a smooth brain.
That's caused by the glass itself. I'm pretty sure the oceans aren't inside glass.
That's a good rebuttal.
Something called hydrophilic and hydrophobic surfaces.
What about homophobic surfaces?
Talk about the port of my mouth. You know what? I got a new trick, man. Anyone I hear say, "Oh, homophobic, transphobic, whatever," I just call them a phobic.
That was good.
That was fucking hilarious. Yeah, what do you guys think of the final experiment? Is it a hoax? What is it?
I think Europe should have written that as a song.
You want my real opinion?
Yeah.
Well, it's not even an opinion. Useless. Fucking completely useless.
Why?
Can't prove anything. So can't prove anything.
Why?
And it was misnamed. Why? Because I've been asking Volvers to put it in the form of a logical syllogism to prove anything about the Earth, and they can't. And the reason they can't is well known is because anything the sun does, whatever you claim its relation to Earth, is an inductive inference, which can't actually prove anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it was misnamed. Everyone got duped. You guys they didn't actually think about it before they did it, even though they were told, hey, this isn't going to actually prove anything, and it's logically impossible for it to prove anything. I told Duffy myself not by saying, hey, it's not going to disprove flat Earth. I said, hey, if you observe not a 24-hour sun, will it disprove a globe? And the moron said yes, and I said, why? And he says, because the Earth has to be symmetrical. But that's horseshit. No, it doesn't. It's nonsense.
It's unsymmetrical everywhere.
No, so the Earth doesn't have to be symmetrical.
If they didn't, let me ask for you, sir. If they didn't see a 24-hour sun, would that disprove a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. So say a black hole went through the solar system and shot the Earth out of the solar system. There would be no 24-hour sun. Would you still be on a globe?
Okay, well, so no, actually,
so it can't actually disprove a globe, right?
That's actually a really good point in the Earth, mate. That's probably the most intelligent thing you've ever said, to be quite honest. Because that is, wow.
I really got that.
So, if we were shot out of the solar system somehow, it would actually be quite hard to prove the Earth was a globe. It would be easy.
No, you're saying to me that's the most intelligent thing you said, and you don't understand what I said. You're a dude. I don't know how I can even bear this shit anymore. Look, dude, it wasn't meant as a globe proof, or not, or whether you can prove a globe that way. It was the fact that you did not observe a 24-hour sun. You'd still be on the globe because the sun is a prediction of a model, a heliocentric model, which the Earth spins on an orbital plane, right? And if that doesn't happen, that just means that model of how the sun works on a spinning globe that spins every 24 hours, orbiting the sun, that would be wrong. Okay, then tell me exactly what's wrong about what I said.
All right. So, for example, when it comes to electromagnetism, right?
Jesus Christ, what's it got to do with the spinning Earth?
We're talking about science, aren't we?
No, we're not.
We're not?
No.
What are we talking about?
Geometry.
Geometry?
Geometric relationships between things. That's what we're talking about.
Between what?
Okay. You're just trolling.
I'm not trolling. Like, you've derailed this conversation.
What do you mean between what? Between the Earth and the sun. Why is there a 24-hour sun in a heliocentric model? Why?
Okay.
Because the Earth spins every 24 hours. It's a ball, right? So every 24 hours, right, it rotates and spins, and it has a 23-degree tilt. So if you're in this in Antarctica at a certain time, whatever, dude. So don't try to be the hell.
I'm not being pedantic. Honestly, that is your group's speciality, not mine.
Yeah. Okay. So projection as usual. So the geometric relationship is you're tilted relative to the orbital plane, and Earth is spinning every 24 hours. If you don't see a 24-hour sun, that just means that geometric relationship is false. It doesn't mean anything else. You can still be on a ball. Maybe you're not tilted at 23 degrees. Maybe you're tilted at 5 or 52 or 86. Or the Earth stops spinning 24 hours of rotation, or it starts spinning faster or slower, or it's spinning end over end. It only could falsify the heliocentric model. You could be on a ball regardless of what the sun does.
You know what? Maybe that is the case, but
make an actual argument against what I just said. Either concede or shut the fuck up.
I don't need to make an argument against that being the case.
Because there ain't one.
It's so clearly evident that it is the case. You need to explain how on earth everything that we observe could ever be coherent in something other than a model, where the sun is the most massive object in the solar system and the Earth is
you have no evidence of that. You have no evidence for what you're saying.
Orbit is mostly circular.
Beauty as hell.
It has a very low eccentricity.
Tell me you believe what you're told without telling me you believe what
Okay,
you're told.
all you're telling me is that you are ignorant to alternative. Like, listen, all you're telling me is that you're ignorant. Really?
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm very knowledgeable.
Okay, tell me the Tycho Brahe model of the solar system and what's wrong with it.
The Rahi model?
Tycho Brahe. Yeah. So Tycho Brahe. Yeah. You're not ignorant, dude. Learn us. Educate us, dude.
I mean,
tried to save the geocentric.
Educate us why we shouldn't believe in that model where the sun isn't the largest object in the solar system.
Okay, so
and the sun and the moon orbit the Earth, right? And the sun and the moon orbit the Earth, and the planet orbits the sun. So why isn't that one correct?
You're blasting your mic, and I'm sorry, but
yeah, I have to talk loud because you keep interrupting. So, are you done interrupting? Then I'll just talk normal.
Is
that a yes or no?
To be quite honest.
Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
You notice how, like, whenever they get painted into a corner, they start talking about you or the mic or the conversation or the tempo or some other thing. They always deflect into some other shit.
I need you to repeat yourself. Yes, you're completely right. I need you to do that.
Tycho Brahe has a model that predicts where, when you look in the sky, where a planet will be, or where the sun will be, or where the moon will be. That model has the sun and the moon orbiting the Earth and the planets orbiting the sun. You understand all that?
Yeah.
How do we know that model is not correct? How do we know that model is not correct?
Is his model okay, here's the thing. Anyone can make a model about how things work, right?
Okay, great. You just destroyed your own argument. Thank you. We're done playing.
What?
Well, that's
your entire argument is based upon a model that, and your support for the model is that it works.
Okay, well, what model am I supporting again?
The heliocentric model in which the sun is the largest object in the solar system. That model.
I mean, that's just obviously a fucking fact. Like, come on.
Oh, so how was that fact determined?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Answer the question. How was that fact determined?
Can you give me like 10 minutes to get all the PDFs?
Yeah. Yeah, you don't need a bunch of PDFs because it's a simple answer.
What's the simple answer? Tell me.
The simple answer is for the planets to have the elliptical orbits that were in the model, the sun has to have a certain mass. Otherwise, those elliptical orbits can't work.
That's actually not true.
It's an inference. Oh, okay. So the planets can have different orbits if the sun has a different mass.
So the way the orbits work is based on the starting positions, actually. And not just that, it's also based on the initial orbits are based on starting positions, and the progressive orbits are based on the interactive forces that apply to the forces between the two objects that originally produced
Is the sun one of these objects that emit a force?
Objects
that force,
you're missing.
You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, the thing is, India.
I mean, India.
Yeah. I was talking before you, dude. I was talking before you. Dude, I was talking before you. I know you can hear me. Don't be rude. I was talking before you. The difference in what you guys are talking about is, India, you're actually talking about dynamics and he's talking about kinematics, and I don't think he knows what the difference is.
Yeah, I know. That's why I noticed that too, Crypto, and I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to go there and spend 3 hours explaining that.
Okay.
Dude, bastard.
Crack on.
We're going to be down that freaking rabbit hole for an hour. I'm having a hard time getting him to admit that if the sun had a more mass, that the orbits wouldn't be the same. But he's like, no, he's just throwing his own shit under the bus.
Yeah.
I never said that. I never said that the sun was a different mass.
I said, how do you know the sun's the most massive object? I asked you, how you know the sun's the most massive object in the solar system? How they got that idea is because of the size of the orbits they say exist. The sun has to have a certain mass for the orbits to be that, right? If you change it, make it bigger or smaller, right?
Well,
or
actually,
bigger or
no,
smaller mass, then the orbit will change.
There were actually.
Well, I guess you can change the velocities, right?
There are. You have to also consider the distances. You have to consider the initial velocities. You have to consider the mass of the orbiting objects. The mass.
They don't know the initial velocities.
You have to consider also the composition of the orbiting objects, because obviously you have forces that counteract orbital forces. The moon's involved.
Gotcha.
You have to assume the gravitational effects of the asteroids involved, the gravitational effects of the nearby, solar objects involved. It's not as simple as just saying, the solar system is a certain way, therefore we can exactly say that this solar system will be this way. It's not that simple. And you all know this. You're just pretending as if it isn't a thing that we consider, because we do.
Yeah, dude, that's all a cool story, but that's how they got the mass of the sun, dude. Because it has to follow the inverse square law, right?
No.
If you knew about the inverse square law, so the sun is the foci of the ellipse. And that force, you know the ellipse size, right? Because that force is inversely proportional to the square of the dick. What do you mean no? What do you mean no?
No, the sun isn't the foci of the ellipse.
Yes, it is. It's how it was derived in the first place. It's how the inverse square law was derived in the first place from Kepler's law. Is that the force to the foci of one of the ellipses has to fall inversely proportional to the square of the distance. That's how it was derived in the first place. And you're saying no. That's how Newton came up with it. It wasn't an apple from a tree. It was that.
So what you meant to say was is the center of mass of the sun.
No, it's not what I meant to say. Talk about Kepler's laws.
The sun isn't a point, so how the fuck do you make it mathematical?
Mathematically, it's a point because of Gauss's law. You can assume the Earth is a point because the flux of the gravitational forces. How does it go?
Yeah, because they're approximations. So why is the Earth approximated as a point and not the sun? Why are you doing
it is. It is.
Oh, so the sun
in
is
astronomy. It is.
So what you said previously.
No, in the model, it's a point.
Yeah.
It's modeled as a point.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Because actually, the diameters of the sun and the Earth are negligible, separate from the diameter between the sun and the Earth, right? Not diameter, radius. You get my point.
No, okay. So if you have a sphere and you have some mass enclosed in it, right? If the sphere has a 1,000,000-mile radius, right? You have a uniform mass, right? Say it's a mass of 1,000,000 kilograms. Doesn't matter what size of the sphere is. It's the same gravitational force in the center, and whether the surface of the sphere is 1,000,000 miles or 3 miles or it's a point, it's the same thing. That's the inverse square law. It radiates spherically from the center, right? So if it radiates spherically from the center, doesn't matter what the sphere is. You can try and talk over me, but you got cooked again. You don't know what you're talking about.
Go ahead, because I'm going to overshadow you. Just go ahead.
Fucking
Just go ahead. Just say everything you need to say. Go for it.
Yeah. So, no, I'm waiting for you to tell me what I said that was wrong.
Tell me what you was going to say.
Other than nuh-uh.
Go ahead. You have so much to say. I mean, you're like the last bastion of Flat Earth, right? Like, you're like what are you, like the fucking Jade Emperor of Flat Earth?
No, ask your mom what I am about Flat Earth.
My mother would just say, who the fuck is he? Bye.
Well, that's what you think.
No, that's what she thinks too, dork.
just, I don't know, man. Just maybe leave. It's probably a good idea.
No, honestly, India, your joke was trash. Your joke was so fucking bad. Stop.
Yeah, so you Your mom jokes are always good. What are you talking about?
No, not true.
They never go out of style.
No, they're too cheap. They're too cheap to be good. They're just too
okay. I'll tell you a good your mom joke. What's the difference between your mom and a hockey player? Hockey players change their pads after 3 periods.
I mean, what if she's in menopause? What then?
What if?
Why else you wear a pad, you retard?
Yeah, your joke doesn't fucking work, dude. Your joke is bad. Stop.
You've been out of this,
You sound mad.
for the entire conversation, haven't you?
No, like,
I don't care about your
it's so unfunny. It's actually insane.
You think it's a good idea to try and continue talking? It's just scrambling for breath at the moment.
I'm smarter than like all of you, dude. It's actually insane.
Just let yourself sink.
You guys know what's worse than the conspiracy.
The only tool you have against me is the mute button. That's it. Because I'm just so much smarter than all of you, dude. It's
You're getting cooked.
Yeah, we can tell. We can tell how smart you are. You didn't even know where. You didn't even know we were talking about Kepler's laws. You didn't know where Newton's gravity even comes from and its relationship to Kepler's laws. You didn't know what elliptical orbits is. You're just saying nonsense. How are you the smartest person then? If you don't know anything.
Indio, do you know how to make pho noodles? Pho noodles.
I think you meant to say to ask. He wanted you to ask both your moms.
Just because you don't know how to do something doesn't mean you don't know the ways in which you can prove something is true.
Okay, how do you prove the globe Earth is true? Let's hear this.
Oh, yeah, so many ways. Have you guys heard of the final?
Yeah. So,
my bad. Oh, everyone's cocked is straight.
It's good to do it.
We already covered the final experiment. But yeah, let's go back to the final experiment. Tell us how, in a logical syllogism, a deductive logical syllogism, how the observation of a 24-hour sun either proves the globe or disproves the flat Earth. Go.
Okay. Is the sun...
Logical syllogisms don't start with a question. There's a true premise, conclusion.
Okay, well then I just need... well, here's the thing. Syllogisms are based on axioms. So a bunch of axioms need to be accepted before a syllogism can even be proposed.
That's fine. They have to be self-evident. To be a logical axiom, that axiom has to be self-evident. It means it doesn't have to be proven.
There are very few things that are self-evident.
Okay, but that's your problem. You're the one who's invoking axioms, not me.
My problem.
You're the one invoking axioms, not me. If there's very few axioms, that's a you problem, not a me problem.
Yeah, you're the one that's invoking it. So.
Oh my. You guys.
You just want a free thing as truth, right? You just want a free true premise, which may or may not be true, right? Why don't you just say, "Oh, my axiom is Earth's the globe." There, proven. Why don't you just do that?
Okay, all right, fellas. All right, okay, I got you.
Dude, you're not clever, man. Like, dude, you get shit.
No, India. Here's the thing, India. I am clever. It's hard to deal with pedants.
I don't know what that meant.
Oh yeah, now it's about my personality again. Yeah, here we go again. Yeah, you just did this shtick. You did it like 5 minutes ago.
I mean, it's a lot of color commentary. If somebody listened to the audio we have had between each other, they would be like,
color commentary instead of proving on with this 24-hour sun. I mean, what's going on?
Yeah, what does it prove, dude?
Exactly. Like, there's a 24-hour sun. So here's the thing, fellas. If we assume, if we can accept the axiom that the sun is a singular... All right, okay, I'll make a proposition. All right, if you really want an exact fucking syllogistic logic. Not a by the way, there's more than one kind of logic. You guys should learn that, by the way.
Yeah, we all know that.
No, you don't.
Yeah, we do.
Carry on, bro. Carry on. Go.
Dude, you're extremely thick, and you're suffering from Dunning-Kruger.
I am thick. My ass is fucking huge, dude.
Yeah, I know you're really, really stupid. The problem is, because you're suffering from Dunning-Kruger...
Okay, Crypto, like, you're an inferior Brit.
I'm finished. So, because you're so stupid, you assume that we're as stupid as you are, and that's your mistake?
No.
That's the mistake you're making. You think we're as stupid as you are, and we're not.
Well, we actually not.
Like, I'm dumb, but I know the Earth is flat.
Hold on.
Anyway,
I just want to point out. You said, hey, dude. You said assume, right? With your little logic. Well, if we have to assume, then it's not proven, right? You can't prove things with an assumption, right?
That's how logic works. If you didn't know.
That you think you can prove things with it? So an assumption is something that's unproven. That's the definition. So how do you prove something with an unproven thing?
India, I'm actually going to teach you something, okay?
No, you haven't taught anybody anything other than you don't know what a dictionary is. You don't know what assumption means.
Logic proves relations and conclusions of premises. Did you know that?
Oh my God!
No,
I
did not know that. Thank you.
Yeah. You will.
So, what can you prove? Yeah. So, deflect from the fact that you can't prove things with assumptions.
Are you dense?
Assumptions is not proven, moron.
Okay. So you can make an axiomatic assumption and make a statement like, all men are immortal, Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle is immortal. Well, that will be true within that statement, but it's not true in reality. We're dealing with reality. So we want to deal with physical and natural world and what's in it specifically. The 24-hour sun. So make a logical syllogism how an observation in the real world of a 24-hour sun proves the Earth is not flat in the real world.
India, you can believe things, and then you can,
he's a little runaway.
You can
dude. Assumptions is literally dude. Assumptions is literally assuming accepted things to be true without proof. That's literally what it is.
Honestly, I need to educate you guys on how logic works, okay?
What are you doing? It's not about logic.
I need you to listen to this, okay? I could say, let's hypothetically assume that Pokemon exists, okay?
Oh my
and let's
God,
hypothetically assume that I'm a Pokemon trainer. And I go catch all these different Pokemons, and these are the perfect team to beat the one of the trainers in Pokemon Black or White. Okay, I can give you a lot of syllogism about how these Pokemon are the best.
What is this idiot talking about?
This trainer. Does that make any of what I said any more real? No, that's not how logic works. Idiots.
Well, you're a moron.
Cringe, man. You're
trying to
gaslight the entire VC. That's
right. The definition of assumption is accepting things to be true without proof. So you can't say
that's how logic works.
You can't. Okay. If you're saying you have an assumption, you basically saying you are accepting something to be true without proving it.
Yeah,
that's all we saying.
And also, what I said was two. Listen, I said a syllogism with two true premises. So that means the two premises have to be true, not assumed.
India, honestly, if you're dealing with syllogisms with just two premises, then you need to really reconsider checking out your logic.
Look, you can use. Okay, so syllogisms only have two premises.
Why are you arguing on dumb semantics?
Because it's something called the
gods right now. Why are you dodging dogs are gods in chat right now?
Yeah, no one's paying attention to dogs are gods. I've cooked him so many times over the last 5 years. Nobody. Look, you listen up, me cooking him so many times. Like it's like the Harlem Globetrotters playing Washington Generals again. No thanks, dude.
Keep going, bro. More synonyms.
I see. India is bringing morale back to his troops despite the fact.
Man, get back to your proof, sir. Don't try to
assume is
okay. So true. Look, you can have more premises to prove that the two true premises are true. You can stack a bunch of freaking logical syllogisms. I don't care. But you can't have more than two premises in a syllogism because that's called the fallacy of four terms. So cut the shit.
The fallacy of four terms. Can you explain that, please?
Oh my God.
You know what, guys?
You have more than three terms in syllogism. It is a premise conclusion. It's premise conclusion. So you just talked over me, so I'm going to say it again. Instead of premise conclusion, which is three terms, it's premise conclusion. It's called the fallacy of four terms.
The fallacy of four terms?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Take your time to Google it. Take your time to Google it, dude.
Let me explain to you why it's a fallacy. Indio's right. It's a fallacy because you're trying to establish a relationship between two entities, and if you introduce a third entity, you can't establish directly between the two unless you carefully construct it and have, like you said, have the one statement supporting one of the premises directly and not actually part of the proof.
Right. So
he's trying to make an assumption part of the proof, Mark. He haven't been sticking around.
So what you're saying is, if A and B and C, then D is not possible.
No, if you stick a third term in there, it has to be in support of A or B, not some C, to prove D.
Why? Genuinely, I just actually want to know. Not even.
No. It's because the whole idea of a logical syllogism is to establish a relationship. You take two known entities and establish a relationship between those two. Now you're trying to introduce a third entity in the causal or the linkage, and it's not what a syllogism is. It's meant to establish a relationship between two entities, right? So it's all men are mortal. Socrates is man. Socrates is So it's establishing a relationship between Socrates being a man and mortality.
Hold on. There's a very interesting and important fact about the number 3.
And why this isn't going to be relevant? I can feel it in my bones.
We're getting. This is far afield of actual
do you know
anything
how
useful.
a triangle works? Anybody, please enlighten me. How a triangle.
I know how a menage a trois works.
Yeah.
You don't want to be
every single
about
point
triangle.
on a triangle is connected to every other point on a triangle. They're all connected.
Yeah, you could have that with any complex geometric shape, 2D shape.
So I guess you scrapping the 24-hour sun as proof for the globe, then basically, because you cannot put it in a logical proof.
It's not definitive proof on its own.
But you still can't form this into a logical syllogism to say that it is doing anything.
You could form it into a proof if the flat earther accepts certain models. It disproves certain models of flat Earth.
So models prove things. That's ridiculous.
Basically, we have to accept a straw.
Dude, you say the stupidest shit, dude, on this Discord, man. Believe you said something intelligent, and then you went to that as if a model.
I said it would falsify. It would falsify models. Why would it? Why is that stupid?
Oh, okay. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care about.
Fellas, so I want to hear about this thing y'all were saying about how, like, if you have A, B, and C, then you can't use them to prove D. Can we expand upon that?
Farming a consequence. So are you going to? So do you have? So you're scrapping the 24-hour sun because you cannot come up with a logical syllogism.
We're not talking about the 24-hour sun here. We're just talking about logic. So I need this.
You changed the conversation to that. No, you changed the comments. You changed the conversation to that. You fucking idiot.
Well, guess what? I'm changing it back. So shut up.
Yes, I'm changing it back.
Now, the topic is flat Earth, not logic. Logic is something we use, but it's not the main topic. So we're not going to have a meta about fucking
use logic to work out flat Earth. Is it emotions?
Oh my god. Okay.
That's not what I said. On your fucking ears.
24-hour sun. You don't have it. That's what you're saying. Because you just keep trying to change the conversation to different things. You just basically admitting that you do not have any proof, or you don't even understand it.
Oh,
Denny tried to project his
the only thing I'm allowed to do is talk about how when I look around, everything looks flat. My bad.
No, that's fucking non-responsive.
No, because
that would be a good. Hey, dude.
Discussion.
Hold on, but that would be a good start, right? If you want to know what the ground is, you might want to look at the ground.
Yeah,
that'd be a good starting place, right? Yeah, where else would you look, right?
Yeah, you know what? So speaking of the ground, actually, I'll introduce the word level, right? There are these things called tides. You might have heard of them. I've lived near beaches most of my life. I lived near beaches most of my life, and I have literally been able to see a tide on one beach and cycle fast enough or travel in a car fast enough to another town where the tide hasn't caught up. You know that's a thing you can do?
Wow. Awesome.
Do you know what that means?
I'm so impressed.
Have you ever thought about it in your
we've got the phenomenon of puppets form it into a logical syllogism to prove something. Let's go.
Oh, okay. Well, how about...
See tides.
Okay, I'll give you one. Bitches suck my dick. Y'all are bitches.
Oh, my goodness. Dude, I'll be in the back room. Come on in.
Like, why does it have to be a solution?
Hey, well, brother. I'm in the back room. Are you coming? Hey, are you coming over or not, dude?
Don't threaten him with a good time.
Yeah, bro. You weren't expecting anybody to call your bluff, sucker. Now, man up.
Say that again?
And speaking of that, hold on, friend, dude. Hold on, all right? Well, go see the fluffer for a second. Then I'll get to you. All right.
Who the fuck is the fluffer?
The fluffer is the guy that, prepares you for what's about to happen.
If you don't know who the,
all right, so.
If you don't know who the fluffer is, you're the fluffer.
Exactly. I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask Indio if he heard from Alpha yet.
It sounds really weird. Y'all are weird.
It is.
You know what a fluffer is? You're kind of a filthy person.
And we're trying to do some business.
Yeah, we're trying to do parliamentary procedures. Alpha was in here when I came in initially to talk to him and ask him what he's doing tonight. But then he was arguing with a Glober, so I interjected and then he dropped. So I didn't get to talk to him. I DM'd him, but he's offline now. So I don't anticipate. Maybe Apocryphon knows if he's still in here.
Do you guys run? Hold on, let me rephrase that. Do you run X Spaces from your page at all?
I never have, no.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
remember previously, Alpha was saying he was going to give a couple of trusted people the ability to join, so he would just pop it on and make a few people co-host, and then just go about his business if he had to. It's one option that we had.
Yeah,
I just thought it'd be interesting. I thought it'd be interesting because it's kind of like hot right now, and Nathan Oakley wanted to show up, so it might be a good spicy night.
Yeah, I mean, why don't he just host his own? Or does he not have enough subs or something? I mean, is that
he has really not been in it that much, so yeah, he wouldn't be prepared. Plus, he's not, as much as his show is kind of pretty good production, he's really not that tech savvy, according to himself.
Yeah, I'm well aware of his tech savviness. He didn't have audio in the first 2 years of Discord because he couldn't get it to work on the iPad. So yeah, I know. I know he's not tech savvy.
Yeah, so he's fine-tuned his interaction with the platforms he has, and if he has to go beyond that, he needs a little bit of help.
Okay. Is he aware of how X Spaces works, the mute speaker, all that stuff, how it administratively works? Is he aware of that?
I gave him a very minimum breakdown.
Has he ever been in X Spaces before? I mean, I guess that would probably be
that I know of, but my instructions to him were to mess around and see if he can, get a lay of the land beforehand, so he's not completely newbie.
I mean, maybe I'll start one, but that means I have to go in my fridge and get that big ass energy drink.
Well, the thing is, so I told him that it usually goes from 12 to 6, so I don't know when he's planning to show up, but I think that exact time for him is so 12 midnight, I think, is 7 a.m. for him. So he might come, I would guess, maybe. I don't know, because he said he'd definitely try, so he didn't really say which time he would be there, though.
I mean, I could do it, but I have to unblock a shitload of Glovers, man, because I got shit. I've been on freaking X for a long time, so I have a shitload of crazy Glovers blocked. Shitloads. Yeah. And they can't join if they're blocked, but I would want them to join that. I just don't want them in my timeline. Freaking talking shit.
Worst part too is that
nonsense.
Yeah, this is basically Nathan Oakley's asleep right now, so we can't even coordinate.
Is he trying to do next on his regular show? Is he trying to do that on his regular deal? Is that what he's trying to work up to?
No, it would be before his show, because his show is at like 2 p.m. his time.
Okay, I didn't know what that was.
Dude, I don't freaking know, because what I just said makes no mathematical sense.
I'm -5, so it has to be 5 hours. He usually comes on at 9 here.
Yeah, because it'd be 7 a.m. for him at midnight.
Yeah, he has to be like, fuck, yeah, you're right, 2 o'clock, something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do you guys think of the final while you're on Twitter, right? You can't do both shows. You can't stream on Twitter while you're streaming on.
Of the final experiment, huh?
Good lord.
We just covered that, dude. Rewind the tape.
Come on now.
Anyway, so for your benefit, I think you were asking why you can't have 4 points in a categorical syllogism. The answer is because that's called the fallacy of 4 terms. That's why.
I actually gave 3 terms that could quite nicely be in a syllogism. I never even mentioned 4 terms of anything.
Okay, then it must have been the other guy.
Maybe.
The therefore / conclusion is one of the terms. You can't have 3 premises and a conclusion. It has to be 2 premises and a conclusion.
That's not true.
He just says it again, dude. He says it again.
You're wrong, bro. You can have more than 2 premises.
If you understood the graph theory at all, you would know it absolutely works.
Yeah, graph theory. Yeah,
theory, as you guys will call it.
Indio, you understand the fallacy of 4 terms wrong, man. You can have more than 2 premises. It's just that in terms of the number of terms, you can only have 1 more term than premises. So if you have 3 premises, you have to have 4 terms. If you have 4 premises, 5 terms. You can't have, more than like 2 more terms than premises. So, for instance, if I had a syllogism that says like premise 1, weapons are dangerous. Premise 2, blades are weapons. Premise 3, knives are blades. Conclusion, knives are dangerous. That checks out, even though it's 3 premises. Just and 4 terms, it checks out. Now, if I said knives are, oranges, then that wouldn't make sense, because then you have an extra term that doesn't follow.
I get it. I doubt that that's what he was doing, though. Even if since that's true, but I doubt that that's how this is going to go.
Well, I don't know about what he was doing. It's just like in terms of the font.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Switching gears, can I ask the flat earthers here, how many of you guys believe in the atom? Atomic theory?
I mean,
the atom. Now that's an interesting discussion.
Not really. I mean, depends on what you mean by atom. Did I talk about this?
I mean, last time I heard
it was in the other chat.
QE doesn't even fully believe in the atom, right?
The atom is.
Well, I mean, what is an atom? The word atom means indivisible. So the classical atom, what people think are atoms, right? They're actually not atoms because they have constituent parts. But then we take. Hold on, dude. Chill, dude, before you defend your fucking religion, dude, and your Epicurean bullshit. So even atoms are divisible, and then what those are made out of, right? Even those are divisible. So what is the indivisible part? So we say, do you believe in atoms? Like, what do you mean by that? Do you mean something that's indivisible? Well, I don't think they found that thing that's indivisible.
No, that's I think they would say the electrons and the quarks are they're what they consider the elementary particles, right? But it's absolute bullshit. They don't exist. It's literally made up. Because for you to have an elementary particle is defined as having like no. Hold up, bro. So an elementary particle has no internal.
We need to understand this. The term atoms was invented by Democritus.
Yeah,
and
man, I don't know. They've been given a loose rope, right? But
these two philosophers existed like fucking thousands of years ago. And wow,
you relax while he's making his point.
Amazing.
You don't have to just interrupt him.
Yeah, my point is
he's talking shit.
They claim that the atom is made.
Just let him finish his point.
Went wrong.
For fuck's sake.
Okay, so like Indio was saying, they say that the atom has, it's composed of subatomic particles, right? And they see that these subatomic particles, the protons and neutrons, they say that those are composed of quarks, but the quarks and electrons, they say that they're elementary particles. They have no internal structure or size. They have no volume. Okay, they're point size. They're point particles, meaning that they have 0 dimensions. They don't exist in real life at all. Okay. If something has no volume, if something has no volume, I'm almost done, bro. If something has no volume, then by their by their definitions, it is a singularity. It's infinitely dense and infinitesimally small. Okay, so they're saying every single electron, every single quark, is the singularity which would give rise to a black hole. It's absolute bullshit. And it's more of I don't know how they got away with this compared to a globe Earth. It's just it's absolutely a conspiracy that everyone believes in this thing.
That's not what they claim. I know about the electron. That's not exactly the way it's claimed, right? They treat it as a singularity, but that's a convenience. They don't actually think it's a singularity.
Okay, what's the volume of an electron? Go ahead.
I said they treat it as a singularity. They don't think that's actually the representation of the real world as a singularity. It's meant for calculations only.
Okay, what's the representation in the real world?
The way the quantum mechanics have used the macroscopic world is, imagine y'all have had them old TVs. Shut the fuck up, dude. These old TVs where the black and white spots, the static going on constantly, right? That's how our world works, right? There's enough static in enough places to where everything just stays stable, right? I mean, it would take such a drastic anomaly to cause any problems to where basically everything on our level, because we are billions and billions and billions of times bigger than the quantum level, that even a small anomaly means nothing to us. It's barely it's not even there. That's
Mark,
why everything seems so solid to us. So Mark, why does it seem so weird that these things would be so probabilistic when we already know? Have you ever even done a stats class? Almost everything in your life is so probabilistic that almost everything you do is based on a bell curve. But somehow, when it comes to particles, it's so strange when they follow the same laws.
Or when they make them up completely. Mark, you made a claim that the electron, that they model it as a point particle, but in reality, it's not. In reality, it has volume, I assume. Did you have any proof?
Well, actually, so if you would know,
I'm not talking to you right now, I'm talking to Mark, please.
Actually, model is that whenever it's near a nucleus, it's a point.
Relax.
Oh my goodness. All right, enough of this. Taking over. All right, listen. I just want to speak to Indio. Indio, he has your messages for X Spaces. Nathan said he sent you a message.
I sent her a message.
All right, perfect. So if I pass out, then at least he can contact you directly.
Okay. So he sent me a message. I sent him a message back. I haven't been back on X to check if he replied. So I'm assuming you talked to him and he replied.
Yeah, on Discord. But so at least he has yours. So I'll leave a message on Discord that if I'm unconscious.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's going to happen tonight because I don't think
It doesn't seem like it. Yeah.
But I just realized my son's on school vacation. For some reason, I brain farted the fact he doesn't have school for 2 weeks. So I could stay up all night. I have nothing to do tomorrow, so it doesn't.
So I mean, I guess we'll just leave it if he contacts you or whatever.
Okay. All right. Cool, man.
Only.
Extra playing middleman. Freaking
yeah.
directing traffic.
But I mean, It took Nathan like 2 weeks to get back to me on Discord, but to be fair, I also forgot to forward it through Skype. So I was trying to get through him through Discord. He was trying to have me get through him through Skype, and it was like 2 weeks. We might as well just send a pigeon across the pond.
Was not more efficient. But according to these guys, it uses magnetic fields to figure out where it is. Like, because it has to be a globe, dude. Like, the pigeon can never find its way without a globe.
All right. All right, I'm going to go back on mute and unmute this other kid.
Yo, Mark, you can answer the question.
I do want to say, can I comment real quick on that probabilistic worldview, that events in my life are random? They're not fucking random. We started my life back over 10 years. All the same shit that led me to here would lead me right back to here. It's not random. We make choices. In short, the foundation of reality cannot be randomness, because if it was, there'd be no such thing as the laws of logic. They wouldn't exist.
Last time we checked,
Actually, I give it some thought. The laws of logic could be an illusion, but
the radiation of particles, as far as we know, is completely random.
Yeah, you have to use the laws of logic to argue against them. So, yeah, keep going.
Logic. What are the laws of logic again?
The law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the non-excluded middle. The law of the excluded middle, sorry.
Those aren't the only laws of logic. Continue. Go on. There's more.
No, those are the main three laws of logic.
No, there's more. Go ahead. There's more.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What about the?
So here's the law of globalism. Every single flat earther says is wrong because they're flat earthers. They're not going to just contradict them to be a pedantic
something you didn't mention was the law of transitivity.
Oh, and the fact you're alcoholic, I didn't mention that either. Anyway, carry on. Go ahead, percent.
Yeah, I was just trying to hold Mark, to his feet to the fire, because he claimed that the electron, it's modeled as a point, but in reality it's more. So I'm asking for evidence for that.
It's late. I'm not going to die on this hill. I'll post something here in a minute, but I don't want to get into some long discussion. I need to get some sleep. But I'll post something in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
Mark has a hard time differentiating whatever model he has in his mind from that being physically real, because he would also concede that the de Broglie waves are actually real, and that electrons have wave-like properties and can actually tunnel through shit. So he'd agree with that, which would make it not a point too. So, I mean, but in that model, but if you switch models, that's the reality. The model is the reality. I don't know.
Yeah, Matt doesn't like science much.
You ever read air so cold that it always stops your breath in? I just did that, man. It's freaking cold though.
Yeah, Mark doesn't like science much. He goes around saying all these stupid things about science that aren't true. Like, science is this, science is that.
And I posted many citations to back up everything I said.
There's a grudge against science for some reason, scientific method.
Oh, I love the scientific method, which is why I try and correct you guys when you use it wrong. That's why I posted everything I said was backed up. Everything I said was backed up by citation. Many citations, actually.
Pseudoscientists.
You say dumb shit, like a hypothesis isn't a test and things like that, or a test isn't a hypothesis, and
Get it right. If you're going to get it wrong, at least get the lie right.
That's you. It's quoting you.
You're misquoting me. You're misquoting me, and you're wrong.
I'm quoting you when you're wrong. You're saying that a hypothesis is not a test.
Hypothesis is not a test.
Yeah.
I posted many definitions of hypotheses.
Yeah.
Would you go? I can post it again if you like.
Yeah, but not scientific hypothesis, dude.
No,
we don't mean
scientific hypothesis.
I mean, hypothesis has
post
to be...
one that says a scientific hypothesis is blank, 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 with the word scientific hypothesis in it, in the definition.
It has to be tested in order for it to be validated. I mean, you could construct a hypothesis, but you have to test it in order to validate a null or alternative.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure the citation says that.
First of all, you don't validate hypotheses, right? You falsify them.
No, either you're going to prove, right? Either you're going to validate a null or an alternative. So either you're going to falsify your prediction that you have with that hypothesis, the educated guess, either you're going to falsify it or you're going to prove it to be true. But you're still valid. Listening, Mark, you're still validating either the null or the alternative. That's it.
There's no validation. There's only falsification.
No, you're validating either the null or the alternative.
No, please go back and learn some philosophy of science. It's okay. Most people don't know.
No philosophy. It's a method.
Sorry. The scientific method is based on the philosophy of science, most recently by Karl Popper, roughly 100 years ago.
Yeah. So what? Still
Science
a method.
Proves or disproves, dude.
That's what it does. It's as simple as that. You keep trying to change the words.
You only can falsify things. You cannot prove them. It was the contribution of Karl Popper.
Oh, God.
This is where the globe is going. Science doesn't prove anything. But in 2015, it was, science proves the globe. Now science doesn't prove anything. Okay.
Not with absolute. There's no proof unless you have a closed system, right? That's it. So mathematics, logic, you can prove
every variable. Listen, constructing a hypothesis is only going to prove or disprove. That's that. That's why they have a null, and that's why they have the alternative. Or else there will be no reason for them to have these things. Now, you just saying, because I read something and it's saying otherwise, it doesn't mean anything. It's a method. It's either going to falsify, which would be, yes, it's either going to falsify because it's going to falsify the prediction, because that's the only thing that is falsifying. It's falsifying the prediction with a null, or it's going to establish an alternative. Then it's going to be retested again because men are fallible. And then once it's retested, every time I talk, and once it's retested, they have a scientific theory. Why do they call it a theory? Because the only thing that is being tested is what's constructed in the hypothesis. Now, just because you probably prove or the scientific experiment actually validated the alternative, it doesn't mean that variable is the only thing, right? That means that doesn't mean that's the only variable that's probably proven either the cause. That's not probably the only alternative. So they say theory, just in case they find something else out, and then they could continue on or construct another hypothesis with a different variable. So So you just saying, it doesn't prove, it's only falsified. That's just wrong.
Okay, you're very confused about a number of things. I'm not going to bother responding because I don't have time. I'm tired and it's late.
No,
we can pick this up some other time. You're very confused about all sorts of things. What a theory is, what a hypothesis is, falsification, null hypothesis, all sorts of things. I'm just going to post. I'm going to repost because obviously you guys didn't read it. I'll repost my definition.
Yeah. Did you read what I posted? Did you read what I posted? Did you read what I posted?
No, I was trying to listen. Sorry. Yeah, I can.
Yes, so Wisconsin are confused. So apparently, Colorado State is confused, and Penn State is also confused. So they're confused too, right?
I'm going to look at your references. I think they are confused. Yeah, if they contradict what I'm saying.
Earth is not flat.
Cool story, bro.
Explain to me why it's not, please.
Explain to you why that's not possible, because it is.
How? Like I'm just gonna sit here in the background, but I
let me ask you a question.
So. Okay.
Let me ask you a question. If you were born and there was no human beings on Earth to tell you anything, would you come to the? There's nobody else. It's just you.
But there are. Keep going.
There are. Yeah, we know.
That answer itself is actually an intelligence test in some philosophy classes. If you can't, if you're unable to entertain a hypothetical, then it's actually a sign of low intelligence.
We've been to the moon.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me ask you a question. If you didn't eat breakfast, how would you feel?
I don't eat breakfast, so it's like what?
He can't entertain this shit, dude. You're too dumb to be here. Just move on.
Oh, okay.
It was a hypothetical. If you didn't eat breakfast, how would you feel? You told me whether or not. Yeah. So
that's
cool.
the point. You can't entertain hypotheticals.
I still eat more than I still eat more calories than both you guys combined. I'm just saying. I'm a fat ass boy.
You do.
You fat fuck.
Okay, and what's your point? What does it have to do with believing in the fucking Earth is flat? Like
some weird words.
Hypotheticals.
Man, why don't you square up with me? How about that?
And you can't do that, so there's no point talking to you.
I can square up with you. I just have to fly to fucking the UK, and we settle it.
No, you can't understand the hypothetical because you're low intelligence.
Oh, because I'm American, right? Because I'm American, right?
What the fucking kind of brain you have, dude?
Go eat your cheeseburger.
Yeah. Dude, I love a cheeseburger. Don't tempt me. That's some bacon on that shit.
You're disgusting, man. Pig.
Yeah, you probably eat fucking greens your whole life.
So what?
India, that should be the first thing that we ask.
You sound like you belong in hell.
It's like...
That's all I'm saying.
If you didn't have breakfast this morning, how would you feel? And if they go,
God, as long as I don't get kicked in this shit. Oh my god.
Just mute them at that point, and they say, "Oh, I did eat breakfast." Okay, you're dumb. Fuck off.
Yeah, let me have like 4.
Okay, Wormwood, you just need to shut the fuck up, dude.
I did eat breakfast. Fucking idiot.
He can't entertain a hypothetical because he entertained the idea of eating a cheeseburger. So,
I'm not saying you did this on purpose, Indio, but neither of those links to the sources work for what you posted to support the quotes.
You guys want to hear the entertainment of the night? You guys familiar with that Star Life person that frequently gets banned from here and is currently banned from here. Oh, yeah. Crit, are you in here? Anyway, no, this is excellent. The dude's in my DMs right now, right? And I'm just going to read off this conversation. It's great. I've got my own server. And this guy is like, you're terrified. And I'm like, come, let's go do 1v1 in my server. Let's go. And I'm like, I set a date for 7 p.m. today, Central Standard Time. And I was like, I'm still waiting. You never showed. Are you scared? What's the worst that could happen? Come on, Starboy. Your audience awaits you. He said, I want our debate to be streamed. Jenna, you're a small fish. I said, are you sure you want to embarrass yourself like that? I'm a shark, little starfish. It's, no, Star Life. Star Life is that's the guy. Star Life. He's in his profile picture, looks like some sort of anime dude wearing a white shirt that has NASA. Dude's wearing a mask. He's gay as fuck. Anyway.
I think I know him.
Yeah, and he's like got the blue hair that kind of looks like it's mapped like a globe, right? Like, dude is total globe.
Yeah.
Right. And he said, I'd destroy you, Jenna. All the top flat earthers are scared of me. Ask yourself why. I said, if you really want it to be streamed, then I'll pull some strings and make it happen. I'm not afraid of you, Starfish. I'm calling your bluff and calling you out. I hope you're ready. And he said, you are scared of me. And Crit is terrified of me, too. I broke Crit. I've got my lawyers ready to take down
the guy who's obsessed with Crit.
Oh, yeah. He changed his name to Crit's Worst Nightmare, right?
Did you call him Starfish? Did you call him Starfish?
Yeah, I did.
Is his name Starfish or is it Starboy? Starfish is hilarious. That's really funny.
So, well, because he said that I'm a small fish, he called me a small fish, and I quipped back at him, and I said, I'm a shark, Starfish. His screen name is Star Life. And I said, I'm a shark, you're a starfish, right? And, but anyways, I've got my lawyers ready to take down Flat Earth. I said, I'm not afraid of you, and Crit probably put you out like the dumpster fire you are. I'm got lawyers ready to take down Flat Earth. I said, oh no, I'm shaking in my boots. And he said, I've got a lawsuit on Crit. I'm getting one for the whole Flat Earth server. I'm taking down every Flat Earther. I was like, that's so cute. My grandfather's a retired attorney and my mother's a paralegal. There's nothing you can do. This all falls under constitutional right to free speech, independent journalism, and the Freedom of Information Act. What do you really think will happen? Seriously. He said, I've got evidence Flat Earth is just a scam and spreading dangerous misinformation. And I have evidence it's a cult full of dangerous people like Crit who have made threats. Crit is looking at 10 years. I said, laughing my fucking ass off. Dangerous? You either learn or you don't. And you decide for yourself and go on about your life. Clearly, you've made your decision to remain ignorant. So how did Crit threaten you and where's the proof? Not only have you chosen to be ignorant, you've chosen to be a triggered little FAGGOT instead of just moving on with your life.
Based. Holy based.
He said, Crit threatened to unalive me. He keeps telling me to take meds, even though he believes meds are poisonous. I just sent this guy a picture of a laughing, pointing minion, like, ha ha ha, point laugh. Like, fucking hysterical, right? He said, Crit deliberately didn't vote so Trump would win, which is an act of terrorism, because Crit knows with Trump in office, America will get nuked, and Crit supports that. Responding to Star Life's comment about Crit threatened to kill me, right? I said, from a legal standpoint, Crit never threatened to kill you. At best, you could attempt to claim that he told you to go delete yourself. And guess what? That's not a threat. And it's protected by the First Amendment to freedom of speech. Sorry to hear you got your pussy hurt, though. Maybe you should go cry about it. By the way, I'm recording this conversation, for the court trial you think you're going to get. He says, Jenna, you have no clue your low IQ and schizophrenia is showing. I said, who gives a shit about what Crit's political position is? Did Crit say, I'm going to kill you? A, yes. B, no. C, your pussy hurts.
Well, can we just skip to the end and pretend that you read the whole thing?
Oh, no, this is great. You have to hear it. He said, I am No, it's great. He said, I'm recording this as well. You'll need to testify. I said, buddy, if I testify, you're going to prison for false reports. Did Crit say, I'm going to kill you? A, yes. B, no. C, your pussy hurts. And then he just keeps coming back with, Jenna, you're schizophrenic. It's a sad time to be a flat earther. The globe has proven again with the final experiment. No flat earther can say it's fake anymore. That was the nail in the coffin for flat earth. To all the cult leaders like Crit, Heretic, Nathan Oakley, Alpha Veritas, this is the end of it, by the way. This is the last message. Jedi, Cyclone, Indio, and Quantum Eraser, all the cult members, I'd like to say Starlight.
Hey, you didn't mention me. What the fuck?
Oh, I know.
What the hell is my name?
What the fuck, dude?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Well, I've been flat earth for like 9 years, man. For nothing.
How
yeah, these guys are all jealous I got a stalker and they don't.
Oh, I love this, right? And he said, all these cult members, I'd like to say that I, Starlight, welcome you to the globe. If you are still saying the earth is flat, you are in denial or a grifter. Stop coping, flat earthers. You keep making this case worse. And that's about where that stops. Dude thinks he's gonna he thinks he's gonna take Flat Earth Discord to court. He thinks he's gonna take Crit to take your meds, boy. He thinks he's gonna take Crit to court over take your meds, boy. Oh my god. That's been the most entertaining thing all night.
I want to see how he's going to prove injury and damage.
Right?
Good luck, dude.
Oh, that's so funny. So the answer is C, his pussy hurts. Ow.
You heard his feelings? His feelings to the globe?
Yeah, his feelings are the most hurt. Yeah. To the nth degree hurt. I guess he said, I'm listening right now, and y'all are going down. Crit has tried to damage my good reputation. What? I said, it's like you just have hurt me. Okay.
Wait, can you hear me? Yo, put me on that list, bitch.
I guess. You listening on YouTube, Starlife?
Bro, you don't want to be on that list, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Bitch.
If he really wants this streamed, that's the whole thing, is Starlife wants this streamed. We can arrange for this to happen. Me and Star 1v1. Everybody else can shut the fuck up and stay on mute. But here's the thing, right, is I need some mod powers, right? I've been in here a long time. I'm one of the top flat smackers in here. Like, give me some power, man. I need to be able to mute some motherfuckers, right? Like, come on. Jennifer Mod, let's go.
Jenny. Yo, is it back for Mod?
Let's go.
Women should never have the power to silence a man.
Check.
Oh, blah, blah, blah.
Shit.
blah, 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 blah. It's okay. No, it's all right. It's okay. I can tell, Mod power, because I know that you're probably going to talk over me, Starlife. It's okay. I know you're listening, and I don't really give a fuck, right? You have hurt feelings, you have a hurt pussy, and everybody on the live stream is hearing this right now. That you think you have a lawsuit because somebody told you, hey, boy, you should probably take some meds, dude. Right? Yeah, I don't, like, this dude's fucking full of shit. He's lying. He's full of shit. No. He's full of shit. Yep.
Maybe you should find God before you find help. Maybe that might help.
I wish I hadn't missed Starfire spazzing out though. That sounds like it was entertaining.
It's in my DM, Sonny.
It's always the Globers. You notice that spaz out?
Always, dude. He said, "You need mod powers, ha ha ha. You've got no answers for the final experiment." Okay, listen up.
Actually, I got an answer for you. Why did the sun go counterclockwise?
Bingo! Thank you. That was my first observation made. I said, "Uh-oh, your sun went the wrong fucking direction for a globe, assholes." And and the next thing, right? Star life, starfish. I'm a fucking shark. Are you listening? The boys in the frozen south. Hey, shark up in the waters now. Listen, the boys in the frozen south were deriving an elevation angle to the sun, right? Deriving elevation angles requires, are you listening, Star Life, a GP, right? That is your ground position. That is where you stand on the ground. You cannot derive that from the center of a sphere. It is your ground position. You need to be on the ground, which requires you to have a flat, horizontal baseline to derive your elevation angle from Star Life. Are you fucking retarded? Clearly you're retarded, and I'm so glad you're listening to this right now. Holy shit. And thirdly, things in the sky are not going to measure or empirically prove that the ground is curving or not. We have 1, 2, and 3 right there, ladies and gentlemen, right there. That's all we need. 3 strikes and you're out. Back to the drawing board, motherfuckers.
True. Did you watch the Eric Dubé video?
Is coping out. This guy is coping hardcore. In my DM. Copenhagen. Hardcore coping.
You know, I don't really want to say it on the live stream. I'm just gonna beat around the bush. But you ever notice, like, the character of everyone who believes in the globe? Like, 90% of them are always, you know what I mean? Like, they're not, if they're men, they're not very masculine.
No.
True. That is true. Soy beta as fuck.
True.
Honestly.
They like having other men telling them what to do.
Shoot. Starlight,
Yeah, the
I know you're
anti-bloody atheists seem to be very left-wing libtards.
True.
He says the sun went clockwise. If you're laying down looking at the south celestial pole, the sun moves clockwise.
You could literally go rewatch the final experiment and watch the sun go fucking counterclockwise.
Literally counter fucking clockwise. Went the wrong damn direction, Starboy. You fucking starfish.
I'll post this shit in the side chat. I actually have I follow this guy, Flat Earth Bulgaria, on Instagram, and he makes some crazy ass videos, dude.
Good one.
I've never seen.
It went counterclockwise. You freaking retard.
Berserker.
Bro can literally go back and watch.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Flat Earth Christ King. The video you posted is showing a 24-hour sun, but the GIF underneath it is showing 24-hour sun in the wrong pole.
No. Look at the direction of the sun.
Yeah, but
that's the secret.
That doesn't matter because it's showing.
Explain how it's going counterclockwise then.
Oh, are you saying that? Oh, so you're saying that the globe can't explain it? Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Okay.
The sun rises, was it? I forget. It goes clockwise.
Yeah, should have gone from left to right, Starlife, you fucking retard.
Yeah, so west to east. Rises in the west, sets in the east.
That's what it should be if it's anti-pose from north.
But why did it go from the east to the west? Think about that.
Oh no, it's almost like the sun moves east to west everywhere on Earth for every observer. Holy shit.
Way.
How does that fucking happen on a globe? Oh, it doesn't.
Eric Dubé's video is crazy. Would recommend the watch. He explained what DJ was trying to explain to me through another guy's video, and I wasn't getting it through this other guy's video.
Yeah.
I just couldn't understand it, but then Eric Dubé was like, nah, drops the mic, this is how this shit works. I'm like, okay, makes sense.
Boom, boom, boom. Come check this. You ready for this? Oh, not that
the weird thing for me is the weird thing is the sun. If you look at sunset times in Antarctica, for now, the sun does still set there. But when you're talking about 24-hour sun in the north, the 24-hour sun seems to go down south further into Alaska and stuff. So it's completely up. Yeah, it doesn't match. I guess
There's some weird discrepancies with their stream as well. I don't know why, but the shadows were almost as if they were giving off a studio light type effect. And at one point in their live stream, the sun was directly overhead. Yet, and the next day, it was full 360 all the way around.
You want to tell me why fucking Goofus McToon or whoever the fuck that was standing there right at Union Glacier at -20 in a fucking t-shirt and a pair of pants, bro?
Yeah. I'm wearing full-on sweater and I'm like cozied up and shit. It's 4 degrees Celsius. I'm cold as fuck. I'm Canadian and I'm cold. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why it's so cold this year.
I've been in -14 degrees. I've been in -25 degrees, and I tell you what, I was bundled to the teeth. I would have froze my ass off being in just a fucking t-shirt, a long sleeve t-shirt, and a pair of pants. Something is not right here, right? Globetrotter is too blind to notice it.
There's just too many discrepancies in their thing. Regardless, all their discrepancies point back to Flat Earth. So it's like easy dub.
Y'all seen this yet? This is pretty cool. This is
oh my god.
Kind of why this video right here would kind of explain things like how some people have captured what appears to be, emphasis on appears to be, 2 suns. Perhaps we're not seeing the direct light source of the sun, but more of a projection and reflections thereof, which would give us an apparent sun, which is absolutely possible on a flat Earth. I know it's really hard for a lot of people to wrap their heads around.
I've been saying that.
Lenses.
I've been saying that for a couple of years.
Hell yeah, Sonny. I actually have just been really ultimately understanding this and reaching this conclusion over the past couple months about what the sun is, what it does. Is this the direct light source? Is it a projection, a reflection? And I've come to the conclusion, based on the research that I've done, is that when we look at the sun, we're not looking at the direct light source. We're looking at a projection of that light source.
Yeah. Did you see in Eric Dubé's video? Someone on Earth had posted the projection and the actual sun.
Oh, if you have it, can you post it in the chat?
Yeah, I got Eric Dubé's video right there.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's
so
at.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a sec.
What makes the most sense to me is that it's a focused beam.
I got a fucking ad.
Like it's actually, we're seeing like the focused beam, the results of a focused beam. So
5 minutes 40 seconds. Go with 5:35. You'll see the two suns. And it's not like bullshit. Like it's reflecting off the water too.
I'm gonna mute up and I'm gonna watch this.
It's a good watch. Like it, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, on the final straw man, that one, Eric Dubé's, is that what you're talking about? 5:45?
Yeah. Yeah. 9. I just posted it in the side chat there.
Yeah. CB
in the chat. What up, CB?
He might be working.
This dude thinks I'm embarrassed. I would love to do a 1v1. Let's invite Starlife back to this server, and let's go 1v1. I'm gonna pick Demok. I'm gonna pick you, Demok, as the moderator.
You want the whole place to burn down, don't you?
Controlled chaos.
No, I'm kidding. Demok's is hit. I don't know if Demok has mod powers though.
Can't wait to see Santa on Christmas, guys. Imagine being an atheist and non-believing in Santa. Santa's real, guys.
Oh shit.
that Eric Dubé video. Freaking awesome. Holy wow. I like that. And yeah, I looked at all that when I was watching the final experiment. Observations aren't experiments. That was something I noticed was, first of all, the sun's coming from the wrong direction. Second of all, how the shadows were stretching. Like when McLooney Toon was walking, I noticed that. And also, I questioned the type of clothes they're wearing. I'm like, they're in like negative 20-degree weather, and they're not dressed as heavy as they should be for negative 20-degree weather. So there's all of these anomalies. Then we start to put this together, and we start to understand that there's some fakery involved, some serious fakery. But does it surprise any of you? They went with Will Duffy, who said it's okay to lie.
Sounds like cope, Jenna. Sounds like cope.
And they weren't even breathing cold air.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, I'm coping so hard, you guys.
Yeah, so what direction was wrong?
The direction was wrong.
Yeah, what direction was wrong? Yeah.
This guy doesn't know. He doesn't know. He
didn't match the model.
You know. You should know.
Post a video. Post a video and see if he understands.
And I watched the Dubé video, and yeah, no direction was wrong. I watched the Dubé video, so Dubé was wrong. Those directions that they were looking at the sun are the ones that were predicted.
Yeah, but what he was right about is that looking at the sun has nothing to do with surface condition. Ta-da!
What's your argument for that?
Yeah.
What's your argument for that?
Looking at my ceiling lamp doesn't tell me the condition of the floor I'm standing on.
Hold on, dog. I got a question for you. Have you ever played pool in your life? Have you ever played pool?
It can.
It doesn't.
Yes, but it can tell you the condition of the floor.
Yeah, you tell me how my ceiling lamp has the condition of my floor intrinsic in it.
Yeah, so if you're traveling across your floor, just looking at the ceiling, you can tell if you've gone over a hump, if the distance to angle ratio changes. You can tell if you've dipped down into a valley, so you know if your floor is flat by looking at your ceiling light and measuring the angles. You can also tell the distance to your ceiling light if it's on a flat floor. If you can't do it on a flat floor, if you know your floor is curved, or if you don't know if your floor is curved, you can tell whether it's curved or flat due to the angle purely to your light. I mean, this is all trigonometry and geometry.
So I want you to go to the hardware store and tell them to measure your ceiling lamp because you're putting in flooring. Do that.
Why would I need to do that? Just because that's not the way you build a floor.
Because you're retarded.
Build a ceiling. Hold up and listen. Buddy, don't lose your cool straight away. I've been talking for 30 seconds and you lose your fucking mind. Why would I need to do that? Just because it's the way someone builds something doesn't mean it's the only way you can measure something.
You're hilarious.
Like, you can measure something using a rope with knots in it. Is that the most efficient way to tell if something's, foot long or 2 foot long with knots in it?
Okay, just tell me where, when, and how anybody is actually using the method of measuring the floor that you're stating.
I don't know if anyone.
You lagging like a motherfucker right now, dude.
Yeah, you're breaking
Hey, Mr.
up.
Roboto.
Domo arigato. Yeah, no, you haven't. It hasn't come back yet. No. Nah, it's not working.
Past maths, 24-hour sun was impossible.
That's really. To be fair, he does sound more intelligent now.
Yeah. Yeah, the fraction of the words that are coming through makes more sense than your previous statement. Thank you.
Yeah, great. So wasn't it Dubé who originally said the 24-hour sun was impossible? Same with the horizon doesn't fall below eye level. So those are two things he said were true that were proven to be not true. So why do you guys still listen to Dubé? Guys,
is it okay to be wrong? Is it okay to be wrong and learn things?
If he admits he was wrong and then he comes up with a reason why he thought that and changes his views, then yeah, that'd be fine. But instead, he just moves on to the next claim that's a lie, like the angles were wrong on the 24-hour final experiment.
I don't know. I think as we begin to move through this and uncover a lot of things, we begin to learn more and gain more understanding about how things work, about how the world literally works. That's just my take on it.
Yeah, but you don't. You guys are just learning more things that are wrong about what.
Nuh-uh. Dogs are gods.
Yeah, while you're roboting, why don't you just show us an actual direct measurement of Earth curvature, and we'll be done with all of this.
Right, that's what we need. It's like, okay, like, but hear me out, right? Where is the curve?
You've never provided any evidence, objective reality of Earth curvature measurement.
This guy's still trying to talk.
That's what we need. It doesn't matter what the sun does. It doesn't matter what the stars are doing. It doesn't matter what the fuck is going on in the sky. Why in the fuck can we see 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles, 275 miles or more beyond the geometric limits of a globe with a 3959 radius? Get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, when you're coming back in, then we'll stop over talking you.
Yeah, right now you're roboting like a motherfucker, so we're just gonna,
Yeah, so if you're being talked over, that means you're roboting. So there's that. Someone was smart enough to. Someone was smart enough to mute him.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Dumbass doesn't even know he's lagging, dude.
Lagging like a motherfucker. So, yeah, no, that's the whole thing about it. It's like, cool, right? The sun did some shit, but, like, where's the curve, bro? Where is it?
Yeah. That's
Where is it? Okay, so let me go on my soapbox real quick, Sonny. Is these motherfuckers want to claim that refraction is the reason why you can fucking see something in line of sight from 275 fucking miles away, land to land across water? Hilarious. Refraction is why. You might as well claim that it's a fucking hologram of this thing that's hidden behind an Earth curve. If that were the case, the Navy would literally miss every fucking shot they ever took of anything that was in direct line of sight. You fucking retards.
Yep. Practical use is what always gets them. And you know what? 99.99999% of all global knowledge is stargazing.
Yep. Look at the sky. Look at this. It's not going to tell you fuck all about the ground you're standing on, idiots.
That's why they avoid it.
Dude, the pool ball's around, so therefore the table must be too, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why they avoid the surface at all costs.
At all
and when
costs.
It has to do it, and then when it has to do with the surface, they do just like you said, Jenny. It's refraction. It's a freaking hologram. It's not even real.
No.
So you tell a sailor that leaves from a harbor, sees an island off at the distance 50 miles away, and sails all the way to it for however many hours it takes, 20 hours or something, and you can see the thing the whole time. They can't tell me where it changed. From hologram or an image that was projected up from a curvature to when it became real and they went on shore and touched it. Like they can't tell where this is.
That's the whole thing.
From the bottom up, they're not like top down ordained. They evolve naturally. They come up.
I don't know.
Kind of natural social
Like they're from they come from people, is what you mean?
No, they evolve naturally. You can see rats have moral behaviors, wolf packs have moral behavior.
Sure. Okay.
People say, "Oh, it's all just comes from your mind." Well, no, it evolves with any kind of social class.
But it's still like a process that's just multiple minds in relationship to each other.
What's your point in that? In that it's a minds in relationship to each other. It's not a physical object, so.
Well, then we're reifying a social practice, so we're calling something concrete and objective, which is gonna, I wouldn't call it equivocating, but it's gonna be a weird way to have the conversation. That's why I'm just clarifying. Like, it doesn't really resolve the issue for me, right? I don't find it very persuasive. But what matters what I think? Whatever.
How would you get to the crux of flat Earth, or like along these sorts of lines?
Well, I'm not the best rhetoricist, right? My rhetorics are pretty weak, not gonna lie. But for me, it's more so like, oh, well, if we can't like accept that smoking, for example, is harmful, right? If we can't get to something that seems pretty self-evident to me, then it's just going to demonstrate that like the process you use to get to these truths is so flawed, you're not able to self-correct for bias, right? There's no mechanism for that. There's no humility. And so usually for me, I then become very skeptical of some of these claims. That doesn't mean I'm like 100% sure they're wrong, right? But if they're like getting all kinds of crazy conclusions all around them, it's less likely that they derive at truth in a sophisticated way, right? That's all I'm interested in, really.
Right. You don't have to be good at science to argue flat Earth or not flat Earth. You just got to realize the nature of water. Flat, horizontal, level, anywhere. Right, subdued.
Yeah, something like that. Sure. I don't know. It's like whenever somebody has a conversation, they can't accept that water is just in different forms. For example, it demonstrates like a lack of like resolution, right?
What do you mean water has different forms?
There's ice. There's clouds, stuff like that.
And you're saying people don't accept that?
Some people will not be able to like conceptually engage with that. No, that's surprisingly common that people will like.
I've never heard of somebody not accepting ice.
No, it's not that they're not accepting ice, but it's that they will get stuck on like these definitions and not realize that like these definitions are going to be very unproductive if you like cling on to them rigidly, right? You need to be able to, when somebody says water, you need to be able to use the context of the entire sentence they're using to see what form they mean, right? That saying water when you mean ice isn't like always incorrect because definitionally, right? That's just dumb. That's just like not how language works in my opinion. But you know, other people seem to disagree.
So when you hear people debating flat Earth, you hear them using water, and somebody else doesn't accept that they're actually talking about ice.
Yeah, I've had that. Like, I've heard that in this room, right? Like that the conversation turns very semantic to the point of like destroying meaning. Yeah.
Man, I've never heard it get that bad.
Well, maybe I just caught it a bad time. But these are just like hyperbolic examples, right? Like, just trying to like quickly illustrate my process.
You said the globe Earth was self-evident. Where do you see that? It seems to be self-evidently flat.
The stars. That's what he's gonna say.
Yeah, the moon.
The lights.
Sunsets.
It's lights in the sky.
Why would they lie?
The lights in the sky
Why would
make
they
it so
lie to me?
that we're on a ball.
Yeah. Pictures from space. NASA.
No, I don't think he'd say pictures. I think he would just say the lights in the sky.
You'd say what occurs because of raindrops and pictures from space.
Nah.
No.
Raindrops ain't caused by gravity. The fuck? You're looking for gravity balls, not teardrops made by air. With the tail.
What do you call it?
Yeah, we're not looking for little sperm
tension.
cells. We're looking for spheres. Got any of those? Swim in tail water. That's got to be a ball. No, I don't think so. Is Earth a big ass dropping teardrop? No. Oh, then don't talk about teardrops.
Teardrops on the dance floor remind me of you.
I watched part of an Eric Dubé video. He says Antarctica was made out of LED panels, like Amazon does.
Well, he is no position to comment since he was invited to go for free, right? So.
Oh, he was.
Yeah. So anything he says from this point on, I do not care.
And I watched a video of his on pendulums, and I was done with him after that. I did not like his pendulum video. He doesn't understand pendulums at all.
What do they do on a ball that spins?
Pendulum?
Always wondered, yeah, what do they do on a ball? A real ball that spins in a lap?
They go back and forth in their plane.
Nah, I think you're a damn liar. Put a pendulum on a ball and show me how to spin it. Put a pendulum on a ball and spin it around and show me what it does. Spin it one direction while you wave it in a circle. You know, like a globe.
No, you don't wave in a circle. You let the pendulum.
Yeah, you do. You put it on a 23-degree tilt, a ball, and then you spin it, and then you rotate it in a circle while it's spinning to represent the little globe. Then you put your cat twistering on there and show us what it do. We'll take a peek. But I'm afraid you don't know what a pendulum does on a ball.
I thought you meant
you're afraid to see that.
I thought you were saying spin the actual.
No, on
pendulum.
flat Earth. Listen, we live on a flat Earth that's not moving. So I don't know how you're going to see a ball with a pendulum without putting it on a ball. So until you put that pendulum on a ball, you'll never see what the fuck it does. On a ball. Is that fair? You have an imaginary idea of what they do on a ball, which is wrong outright. You never put one on a ball, though. So Until you guys get with real physics, I mean. Real science. Put your pendulum on a real ball. Why is it silent? Why'd you go quiet?
You can make a model.
Yeah, it's called the globe. Put your fucking cat toy on that bitch and get her spinning. What are you, stupid? That's what I'm waiting for. Your cat toy ball to be demonstrated. Show me what stuff does on a ball. And if it doesn't match reality, then you can know that you're on flat earth and not that ball. See how easy that is, Goofy? Can't be that fucking hard, really. Put this cat toy on a real ball. Oh, it doesn't do what I thought it did. It goes away from the ball and swings at my face. Oh,
It is pretty hard.
I know we're not on a ball then. And I know that cat toy doesn't do like it does on a ball. You don't have a ball reference to know what a cat toy does on a ball. You need a ball first, buddy.
What about a
computer? You going to go demonstrate that?
What
a
about
3D ball with your cat toy on it and see what it really does? So
What
you can
about
stop fucking lying to yourself about a ball and what a ball does with a cat toy on it?
What about a 3D computer model?
No, you fucking retard bitch. We need a 3D ball. We need the physics of a ball to be their self, you fucking retard. You and Elon Musk can go in fucking metaverse and go fucking do whatever you want in that weird ass Epstein Island metaverse. Okay, fucking weirdo? Bend your shapes and make your squares circle horizontals. We ain't doing that shit. We're gonna take a fucking sphere and we're gonna spin it. And we're gonna put a pendulum cat toy on that motherfucker. And you're gonna get it to spin and do exactly what it does in a fucking real setting on Earth, and it's gonna match that ball, right?
Sounds exclusive.
No, it's not. Your computer is supposed to show what the real ball does, or what the fuck good is your computer? If your computer can't even demonstrate the real ball, and the real ball can't demonstrate itself, you have problems. First, you'll need the real ball, then record that with your camera, upload that information into your computer, then I'll take a look, refucktard. So then your computer will really know what a real ball looks like instead of your fucking retarded ass putting some program on that doesn't make no sense. Because you're a dumb liar. Ignorant fucking people shouldn't be breeding that much. Computer screens. Can I draw you a comic book and show you how it works? How Superman has laser eyes? So, if you don't have a ball, your computer ain't gonna work. Computer can't do ball stuff. Your computer's fucking retarded and flat. It's gonna be a flat screen you're showing us. It's not gonna help. Flat computer screens with no ball physics don't help anybody. Why are you afraid of a real ball? This motherfucking dude said he's gonna get a square, cubed computer with a flat screen to show me about balls. What the fuck? I'm gonna get you a make-believe box to mock and show you rainbows and unicorns are real too. Isn't that weird? The same thing can be done on the computer. You can make a fucking unicorn run out of the screen at you. Or a ball spin and do whatever you program it to do. Lie like a motherfucker. Just let a ball be a ball. Quit trying to talk for the ball, you guys. Quit trying to tell everybody what the fuck a ball does with your time machine balls. Can you show us the time machine ball in your computer too? How one ball in your computer spends different time than the other ball in your computer? And one of them's going to be older and one younger, even after you made them at the same time and started them up? You fucking idiot. Can we see that in real life, how a marble is a time machine different than a basketball with two ants? Can you put a little bee larva on one and make it grow before the other bee larva that you put on another ball? You can have 52 bee larvas and put them all on different sizes of spinning balls. Are they going to be born at different rates now? Globe fucking retarded magic. It's weird, right? These guys want to simulate stuff without a ball to show you what a ball does. And they don't understand the disconnect. Somewhere you got to quit smoking fucking meth or whatever you guys are smoking.
Any curvature anywhere?
What is it?
Is there any curvature? Has anyone found any curvature yet?
No, these guys are afraid to even get a ball out to show you what a cat toy does on a ball. So they can show us what the pendulum and the cabin dish and all that stuff does on a real 3D ball that spins. And then look in reality in your classroom or your lab, and it's not going to be the same.
Uh-huh. Gego, are you here?
So when you're on flat stationary Earth, strings act one way. And when you're on a ball, strings act another way.
Is that true?
Yeah, get a ball out and put a string on it. Show us how it shows you the precession of that ball, motherfucker. We're waiting, stupid fucks. It's true that we got a bunch of fucking retard globers who think putting strings on balls show you its precession. But then they don't have any balls to do that. How fucking weird a bunch of retards can you have? They got imaginary fucking balls. Okay, class of imaginary 2024s, imagine your balls in your mind. Don't ever touch one. Imagine they do the opposite of what the real one does by not touching a real one. Imagine you know physics of balls now. Yeah, I know. Retard shit puts you to sleep, huh, retard? Too bad it's not a computer screen.
What about physics of triangles?
What about a ball? You fucking retard. Are you allergic to balls? Why? Why did you get retarded and shut up, ball guy with no ball toy, cat toy? Because you know a cat toy on a ball is not going to do what you just claimed, retard. No precession, motherfucker. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to put your cat toy on there and show us the precession and how that works.
You're just kind of incomprehensible, DMOC.
No, your ball's incomprehensible.
Engages with you.
Yeah. No, nobody engages with 3D balls as a glober. Nobody engages with ball physics. That's why you're all quiet retard motherfuckers. Because you're all dumb as fuck and you don't know anything. And if I was a person in the room getting told a retard motherfucker who doesn't know shit about a ball and couldn't touch a ball to save my life, I'd probably be the one that would come back with the ball and show you some ball evidence. Not you retards. You're fucking low IQ, lowbrow people. You guys are the top of the top. You're the quiet of the quiet. You're the globe provers of quietness.
DMOC, how much do you get
the cream of the crop? You guys are the top globers who are allergic to balls, allergic to a lab, allergic to physics, allergic to real science. You deny everything in reality. I don't know. What are you talking about? Evolution with no brain. No fucking intelligent evolution. You're like a pile of shit talking right now. How are you talking? You're an evoluted pile of shit that's fucking just utterly retarded. How did you even clump together? Evoluted shit.
Wait, you're an atheist, though.
No, you're an evoluted ball of shit. No, you don't say what I am. I am what I am. And you don't know what that is.
I don't think anyone does.
Well, a human is what I am. And if you don't know what a human is, you're still a sad fucking sack. We're not evolution. We're not a bunch of dumb fucking shit clumping together.
You're right. We are not evolution. I agree.
Correct.
We are not evolution. That is a correct statement.
Animals are evolution. Humans, not evolution.
I don't know. DMOC's bricked.
No, there's the most known unknown, and you don't know how you got here, and you never will. That's pretty much it. And it's intelligent. It's not dumb. It's not evolution. It's not a fucking rock falling on a rock, falling in a pile of shit. And then the pile of shit knows how to be something else. It knows how to be stuff from not knowing anything, from having no intelligence or no memory. So take evolution out of the fucking picture in big bangs. Retarded bangs causing life. Get the fuck out of here. All you have is a bunch of dumbass questions you can't even answer with real balls for a ball. Where do we go with you, gentlemen? They taught you wrong. Now you want to push that dumb shit on us? 'Cause you fucking idiots don't know how to think for yourself or prove anything? Do you honestly say get a fucking computer to show you what a 3D real ball does that's touchable and physical and that you can repeat and your buddy can grab and go home and do the same thing with it? Come on, man.
What's wrong with 3D models?
What's wrong with a real ball being a ball? You invalid fuck. What the fuck's a model? Cartoon? Everything's wrong with a cartoon. It's not reality. You dumb son of a bitch. If your fucking model is just a cartoon and it's not a physical thing that can do everything that it can do without dividing it from itself, you don't have a fucking model. You don't have a little ball in any lab orbiting shit. You don't got no little ball smaller than it orbiting it while it orbits a little fucking light ball of gas in a vacuum. You have no model. You could never even fucking produce fuck all for a model. Not one inkling of it. Can't even spin a ball and show that water sticks to it and stays on it without going off.
Gravity.
Yeah. Let's see it in the lab, retard. Oh, where'd gravity go? Is it afraid of a lab too? Gravity's afraid of science too. Gravity pulls your shit up and Bob's shit down and Tom's shit sideways and Bob's shit sideways towards that shit, horizontally to each other. You ever seen shit get pulled horizontally by gravity? I haven't. You ever seen an airplane get pulled back by dog chain gravity? Wouldn't that be a funny thing? Have you fucking retards ever ran into the invisible gravity wall force field? You never ran into it while
what
going
is
off a
that?
cliff?
Does
Going off a
he realize
cliff,
that he's not
gravity's
talking
going to
to
form
anyone
that
because no
cliff.
one can understand
Gravity
what the
kept
guy
the
is
cliff.
saying? He's a complete
Gravity
retard.
formed the cliff as a 90 pile of dirt, right? And then you in your little car, microscopic fucking retard you, is trying to drive off the cliff and gravity says, "Arr!" and pulls your car back that way and yanks it back like a dog on a fucking chain.
You are so brick, D-Mock. It's not even funny.
So when can you run into the wall of gravity? What's the airplane look like when it hits the wall of gravity?
So true.
What is a wall of
Look
gravity?
like? What's it look like when you crash into gravity?
Gravity's not a wall.
It's not a wall. Is it anything physical?
It's a force.
Does it pull your airplane back like a dog on a chain? We're looking for dog chain gravity proof. When the dog tries to run past the chain, retard, the gravity chain, it yanks his neck back, thus being gravity. It will not let him go past that point. Now, do you have any airplanes that are getting yanked back like the fucking dog and flipping backwards on themselves because gravity yanked them back?
How do you think airplanes fly?
A string and a dog. The string is gravity. The tree represents the strength of gravity. The dog is going to run and try to get off of Earth, which will be the ring of his circumference of where he runs around the tree.
D-Mock, what's the circumference?
Gravity will not
D-Mock,
let
what's
the
circumference?
dog get out of the ring.
D-Mock,
so
what's
dog
the
chain
D-Mock, what's
gravity,
the
we're
circumference?
looking for it. We're looking
D-Mock, what's
for
the
dog
circumference?
chain gravity. Stop talking to yourself, broke
D-Mock,
bitch.
what's the circumference? You've been talking to yourself this whole time, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. What's the circumference,
Dog
D-Mock?
chain gravity, what's that look like?
What's the circumference of a circle?
After you show us dog chain
D-Mock,
gravity,
what's
we'll
the
talk about
circumference?
dog chain gravity will show
Yeah,
you
what's
your
the circumference?
You're looking for dog chain gravity to get your circumference of the Earth.
D-Mock, what's the circumference?
We're looking for it. Where's the dog chain circumference of Earth? Where can you smack into the circumference of Earth of gravity?
What is the circumference? What's the
Retard. Where's the rounded wall of gravity?
What's the
I want
circumference?
to go drop kick it, motherfucker. Let's go. Where's it at? Where can I drop kick and gravity's going to pull my foot backward?
That's not how gravity works.
D-Mock, what's the circumference?
He broke his own brain.
Oh, Skinny Pete's here. This is the guy I was speaking to yesterday, Trigonometry.
Were you here that whole time?
Yeah.
Why weren't you talking? Why aren't you debating?
There are a few lessons you learn Euclidean. If one of them is do not engage with demons.
Yeah.
Skinny Pete, hello. I'm not going to debate you, don't worry. You can say hello back. Trigonometry Man's going to debate you.
Worried about the debate. I'm just figuring out how to use this thing. I don't really know how to use Discord, so I'm just editing buttons.
Euclid, Skinny's one of the new flat earthers on the block.
I'm not a new flat earther. I'm just new to Discord.
On the block. Yeah, on the block. Yeah. His positions are burden proofs on the globers. That's it. It's his position. Earth is flat, obviously, in his view.
Yeah, what else could?
He also says that we live on a circle, right?
Oh, that's interesting, dude. So the landmass is already out from the center.
I didn't say that we live on a circle.
I have a clip of you last night saying it. What are you talking about?
No, you're the one who proposed there was a circle, and I said it's irrelevant.
Yeah, but you said yourself that that's what you think, right?
No, I said I don't know, and I don't think it matters. But it seems like you're like being disingenuous and putting words in my mouth.
He often does that.
Yeah. Can we?
That makes sense. I can tell by his accent that he would be that type of person.
That's true. Yeah. I agree. Actually, I completely agree.
Yeah. So do you remember that image I sent you yesterday? You said that zooming in would bring that boat back into view.
He edited that video, by the way. Don't listen to him.
Yeah. So what are we going with outside of? Because we know it doesn't. Zooming in won't bring that boat into view. So what next? What do we have next?
Well, like I said, with that video, the angle of that object compared to you didn't look like it was on an angle. It looked like it was pretty parallel to you, which you used as evidence of curvature. I think that's impossible if it's not on an angle. Because if you were on a curve, if you were curving, the object compared to you would seem to angle away from you, but it was parallel.
Why would it seem to do that?
Well, if you're on a ball,
far away of that.
The same way, if we were on a ball, buildings should be further away from each other at the top than they would be at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Understand?
How far away is that boat from the observer?
Are you asking me about the video?
No, the image.
The image? Oh, how would I know?
Yeah, but you're saying you're supposed to see it angle away. This will be a purely geometric question, wouldn't it? How much would it be diverging away from the observer?
I don't think it matters how much it would angle, but you should be able to tell and see that it was angling away, wouldn't you?
Why?
Just from perspective.
Perspective? How much should it be angling away from you?
Why should it be angling away?
Yeah, no, how much?
How much? Okay, so if I was standing on a ball, if there were two buildings on a ball, one at the 12 o'clock and one at the 4 o'clock, they would have different angles going up into the sky, right?
Yeah, I've got an answer for you, so I'll just wait for you to continue.
So I think it's irrelevant the distance. It's just, from a perspective point, it would look like there was angular difference. You know what I'm saying?
There would be less angular difference the larger the ball, right? The smaller the
Yeah, but there would be enough that you could tell, right?
Or it depends on how big the ball is, right?
Depends on it depends on how much resolution you can measure, right? Depending on like the resolution of your measurement, may not be the case.
Shut the fuck up. Anyway, it would be 0.2. It would be 0.2 degrees. Do you think at 12 miles away you could notice a 0.2 degree tilt away from you at 12 miles?
I think with precise instrumentation, you could definitely do that.
Shut up, Ray.
Yeah, you could
use lasers and such.
Yeah, you'd be able to measure it, but also
you're making
you'd
it. Right, listen. Skinny, Ray is a glober,
that's the answer.
right?
You don't
He's a glober.
How dare you? What do you think you do accusing me of being a glober? I ain't no globe-tard.
And as a result, he's going to try and put stupid points into your mouth, right? So that you say it to me,
I agree with
so I have to make you seem stupid, right?
Measuring
ignore him.
Well, if you lack the precision, you won't be able to tease out the signal from the noise.
Shut up! We're trying to have a
You
conversation.
don't know the basics about signal and noise and their ratio, do you?
Shut up, Ree.
Holy shit! Damn globe-tards, they trying to turn us against each other. Don't let them.
No, I
It'd be
understand.
0.174 degrees away from you, tilting away from you, mind you, and you're 12 miles
Man,
away.
they don't get enough sun in the islands over there.
Yeah, would you be
Turning
able
his
to
brain too much.
observe that? Do you think you should see 0.
Yeah, absolutely. We can use precise measurement
Shut the
to
fuck
ascertain.
up.
We
Not
can
funny.
increase our sample size to increase our resolution precision. You understand that even with imprecise implementation, you can increase your sample size to resolve fine detail. You know this. This is the fundamental theory of sampling, as stated in probability theory. You absolutely
with your voice, don't you, Ree? You like taking on different voices.
How dare you? How dare you accuse me of having an accent? How dare you?
Anyway,
This dude's gonna run away like that. It's a little bit sad. He just lacks the acumen to stand up to a flat earther.
You a
flat brain. You flat brain with a globe mind.
Actor, huh, Ree? You just like acting like different people, huh? You just like putting on different personas. That's kind of what
How
you
dare
are.
you make these flagrant accusations?
If you look at their profile, you see how they get to that point.
How dare you? How dare you? You making these accusations when you yourself are a glober, and you have no evidence for that.
You have a very deep voice, my lady.
Ree has transitioned
How dare you?
into
How
a
dare you?
redneck. I like this transition you've made.
How dare you? There ain't no transition. I've been with my John Deere and my Budweiser since the day dawn.
Okay, anyway, Skinny.
Skinny understands that with sufficient sample size, imprecision in measuring devices can be overcome, such as he can tease out the signal from the noise. He knows that because he's a mathematician and a practitioner of the sciences.
Exactly. Right on. That's exactly what I was saying.
Skinny.
That's exactly what Skinny Pete was thinking. Ain't that right?
Anyway, Skinny.
100%.
Skinny Pete knows about the Shannon entropy. He knows about Clyde Shannon's seminal paper on the work, and he knows about the fundamental theory of sampling as stated by Lebesgue. He understands the measure theory too. He's somewhat of an erudite scholar. How dare you? How dare you?
That's it. That's it. My man said it all.
Well, he saved a flat earther.
You understand the large. You understand the law of large numbers, Rumillion, do you not?
Yeah, you saved a flat earther.
You understand that with sufficient sample, we should expect there to be a convergence on the population state, despite the fact that there is random noise added to our measurements. Correct?
Yep, absolutely.
You absolute tard. You don't know the basics of mathematical probability, let alone statistics. How dare you?
I mean, the problem is, Skinny, right? Trans people tend to be a bit autistic and don't know when to shut up.
Rumillion, you have no friends. You ain't touching no grass. No grass has touched your hands in the past 16 years, and you're probably 15.
Okay, so, Skinny, it should be tilting at 0.174 degrees.
You saying it's tilted like the towers? How dare you?
And you're 12 miles away. Well, 12.6 miles
See,
away.
but you're saying it should be, but you're assuming that you know
You
the
assuming the
size of your-
homogeneity of the tilts when there's obviously variance. How dare you?
You need
You understand that there is topological variation that would induce variation in the tilt.
the object, unearthed radius.
You understand that the degree. You understand it's not like a first order polynomial. It just ain't a simple arc.
So what else would you need to figure out how much it should be tilting away? On the
Well, it seems
spherical
like you should
Earth.
deal with Ree.
I've muted them. I can't hear what they're saying.
Why is Ree muted?
Ree was talking facts. I mean, he sounded, a little, whatever. But yeah, no, he talking straight facts. I like to hear that.
You need Ree because
thank you. This guy was just scared of the flat truth because he was a globe.
I agree.
He was a globe believer, but a flat denier.
Irregular polynomial.
Yeah, there's irregularity in the torsion.
No point in continuing.
The Frenet frame is going to vary
once again. Trans people ruin people's spaces.
Rosamy is under the impression that the Earth, the actual geometry of it, is like, say, infinity. Strictly smooth, infinitely smooth. But that ain't true.
You're assuming you know the size of the Earth.
You're assuming things about the topology and geometry of the Earth that just ain't true. I think you run awry of Gauss's third theorem when it comes to differential geometry.
Significantly far away, you'd be able to see like an angular change.
Absolutely.
It look like it's going.
There's heterogeneity, which makes the measurement difficult.
Like it's going.
Not only that, but
the ball curve.
Oh, I think Skinny has me. It's quite sad.
Oh,
it's quite sad, Charles.
Yeah. Honestly, I never realized that you can have like a redneck femboy. All right, and I don't know if that's hot or not.
I want to learn the Australian accent next. It
was that guy actually trans?
Oh yeah. No, we've gone to your other.
Transformer alert.
Transformer alert. You know the Invasion Transformers? You understand them large language models? They'd be the Transformer architecture from Google's All You Need paper is attention.
Ria's in their first year of college, so they think they know everything because they took like 2 classes. They took their geometry class, and now they think they know everything.
You understand differential geometry is a second-year class, right?
Yeah, probably a computer science retard. You know how it is.
Wait, you think differential geometry is a computer science class? You understand it's pure mathematics or mathematical physics.
Computer science.
It's usually a philosophy class.
How dare you? My major is pure mathematics. None of this application shit.
Yeah, do engineering like a real man.
I'm actually math and CS, but
yeah, there you go.
Actually, to be clear, what is your H index? You come and swinging at me as if I'm not published, as if I'm not cited, as if I'm not a scholar, when you probably have an H index of fucking diddly squat 0.
So I feel like I'm smart.
I think you need to post your H index or shut the fuck up. Shut your pie hole.
No, I'm not a freak.
You got an H index of 0, you talking mad shit. How is that? Yeah. How does that make any sense?
Are you in your first year, Rick?
You got 0 citations.
First year of uni? The real
question. Ostensibly, this person has like 0 academic contribution, probably 0 citations. They've probably done nothing in their field. I don't understand why they come at this like they have some like expertise or have any like right to talk down.
Oh well, I've got a postgraduate degree.
You're still in college.
How many citations do you have?
Look at that. So we have the undergrad first year talking up to a postgrad.
How many citations do you have?
What can you do? What can you do?
I'll be honest. I mean, I'm probably the only person in this entire call who's like cited.
What will be interesting?
I'm also probably the only person in this call at a T5. It's like this is not even close.
What will be interesting is what is the age gap between Charles and Ree? That'll be interesting.
The age gap. I'm 21.
How old are you, Ree?
Did you disagree with anything I was saying earlier?
Yeah, you got him.
You didn't disagree with anything I was saying earlier.
We talked to Ree though about.
I mean, you're trying to dox me, maybe. I don't really care about that, but why are you talking bad shit when you have 0 citations? What are you doing?
You're still in college. You're probably your first year now. Shut the fuck up.
First year of uni. Cited by yourself.
Yeah. What is this? What is this appeal to authority right now?
Well, no, I mean, they're acting as if I'm. No, I mean, they're attacking my credibility. They're saying, "Oh, I'm just a dumb first year." But even if that were true, look at the academic impact.
I bet
it's just not even close.
Oh, that's fine, right? I'm not working.
What's your H index, Charles?
Wait, what's my what?
What's your H index?
Hirsch index.
I don't fucking know.
What's your
Are you?
Is it above 0?
Are you guys engaged?
I would presume so. To be honest.
Why are we letting this person on the H index of 0? What's your Erdos number?
I fucking hate computer science.
I don't know what that is.
You don't know what your Erdos number is?
It's not Erdos, it's Erdos.
I know it's
There's
fucking
enough flat earthers in here that could at least mute.
It's fucking Hungarian.
It's
this transformer is displacing the convolutional.
Thank you. Oh my god. That was
oh shit. just gonna find out if, like,
thank God,
you're engaged in some kind of serious brain cock measuring contest or something. I was wondering, you guys actually bring some points back to the topic of the room.
We were trying to, but this fucking idiot was talking.
Dylan, hold on. You and I are aligned right now. I fully align with you, brother. Right? So I'm just asking whether it's a globe or it's flat, whatever. Just exercise your awesomeness and apply that to the Earth. Let's see if Brother Reekin is capable of doing that. I'll take him off mute now. Thanks. Just give me a second.
Let's do something.
Yeah, if we're talking about have I worked on a paper
that was very
else?
scholarly.
I got something for you guys. So
what's up, Craig?
Who can name the lore here? So the lore would be there was an anti-flat Earth globalist. Well, two of them. But if you get either one of them, you get to pick the topic.
The topic's the flat Earth, ain't it?
Yeah, hold on. So who knows the lore here? What anti-flat Earther cited themselves as their own citation?
No, I didn't cite myself, Crit. It was a different research group.
Listen, this is like this is lore. This is flat Earth.
I obviously wouldn't include inter-RG citations to my H index. That's not how it works.
This is, there is there's two of them, okay? Two of them who did this, cited themselves.
Well, I mean, if you're published, I don't know, that's funny though, but if you're published, you probably should. I'm really tempted to, but I don't really want to dox myself, but it would be quite funny.
Does anyone know who did that?
I don't. Were they actually published? That's actually kind of cool that they're in the Flat Earth chat and published. They should talk to me. We could go on a date or something.
All right, so I guess maybe people don't want to buzz in. This is the Rumpus, or it's also Zanuck cited themselves as a citation.
Were they published though?
Oh my God.
Oh my God! How dare
you loser!
Let me try again. Oh my God! You don't even.
Yeah, look, your whole life is university, and nobody cares, right?
Your whole life. Oi, Briv! These Irish are mad. These Irish are mad stupid.
That literally sounds like something Zanuck would actually do.
Is this a broke dog on the microphone? Is that?
Yeah, they just paid $50 to get their shitty paper published in a paper mill. Because they're stupid.
Absolutely fucking
your $50 paper.
So when you publish
your paper
journal in bioinformatics,
all those dudes that like publishing get to eat turds that taste like sugar because you published it.
I mean, it was a respectable journal in bioinformatics.
No, you did not. You're lying.
How about
you even have it
published and publish how it
works?
Do we have a mutual friend? Do we have a mutual friend that you trust?
You have a mutual sphere that you trust? How about a spinning ball? Do you trust that?
Listen, if you can find a mutual friend that I would trust my personal info, I'd be happy to send it.
You know So-So, which is Monkey? You know Monkey, right?
No, Monkey's fucking histrionic. Holy shit.
Okay, or Thimom... Oh, wait. I don't know who that is. One second.
How come you guys don't trust globes and balls? You don't trust them in a lab. You don't trust them in a house. You don't trust them
I don't trust them globes. I think they're dangerous. I think a child could choke on the globe if it really opened his mouth. I don't like it.
Physics are about. No ball
physics. I know.
Balls out.
Ain't those
are impossible to do.
They are impossible to do. That's a good point. That's a good point, Danemark.
What are ball physics?
I don't even know. I don't even think balls are real. I haven't even seen a ball before. Have you?
I know. You wouldn't touch one to save your life. We know.
I got two of them, actually.
Yeah, right, liar.
You don't think I got two balls?
Shut up, retard. I'm talking about spherical objects, not your fucking.
I'm talking about spherical objects, too.
You fucking stupid bitch, and those aren't spheres. Go back.
They're oblate spheroids, much like the Earth, ain't that right?
Shut up, Planters Peanut.
You agree the Earth is an oblate spheroid, right?
Hell no, retard.
Oh, what do you think it is? Like a stack of pancakes?
I know it's flat, retard, bitch.
Is it like infinitely thin, though? Is it thick or thin?
Your IQ is thin.
What the hell does it mean for an IQ to be thin? Like, you mean like the probability distribution function at my range is incredibly narrow because I'm in the top percentile. That's what you mean, right?
The most dense part of your head's in the center. Like
you mean that the probability density associated with my Z-index is incredibly narrow. Right? I agree.
Some equations on the center of gravity of a balloon.
I don't even believe gravity ain't real, Daymok. You know that better than me. Gravity ain't real.
Where is gravity in the center of a balloon?
It ain't real, Daymok. It just ain't real.
Shut the fuck up, you dumb country bitch. Go suck your own dick in the corner.
Hey, Denmark, you got a thicker accent than I do. How dare you?
How dare you disagree with my point? How dare you?
How dare you? What do you think you up to?
I do declare.
Democ, please, brother, can you do better than that?
Democ, whenever you're done, keep doing it.
Denmark, are you from Denmark or are you from Copenhagen? You sound like you from Denmark. Because you don't sound like you from around these parts.
Yeah, I've got a theory, Euclid. I think some students have so much time on their hands that they start to question their own gender.
Well, how dare you? We're on winter break and you're just attempting to be transphobic in the Discord train. Absolutely. What the hell are you doing?
I thought that was a binary choice.
Also, it's probably just not even the case, because if you look at like the associations between like, free time, which is probably going to be mediated by like a lack of education, a lack of training, and then like trans status, it's probably not going to be in the direction you think it is, and it's probably not going to have much magnitude either. So I just don't buy that. I think we could do some fairly basic case control studies here that would completely annihilate your perspective.
Not impressing anyone. Absolutely nobody.
No, I'm just vehemently disagreeing with what you're saying, because what you're saying is complete bullshit.
Vehemently disagree with me
anything I just said?
Somewhere else.
I don't care. Do you disagree with my refutation one bit? Was there one single thing I said that you disagree with?
Unjustified negation retort. You're just like Gregory, but Troon.
No, I mean, did you disagree with anything I just said? No?
This is Gregory Troon version.
Hey, if you don't disagree with anything I just said, what are you doing?
You're not impressing anyone, Ray. Nobody.
Wait, if you don't disagree... You aren't impressing anyone. You aren't impressing anyone. You aren't impressing anyone. No, dude, don't care. If you don't disagree with anything I
Who's actually... No. Apologize.
You don't disagree with anything I was just saying. What the fuck? Dude, don't care. If you don't disagree with anything I was just saying, what are you doing?
You're in a demon come out. You're in a man, let's say.
That's a good point.
You think... Hold on. Does me being a man and being a woman speak to you being a retard? I thought those things are slightly orthogonal.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you go somewhere else now?
I'd actually rather stay. I'm quite liking it here. You're trapped in here with me.
I disagree with this Ree guy's gender politics, but I like what he was saying when it comes to like science.
Hell yeah, brother. I understand the flat earth and the topology. I understand that. I understand the geodesics.
And I think Ree should, talk to this Romulan guy.
Oh, you would like that.
Romulan would get fucking pounded intellectually, rhetorically.
I'll pound the earth right now, gang.
Hello?
Who the fuck was that?
Hey, Ree.
Who the fuck are you?
You know exactly who I am.
I ain't never met a woman in my life before. I don't speak to women.
Are you trying to hide the...
Wait, why do you think... Wait, you think the Earth the globe, don't you?
Ree, this is the person you said was histrionic about 20 minutes ago.
Monkey, you think the Earth the globe, ain't that right? No, this is the flat Earth chat. We're going to talk about the flat Earth, not your personal drama. Sorry. Monkey, you would agree the Earth the globe, right?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, that's a mute.
Yeah, damn right. Damn right. This globe tired coming in our safe space, attempting to spread the globalist agenda. How dare they? How dare they?
Okay,
what do they think they doing?
If you want to LARP, you gotta be funny, okay?
I try.
Alright, Skinny, can we get back on our debate again?
Let's get back on topic.
I mean, I'm not trying to debate. I just want to talk about I think that the ball's bullshit.
The ball is bullshit. You're damn right, Skinny Pete 14. You know that's why they call you Skinny Pete 14, because you're so damn sharp, like a razor.
That's it. Exactly.
That's right. That's right, Skinny Pete. You really get it. I mean, the globe, it just don't add up. It don't add up. If it's a globe, why aren't people falling off the edge? Like, that just don't make no sense.
Yeah, man. Exactly. What I'm saying.
They believe the globe-tired agenda, but they can't even prove it. They got no knowledge. They only got belief. It's quite tragic. It's quite sad. The state of the American education system.
Yeah, for real.
Well, how dare you accuse me of insincerity, monkey? How dare you? If you're gonna pipe up, you pipe up in the voice chat. You don't saying shit in the side chat. That's frankly disrespectful. It speaks to you being a pussy ass bitch.
You need to change your PFP.
Yeah, like I don't want to talk to you when you're trolling.
You calling me a troll? That's
he's not a troll. I stand right beside this man. He's not a troll.
I ain't no troll.
Well, that's a woman.
I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman. What?
I'm only saying.
How dare you misgender me?
No, Ree is a woman.
No, Ree's not a woman.
Yeah, stop mocking women, Ree.
Yeah, stop mocking women, Ree.
I'm only saying that's Skinny because if a mod sees it, you'll get muted.
Is this your friend, Monkey? Monkey, is your friend this Romelian people? This Romelian guy was saying some very transphobic rhetoric in the Discord call. In fact, it's recorded on the...
Mocking women.
Is that your friend, though? I'm just wondering.
Why would I give a shit? I came here for one reason.
Just for the record, Romelian... Sorry, for the record, Monkey, Romelian is your bestie, correct?
Thanks for unmuting me, guys.
My profile
Appreciate
picture is evidence of the flat Earth.
Yeah, damn right it is. But Monkey, you wouldn't even disagree with me, right? You would agree with me that like this.
Sorry, I don't want to talk.
This Romelian person is your friend, correct?
Hold on, you guys. No more microaggressive behavior.
Yeah, no more microaggression.
Respect everyone's pronouns.
Yes, respect everyone's pronouns. Thank you.
The reason why we do that here is because it's a safe space for learning. Think of it like the college campus. If someone's identities aren't being met, they won't feel safe. They won't be able to learn because who's that like video game coming through? If you're playing the game, just put yourself on mute. No one wants to hear your gaming. All right, fuck it. You're gonna have to make me tab in to see who that is.
Ree's mocking people's identity though.
Yeah, Ree, you're actually straight dickhead, man.
No, it's called. Okay, hold on. My take is that she's just trying to set the stage for a more serious conversation by getting all the nonsense out of the way.
I just feel like someone should mod a little bit on the interrupting and trolling, but I don't know. I'm just overthinking.
How do you mod?
I think you overthinking a little bit, but I appreciate your input, Bennett. I think you're highly rhetorical. I think you're very articulate. I think you're erudite, and I appreciate your contribution. Okay, man.
Ree, I have a question. Ree, is it bigger than?
How do you mod someone to give proof?
What was your damn question? I didn't quite diddly hear you.
Black and white.
I would say it is. I can think of a few other colors.
Yes, sir. It is bigger than black and white.
I think it is.
Thank you.
So, Monkey, what is your evidence of the globe? I mean, you said you believe in it, but you don't got no evidence, do you?
No, I was joking. I'm globe neutral, flat Earth neutral.
You're globe neutral?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, have you walked outside? Have you touched grass before?
Well, I only believe that.
Seems pretty damn flat to you, don't it? Don't it seem pretty damn flat?
Okay, so I only believe that which I see with my own eyes.
And you've gone outside and touched grass, haven't you? And you've seen it's pretty damn flat, ain't it?
Okay, so, Crit, why are you allowing this troll to talk?
Monkey, out there, you call me a troll. What do you think you do?
How dare you call her a troll? She's not trolling.
How dare you?
That's what I'm saying. How dare you assume she's trolling?
Can you not talk? You're a minor.
Monkey, this person may be a minor, but you a fucking tard, so I don't know which is better, which is worse.
I'll tell you right now, I'm 16 years old. I am not a minor.
This person's not a minor in the state of Uzbekistan. They are of legal age in Turkmenistan.
I'm of legal age. No.
You hear me?
What the fuck has happened to this channel?
You understand? In the land of Uruguay and Paraguay, this man can vote. This dude could have voted for Bolshevik. You understand that?
I could have voted for communism if I wanted to.
You could have voted.
Please don't.
So, any evidence of this realm we stand upon? Who's got some that can bring some to
go up yourself? Just go up into space and see for yourself. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, so Sen, you have to appeal to space in order to figure out where we live.
I mean, just do it.
But why do you have to? Why do you have to go to somewhere else to figure out what you're saying?
If you want, if you want answers, go see it yourself.
I'm asking you a question. You're in the room, right? So I want to know from your perspective what tells you that you are in fact on a ball, because you want to appeal to space. So I can go with the precept or the precept. Yeah, the precept.
I want to appeal for space.
Well, you're the one that says I should go there to look back at it.
I'm not going to appeal for you, man.
Excuse me?
I'm not going to appeal for you. Just appeal yourself.
You're not going to appeal for me?
Do you want me to appeal for you?
You just said I should go to space.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna appeal for space for you, bro. Do it yourself, man. I'm not trying to do all that work. The hell?
I don't need to. I'm asking you.
I mean, like, bro, you want answers?
What tells you? I'm asking you. What tells you that we're upon a ball?
Pictures.
Okay, so what is within the pictures that tells you we're upon a ball?
The Earth. It's a circle.
Okay, so you think that from that place called space, you can effectively look back at the ball to verify the existence of it, correct?
I mean, like, could you, like, look back at a bottle and say it's a cylinder?
100%. I would anticipate.
Basically, yeah. I could look back at space and see it's a fucking bowl, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to tell me.
All right, so my first question to you, for people that demonstrate this kind of intellect, I'll ask you again to demonstrate this. Have you ever built anything in your life?
I'm kind of 16, so I'm guessing, nah, I haven't built anything in my life. Besides, like, a stick.
So your dad never was like, hey, let's go build something outside, let's go...
Oh, yeah, in the forest.
In the forest. What did you build in the forest with your father?
Tent.
You built a tent. Okay,
yes,
fair
with
enough.
my dad.
Okay. Now, question being, are you familiar with the construction level?
Fuck no, I'm 16, what?
Okay. Have you ever seen one on TV?
No.
Okay. Do you have a TV?
Yes.
Okay. What if you were... Is that TV that you're looking at, is it on a surface or is it hung on a wall?
On a surface.
Yeah, is the TV sitting upon a table or is the TV on...
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, if you were to pour a glass of water, let's say, and put that glass of water on top of that flat surface that your TV is sitting upon, do you think that level water that water would be level in front of you?
That's probably. I don't fucking know, nigga. What?
Why do you have to be rude? I'm asking you an honest question. I'm being very honest.
You're not making sense. You said water. You went from TV to water, bro. The hell?
Well, the TV is sitting upon the flat surface being the table, correct?
Wait, what does the TV have to do with the water? Huh? Bro.
Because we began talking about...
Could we, like, switch it up, bro? Like, can I have another example? Because I'm not getting this.
Are you having a problem following this simple question?
Yeah, I'm having a problem.
Okay. My next question for you then would be, if you... let's see. I've run out of questions. Somebody else can go if they want.
Oh.
He's just trying to get you to understand the principle of level. So, like, when we straighten up a painting out on the wall, or we're making sure that our TV isn't going to fall over on a surface, etc., etc. You're wanting that surface, or you're wanting that picture frame or whatever to be as flush and horizontal as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
You get that principle, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's all. That's all he's getting at. It's not anything, it's not rocket science or anything like that.
Thanks for that, T-Dub. I greatly appreciate that. So again, brother, have you ever poured a glass of water?
Yeah. Actually, no, I don't drink water from glass. I just drink it from a bottle. Like drinking it from a glass is really just like complicated and shit. Like, so just grab a bottle.
So what happens? What do you think would happen if you filled that water up to the very, very tippy top?
It would spill. It would spill. Because when you grab it and move it, it's gonna spill.
Right. In order for it to spill, though, you agree that you would have to impart energy onto it, right? Like you would have to move it, right? But if it stayed on top of that surface, that level tabletop, do you think that water would just sit there?
Probably, bro. If you like don't add too much, I think it wouldn't spill. I don't know. I've never like filled it to the tippy top. I always like filled it halfway and just drink it from there.
Okay. Cool.
You got me.
Right. No, I 100% get you.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
My question is, like, if you're located where you are, I don't know, somewhere in the United States of America, right? Okay, well, where are you hanging out right now? You in North America somewhere?
Europe.
You're in Europe? Bet.
Yeah.
So you're north of the equator, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So our buddy that just jumped in there, T-Dub, you know where he's located?
Who?
The guy T-Dub, the guy with the calm voice that just jumped in to help me further along the conversation with you. Well, that different voice that you just heard, his name's T-Dub. He's here in the chat. Now, he's located in Australia. Did you know that?
Australia?
Yeah.
No, I didn't know that.
So if he goes and he does the same thing that you just did, pours a glass of water, so on and so forth, right? You think he's upside down to you? Do you think that water should come shooting out the mouth of that glass?
No, it wouldn't come shooting down.
No? But we agree that you could both pour level glasses of water to your local, right?
Yes.
Cool. So do you think that's something that everybody can do wherever they're located, is pour a level glass of water in front of them to their local?
Unless you're in Africa.
Why? Why is it different in Africa, brother?
Because water shortage.
Wow. Do you have to really appeal to their resources in order to...
I'm African as well, I can say this.
Pardon me?
I'm African as well, I can say this.
Okay, fair enough. But your location is in Europe, again, correct?
Yeah.
Right. So, for all intents and purposes, if we could gather enough resources in Africa as well, they could, in fact, pour a level glass of water, correct? Right, bet. So, my question then becomes, if everybody's pouring locally level glasses of water, how do you then introduce a ball?
What'd you say?
I'm good. You have a good day, brother.
Yeah, I like where he was going with that. I just don't think that the kid was mature enough to continue that. But yeah, I thought that was good.
Thanks, brother.
I agree. Where does the curve start? If everybody had a level glass of water, where's the curve?
Tap to undo a staff mute on user.
If everybody was like, let's say you could do an unbroken line around the circumference of the supposed ball Earth, and everybody poured a level glass of water, where does the curve start?
Is that really a globe proof? Sorry, your flat Earth proof?
No, I'm asking the globe. I'm asking you, if anything.
How much curve would you expect to see in a glass of water about 2 inches wide?
Well, how about the Suez Canal?
That's not a glass of water, correct?
Yeah, exactly. Something like that.
But hold on.
Lined up glasses of water along the Suez Canal.
Whoa. Crit just like blew my mind. I'm sorry I tried to jump in on that. Crit, wow.
Remember that T-Mobile where it's like, hey, can you hear me now? And you take a few steps. Can you hear me now?
Right?
It's like, yeah, it's like, does it curve now?
Dude, it's like you're forcing the line with cups of water.
And another thing,
I agree with like the Suez Canal.
The Suez Canal is important because that also debunked Cavendish. Because they could have used the Cavendish to, get it unstuck.
That was a definite high degree of observation displayed, because you can't hand wave that, right? You're right on the surface and you're actively observing the surface with your own man-made level, and you just keep walking along. Cup of water, take a picture, cup of water, or in fact just buy a 50 pack of those red cups, right, that everybody likes to drink out of, and just keep pouring glasses of water as you go.
You got the water source right next to you, too. You can just bend over and scoop it. Put it down, scoop it, put it down, scoop it.
Done. We could even just come up with a hose, right? And siphon the water and just keep pouring it as we walk along. It's like an endless, yeah, bro. Where it's the perfect experiment. Actually, no, it'd be the perfect observation. Or we could call it an experiment. We could just vary the amount of water in each container and see if it changes, maybe.
Does the Suez Canal curve at all?
No.
Well, here's the thing, right? Oh, sorry, Crit.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
Thanks, brother. I appreciate it. So the Suez Canal has been built out of concrete. We agree?
I mean, I'm talking about the water level, right?
No, B, just for a second of like, when we ask about something, let's talk about the actual thing we're asking about first, right? So to say that the Suez Canal is built out of concrete, we know that concrete has to cure over a period of time. So the interesting thing is, like, when I don't know how long, what type of concrete was used in the Suez Canal. I know with my local observations with ruling the rules that are required for concrete, it requires a 28-day cure time, but that's a much larger job, so I would anticipate they use a different type of concrete. Without having said all that, we then know that this thing appears to be level as it was constructed, but it also appears to be in complete solid state, which then brings in another sidebar question and a sidebar topic that you could get into is, how would that concrete cure if the ground was in fact spinning?
Yeah, and I suppose you'd be able to measure the level of the concrete job and discern whether there was any curve in it, right?
Exactly. And that's the whole thing. Is like when we observe, and Brother Crit, I don't know if you have access, if you could double check, but what is the length of the Suez Canal? Because that's another thing I looked.
Yeah, I used to have this memorized. So it's I think 100 miles, a little bit less, maybe.
Okay, so
120. I had to Google it. 120.
120 miles is correct?
Yeah.
So let's walk this out for a hot second, right? We have a solid structure that's measuring 120 miles. I don't even need those 20 miles. I'll just stick with 100 miles as a sample set. We'll call it a litmus test, or we can call it a globe audit if you would like. Now, the claimed radius, and here comes me with my script because I understand mathematics and numbers and the breakdown is such. I'm going to read the script now. The claim is a 3959 mile radius claim. That's from the middle out to the crust. Now, over the crust, we should see a drop over distance of 100 miles. If we go out 100 miles, we should see a drop over distance of 6,600 feet in order for the globe claim to be true. So we look at the Suez Canal and we see an actual rectilinear structure, a structure that is basically comprised of a rectangle. So with that, I ask you, do you see a curve, a drop over a distance of 6,600 feet? That's a 600-story apartment building, or a 600-story. Yeah, that's right. Nice class, by the way. Well demonstrated. Do we actually see that in real life? That's my question. And thank you for the display of flatulence, air pressure.
Here, I got a good memory aid here. So the Panama Canal is 40-ish miles. Times that by 3 to get the Suez Canal, which is 120 miles, and then times that by 3 again to get the St. Lawrence Seaway, would be like 170 or 160 or 360. So kind of like the 3 different levels there. All these superstructures built using water and no account for curvature.
Water,
yeah.
Crazy is they were built. They were actually built to actually not even buy water, but to actually control the water, right? Like these things are required in order to control the water. So they actually have to be bigger than, quote, the water that they're engaging with. Isn't that interesting?
So like the Great Lakes, northern Minnesota, you start off about 700 feet. And through the course of traveling 370 miles, you'll go through different locks that drop you all the way down to sea level. No account for curvature there. 0 curvature. All using water, flat, level, hundreds of miles across.
Water.
Water. Air.
What do you call water that isn't carbonated?
Flat.
There we go.
Flat water, flat soda.
I have a question
flat
for Jen. Have you proved that airplanes don't use fuel in flight? Have you done that yet? Is that your claim?
That is such a good question.
Listen, we got little toy planes. They're called air hogs. They don't use fuel. I'm just kidding. They use air as fuel. The fuel is air. They're called air hogs. Get you some.
I bet. Thanks, Damak. So, question, brother. Could you ask that airplane question again, please?
You guys know that car that's powered by distilled water? Little toy car?
Airplanes? Airplane question.
No.
Who asked the airplane question, please?
That was me.
Right. What was it?
I was asking Jenna to prove that airplanes don't use fuel in flight, since she was showing this model that said that airplanes don't use fuel in flight. It was really interesting.
Well, I'll ask you, do you know about the jet stream?
Yes, I do know about jet streams.
Okay. Do you know...
They use fuel, guys. I hate to break it to you.
They still use fuel when they're flying in a jet stream. They don't just like coast there.
You're a jet motor. We know.
Okay. I don't even know if I can talk on this channel. We got DMOC right now. We got Killian. There's too many.
I don't know. We got you reading off lists of names, jet fuel. Just get to the point.
Dude, it's sad that you came in here and you asked the question, and I actually attempted.
No, I'm joking. I was joking with you. I was joking with you, Killian.
Yeah, so you've obviously been like, get out, man. Flick. Waste of space.
Someone get this troll.
I'd like to hear more about the
Get this troll out of here.
It's called an air hog. They make toys. They make all different versions and all different rates. Helicopters, little jets, little rockets, everything. You fill them with air. You hit the button and they go. They're called air hogs. They came from the government that designed them.
Doesn't it use like, I don't know, an elastic to spin the propeller or something?
Uses air.
But does it rely on the propeller?
Yeah, air pushes the propeller or air pushes the object because you're in a medium of resistance called another air. So when the air comes out and pushes away from it or pushes out on the thing, you're in another medium and there's resistance, and that's how that works, right? And no matter what you put, that's all you're looking for is the shit to give you a thrust, a push. So if you can compress anything and push it out at a greater rate than you compress it at, then that you're going to be able to get up in the air and then take your wings. You could turn your fucking plane off and you could glide for a long time. And then if you needed to climb again, you lift your fucking little things, your fins, and they glide you back up. Ride it for a while, go down.
Damak.
Yeah.
When a swimmer swims, what does the swimmer push against?
Water.
The water.
Mock this. Right. When a bird flies, what does the bird push against, Damak?
Air.
The air.
Right. The bird, as it flies, articulates its wings so it can effectively slice through the air on the upstroke and then tilts its wing down so it can push up on the air. This jet stream...
Well, honest question, doesn't it rely on its own energy to, let's say, push itself? Like, even if I'm swimming, I have to push myself?
So if you get yourself in a little airplane and you are the wings, then you can fly it just like a bird.
Why are you imagining me as a little airplane?
I'm imagining you as a little bird airplane. And then you wouldn't need no fuel in your butt. You just need to eat a worm.
Okay. Wow. I don't like that analogy.
That's too bad. So sad. You don't like that birds fly without being filled up with fuel? That's your problem.
Goes back to the birds and the bees, man.
Bees aren't filled up with fuel either. They got a mechanical wing that rides and...
Do you want to get filled up with fuel? Or?
No, but you think you have to fill up with fuel to go somewhere, which is weird.
Body needs fuel.
Body needs muscles.
Body needs food, fuel.
It needs mechanical attribute to move anywhere or do anything. Animation. So once you can be animated, you're good to go.
So you can't do anything without food or water.
Listen, all you're worried about is a fart thrust. You have a fart airplane that does nothing but farts out, and then you're like, where's the power coming from? The fart. And you can guide, and you can fly, and you can float, and you can coast. There's different kinds of airplanes. There's humans that get up in a guider suit that's made of plastic, and it's real tough, and they fly. It's a wingsuit, and they're not full of fuel, but they fly and glide and go up and down.
How did they get there, though? How did they get up
by jumping off of cliffs, dude?
And how did they get up that cliff? Did they have to use energy to get up that cliff?
They didn't use an airplane of fuel to get up the cliff.
Yeah, but they had to use energy to get up to that height.
No, not an airplane of fuel, what you said they need. So don't worry about any other source other than an airplane full of fuel. That's your main contention.
They had to use energy to get up to that speed, though.
No, what's energy? It's not an airplane of fuel.
To do work.
The only energy you got to pay attention to is the only thing you can understand is stupid ass airplane full of gas. That's it. That's all you got, stupid. Quit talking about any other.
Do you think airplanes don't use fuel, D-Mock?
Don't talk about any other source. Prove your shit.
What am I trying to prove? What,
they do use
that
fuel.
You gotta
I don't know what we're trying to. Yeah, I know what we're trying to.
This is what happens when you talk to D-Mock. He is complete low IQ retard. He has no idea what he's saying.
Is to start talking about toy planes. Now we're like in this weird space. Oh. Yeah. They pump up with air.
No, but I like what he was saying, and I was interested, and I heard this before. I thought he was articulating it pretty good, for me at least.
Well, I mean, teach their own. Fuck.
Yeah.
A little abrasive, maybe a little abrasive, but.
Felix Baumgartner jumped out of the thing with a parachute and came back to Earth from 80 or 180,000 feet or some crazy amount. He just flew with a parachute back to Earth. He didn't need an airplane.
I don't think that was the thing that was in contention, D-Mock. You just made
what? Flying through air? Going through the air? What are you talking about with airplanes then? What do airplanes do? Airplanes don't go through air, guys.
They fly.
I guess you got me on that one, brother. Airplanes don't go through air. I lost that.
Airplanes fly. I don't get what the argument is.
Yeah, I don't understand the point of fucking talking about stupid ass airplanes when you don't even know how to make one.
Well, nah, bro, because like that's an interesting question, right? Like, what is the jet stream? If I ask you that, right, what is the jet stream a result of? Now we have a measurement. Anyone know what that measurement is?
Oh, tell me.
Flat.
Measurement of what?
It's flat.
Flat jet stream?
Nah, the result, what the jet stream would actually be a result of. We have that measurement. That means we can validate it. If you guys want to be like honest about the conversation and break through on it, let's talk about it. Right? That pressure we observe at sea level, 14.7 pounds per square inch, is what we observe at sea level. And if the jet stream itself, we know that it exists because planes and birds require it so that they can fly upon it, then from a standpoint of when we observe turbulence, as an example, the mixture of hot and cold and what can happen, and then the absence of air pressure altogether where the plane drops and people actually hit the ceiling because they didn't have their seatbelt securely fastened, although we're instructed to. So from a standpoint of like this jet stream being a result of this 14.7 pounds per square inch pressure that we observe at sea level, I think it's something actually really, really crucial for us to maintain, because if that, or to understand, because if that jet stream wasn't there, space would exist. If space exists, how could we have the jet stream? Thoughts?
We have the jet stream because of rotation from the Earth and heating.
Do you have a ball demonstration of that?
We have a model. Is that what?
No. Do you have a physical ball that does what you're claiming? Real material, dude.
We need that ball to have gravity. So we can only do that through computers.
So you need a computer to lie to kids. Is that what you're telling me?
No, because gravity
doesn't work only in a computer. Is that what you're telling me?
No, the ball is just too small to have.
You just said you can only manipulate anything from a fucking computer point of view. Now, when do you boys go to real physical attributes of physics? Or do you just stay in a fucking cartoon computer making Superman fly real fast so the earth spins different?
Are you saying that you only
Are you saying cartoons are real? I'm saying, how do we get the physics out of your computer to prove them?
We run simulations, don't we?
Yeah, you get a ball.
In the lab.
Yeah, in a lab.
Yeah, you
With
got
the ball?
Yes, we can do that through a
Show
computer.
me how a
yes.
Cavendish and a cat toy works on a ball, a pendulum. Show me how a pendulum works on a spinning ball, and it shows you the precession. And don't don't double speed. Don't double speed. We're going to get a ball. That way we know what our computer's recording, right? We got to make sure our computer knows what the fuck it's talking about, right? So we're going to use a real ball.
Are you talking about a
what do I do?
physical
Well, I get a ball and then I get a string, and what do I do to it to make sure that it's going to show me the precession on this spinning ball?
What do you
Are
think
you
is going to
afraid of
happen
real
if you
balls?
just put a pendulum on a ball?
Yeah, and spin it how fast?
Yeah, but in order for it to
How
stay on
fast
the
do I
ball,
spin it? We're going to
in
do
order
your
for the
science.
pendulum's
Surely you
going
know the
to
amount.
fall off.
Surely you know the amounts.
In order for the
So how
pendulum
are we
to
gonna
stay on
see?
the ball, you need something to attract the pendulum to the ball. That's why there's gravity. So you
I
can't
don't
have the
need
ball
shit. It's
without
not
gravity.
my fucking fairy tale story. That's
You
your
can't have
belief.
a ball
No,
without
that's your
gravity.
religious belief that this can happen. Now, how are you going to just demonstrate it without being a religious believer and preaching to us
Sure.
all day?
Run simulations on a
No,
computer.
preacher Bob, with a ball.
Okay, so
How
get a
are you running
magnetic
a ball
ball.
simulation
I got
without a
you.
ball?
All right, so let's get a magnetic ball, for example, okay?
No,
the little magnets on
gravity's
that
not
bigger ball.
magnetism. No, we
Yes.
want to see gravity do stuff, not magnets, dumb
Well,
fuck.
but you don't know what gravity is. You don't even believe in
Magnets are a
gravity.
million billion times stronger than gravity. Magnets
You don't
are
even
not
believe
going to
in
help
gravity.
you. It's your
I got
problem. You don't have
Alright.
gravity.
You
Magnets
do
are
have
great.
gravity.
You need gravity
You don't
in the
believe
lab.
in upside down people.
So why does gravity leave the lab for you guys? Why is it not working for you? You're
Because we don't
anti-gravity
have
all
a
of a sudden?
mass big enough.
This
We don't
dude
have
is
a mass big enough
anti-gravity. You hear it? This
that we
dude
can just
stops
pick up
gravity.
in our fucking hand.
No, you
That's why
stop
we have
fucking gravity in your hand. You stop all gravity from happening because you're too fucking
How does that
retarded
happen?
and
We don't
incredulous.
just stop gravity. We don't
That's
just
what you
stop
did.
gravity.
You can't get a ball to do nothing, right? Gravity won't work for you. Now you got
We don't have a
crybaby
mass big
fucking
enough.
ifs and buts and wham boo hoo. Democ, we can't. We can't because that must be. Because we can't show you. Because that must be happening because we
Because you don't
can't
know
do
what
it.
gravity is. You don't know what
You're
gravity
not
is.
demonstrating it. You're saying it won't work for you. It took off. It
I'm
left
telling
your
you why.
presence.
I'm telling you why
I
it
don't
doesn't
want
work.
your crybaby ass fucking excuses. I want a
It's not an
demonstration of gravity.
Demont, can
How
you
the fuck
steel
is
man?
a crybaby excuse gonna help
Yeah,
you? I'm
can
not
you-
paying you to make up fucking
Hold on.
excuses.
Demont,
It's
can you
steel
steel
man
man the
my
Cavendish
argument.
experiment?
I can get a ball and put a fucking string on it every day. What are we doing? That's what
Right.
we're trying to do right now, motherfucker. Steel man the Cavendish with
Now,
a
okay,
ball.
now you're missing some formulas.
You're
If you're
missing a
gonna do it
ball
like
in your
that,
experiment.
you're missing some
You'll
shit
need a
on it.
3D object called a sphere.
To be
You need
fair,
something
Dimok
to
has
attract
only
the
one brain
object
cell.
to the ball.
To be
Okay,
fair,
you're
you don't have a
European, so
ball
you
in
make
your Cavendish experiment, you fucking retard.
Yeah,
How do you have an experiment of a ball without a ball? Tell me, boys. Tell me how your science
Alright,
works.
still not the
need gravity.
Cavendish experiments.
I'm gonna get a ball out. You're going to too, bitch. Get a ball out.
I got a
You're
ball.
gonna fucking Superman it. You're gonna Superman the ball. You're gonna get a ball out. It's gonna Superman itself. It's gonna talk for itself, retards. We're just gonna record what
That's why the
happens.
Cavendish
dumb fuck.
experiment only has 2 balls.
We are gonna record
Weird.
what you do with a ball and a
That's
string
four.
on it.
That's
We
4
need to
balls.
see the precession of a tilted ball and how you can prove that with a real string and ball. Guys, are you ready? Steel man your
Please,
globe.
can you explain to me how the Cavendish experiment
Nobody's
doesn't have any
explaining
balls?
shit without a ball. Get your ball. The ball will explain it
I
to
just
you.
did.
Please, can you get a ball? Put a string
Yes,
on it.
Stillman, the Cavendish experiment,
Put a
please.
string on it.
You're talking to Demont. It's impossible to talk
Dude, you know you're talking to a ball.
Yeah,
You guys
true.
are
I
speaking for
think
balls.
he's probably left behind by his friends and family at
No,
this
you were
point.
probably left behind by a ball that you can't touch. You probably know all the ball physics for balls that aren't real, that are on your flat computer screen.
But what's the Cavendish experiment, though, Demont?
It's not on a ball.
He doesn't understand it.
I don't
He has
understand
no
stuff not
basic
on a ball,
understanding
no.
of physics, so why even bother with him?
Why even put it on a
Just
ball to show
accept
how it
Timok
works
as
on a
lost
ball?
cause.
Why even bother with the ball for ball physics, you retard ball allergic goofs? You fuck.
Oh, funny.
Thank God.
Gravity doesn't exist.
Lydian, go on mute.
Can we go back to the airplane though, like real quick? Like I got something for that.
Okay, Hush. Was it you we were speaking to? With before the peanut
earlier?
gallery just jump in.
I think so.
Okay, you said something about you said we don't know what gravity is, or that at least that Demok doesn't know what gravity is, right?
I don't think he knows what gravity is at all.
Do you know what it is?
Yes, it's a force.
Well, it's not actually described as being a force anymore. Actually, it's described by theoretical physicists as not a force. Specifically, verbatim, not a force.
I can bring you papers where they dispute that. West Texas University still thinks it's a force.
All right, so they're going to go against some of the most...
So, I'm not trying to get into the semantics because you can see gravity anywhere you look. But I know like you guys think that because it's flat and because you don't see no curvature, there's no gravity.
I will help out. I know what the confusion is. It's not a Newtonian force, but it's definitely a force, and that's why the confusion is between the two papers.
Shut up. Didn't ask for your opinion, dude. Thanks. Okay, dude, listen, Harsh. It is literally described as not being a force. That is consensus. That is not disputed.
Can we go back to the airplane just really quick?
No.
Somebody said that you can't put fuel in the airplane.
We're going to focus on.
I had this conversation before. Can we just talk about the airplane just really quick?
Because we need your concession on that.
No, gravity is definitely a force. Can you bring me some papers where it disagrees with me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I can see some citations.
Scientific consensus disagrees with you, Hush.
It disagrees with you guys too.
All right, so you want? Okay, give me one second.
Give me that real quick.
You don't see gravity. You just see the effect, and people describe that effect by using gravity as a description.
I never said you could see gravity.
You said you can see gravity everywhere.
You can see gravity work everywhere.
Hey, you can see the effect.
You can. Do you agree?
Yeah, we're talking about why. What causes it?
Get to do. So do you believe the gravity can exist on a flat Earth? Whoever's talking?
No, flat Earth isn't a gravity. They don't use gravity. They don't accept gravity as the explanation.
They don't.
It's relative density.
Well, you don't understand the explanation anyway, so I think you should do more research on gravity so you fully understand what you're
Gravity is caused by the curvature of space-time, which is a combination of space and time due to the presence of mass and energy.
All right, good. You can read the internet, but do you actually understand what you read?
But if you disagree, what part of that is wrong?
Yeah, I'd say you can read the internet now, but by you just talking earlier, it really sounded like you don't understand.
That's fine if you say so, but if you disagree, what part of that do you disagree with?
I've posted one article there that discusses how gravity is not a force. I'm not on my other device at the moment, so I don't have immediate access to all of those things. I dug that out of our old server. Well, not our old server, our home server. But I can get more, right? But that's basically telling you there what Einstein's proposed, right? And Einstein was apparently shown to be correct through the Eddington experiment. All right. Now I disagree with that, but as from a standpoint of a hostile witness, right? This is your side saying this, not my. Your own side is saying what gravity is and what gravity isn't, and they're saying it's not a Newtonian instant reaction between two masses. It's one mass distorting space-time, right? And then as another mass in motion passes through that distorted space-time, its path is changed. Its trajectory is changed because of the warped space-time, which was caused by the mass, but it's not a direct interaction between the two mass. So it's not like one mass is stretching out invisible arms and grabbing hold of another mass and pulling it towards it. That's not how it works, and it's not how it's described anymore.
I don't think they're saying that's not how it works, because that's not what I'm reading here.
That is what they're saying. It's not a mass literally attracting another mass. It's the bending and warping of the medium around it, which is space-time. So mass follows that bending and warping.
Right. If there was no curvature of space-time, which is caused by the presence of a mass, right, then there would be no interaction between the two masses.
But this would still mean Earth is in orbit around the sun, so that means the sun is causing space-time for the Earth to move into. Is that what you're saying?
Sure, you can, like, if we want.
I mean, because you're are you agreeing with this new data, or are you disagreeing with it?
We're seeing if you agree.
That's not my question, though.
What new data?
The one they posted in this chat.
What's the data?
It's right here in the chat. They posted it like 10 times.
Yeah, what is the data? You know what the data is?
What the fuck? Are you retarded?
That's what I'm asking you. Are you retarded? Show me the data.
That's what I'm asking you.
What are the
Unless you
figures?
don't have this paper.
The instrument that
I'm
they
asking
use
them
to
if they
gather
agree
the
what's on
data.
this paper.
Yeah, what's the data? What's the instrument that they use?
I don't know. Read the paper.
Dude, they've already measured
They're
it.
just showing
you
me
know
this
what
right now.
LIGO is?
It's an instrument.
Do you know what LIGO
You don't have
is?
to ask me it.
Okay, so LIGO. What's LIGO?
Yeah,
You gotta ask me that.
LIGO,
Just
they
read the
measure
fucking paper they just sent.
gravitational waves. So I don't know how you could disagree with that data. That's proof.
What is that?
Space-time.
I didn't say if I disagree or agree. I'm just saying, do you guys agree? You're showing me this.
How would I agree with something that they're not even describing what they're measuring?
They're showing me this data. So I got to read into it. But if you guys already read into it, do you guys agree or disagree? That's what I'm asking. Or do you guys just...
What it is. I need to see the data. You understand that?
There's some data in here. Do you understand that?
What's the data?
Okay. Schwarzschild radius is given by RS equals 2gm divided by c squared. That kind of data.
So there's no data. It's just some sort of
just
formula.
data you can't fucking comprehend, apparently.
So now you're going to ad hom me when I'm telling you that that's not data.
I'm not ad homing nothing. I'm just telling you don't know what the fuck the data is because you haven't read this.
What do I need to read? I just need to know the figures that they got from the instrument. What's the instrument and what does it mean?
You're asking me, and I haven't read through all of it yet. So why don't you read up too, and then get back to me?
Well, this is not my claim. I'm on something that isn't my claim.
I'm on the Event Horizon part right now.
Actually, what I really need to see is space-time. Can you get me some space-time?
Well, they're saying that's gravity.
No, space-time isn't gravity.
No, dude, it's the effect caused by space-time. That's gravity.
Okay, show me the space-time, right. So is this scientific?
So what the fuck are you asking to show you space-time then?
Well, that's the thing that would have to be. Apparently, there's a cause. Space-time is causing something, so I would vary and manipulate the cause of the effect. So get me the space-time so I can vary and manipulate.
So I got to show you a piece of space-time so you can verify and manipulate.
That would be the thing I'm looking for, yeah.
I would point you to outer space as a starting point.
Is that space-time? Is that a fabric that I can bend and manipulate?
Actually, yes. Because here's an example.
So it doesn't exist here on Earth. Right?
I got an example. This light from stars are billions of years old.
And
do we agree
so that's
on
a
that?
claim. That's a claim that you just made. No, I don't agree with your claim. You have to prove your claim.
Yeah, well, yes, it's a proven claim.
How is it proved?
Multiple ways. One of their ways. Hold on.
Pick one. You've been doing this every day. You come in here multiple ways, and then you come with nothing. You have anything.
You come with shit. You're asking me 55.
Okay, so now that retard's going to go on mute. The other dude that was telling me about the cause and effect relationship between space-time and the effect. Can you show me any space-time? No. Okay then.
Can I ask a question here? There was a picture sent in the chat. It was a meme that said, "Don't ask me how I got eggs on a space station," and nobody did. Can please someone explain what that means? This one.
I don't know for sure, but I would say that it's literally just that. How did they get eggs on the space station? They put them in a box and fly them up in a rocket with themselves?
They must have like things to eat up there, right?
Isn't it really expensive per like pound of fuel to bring every individual weighted object? And then they're bringing eggs for an experiment's purposes? Just like a lot of things that they show on the ISS, it looks really stupid. That's my opinion on it. I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Alright. So is this conversation at its like end with Hush?
Looks like it. I mean, the guy doesn't seem to know the difference between a data set and a model in which the data set goes. So, can't really do much with that.
Who here is a flat earther?
Why, you ask?
I would like to ask a few questions.
Well, do so in the room and someone will answer it.
Well, that's the first question. Who here is a flat earther? And nobody's answering, I guess.
Most people. Most people in here are.
Oh, okay. So the first question you guys are asked is about in an ocean ship goes down as it goes away. How do you answer to that question?
Anyone got that? I would say, do you have an example of that?
Example in what sense? Like if in an ocean ship is going farther away from a perspective, you have the bottom of the ship that disappears first and then leading up to the top, implying there is a curvature there. How do you...
So I'm asking, do you have a specific instance of that? Because there are instances whereby at that same distance or larger, people can still see the bottom of the objects. So it's a case-by-case thing, you would think, right? So to look at each individual ones specifically, one may be able to derive, reasons for it.
So are you saying there is a case where Earth may be curved and others where it's not curved?
What I'm saying is for you to insinuate that it must be curvature causing that cannot necessarily be the case when you have conflicting examples.
So your idea is that in many cases that doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, fair.
You can demonstrate things disappearing bottom up on a flat surface.
That's another thing too. I think people look past that.
Oh, could you actually elaborate on that?
Go ahead, Daz.
Oh, there's quite a few videos and stuff where people have used just a flat surface and put the camera very close to the ground and then got an object and moved it further away from the camera and it disappears bottom up because the limited viewing angle to the bottom of the object reduces until it can't be resolved.
Yeah, and I'm aware of another instance where somebody had a similar setup and then altered the variables in the atmosphere, like the temperature and pressure and stuff like that. And immediately when that happened, things shifted around. Like I think it was in a controlled setup. It was a small room. The lady had like a little, like the experimenter had a little model, little model city or something like that, like little toy, Lego-sized things. Put the camera at a certain distance, and then open the door to let cold air in. As simple as that, and you can see a dramatic shift from what the camera saw. And one of the effects was some of the things on, like some of the items that were on the ground, the bottom parts of them immediately appeared like they were behind some sort of obstruction, as if the ground was curving up. So it's a known effect of, whatever,
Okay. Well, the routes that the ships and planes take, how do you approach that?
What about them?
They imply they basically imply the shape of the globe, that how we see it, to get to one place from one place to another, like North Pole and South Pole, the way you like get across, and from America to Japan, and then from America to Europe, and then from Europe to Asia, East Asia.
How so? How do you get to that conclusion?
Because of the routes that pilots take when they fly a plane, or the ships.
What about the routes? gives you that information.
Okay, let me explain it. What
Please.
I'm trying to say is, the people that live, let's say, in Morocco, right? And the ship is to go to India. They use the Suez Canal, right, from Egypt, and then they go from there.
So how does
Right,
that?
and- No, I haven't finished. If you could please listen.
Oh, go ahead. There's
And
a bit of
when, and when people have to go from Morocco to America, the people take is towards the west. And when people have to go, let's say, from America to Japan, they still go left, implying that how do you say, like a line that goes around and reconnects, if that makes sense, and that's in one direction, like in an equatorial direction, and similarly, the lines are made when it comes to the longitudinal direction.
Okay, so you're saying because they can go east and west and wrap around on each other, that must be a ball.
Yeah, in both dimensions, x and y.
Okay, so north and south as well. I.e., somebody's gone.
Obviously, I have to be honest here. I'm not sure if they've done that from north to south. I'm not aware of that, but I'm assuming that.
Right, so that's where the issue lies. I think most people are aware of the east and west business.
Yeah.
But there's a claim out there that nobody's actually gone north to south. Like nobody's traversed the South Pole and came up. You know, like no one in Chile has said, "Oh, I want to go to South Africa or something," and then went over the Antarctica and popped up in South Africa, type thing. You know what I mean? Like there's, as far as I know, that hasn't been done. Now that would give credence to the claim that it's a ball because you have to wrap around somewhere or somehow. But to this day, I don't think that actually has been done. Perhaps over the North Pole, maybe, or near that, but over the South Pole, no.
Fair. When you think North Pole, what's in your mind, or is nothing in your mind?
It's hard to tell, but there's the kind of more common conception is the North is at like a center point, and around that, in a circular fashion, everything is laid out. So South is just away from the center on a plane. See that? Like, not to provide a model or anything, because it's not really a model, or one could argue it is. If you take a dinner plate and North is at the center of the plate, you can go around that center point of the plate. That would be your east and west. And then from the center plate to the edge of the plate, that's South. See what I mean? Like conceptually.
And what's at the end of the plate, the edge of the plate?
See, that's a very good question, and I don't think anybody can answer that because we haven't been there. Right? And even to your point, you don't know if anyone actually has been there so as to circumvent, over the south to the north, back to north on the other side. That hasn't been done, even in your position. So therefore, no one can really speak to that. But as far as we know, conceptually, this works as well. So in both cases, okay, we got something. How do we reconcile that? Is the big question.
Fine. When you're using the plate analogy, how does the day and night work?
How does the day and night work? Well, the sun just does its thing. If you conceptualize the sun as being millions and millions of miles away, as in, a plate analogy, you have a light that's so far away that it illuminates the entire plate. Well, that's avoided by having a local light. which only lights up a certain portion.
Could you repeat I think your voice got cut off. How is that avoided?
How is that what?
Could you please just repeat the part about the day and night?
So day and night, if you have a light source, call that the sun, that is, 6 feet off the surface of the table on which your dinner plate resides, right? Well, that light's going to illuminate the entire plate, right? So that would not replicate the day and night cycle because the light is so far and there's no night anywhere. But if you have a local light source, an inch or two off the plate, let's say, well, you have parts of the plate that are illuminated and parts that are not. So conceptually, that works too. So in order to reconcile that, one would have to know concretely the actual distance to the sun, for example, which the claim has been made that it's 93 million miles.
Yeah.
Well, how do we validate that?
Speed of light.
What about it?
Speed of light is theorized, right?
From Einstein, yeah.
By theorized, I mean it's theoretically deducted.
From how so?
I don't remember. I studied it a long time ago, so I guess you can explain.
Yeah, so we're at a bit of an impasse with that.
So you're claiming that the speed of light is just.
I'm not.
Like we don't know for certainty, I guess.
I didn't claim anything. I asked you, and you said I don't know. So okay.
No, I'm saying your position would be that we don't know it as a certainty. That's all. I'm not saying that you're.
Not at all. I'm asking you, how do we concretely know the distance to the sun? You said the speed of light. I said how, and you said you don't know. So okay.
Yeah, I said yeah.
All right, like not making any claims to the speed of light is not actually the way it's stated. I don't know. I don't even know how they derived it. How could I make that claim? But to say that is therefore, the key to understanding the distance to the sun. Well, if we don't know where that came from, we don't know how it was plugged into a certain model or whatever, or an observation or experiment or whatever to prove the distance to the sun. Well, that's a moot point.
Oh, fine. Well, is your position that the distance would impact how light would behave, basically?
No.
So why was distance relevant?
Because I was talking about conceptually, if you have a distant sun, in your question about how do day and night cycles work.
Yeah.
If you have too distant far of a sun atop a planar surface, well, the entire surface would be illuminated, and we know that right. And we know we have day and night cycles, so the thing cannot be the light source cannot be too far so as to illuminate everything, because not everything is illuminated at all times. Therefore, the distance to the sun would have to be not so far away.
Oh, okay. So so it does impact the behavior of how light strikes upon the Earth, right?
Not necessarily.
So when you imagine it being too close, how is it still behaving? How is it still behaving, basically? That's what I would like to know.
I'm not sure what you mean. Like, light is light.
No. I mean, like this. How is sun behaving from? How is it moving?
How the sun is moving, I can't answer that. I don't know. But what we do observe is, from any given point, the sun is just traversing the top of you. How far it is a whole other question. Like, it's an unknown.
Fair.
All right. Like, there's I think the takeaway from all this is there are so many unknowns that to be able to craft an entire model that is solid is a little bit, you know, it's a little bit, how do you put it? Like, you can't really do that. It's very far-fetched.
It's a leap, right?
There are multiple extremely large leaps of logic involved.
Fair. Is there
all
any
we can do
problem
is
that you see?
all we can do is go by what we know. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just there's a little lag, so I don't mean to interrupt you. It's just when I start speaking, you have also spoken, so that's why it's happening.
By all means, continue. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'm asking at this point is there any problem that you see with the model of basically the model we have right now?
Yeah, many.
Okay, please mention, I guess, one or two.
For one, if we're standing on a giant ball, right? One of the properties of any spherical or globular object is a rate of change of slope of the surface, right? Now, as far as I know, all people have been able to do is assert that the ball, or globe or whatever, curves at a specific rate, given a certain set of assumptions that gave them a radius value and whatever, and from that derived, backwards calculated, it must be said rate of change of slope. Now, when we go out there and we try and validate that with, actual real world measurements, they don't line up. So if there's if there's actually a rate of change of slope of the ground that we stand, then that would further evidence the claim that we're living on a ball. So if you have that or know of anyone who has done that, I think that would be very valuable to the room. For starters.
Rate of change of curvature. Could you explain what that means?
Sure. So, analogously speaking, take a basketball, right?
Yeah.
It's a ball, right? If you take a ruler, for example, it's a straight object, and you put it on top, you create, a tangent. Let's say.
Tangent, yeah.
Right. There's a pivot point of the ruler on the ball, and then on each side of that, there's an ever increasing deviation until the ball wraps around again, right at the edge. But there's an increasing deviation from the ruler to the surface of the ball. As x increases or y or x decreases, the slope, the change, grows, quote unquote, exponentially. Now, not exactly because it's not a parabola, but you can approximate it with it. Right. So
are we imagining a perpendicular from the scale?
No, this is certainly not to scale. I'm just giving an analogy, right?
No, by scale, I mean the scale that you put on the ball.
No, I said like a ruler, right? Create the tangent.
Sorry. Yeah. We call it scale as well. That's why. A ruler. Are we imagining a perpendicular from the ruler? That's, you're saying as we increase x, the deviation increases.
Yeah, this is a tangent point, analogously.
And when we increase x, are we going straight down?
Oh no, excuse me. You're going. I meant x on. X is the axis of the of the ruler, right? So the middle point where midpoint where the ruler touches the surface of the ball, that's the 0 point. And when you increase, 1 inch, 2 inch, whatever, in the positive direction on the ruler, there's a constant there's a constant deviation, increase in deviation.
Oh, so you mean like the distance from the ruler to the ball increases, yeah?
Exactly, as from every point of x on the ball.
Fair.
And then it's the same in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So that rate of that change right? We should have something similar in reality, obviously of a different degree, because it's a larger ball, and we're you know what I mean. Like, so do we have that? Is really the point.
Well, how do we, like you explained how we would measure it with the ball? How would we measure it with the planet?
That's a very good question, and that's unfortunately your burden to bear, because it's your assertion that we do live on a ball. Now, if you know we live on a ball, that must mean that somebody must have done that, so to speak, right?
Oh, fair. Is there? I hope I'm not bothering you too much, but is there a contradiction you see towards the model of the ball? I realize what you said here, but contradiction in a sense that it doesn't make sense, or things like that. It doesn't appeal to reason, or
right. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't use the word contradiction, because no one said two opposing things necessarily, at least insofar as our conversation is concerned. But rather, the things that are stated about the world that we live in and the models that encompass that, they don't align with reality. So the question is, how do we reconcile that? Or maybe they do align with reality, and I or other people in the room are just not aware of the evidence to support it.
When you say the model of basically the model we have right now doesn't align with reality, how do you mean?
Well, a good example is what I'm talking about previously about with the surface. If we live on a ball, there must be a certain rate of change of slope of the ground, a certain rate of curvature. If there is no rate of curvature, then it cannot be a spherical object. We don't find a rate of change of slope of the ground or a rate of curvature, therefore it's not. Or if there is, and we're just wrong, perhaps you can provide a citation or a source, some sort of material that demonstrates that this is actually the case.
But that's not going against the things. That's not going against something that we have, that we know, basically, right?
Well, what do we know? That's what I've been asking.
Whatever we agree on, basically. Not you and me.
I'm asking you what is known concretely about the ball model or the ball world that we live on, and then create a model about it. What variables in that model are assumed versus which ones are concretely verified?
I didn't mean that. What I meant is, what I meant was, the model doesn't go against other things that we agree with. Not the things we agree about the model itself, but the things that we agree on otherwise, which would make it a contradiction.
Okay, I guess kind of like what we were saying before about circumnavigation. If you're going east and west, it can work on both models, type of thing, like that.
Contradiction in any sense that would make you think that this may not be the case. The model that we have.
Again, you're using the term contradiction. I would say you're really gonna assert the use of that word as being valid. Okay. Well, then I would say there's a contradiction between observable reality and the model insofar as the curvature of the ground is concerned, because there is no curvature of the ground as far as we can tell, or have been able to measure or whatnot. So therein lies a contradiction, unless, of course, you can provide that. Therefore, then from then on, there would be no. We were just mistaken.
Yes, but when we talk about the model, we also say that the radius of the planet is so much that we wouldn't observe it with how we live, right? Yeah.
Right. The statement is that it's of a certain rate of change that we would not necessarily observe it, but mathematically speaking, mathematically speaking, it could be measured, right? So the statement is that it changes at a rate of approximately 8 inches per mile squared. So if you're standing on a beach, for example, over calm water, you look out straight in front of you, whatever object that would be at the 1 mile point from your distance from where you are, that would technically be below your horizontal line of sight, would be technically be 8 inches below that. And if you go out from that point another mile, right, from your vantage point, that would be 8 inches times 2 squared. So 8 times 4 is 32. That would be 32 inches below your line of sight, assuming you're looking like your eyes are straight on the ground, for example. Right? That would be similar to the ruler analogy. Right? Your line of sight touching the ground, like the ruler touching the you know what I mean? So if that is not measured in reality, well, what can you say about that? Like there's an impasse there.
I didn't say measured. I said it wouldn't, because you said it doesn't come into the how we notice the world. I say we will notice it in our daily lives, considering the radius that's being said.
So do you notice it, and has it been measured? And does that measurement conform with the model?
Well, the model suggests that I wouldn't notice it in my daily lives, in our daily lives.
Okay, so what would you notice then?
I wouldn't know. I guess I wouldn't notice anything that's that apparent. That everybody, because obviously if it was that clear, then we wouldn't have it wouldn't be discussable, right? But we are discussing it, and people used to think it was flat before, so that's there. It's not something that's
okay. So are you saying that if the model states that we wouldn't notice it, we don't notice it, therefore the model is correct? Basically?
No, I didn't say that. I said when you say we don't notice it, that's why it goes against our. Yeah.
No.
So that's
okay. Allow me to rephrase. Okay. Then I'm not saying. Allow me to rephrase. I'm not saying that we don't notice the curvature, like in terms of like just pure observation. I'm talking about the measurements that have been taken. Okay, using sophisticated equipment and shit like that, not just our eyeballs, which themselves are pretty sophisticated, but you know what I mean. The actual measurements taken do not conform with the model.
Oh, okay. Now I understand.
I mean? Yeah. Because exactly.
I misunderstood. I guess. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Oh, yeah. That does make more sense. All right.
Yeah, that's where it gets tricky, because then people would say, "Oh, well, it's because there's something wrong with the equipment, or we're not factoring in this, that, the other thing." Well, then that's to be discussed. And it has been, and is still being discussed, I guess.
So how do we prove it's a ball?
That's what I'm asking. Where's that?
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Thank you for your one opinion.
Yeah. So an unfalsifiable claim. That's what we're dealing with.
So you can't find out it's a ball, but it's a ball, and that's what your model says. If you can't see that it's a ball and it's horizontal everywhere, it must be what? Your model's weird.
I was saying you can't prove it. I think it's still the most reasonable explanation.
Why do you say you can't prove it, Matthew?
Because proof belongs in the realms of mathematics and logic, and it is similarly, you can't prove that the Eiffel Tower exists. I mean, you can see pictures of it, and that gives a very compelling reason to say that it does exist. But I ended up saying things like, I think the surface of the Earth is a globe is the best explanation. not the best proof.
Wait, what do you mean we can't prove the Eiffel Tower exists?
Oh, Matthew.
Because pictures can be faked and people can lie.
Okay, so solely by pictures alone, you can't prove it. That's fine. But can I take a flight to France, to Paris, and go visit it?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore I can prove it.
If you trust your senses enough, yes. But I'm saying that's just human senses. There could be, somebody could have like faked it somehow.
So you're saying that if I go to this tower and I look at it, it's right in front of me, it could still be fake. Like, it could be a hologram or something.
No, it could be that somebody built one in China, a fake one in China, and they conspired to fly you to China instead, recreate Paris. But I'm just, obviously that's ridiculous. I'm just saying that proof is something that, 1 + 1 = 3. You can prove that. But I when you're talking about the real world, we can talk about explanations and most likely. What's true most likely.
So can I, for example, prove that I'm sitting in this chair right now?
So you're coming up with more and more ridiculous examples of things that are very, very likely. And of course, I mean, and if you want to use the word proof in a colloquial sense, then yeah, you can prove that you're sitting in the chair, and you can prove the Eiffel Tower exists just by looking at a picture or sitting in the chair. But I'm saying,
hold on.
Now your definition of proof.
But now you're conflating two things. Looking at a picture certainly distances you from the thing that the picture is, depicting, thus limiting your ability to validate, or quote unquote prove it. But if you have real world evidence, concrete stuff, accounting for all variables and shit, then it's fine, right? Like me here, I'm sitting in this chair, I have the chair, touching it, my ass is on it. Are you saying that there's, a sub 0%, a sub 1% probability that this is not the case?
I'm saying that it depends on your definition of proof. And so rather than argue about semantics, I prefer not to say that I can prove things. I just say things like, this is the best explanation. So to answer your question directly, yes, I mean, I suppose there's a 0.0001% chance that you're hallucinating somehow. Obviously, that's ridiculous. I don't think you are. And in the colloquial sense, I would say it's fine to say that you can prove that the chair exists because you're sitting on it. I'm just saying that's because we are using a colloquial definition of proof. And when we start talking about proof, then when we argue about whether things are proven or not, we're going to have to come up with a more specific definition rather than this colloquial definition.
Okay, so if I say I'm not on any drugs, I am of, sober mind, I'm on this chair, therefore I'm not hallucinating that I'm on this chair. Are you saying that only, inches the likelihood that closer to 100%, but not actually brings it to 100%? Okay, so what would bring it to 100%?
Nothing, because it's about the real world. But you can say that if you add an even number to an even number, then 100% the sum will be an even number. I'm saying that kind of thing is incontrovertible. There's nothing conceivable that could make that false. 2 + 2 is going to be 4. An even number plus an even number must, by definition, the sum must be even. But whenever you talk about the real world, then you have all these other complications. And I'm fine using the word proof colloquially, but
yeah.
Nick, were you talking to somebody else and then Matthew decided just to bounce into this conversation?
Took the words out of my mouth.
I was talking about
You go ahead and resume your conversation with the guy that's new.
By all means, if he's still interested.
Are you talking? Are you saying we should resume our conversation?
Sorry,
yes, most definitely. The conversation you were having before. Yes.
Oh yes. I would love that. I'll just have one question. This is the last question. The thing about how we launch satellites. How do you think that? How do you believe that happens?
As in putting objects in the sky?
Yeah, and it orbits, so to speak, the planet, right?
Well, if we're on a ball, then it could probably orbit. But before we assert that we are having objects orbit us, we must first confirm that we have a ball for it to orbit. So if we don't have a ball for it to orbit, but we still have objects in the sky, they must be kind of up there and moving around by some other means. If indeed we do have them. Now there's evidence that we do, so there must be something else going on. That's what I think. That's why I was emphasizing the conversation before about the ground actually curving, because that's really the
crux.
That's really exactly. Thank you. Yeah, that was the
physical, geometrical attribute of the physical, tangible material. You need to be curving like water and the dirt at the same rate somehow, to where you can say, "Hey, we are on a ball." Therefore, once we establish we're on a ball, then we can say, "Okay, these things are happening around, above, or below, or beside a ball." But if we can't find the curve, all we can presume is that these things are flying up above a horizontal realm. Just like birds and airplanes and everything else go above your head and go in a circle left to right and, just get up there like a hot air balloon. It's not hard to get up there. It's not hard to be blown forward.
I understand that, but I'm not questioning how we see it. I'm questioning the science used for it.
You don't use science, you use fuel and airplane wings.
No, the science for the satellites we launch.
You don't use science. You don't have any science to use for them. The science would be the Earth curve. You would need the trajectory and the telemetry data to get them down and around the Earth's curve to have them orbit the Earth. That's the science. It's not science. It's just a measurement you need that you don't have because you guys say it's too big to get.
Yeah. So Jules, are you basically saying? Oh, go ahead.
We understand, right, that all the things that they claim to be doing, right, all the and how they claim to be doing it, the methodology, right, all the values involved, the equations, it's the building of the material. We understand that he considers that to be a part of what he's calling science, right? So we understand what you're saying, but the point is still remains is that if those things that they're claiming to base what they're doing on isn't true, right? Or we can't confirm it to be true, then we have no reason to accept and we cannot validate whether what they claim to be doing is true.
Because I would say because the science works, right? If they're basing it on something and it works, that would imply
It won't. They're telling you they're doing something, and they're saying we're using this math based on this assumption or whatever of the globe Earth, right? They haven't given you the fundamental basis of the claim, which would be that direct measurement of the Earth's surface or its radius in order to derive the values upon which they're claiming to base their methodology and practical use. You can't confirm that the practical use is actually taking place, and you can't confirm that the foundation for the methodology is actually true either. But if you can establish, like Demok said, if you can establish that the foundational, the foundation of the practical use is true, then we can start considering these claims, these derivative claims. These are derivatives of the foundation. You got it? These are subsequent consequences, right? These are, you're talking about things that they're doing based on something else which we need to deal with first. Deal with that thing first, then we can go to what they claim to be basing that. Then we can go to then we can go to the derivative points. So let's not go. Let's not go backwards. Let's not go backwards. Let's go forwards from the foundation.
I understand, but you also will have to agree if the conclusions work based on something, then it only reinforces that, right?
No, because again, they're claiming to be able to do something with these values: circumference, diameter, radius, right? Geometry, shape of the Earth. They're claiming to have knowledge of that. And then they're saying, because of that, we're able to do this other thing, right? Which is put satellites and things into orbit, right? So before we go to being what we're able to do based on that knowledge, let's go to how they got that knowledge to begin with. Because did they get that knowledge, or are they just telling you they did? Because if they're just telling you that they did, then they could just be telling you that they're putting things into orbit, and that part might not be true. If we can establish that the main fundamentals are not true, then what they're claiming to do with that information can't be true either.
Why would you say that they're claiming to put things into orbit?
Because they
they are putting it there, but it's not in orbit. Is that what you mean by that?
Because that's what you're talking about, right? You're talking about how they say they're able to put things into orbit based on information and knowledge of the geometry of the Earth.
Yes. But they are putting things up there, right? They're putting satellites there.
That's just a claim.
So you don't think they're putting satellites up there?
I don't know yet, because we haven't figured out the geometry of the Earth yet.
Up there above what? A flat Earth or a globe? Are they going below your feet and back around and up to hit your back of your head, or to keep going in orbit like you claim? Are they flying in a circle left to right above a flat Earth, which is not your idea of orbit? It's just above your head in a circle. Which one are they doing? We have to know what we're standing on. Where's the curve?
So let's deal with the geometry, the claimed geometry of the Earth. They've given us specific values for that. Before we start going into what they claim to be doing with that information, let's see if that part is true to begin with. So circumference, diameter, radius value, drop over distance. How did we get that information? You see, Giles.
Yeah.
You're asking us to accept in the first instance that the basis for their claim of orbit is true. We're skipping a whole head. You're skipping past that part, and they're asking us, well, accept that the Earth is a sphere, and it has these dimensions, and that gravity and everything works the way that we're told. And then let's talk about orbit, what they're claiming to do with that information. Now, we want to see if that information is true first. Right, so let's go there.
I realize that. I realize that when you put it like that, but I'm saying if we assume it to be the way it's being proposed, it makes sense, right? But if we assume it to be anything else, I'm not even going to say it's flat, then we will also have to assume that things like we are not putting satellites out there how we have put them, how cell phones are working, how GPS is working, and they teach it, right? It's not a secret knowledge base. We teach it to, like, it's a graduation course that you do where they teach you how satellites and GPS works, and they even
auntie. If your auntie was a man, he'd be your uncle. Right? This is all ifs and buts, right? This is all ifs and buts. Let's get to the foundation. Like I said, the values that we're given for the dimensions of the sphere Earth. Where did they come from? How did we get them? Can we evaluate that methodology that's claimed to be used to gain those values? And does it have fault? Can it be verified independently? Let's talk about that. Carry on.
I don't know anything about that, so I'm not going to assume position of knowledge, obviously. I don't know how we
of a claim. Then you don't have a basis for a claim of what they're doing with that information. If you can't verify that information to be true, and you're just taking it for granted in the first instance, I'm not going to take it for granted with you in the first instance. So we can't move on in the conversation. So if you want it, let's learn about it. We can guide you through it. We can give you some links, or we can give you some time to go research it, and then you can come back. Whichever way you want to go with this, we're going to talk about the fundamentals, not the derivative topics.
We're not into paying for stories.
I completely understand, but there is one thing I would just want to say, that you're assuming conclusion to knowledge is like building a house where you lay a foundation and then it's flow 1, flow 2. But that's not the only way you can conclude. It's also like reverse engineering. You can also lead to a conclusion. If I say the technology of GPS works, that's not assumption. That's a fact. And when we say how did they base it, how we reached that technology, how did we attain it, and then they had to lay down how the networks would work, and then go to satellites, and then we would say, so there are satellites definitely up there.
On what?
And then
over flat Earth? Cool. There's a satellite flying above your head like a bird, going in circles. Great. Now what's that help us to?
But going in circles would imply it takes energy, and if it takes energy, would imply
what the fuck are you talking about? So what? Globes don't have energy?
Globes.
So on your globe, it doesn't need energy? What are you saying?
Could you repeat that?
What are you talking about? So on your globe, it doesn't need energy to move?
But not the same way it would require on a flat.
Then how would you prove yours doesn't need energy to move on a globe? Show us how you don't need energy to get in orbit on a globe. It's great, right? Where you just drop the object, you drop the rock, and it falls around Earth. Where do you drop it at? Where do we drop our rock at for it to fall around Earth? I want to know your magic telemetry. I just want to know where that spot is, brother.
One sec. What Giles, right? Actually, for quite a long time now, for decades, we've been utilizing other ways to put technology above our heads, right? For practical use, to get weather data, communication systems, and it didn't involve orbit. So because that exists, right, and you can't verify any claim to be utilizing knowledge of the Earth being a sphere in order to put technology in the sky and it have practical use, we're gonna fall back, right, to the things that we know can be done, right? Because we don't have that source information, which is the basis for the claim which you're putting forward, right? You can't verify any of that information that they're claiming to be doing something practically with knowledge of the Earth being a sphere with specific dimensions. But we can verify that we can put balloons in the air and gliders and drones and things of that nature, which don't utilize that information. No orbit necessary, right?
Hey, by the way, Giles, if you're still curious about the stuff we were talking about before, two links in the chat, links to a couple of YouTube videos of individuals who have done laser experiments.
I don't think I was here when you were talking about laser experiments.
No,
or if
no,
I
you
was,
and
I couldn't understand because when I joined, you were talking about something like
no,
I don't know anything about it, like gravity and whatnot. I don't know anything
I understand.
about it.
I understand. You and I didn't speak specifically about laser experiments, but we did go into the whole tangent stuff, right? Remember the ruler on a basketball? Yeah. Analogous to that are laser experiments, because light beams go straight. Right?
Okay.
Unless, of course, they do curve due to refraction and stuff. But that's part of another story, because we can talk about those details. And in the video, at least the last one, they go into that how they factored all that in, and there's still issue with the results. Yeah, I tagged you there.
I see that.
For example, just as a quick like a precursor to it, the last one they do an experiment over 40 miles. Okay, it's at the end of the video. Now on a 40 mile distance, you would expect, remember the formula I said before, 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah.
Right? So 8 times 40 squared. 40 squared is what? 1,600? 8 times 1,600 is what? 12,000 something? Inches.
Yeah.
Okay. So they would expect, technically, a deviation of approximately 12,000 inches or whatever. 1,000 feet, 800 feet or something like that.
Yeah.
Between where they stand and the beam should, rocket over the top of their heads. But they don't. It's pretty much flush with the ground, plus or minus a little bit of deviation due to whatever, weather conditions and, marginal error in the setup, whatever. But that's like that's an error margin of orders of magnitude. That doesn't happen if your model is accurate. Plus or minus 5-10% might be, but 95% plus, there's a discrepancy between real world and theoretical here. And these videos go into the minutia of that. So I'd encourage you to check that out if you're interested.
Yeah, I'll give it a look.
The second one is kind of lengthy. It's about an hour long, but it's broken up into 3, 4, 5 different experiments. So feel free to scan through it to find something of that.
1 hour long. 1 hour long with no promises.
Well, I mean, like I said, go jump in 15-minute or 5-10 minute sections or something like that. I'm sure you'll find something.
Oh, okay. Thank you for sharing, and it was a good talk. Obviously, I enjoyed talking. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I second that. Thank you. It was the most cordial conversation I've heard all day. Glad to have been able to participate.
All right, take care. God bless.
I think just when I joined here, somebody was asking where you'd have to drop something for in order for it to fall into orbit. Is that person still around?
I think T-Dub was talking about that with Giles. Yeah, T-Dub's still here.
Well, if you want your answer, there's a clear answer.
What are you referring to?
So earlier, somebody was questioning how it's even possible to have an orbit, because where would you drop something in space for it to fall into orbit. How does that work?
Yeah, but what are you referring to when you say there it is or that's it or whatever?
When I say there is or that's it, what do you mean?
Oh, I thought you were saying like you had like you provided like a citation or something specific about
Provide a citation. I can explain how it works if you want to hear.
Oh, okay. I mean, state your claim, whatever.
Okay, so if you're at a height in space, arbitrarily high above Earth, and in the direction of the tangent line to the sphere, you accelerate, then you form a parabola in your path going down. So far, so good?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, just keep increasing that velocity in the tangential direction until your parabola wraps all the way around and both sides connect with each other. You now have an orbit.
Yeah, the theory is understood. That's the theory is not disputed, sir.
Well, maybe not by you, but earlier somebody was asking why it would be the case that something would be orbiting if it's in space. It would just fall. That's at least what I understood the claim to be.
I think yeah, theoretically, if we're on a ball, that checks out as far as I've understood. What's in contention is whether we actually live on a ball or not.
All right, can you identify the North Star?
Yeah.
All right.
I live in the north.
Okay, so if it's the North Star, you would agree that no matter where you are on the Earth, it will always be directly above you.
Yeah, there's a whatever altitude that it's at. Yeah.
Whatever altitude.
Directly means like right above
Maybe you
you.
misunderstood the question. Now, if
directly
you
means
are at... Pardon?
It wouldn't be directly above you because that means straight above you, 0 degrees right above you. That's directly. If you go to the
it would be like 90 degrees to the ground above you.
Exactly. And you move around the Earth, it won't be directly above you. It'll be
It's going to be below you. You need to know when it's going to be below.
That's why it's below you. That's why I specified it's a particular altitude, so to speak. Sure.
The important thing you have to recognize here is that this particular altitude is literally always your latitude. Wherever you go in the Earth to measure this.
Hold on. So when you're talking about altitude, are you talking about angle measurement? Or are you talking
the angle between the tangent line to the horizon? In other words, what you deem to be flat, and the star.
Yeah.
That always equals your latitude.
Understood. That's where latitude is derived. I understand that.
From the stars.
No, it's not. That's how latitude is derived. No.
Yeah.
Like you can measure your latitude that way.
But sir, you don't understand. That's where we got it in the first instance.
No.
Yes, sir. Okay.
No,
well,
this
then
is something you can prove on a with a paper and pencil. If you draw a sphere, your North Star is always going to be like at 90 degrees above the XY axis you draw, right?
I understand that, sir. What I'm asking you is if that is not indeed where we derived latitude to begin with, where did it come from?
Latitude is a concept that is going to be understood in it's what you have when you have a spherical object. There's no question of where did it come from. It's like asking where did the notion of a round Earth come from?
No, sir, you don't understand my question. This is a coordinate system, and we concocted that coordinate system. How did we? What did we use to concoct that to begin with?
It doesn't really matter though, because what actual number you have in your latitude technically isn't really all that relevant. What's relevant is the fact that if the Earth was completely flat, you would have to always see the North Star at 90 degrees to the horizon. The fact that you don't in the first place is going to hugely indicate to you that the Earth is not flat. And the fact that...
How so?
What do you mean? How so? The fixed stars are arbitrarily far away. You can't make them be in one location or another by moving somewhere. You can't make them move relative to each other one way or the other by moving somewhere.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. Where did latitude come from? You're saying
Latitude
it doesn't matter.
is a concept that is built into the idea of a spherical Earth.
It's built. It's definitely a coordinate system. Yeah, but what was the pivot point? No pun intended. From which we derived that coordinate system. You saying it's not the North Star. I'm telling you it is. You're saying it's not. So I'm asking you where did it come from then?
All right, man. You need mental help. Peace.
No, I don't. I don't. Like, very simple question. Rage quit. Love it.
Well, Happy New Year, my flat Earth brethren.
Happy New Year.
You too, sir. I take her back for round 2.
2025. I was coming to see if you guys still believe the Earth is flat.
No.
Well, what's changed?
It's not a belief. Belief is not required.
Wait. If it's not a belief, then it means you know.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Now, you do know that that's one hell of a claim.
You know what else is one hell of a claim? That we're living on a giant ball ripping through outer space.
I know. Last time we talked, you're trying to describe how ridiculous that is. But
Well, I didn't. We haven't spoken yet.
oh, okay. So you're a new person.
I
I'm
can
not.
say
I
a
was,
bunch of shit that's actually knowledgeable. Just to say.
yeah, I was
speaking with
present.
your brothers.
Yeah, I was present when you guys were speaking.
Okay.
But I didn't speak.
Yeah, I'm just saying, man. You know, there's a really smart engineer. His name is Mark Rober. Have you heard of him?
No.
No, sir.
Well, he's got a channel on YouTube, and he does a lot of experiments. He's an engineer.
On YouTube. What
And
carnation?
he says the Earth is a globe.
But he's on YouTube. What type of engineer would be on YouTube?
Yeah, I get it, man. I'm just saying. I think the
Good plan.
majority of people who are into science and know this kind of stuff, I think they believe too that the Earth is
Engineers
a
do
globe.
science.
I think so.
You think?
Yeah,
Do you
I'm
believe
saying.
that? Or you?
No, what I'm trying to say is, I think a majority of the scientific community,
Are engineers?
I think they believe the Earth is a globe,
They believe it.
or they know it.
I know it. And I can prove it.
I would ask Castle if they know it. They must have some substance for it, right? Have they provided that substance to you that you can relay to the room?
Well, look, like I said, I haven't been into outer space to look down upon the Earth.
That wasn't the.
That's what the
It's kinda like
scientists
space
done.
station is there.
That's what the
there's
scientists
proof
done. They've
that
been
it
up in
could
outer
be real.
space.
Yeah, Draco, like we're speaking.
Yeah, so am I.
So Castle, like, do you have the substance that you've been able to procure to prove that? To give them knowledge that you can relay to us?
No, I don't have that.
Okay. Well, then you have every right to take their word for it. Most likely the case that they took the word of other people as well. Because we all, at least I'll speak for myself, I did as a kid, right? I took the word of my teachers, parents, and society. But I didn't know what they quote unquote knew.
So I have a question. May I ask you a question, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hell yeah.
So the flat Earth basically means that the Earth is like a firmament, or like entrapped around in like a firmament, right?
No,
Is
no,
that
no. There's
kind of
two
the-
words there. There's flat, and then there's Earth. There's Earth, which is a noun, and flat, which describes a noun. The
Yeah, but I'm
sky.
asking if it's the belief of a firmament.
Yeah, that's Copernicus.
So no, right?
Do you know who Copernicus is?
I'm not sure what that means now.
Copernicus. Nicholas Copernicus?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's the one who invented la heliocentric model.
A model. Oh, okay. Keep going.
Yeah, do you know what he had right outside of Saturn?
What was it?
The firmament.
All right. Well, think. Oh, it's outside of Saturn. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
In the heliocentric model specifically.
Huh, that's
I think what Crit was getting at is your initial statement of the flat Earth means the firmament, or
No,
something
that's
like
not what
that.
I said. I asked if they were a correlation to each other because most biblical, religious people believe in the concise choice that the Earth is entrapped with a firmament. So
Okay.
that's what I was asking.
Okay. Like that would be a natural consequence.
What I was going to
of
say is
the
I've
Earth
gone
being
to a SpaceX rocket launch before, and I know for a fact that the rocket ship actually exited the Earth. So if so, that
It
would
did?
kind of- yeah,
It exited the
There was
Earth?
enough proof. There was enough proof. Yes,
It exited the Earth. And where did it go?
into space.
Which was not Earth?
Yeah.
Like how far? Where did it go then? It went. It left Earth, went to space, and ended up where?
Just pulling gravity and moving around because they're trying to look for more details towards Mars, as it was mentioned.
It went to Mars.
Sure. No. It's pulling gravity and just going around and looking around Mars to like satellite images to find out more data and understanding of the planet. That's where it went. Yes.
That's quite the claim.
Wait, so Draco, just to be clear, you saw a rocket leave the ground, it went up, and then it went somewhere.
Yes.
Did it go up and come back down?
It did not come back down. It only kept on going up. There's enough proof because there was a tracker on it, and you can see it leave the Earth because it went over 70,000 feet on the tracker, which means that it went through this hemisphere and the atmosphere.
Okay, so how high would you say that the limit would be in theory that if that limit was there, the thing could not go through?
Thing could not go through?
No.
It would be stopped at like 20,000 feet. If it
okay, so where did you get this 20,000 feet from?
So basically, there's been like numerous videos and stuff making depictions how rockets are stopped because they got blocked off by some sort of thing. They're saying it's the firmament, but it could just be the fact that it blew up. We don't know. But most of the times when these were taken towards the videos, they would always blow up between 15 to 20,000 feet.
Okay. Well, there's an issue with that because your standard commercial airline flies at what, 30, 35,000 feet? So
right,
the claim
no, it's too low. You're right. That's minimal.
Right. So
more like 50,000 would be it. Sorry.
Okay.
That's
okay. Well, then where? So is that a hunch that you have, or did you get that somewhere?
Analytic details.
Sorry?
Like analytic details, like graph ratios, stuff like that.
Okay, so what was the analysis?
All right, I could give you the fun part, right? Like I can tell you a whole bunch of crazy shit that you guys won't believe, or I can give you guys kind of like the pushback when I don't make sense. You guys.
Well, I'm just asking you because you came in here basically asserting that because a rocket left the ground, went as far as they told you they went, therefore there can't be a firmament. That's where we're at in the conversation so far. And I'm just poking.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
Who's got no evidence?
What's the firmament
I
made out
tons
of?
Evidence. It's just I don't know if I can post it.
Like, what do you mean? Technically, like you can't actually post anything?
Yeah, because most of it's like restricted. Like no one really knows about it. Type shit. You know?
Oh, okay. So you claim to have secret knowledge or some shit.
Yeah, some stuff.
Oh,
but
well.
it's very
then that's not really a.
How convenient for you.
Yeah. So I mean, we're at an impasse then.
I mean, I can post straight the conversation to someone else if that's what you're getting at.
Well, you don't have to.
It's a conversation.
Yeah. I mean, because here's the thing: like, if you have evidence for something, provide it or not. Like,
if
otherwise,
you guys don't snitch, I will.
I mean,
do you have evidence for the dome?
I think he was getting at that there must not be a dome because rockets went higher than supposedly the dome is. So I'm inquiring about where this dome is stated to be and how he got there, that value.
So you're saying there is a dome?
He's saying there can't be one.
And you're saying that there is?
I didn't say anything yet. I'm picking
at. If you're saying he doesn't have evidence for the dome, where's your evidence for the
I'm
dome?
getting it right now. 1 second.
I'm just going with. I'm going with
compare.
this guy.
I'm on the side of both, right? I'm on the side of both. I'm gonna compare the two. Just 1 second.
Okay.
I need to set it at save time, by the way. So it might be in like 30, 40, maybe even 15 minutes, but you're gonna see it regardless.
Okay.
OJ's lawyer said it best. The absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence.
Sure.
I'm still gonna post it though.
I mean, that's great.
So you guys just say that all this stuff that they show on TV is just fake?
Yeah,
You
we
know, when
believe
they
every scientist, government body, agency, any lettered corporation, basically anybody, they're all lying and the earth is actually flat. They're all in cahoots.
Well, why would they do that?
Who stated?
'Cause
Who said that?
They don't want us to know the truth.
They're hiding something.
You know, there's a lot of things that the government is probably hiding, but I don't think that is one of them.
And you don't have to.
Okay, here's a perfect example. This is kind of tying in towards what I was saying about evidence. I'll mention it. I'll give it a description. You guys know about New Jersey, how all those drones have been flying around, the orbs, all the weird stuff that has been happening recently, correct?
No, I don't know about that.
You don't? Oh, okay. Well, that's fun time for me then. There was these drones. They started flying around New Jersey, a little bit inside of, I think it was called Mainland or something. Regardless, they were looking for something, and no one knew what they were looking for and as to why they were placed. Later on, there was a debriefing that was very tiny, not major, disclosing the information that the drones were looking for a nuclear warhead that was stolen out of Ukraine, along with the 70 that were disbanded that other people are also looking for too. These drones are looking for the nuclear warhead as so claimed due to a radiation spike, which is why it all occurred and why everyone started asking all these questions. Once they got that principle, randomly, people started posting videos of all these orbs everywhere and drones going to these orbs and hitting them and then falling all the way to the ground. There's also been videos of people communicating with these orbs and asking them questions about God and Jesus, and they have been replying, which has been interesting. It's an estimate that most likely it's extraterrestrial life, or it's just simply God or Jesus. As it is said inside of the Bible, Ezekiel 1:18, that these plasmoids will talk to you through God's name and words. So basically, if that is being said and so, that would mean that one or two, once it's deemed to be one or two, we will know for sure if the earth is flat or not. There you go.
And how do you reach that conclusion?
One's biblical, one's more accurate.
Not sure I follow, sir.
Towards which sense?
I'm not sure I follow your conclusion. You're saying there are things in the sky, little lights, therefore we live in a ball.
They're domes. I mean, they're orbs. Yes, they're orbs. They're very
Okay.
weird. And scientists has indeed deemed the fact that they're most likely extraterrestrial life.
Okay, so that would mean that...
And this information towards that is very public. You can find it anywhere.
Okay, so extra terra meaning extra land, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do we know the nature of the land by calling these things from another land?
Oh, because there's no way that they're from Earth.
Okay.
I can expand on that, but I can't.
So are you saying that they're from another spinning ball somewhere?
All right, let me explain.
So yes or no answer question.
How smart are you guys? What did you guys do in school? What was your guys' GPAs?
That's a non sequitur.
Decently smart.
Just assume we have exactly the same education as you have.
Okay.
Because God bless America. You know, the Department of Education.
True that.
How does an education prove your globe?
I was not in America. I was in Canada, and I was top 5 in my entire country for education learning. But that doesn't matter. I'll teach you guys. So we have an orb, right? This thing is circled like that for a sec. It has a spinning buoyancy of movement going left to right. left to right. It spins around and it kind of glares and it makes some sort of motion as if it's like kind of like chains around it, or if it's like enchained or stuck, right? Let's say that this is the chain and that this is the orb. The orb has this and then the chain is inside of the orb. They are constantly rotating and they're going around, for example, like this. It continues that pattern and it continues to spin. What this means is it can't be on Earth because we've never seen it on Earth and it can't even be described by science. Which technically means, analytic-wise, if this is actually here, that would be from another place or another stance or another form or another life area or maybe a different realm. That's all deemed to be what it is. I saw my first orb actually 5 months ago. So, yeah. And I know for a fact that's on Earth because of science can't describe it.
For a fact.
Sir, are you going to be able to actually answer the question and not monologue about how smart you are and why you're so smart?
Sure. I'm sorry.
So the question is basically if what you said was received correctly. Basically, you're saying there are orbs in the sky, and therefore we're not on a ball.
Yeah.
Therefore, we live on a ball. Excuse me.
I would say that we would be living on not a globe. I don't believe in the globe. I believe in more so an ellipsoid.
Okay, so a spheroid.
Yes.
Okay. So lights in the sky, therefore spheroid.
Yes, but the lights are undynamic lights, and they're a lot different towards regular stars.
Okay, fine. So therefore,
of the Earth. I'm not saying. One more thing. Just to make it clear, they're inside of the Earth. They're not out of the Earth. They're inside of the Earth.
Well, certainly close enough that we can see them.
Yes.
Sure. So, and they're deemed extra terra.
Mm-hmm.
And so therefore, they're from another spheroid somewhere else.
Most likely, yes.
Okay. So if from that statement, from another spheroid somewhere else, that implies that we're on a spheroid to begin with.
Yes, because these orbs.
So how do we know that?
I can tell you right now. It's actually interesting. When people were traveling, there was an orb in the air. When they went underneath the orb on a highway, their radio was intercepted and it sounded like that they were speaking to aliens. And this is definitely real due to the website that I got it from. So, what that means, it's most likely aliens or some sort of life that's extremely more intelligent than us. Therefore, that we don't have to worry because they wouldn't really want anything to do with us if they have that intelligence. But if the theory is correct, then yes, we'd be on just like a sphere, like Saturn, Mercury, Mars, or anything else.
Okay, so let me ask you something. Okay, if we're on a ball and these things are extra terra, that implies they're from another ball somewhere. Mm-hmm. Okay, right? So far, so good. Now, let's just, as a mental exercise. If we are indeed on a flat plane, and our Earth is, a certain, circular section of that plane, and there happen to be other circular sections amongst that plane elsewhere, and these things are indeed from that extra section, that would also qualify as them being extraterrestrial, right?
Yes.
Okay, so at the moment, all we've got is a set of information that does not reconcile the two possibilities.
Okay,
so I would ask you...
You're basically wanting me to prove that the Earth is in a dome, rather than talking about all of this. So you want proof for the argument that our flat plane isn't a flat plane, and that we have an indifference towards all the other planets in our solar systems, making ours...
I'm just asking, simply put, sir, I'm just asking you how you know that we live on a ball.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to change the entire direction then. I got something for you, actually.
Good, because we were off on a tangent.
Yeah, we should stop that tangent. It's not going to get us anywhere, but that's just the one theory towards that there's extraterrestrial life. Okay, 100% proven.
But hang on. But just so we're on the same page, from the information you provided us, either possibilities are still qualified.
Yes. Yes.
Right. Okay. So you recognize the entire waste of time that was spent over the last 5, 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't make a distinction. Okay. So let's move on to something that's actually a little bit more concrete.
Okay, I have a better conversation. That one was just kind of random, but I was just basically trying to explain that there's a possibility that there's extraterrestrial life based off of the argument. But this one is going to prove better stuff. It's going to make a lot more sense rather than it being, a bit senile towards the presentation. We're going to talk about now towards patterns in the sun, how it moves when it rises and sets to the north, to the east, and how every single pattern when the sun rises and sets is always different from the pattern first presented. We're also going to talk about how if you have a telescope and you aim it at a star, that the star isn't seen to be moved, but the planet is seen to be moved. And the reason this is because when you have a telescope set on the ground, it moves away from the star. But if you have two telescopes and you put them both together and you remove the end cap at the bottom, the star will stay in the same position because it's extra magnifying it. And it's giving it more magnitude, which means if these patterns are staying the same always, and they're constantly continuing to be different when the sun rises and sets, that would mean that this pattern proves that we don't live on a flat Earth. And the reason this is because if the sun is constantly moving and rotating, it proves that these patterns are not interchangeable, as I said like 5 to 6 times. Sorry about that. Trying to think about more things to say.
Too many already.
All I'm trying to say is the patterns kind of proves it, because people say if we live on a flat Earth, then they would always be the same rotations and the same length to each other of distance. That's basically what the argument is.
Okay. Well, how about this, sir? Does that just to clarify? Does your last statement are you in contention with Einstein, who stated something to the effect that from sheer observation alone of the sky, with from here, we cannot tell whether we are moving or not, or they are moving?
Yeah, but
Einstein's a fucking Jew.
there's kind of like some things that can introduce that we are in fact moving.
Okay, but not from sheer observation alone, right? So you're not in contention with Einstein's statement? Because what you just stated is, okay, so the thing is, with what you just outlined, that's a sheer observation.
But I've done it though. Like I've done it myself with the telescope.
And that's fine. And that's fine.
And when I used the one telescope, the star was moving, but when I used two, it wasn't. So that means that we're moving and that the star is staying.
That's understood, sir. So you personally performed the observation. That's great.
Yes, and I can even do it for you on Discord. I have a special
That's
telescope.
fine. If you're so inclined, that would be probably very entertaining. But the point still stands that it is still a sheer observation, which falls in line with what Einstein said, that by sheer observation you cannot make a distinction between whether we are moving or they are moving.
It's true.
So all this. Okay,
But
so
back
if
then
that-
they
if that
didn't
is
have
the
the
case-
type of telescopes that we do today and the actual proper science to even deem that.
but it doesn't. But from that statement, it doesn't qualify the type of observation. It says sheer observation alone, whether sophisticated or not. It's an observation.
Can I ask you?
I'm gonna check what Einstein's IQ is. Okay, 160.
You said you just put the
at the
telescopes
argument.
together to like double their
You
magnification.
cannot tell if we are moving if they are,
There's a quote out there. You might be able to find it from.
It's
or if they are.
relativity,
Or
man.
If
Yeah, it's one of his points. Yeah, towards relativity.
can we really not tell from
Now, I find it interesting that you're questioning his IQ. I mean, he's a very prominent figure in
Oh, I'm more
academia
than aware. It's just
on your side of the argument, right?
Just for some
No, I don't have a
interesting
pro- I
facts.
don't have a-
Some things
I don't
that
think
he
there's-
said, he lied
There's no.
about.
He's a commie
Sure.
Jew.
Yeah, so
He
there's
lied
no.
about a few things that he said, yes, but
Okay,
that
so
doesn't
there's
mean
no-
that everything he says is a lie.
You're right. You're right, and you have every right to question him. That's why I was just trying to clarify.
I do
Does-
agree with the argument, though, that what he says is most likely true, because even if the thing is happening, that can still be an optical illusion with the telescope. We don't know. You know.
That wasn't really the point. It was really that whether you observe something or not, that doesn't tell whether we are moving or they are moving. So all that to say, what you're bringing up as quote unquote proof, if you don't contest his statement, it doesn't prove anything.
No problem. New topic.
Right. So
sea levels. Sea levels.
So strike two.
Sea levels.
What about him?
So every single now and then, sea levels, they can change and they can rise.
Okay.
If sea levels can change and rise, and the terrains will go ahead and they'll be overflowing. We realize that usually when we see Miami, New York, that usually looks, it's flat. From the water to the sea, it all looks flat, right? That is because it was intentionally made to be flat. Some mountains were removed in most countries. Some forests were removed in some countries. Some elevation was changed to make housing possible.
Okay.
If we actually looked into details, our Earth is actually a lot more terrain-like than it's actually presented to be. If nothing was ever interchanged or moved, we would always have mountains, and it would always be flat. And it would go up, and it would be flat, and it'd go up constantly. That's just how it would work if nothing was interchanged or locked or over time moved.
So
when you
to put it short,
when you go down on a highway, or you go down a road, and the steep hill comes up, and you go down that hill, it's simply just a dig out.
Okay, so to be clear, you're saying sea levels, therefore ball.
Yes, because if there's sea levels, and if it's said that Antarctica can melt, that kind of proves against it. And there's proof that the ice is melting in a lot of articles.
Okay, so ice melts, therefore we're a ball.
Do you not wait? You don't know about that argument?
That's not my statement, sir. I'm clarifying your point.
But do you know about the argument, though?
Melts.
That's my question.
I'm asking you. Ice melts, therefore a ball.
All right, let me pull you up an article instead of yapping for 10 minutes.
You have been yapping. You've been saying a lot of words with no meaning.
Hold on.
So ice melts or sea levels change, therefore we're a ball.
Yes, I forgot exactly what the argument was for that. But
It's interesting. It's interesting. You're reluctant to say yes or no. And I'm not sure why.
Because we can never know.
Okay, so why are you bringing that up, sir? We're asking you for the third time. What evidence do you have that proves we're living on a spinning ball? Because from what it looks like right now, you seem to just be, happy to have an outlet to speak. He's gone.
You got him good there, to be fair, mate.
I mean, fuck. Like... So, Castle, you hear that?
Yeah, I was listening to you guys. I was just
what do you think of that?
Well, listen, do you guys believe in science?
No.
I think that's a malformed question, sir.
No. It's a Castle. Choose any answer you want.
No, it's quite the opposite. Science has baked in disbelief. As soon as you start believing, you've added a variable that cannot be controlled by the experimenter. You could just wave your magic wand this way, and suddenly now the whole experimental model is busted.
That's why it's a malformed question.
Yeah, as soon as you add any level of belief, you're no longer inside science. So when you ask someone, do they believe in science? It's a trick question to see if they even know what science is. It's to get them to expose themselves as a scientifically illiterate.
Yeah, Castle, think about it. Think about it, Castle. Think about it. Science is a method of inquiry, right? You want to figure out why something happens. The process to discover why things happen, it's pretty rock solid. I mean, it's been done so
Mick, did you see
for
what I
a
said
long time.
inside chat?
No, sir.
Oh, you should definitely check. Sorry.
Well, I mean, hang on. You came in the middle of something. You follow, Castle? Like, it's a method of inquiry that has been tried and true for what? How long we've been using the scientific method? Hundreds of years, thousands of years, or whatever?
Yeah.
Right.
At least.
So are you asking? So is your question basically asking us, do we distrust the method?
Yeah, because across the globe, people who study science, they can conduct the same experiments no matter where they're at in the world, and they should come up with the same results.
Correct.
If it's supposed to be legit.
Correct. What's the problem with that? Or what do you think we think the problem with that is?
I think a majority of scientists around the world would conclude that the world is not flat, but it's spherical.
So, by somebody holding the credentials of scientist, whatever that means, right? Biologist, chemist, whatever, the sheer fact that they hold those credentials and they happen to believe that we live on a ball, that adds credibility to it being a ball?
Well, it's, they're experts in this field of knowledge.
Hang on. As an expert in the field of chemistry, that's a totally different sector than astronomy, for example. Right? You don't study the world being a ball because you're a chemist. Even though you qualify as being a scientist, they're totally disconnected. Now they might apply similar methods of inquiry, like the scientific method, but even that's even questionable because an astronomer does not necessarily apply the same quote unquote scientific method that a chemist would or a physicist would. Or even if a theoretical physicist doesn't even apply it. So it's kind of convoluted, but all under the same umbrella term, which seems to elude most people's understanding that they don't hold the same qualifications or even do the same thing. But they have the credentials, so they must be correct, right? According to your...
Well, I'm saying these guys are in the field of science. To the
affirmative. So they hold a scientific degree. Therefore, their belief that we live on a ball, it must be rock solid.
Well,
now, okay. So would you be able to provide a name of an individual who holds a credential of that caliber, who has done something regarding quote unquote science of the earth, whatever that means, and proved it?
Well,
no.
When you say prove it, you still wouldn't believe it, even if they did prove it.
That you can't know that, sir. People in this room have been asking for this type of stuff, and people are not actually providing it. They're coming in here with something, and then once dissected, okay, it shows not to be the case what it was claimed to be.
So Neil deGrasse Tyson, Michio Kaku, Bill Nye the Science Guy, all these guys are wrong. They don't know anything about the world being flat or not.
Thank you very much. So what is Neil deGrasse Tyson? What experiment or observation has he done personally?
I think he's an astrophysicist.
He's an astrophysicist, a form of theoretical physics, right? In which they conduct observations and form mathematical models that fit their observation. And then from that, they come up with some sort of philosophical conclusion about it. That is not science, sir. Do you understand that?
What was this?
So you understand that?
I have an argument now, by the way, when you guys finish.
Castle, do you understand that is not exactly what people would conceive of as science, according to the scientific method, for example. Do you understand why? Do you understand
okay, why?
why? Okay. So what experiment would these people have done or can cite to prove that they're on a ball?
Well, I mean, I thought we had the telescopes. That wasn't enough.
A telescope, that's a utility to further enhance an observation.
Wow, what about the satellites? That's not enough?
Hang on.
What about people on the ISS?
Hang on. We're still talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson right now. What is Neil deGrasse Tyson? Because you appealed to them, right? What have they done, right, scientifically, to prove that we live on a ball?
Well, he's got a show on TV.
Okay, so on
different planets and stuff.
Right, so he must have done something and showcased it on his television show, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so being that you seem to know of his content, can you cite something that he's done, that he's talked about, that he's done to prove his point scientifically?
If you're asking for like me to show you the film of when he was on Mars or something, I can't show you that, man.
That's not what I asked you, sir. You said
what kind of proof do you want me to show you, man?
Let's recap. Let's recap. Try and track. You said these guys are credentialed scientists. They believe we're on a ball. Therefore, it must be true, effectively. I'm asking you, what have they done, quote unquote, scientifically to prove to themselves and then thus prove to the world that we live on a ball?
Well, how am I supposed to answer that? I don't know these guys personally.
That's my. You don't have to know them personally. If they're public figures, right? They would have public information, published something, some sort of thing that they've done. And if not, my question to you is, why are you appealing to them?
There's experts in their field, man.
Okay, so sheer label of expert, therefore they're correct.
I'm saying
Think
an
about
expert is someone who knows what they're talking about in that said field.
And you would think.
But you're just taking on face value that their expertise is valid. Like,
sorry.
You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Like, this argument, in my sense, is basically saying that the Earth collided with Pluto. Like, no one even lived for that.
Draco, hang on, bro. Castle, you follow the line of reasoning, right? This is a classic appeal to authority. It's a formal logical fallacy. Okay. Now, if you can show something that they've done, you've relinquished yourself from that, from that shackle. But you're still not in the clear necessarily because the material has to be scrutinized. Now, if it's incorrect, well, at least, you didn't stumble on that block. You've tried and stumbled on another block. That's fine.
How do you guys scrutinize these people who believe in the world being round, but you don't scrutinize these people who believe that the world is flat?
Incorrect, sir. There are plenty of people who come in here and say the dumbest shit and think that the world is flat. For example, someone might come in here and say, oh, we're living on a pizza planet rising at a rate of 9.8 meters per second squared in the vacuum of outer space. Hence why we have gravity at a downward acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared. It doesn't work. That does not work. People might claim that, and we would say, how do you know that? And they stumble, and we say, thank you very much. Have a nice day. That happens all the time. Maybe not in that particular statement. But you follow, no one's immune from scrutiny.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why you go so hard on the people who believe that the world is spherical, but when it comes to it being flat, you guys just are like, it's flat because I looked out there.
Did you not just hear what I said?
How do you
that is not the case.
How do you enjoy talking to this guy?
How do I enjoy talking to this guy? Who says I do? Who says I do?
Can we talk?
I mean, we're in the middle of.
Go ahead, buddy.
Castle, if you're done, Castle, I mean.
No, yeah, no, listen. I can listen. Let this other guy talk. He wants to talk.
All right.
All right, I have scientific proof that mass attracts mass.
Interesting.
Scientific evidence. Yeah. Cavendish.
Okay, so what did that prove?
Mass attracts mass, and the proportionality of it varies with the square of distance. Inversely, square of distance.
Okay, so how so?
Like the setup of the experiment?
Yeah, run it by the room.
All right. You start out with 2 stationary masses, and then you have 2 masses that are on a torsion wire that are connected to rods. And you start an initial swing to let them reach an equilibrium point. You measure and time the equilibrium point and what angle it is. And then you rotate the 2 stationary masses off to the side so they are further away. And then you do the same thing again, measure the time again. And there will be a deflection in the wire or in the position of the moving balls. And knowing the spring constant of the torsion wire, you can determine the force involved between the 2 balls and measure or determine the universal gravitational constant of G.
Okay, so how many times has this been replicated? And of those replications, how many of them showed inconsistent results?
I can lead you. I can point you to multiple replications if you like.
Okay, again, so how many have, and how many have been done, and how many are inconsistent?
I couldn't tell you the amount of Cavendish result tests that have been done in the entire history of science. I couldn't tell you that number.
Okay, so what if it was basically a coin toss in terms of results? Some of them are half are inconsistent, half are consistent. What if it was like that? Would that be proof?
Well, I have results that would coincide with being a value that is often in the Cavendish setup. So I can show you the measurements that I've seen and the experiment setups for that.
Okay, I don't have anything on hand, but there have been people who have come in here and provided instances where it's basically a coin toss at this point, because it's been done so many times. So leading one to conclude it doesn't really mean anything. Now, I can't support that. You might want to talk to somebody else on that. But as far as I know, it's inconclusive.
All right, so then this conversation won't go any further, and I would say that
that part, no.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know what to do further after this. I mean,
sure,
because then it's both sides. Just
But even then, I would ask, like, does mass attracting mass? Does the mass attracting mass business just further edify Newton as opposed to Einstein? And if so, why is Newton now being cited and no longer Einstein?
Well, this goes back to, like, I heard earlier today about how gravity is no longer considered a force. Forces are defined as something that induces an acceleration upon a body.
It's proportional to the force due to the acceleration.
Yes, thank you. Now you took me off the train of my thought. I hate you, peanut gallery person. For Einsteinian, gravity is more defined rather than conceptual. For Newtonian, like, they actually go and Newton had no idea really what gravity was, in that, you know, it was just an attractive force between 2 massive objects. There's no, like, conceptual or theoretical explanation as to why it happens, right? And that's where Einstein. That's why they're not superseding each other or anything. One explains the results of what we see, right? Like, why it happens. The other one just tells us that it does happen, and like how we can predict that it happens, not necessarily why it happens. It's the.
So you're saying it does not supersede Einstein does not supersede Newton?
Why? What happens? What's happening?
Einstein does. It complements Newtonian. Like there's some stuff that Newtonian stuff can't do. Like
about what though? What's happening?
What do you mean? What's happening?
What are they explaining? What are they seeing? What's happening? You said things that we see all the time. What are we seeing?
Things attracting each other. Like stuff in the Cavendish experiment would be an example.
So that'll go through the scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go on then.
You want me to formulate it as a scientific experiment?
Yeah, I want to observe natural phenomena first.
So it's natural science. I mean, I can say that. So you're requesting for me to provide where I observe things attract each other in nature, play balls in a shed. Is this where this is gonna be going?
I was trying to show you guys something on the dark web, but it wouldn't let me. So, which sucks. But it was definitely cool. Yeah.
Because there's plenty of things in natural science where we don't have a naturally observed phenomenon that is only in nature. We can have man-made stuff too, because nature is just as.
That's fine. I think more specifically, what's curious about this is to know if it is following the scientific method, what the variables are, independent, dependent, and control.
Yeah, the independent variables would be changing the masses of the objects, I would say. So by varying the mass, you are changing the amount of supposed gravity you would be introducing into the situation. You could also just move the masses to a point where they would no longer be interacting with the system effectively, and see if that's what's causing the effect, would be the bodies themselves.
Okay. So not manipulating gravity directly, just indirectly via proxy, via mass.
You are by. Yeah, the supposed cause would be mass, and you're manipulating the cause by manipulating how much mass you have, or even if you have any mass that could interact with the system in the first place.
Euclid, I just got a question about the independent, dependent, and control variables.
You're manipulative. I don't answer questions.
Would you say
use any answer?
Can we turn this into a soundboard, please?
I just want to check that this is right and accurate, because Cavendish is his thing, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly before we continue. Would the independent variable be the position of the larger lead spheres relative to the smaller lead spheres? By changing the position of the large spheres, Cavendish control for the gravitational force exerted on the smaller spheres. Dependent variable, the angular displacement of the torsion balance is the dependent variable. This displacement is proportional to gravitational force between masses, which Cavendish method to calculate G. Control variables, the mass of the spheres, the distance between the masses, the torsion-wise properties, the environmental conditions such as temperature, air currents, and vibrations.
Yeah, you could use those as independent variables, but you could just as easily change the masses of the spheres as well.
Wouldn't a good example of flat Earth be how other planets match elements to Earth?
So true.
So, to the person you're talking to, are you satisfied with those independent, dependent, and control variables?
Oh, is that to me?
I don't know, whoever was asking him. I don't remember.
I think it was KC.
But yeah, if all these planets have elements that are similar compounds.
Objection, irrelevant.
Chemistry. Like, let's say that one planet has hydrogen and the other planet has hydrogen. Or a planet has oxygen and another planet has oxygen. Or another planet has sulfur and another planet has sulfur.
All right, cheers, mate. Euclid,
the shape would probably be the same initially based off of the elements.
Okay.
Draco, can I Can I ask you?
But what if there's two of them?
Oh God.
Yeah, Vicar, how do you know these things? You say a planet is basically hydrogen. How do you come to that conclusion?
All right. Well, elements exist so that we can exist.
Okay.
Which is vague.
So you're looking at,
but what I'm
so you're
saying
looking-
is, if there was an unbalancement of oxygen, or we didn't have that element, we would be able to have oxygen.
So that's fine. That's fine. What I'm asking
There's
you
enough
is,
proof that there's metric tons of other elements on different planets.
sure,
Because
that's what I'm asking you. You look up in the sky, you see a blinking light, flickering light, and you say, "Oh, that's made of hydrogen." How do you know that?
well, nobody really knows. Nobody can really deem that as correct. But a Mars rover, a Mars rover went to Mars and it picked up a whole ton of interesting compounds and elements that match to the Earth, which basically means that it would be the exact same. It would have to be a globe if everything else is a globe. Would that not be correct?
So, if the Mars rover actually went there, but how did we, in the first instance, verify that it was a giant mass up there that we could send something to begin with?
Well,
because if you think about it, right, this
No, you
thing
make a
is
good point.
however,
I have an
however
answer.
hundreds of thousands of miles away or something like that.
Yes, I do have
the
an answer.
investment involved in that, in the research and development, engineering and shit like that.
It was
would be
brought over
basically-
with a satellite.
What about a satellite?
It was brought over by a satellite.
satellite-
It was dropped safely and it was contained. When it made its way to the planet, they set it down so that it could record.
You didn't. I don't think you understood. You didn't understand. Sending anything to a light in the sky, presuming in the first instance that it's something that you can land on. How did we get to that conclusion first before sending anything?
Well, in order to do so, you need to first find out more about the planet, and you could do
But
this
what gave you the inkling that it was a hard surface that one can land on in the first place? You're not answering the question.
I have a question for you, though. Do you not believe that satellites
can you-
exist or something?
Please answer the question. How do we know that it was a giant rock to land on in the first place?
Oh, actually, I can answer that question. Sorry.
Finally.
I apologize. Hubble telescope.
Okay.
If you aim any telescope that has a good zoom at Mars, which will, most likely would be out of the financial reach for most people, you can see, as I actually do have one, that some planets actually do have hard surfaces. Some planets are fully gassed because you can see right through the planet when you zoom into it, no matter of where the surface is at.
Okay. So a Hubble telescope, a Hubble picture, photograph, image, whatever, therefore a rock.
Well, that's not what I mean. I explained how it would be a rock. You can see that the surface is rocky-like. And when we talk about rocks, we look at the moon. If you see our moon, do you think that we'd be able to land on it? Based off
No,
of
sir.
what you see with the craters.
No. Because you don't
Due
know
to
what
the
that is.
radiation. Yes, it's impossible to land on the moon. That never
So you
happened.
can look.
I can say that.
Sir, we can agree that if you look at the moon, it certainly does look like a rock. But how do we know that it is for sure? Before spending billions and billions, if not trillions of dollars.
Okay, well, we
Just
can
to
talk
engineer
about
shit
volcanic ash or volcanic hardening.
Does everybody see how all over
to craters on the moon?
Yeah, you all over the place.
Show of hands. How many people see this guy is all over the fucking map?
My hands up
Right now, yes, in
Can't
real
answer
time.
one fucking.
I
Yeah,
mean,
can't answer one fucking question.
asked-
You've been in here for a half hour. Sir, I asked very specific questions, and you're jumping from one track to another. You could basically say, if you were honest, "Oh shit, I don't really know. Let me get back to you." Instead, you're waffling around, trying to sound highly intellectual. And you even proclaimed that earlier. Oh, I'm top in Canada or some shit. Who fucking cares? Okay, we don't care about your intellectual prowess, so to speak, because you're certainly not demonstrating it right now.
If you want to beat me up, I'll do the same to you, and you will not like that.
You can call me whatever the fuck you want, but you can't. What everyone sees here is you can't answer a goddamn question.
Every
The
question that
difference
I've
is
answered has
tangible
been answered in
evidence.
a way
The
to
difference
actually
is
explain the
tangible
question
evidence.
that you
The
asked me.
difference is tangible evidence. These conversations are being recorded, and he's calling you out right now because he's 100% accurate.
Everybody listening here is all they've pretty much heard is words that have no meaning. Okay? Now you're very good at that, so congrats to you. But it's not really going to take you very far, unfortunately.
So you asked me how we know if it's a rock, and I explained to you you can compare the surface of the moon to volcanic ash because it can. Never mind. There's no point. It's like talking to fucking toddlers. Like you guys are
Ashes
actually
don't turn orange.
Crashing
and
out.
literally.
Rage quit.
Crashing
Rage
ran
quit.
away.
Thank God.
W. Mega
Go
double.
back to the Cavendish thing with Gamma.
On no ball?
On no ball, yeah.
Yeah, the Cavendish not on the ball. Good deal. That's going to help you.
You're right. Yep.
Just as a little quick,
Sorry,
quick remark.
someone tried to answer my question about Cavendish earlier.
Yeah.
I had to go, but did it get answered?
Yeah.
I just wanted to speak. Sorry about that.
You don't know what a Cavendish does on a ball.
It was independent variable, the position of the larger lead spheres relative to the smaller lead spheres. By changing the position of the large spheres, Cavendish controlled for the gravitational force exerted on the smaller spheres. Dependent variable, the angular displacement of the torsion balance. The displacement is proportional to the gravitational force between masses, which Cavendish measured to calculate G. The control variable is the mass of the spheres, the distance between the masses, the torsion-wise properties, including the torsion's constant and length, the environmental conditions such as temperature, air currents, and vibrations.
Yeah, what causes all the reactions.
There's your
real
variables.
Stuff. The real stuff that causes stuff, not gravity. Did you try air and water? Did you try to pull air to it and make a sphere of air? Manipulate the air, the gas with your gravity maker? No, so your gravity maker didn't work?
I did. No, that's what I did.
Jimmy Dolan gravity maker?
AC. What do you think? You happy
what
with
about
that?
water that it repels? Isn't that weird? It repels the water but pulls a chicken nugget? Isn't that weird? Thought we were only looking for mass attracting. Seems like it repels water.
AC,
what a crazy little toy.
I'm not taking over this debate. Are you?
I didn't hear everything you said. You sort of
Are you kidding me? All right, one more time.
Just to start with one variable at a time.
Independent variable. You know what that is, right?
Start with the dependent. The thing you're seeing. The effect.
Dependent variable. The angular displacement of the torsion balance.
Okay, but is that a natural?
Sorry, what?
It has to be something you're seeing naturally, isn't it? It's natural science.
No, we're talking about what's going on in the experiment.
Yeah, but you don't do experiments straight away.
The dependent variable is defined as the variable that is measured in response to changes in the independent variable. What's natural? Where's natural in that sentence?
Exactly. So, what are you trying to find?
Well,
okay.
Don't jump to like a different thing, right? If you want to know what the variables are, I can tell you those. If you want to know what the experiment's trying to do, that's a separate question, right? So dependent variable, the angular displacement of the torsion balance. Then independent variable is the position of the larger lead spheres relative to the smaller lead spheres. And the control variables are the mass of the spheres, the distance between the masses, the torsion-wise properties, the environmental conditions such as temperature, air currents, and vibrations. Any problem with that?
Yeah, I'm not really getting the point. What's it trying to prove?
Prove? You asked what the variables were.
Yeah, like a natural science. To observe something, it would be an effect, wouldn't it?
You're asking what the variables are. You're not asking what the experiment is.
You're trying to find the effect of torsion bars.
Okay.
To prove what?
Well, now if you want to go over what the experiment says, we can do that. But that's not going to be necessarily tied to what the variables are. That's what the experiment's for. What the experiment's trying to do, set out to do, is in the question: can the gravitational constant be measured experimentally by observing the attraction between small measurable masses? That's what you're setting out to do.
So if one mass measurement another mass, that means what?
I think there's a problem here, a little bit of an entanglement. Because if mass attracts mass, but the bigger an object is, the less likely it is to move. You've got the resistance to acceleration is the acceleration.
Yeah. More resistance to acceleration, the more acceleration you get.
They crossed their wires there when they tried to say, hey, look at these big objects, they attract each other. How do you know that? Because they're stationary.
They started accelerating because they were so resistant to acceleration. Also, is this a measurement or an experiment?
Well, that's the question. The hypothesis is framed as the experimental, what you're actually doing. If Newton's law of gravitation is correct, then two small masses suspended on a torsion balance will exert a measurable gravitational force on one another, causing detectable displacement in apparatus. So
Cavendish had a hypothesis.
So yes, that was the hypothesis. Well, that is the hypothesis, not what Cavendish necessarily said. But that doesn't matter because this is.
You just said yes and then no.
Well, yes, this is the hypothesis you will use in Cavendish's experiment, but Cavendish himself may have not stated that, but that doesn't matter because that doesn't make it any less of a hypothesis.
So you just wrote a hypothesis for him.
Doesn't matter. I can do it. Can't I do that?
Okay, can you cite one from Cavendish, though?
Why would that matter? Who cares what Cavendish said?
That would be worth more to me. It's his experiment, so-called, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't change the results of the experiment, what you're setting out to do.
How is it even an experiment if you don't have a hypothesis in the first place? Just some clowns on Discord just trying to ad hoc, insert one after the fact.
Well, that sounds like an appeal to authority where only Cavendish can write the hypothesis.
Well, I mean, is this a credible experiment, or is this just you saying it's an experiment, but it's something else?
Well, you're welcome to critique the experiment.
Well, is it an experiment?
But you can't critique it because I came up with the hypothesis.
Well, okay, what's the natural observed phenomenon?
The observation is that objects are attracted to each other by gravity.
You screwed up. This is why I wanted to see. This is why I wanted to appeal to Cavendish instead of you. You already screwed up.
What's wrong with that?
That would have been the cause. That would have been your supposed cause, masses attracting. The phenomenon would have been the effect of that cause. So that would have been something different.
Yeah, objects.
It's not like you see an apple or like a rock fall to the ground. You go, these masses are attracting each other. The phenomenon was something falling. You want to test whether the cause was the attraction. So that's why I wanted it from Cavendish, not you. See the problem?
Well, you're thinking about things the wrong way around, because if you have this observation and you've already got a theory for why this is the case, what you're trying to do is to see if you can falsify this theory, and if it supports the theory, it confirms the theory, it's consistent with what you expect, then it would be fine.
Remember when you said you were bad at science?
I am bad at science.
You should have just stuck with that.
This isn't me speaking. This is someone else.
It is. You're screwing it up. I don't have it the wrong way around. You do. You're conflating your variables.
Which variable?
The independent with the dependent. The dependent should have been the observed phenomenon. What you gave me for that was the independent.
Brutal.
Right.
Yeah, Jekyll, you need to stick to Graham Nahuda, man.
The independent variable is the position of the larger lead spheres relative to the smaller lead spheres. And I said the question of the experiment is, objects are attracted to each other by gravity, as described by Newton's law of universal gravity.
So the question of the experiment is going to be a hypothesis. And that's going to be a prediction of how your independent affects your dependent variable.
Yeah, the question
masses attracting wasn't either of those. Well, you said it was the dependent, actually. But that doesn't work because that wouldn't have been the natural observed phenomenon.
Yeah, so the question would be, can the gravitational constant G be measured experimentally by observing the attraction between small measurable masses?
Okay, so now it's a measurement.
Yeah, there's a measurement involved, yeah.
So it's a measurement.
Well, the hypothesis goes one step further, but basically, initially, you would say it's a question, and it's just a matter of measuring what has already been taken to be true. But it goes one step further than that, right? If this experiment doesn't match predictions, then Newton's law of universal gravitation would be false, right?
No, because I'll be doing it backwards.
Why would it be?
Because you're starting off with an experiment without a hypothesis, but then you're just adding a hypothesis or something that you're saying that you already know is there.
Yeah, it's really convoluted. You've got it as an experiment, but the variables aren't clear. Then you've got it also as a measurement. So it sounds like you're already just taking for granted that masses attracting does cause all these phenomena around us, and now we want to measure it. So that's why I'm asking, which one is it? Experiment or measurement?
So the first, think of it like in chronology, right? When it's conceived, it's a matter of measurement. Like, when it's conceived by Cavendish, it's a matter of measurement because it's already, been taken to be true. But in our advanced day, we're seeking to falsify things. And if this wouldn't correspond to what the question is setting out to do, then in the hypothesis, you would have falsified Newton's law of universal gravitation.
Well, Einstein did that anyway.
Yeah, but like this is what this is what that experiment sets out to do.
Run the variables by me again.
Variables. 1 second. The position of the larger lead spheres relative to the smaller lead spheres is the independent variable. Dependent variable is the angular displacement of the torsion balance. And the control variables are the mass of the spheres, the distance between the masses, the torsion-wise properties, the environmental conditions such as temperature, air currents, and vibrations.
Okay. So, hypothesis would basically be if position of masses, then displacement of torsion bar.
If, just to be clear, right, with the hypothesis, if someone was to say that Cavendish was proving gravity, they'd be obviously mistaken. What they were doing is that they were saying this corresponds to what you'd expect if Newton's correct, right?
Well, then what they're doing is just begging the question of Newtonian gravity and going ahead to quantify it. It's not really an experiment; it's a measurement.
Well, that's if you don't separate the question from the hypothesis. The question just saying can it be measured wouldn't necessarily be tied to like can it be falsified. Like how you can measure a spherical Earth, even if it's not a sphere, Can
I get in here quickly? I just wanted to ask, isn't there a little bit of almost like a sleight of hand happening in this? Because the angular displacement and the distance between the spheres are intrinsically linked. So if you have the independent variable being the distance and the dependent variable being the angular displacement, well, the distance and the angular displacement are kind of almost the same thing, because by displacing the angle, you're also minimizing the distance. So in effect, you have the independent variable being the distance and the dependent variable being, by proxy, the distance. So the distance proves the distance, or the change in the setup in the chain. The setup of the distance is affects the distance.
Well, it actually helps it further, because the further you go between the spheres, the less attraction you'd have, inverse square relationship, and that's what you observe when you do it.
So yeah, distance. The initial distance affects the final distance.
Well, it's set up that you start them in a swing at first, and then you measure their equilibrium position, and then that's when you move the stationary masses. There's like a lever or something that you pull to rotate the stand below it that has the stationary masses on it. And when the stationary masses are introduced, then you start a swing again, and there's a change in angular displacement from what the original equilibrium point. The original equilibrium point versus the final equilibrium point it tells you how much force is involved in order to have that angular displacement, since it's basically a spring in a way. There's a torsion rate on the wire. I already explained it, but yeah.
So there's a swing involved. So there's an intervention, or like the offset of the set of the observation is dependent on the swing, effectively.
Well, yeah, because by that you have to induce the swing to measure a difference in equilibrium point at the final end of the observation. So
the initial swing can have a variable effect in the outcome.
Yeah.
Now how is that? So how is that controlled for? Is there a measurement of how much force is induced into the setup by the flick of the wrist, for example?
Well, no matter how much force you apply to it, it's always going to have the same end equilibrium position when it finally reaches rest. It doesn't matter if you apply a unfathomable amount of force to the setup, as long as it'll just take a much longer time to reach equilibrium. It's still going to have the same rest position. It's the same thing as like a pendulum, basically. It's just it's like a horizontal pendulum or a vertical pendulum, right? It's in a different plane as a pendulum. So
so there's no change in outcome no matter how hard the thing was pushed.
Yeah, the equilibrium point will always be the same if there are no external forces acting on it. And we're trying to see if there's an external force acting on it in the second swing, which is where we introduce the masses to see if there's a change in resting point of the spheres.
Okay, so then we're back at square one, whereby the end result being the distance between the objects is dependent on the initial distance. So distance is dependent on distance, but distance is also independent of distance.
The initial equilibrium point is just going to be dependent upon the spring constant of the torsion wire. It should be, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so if the setup is such that, let's say the objects are 90 degrees from each other, then you swing it and then they end up being 87 degrees apart from each other. That doesn't change if I start at 135 degrees, swing it, it'll end up at being
it's always going to end up, as long as there's no external forces involved, the equilibrium position is set. It's always going to be at that position after some initial time.
Okay, so it's not dependent on distance then.
That's what I mean. I don't get what you're trying to. So,
think about it. The end result being that they're however many degrees apart from each other in terms of angle, but by proxy, there's a distance between them. That's what I mean by that. And then the setup, there's an initial distance, which was stated to be the independent variable. But now the end result does not seem to be contingent upon the initial setup.
You're measuring from the initial. You're measuring from what the equilibrium would be normally. I'll try to explain it one more time. The initial equilibrium point of the pendulum, we're just going to call it a pendulum because it is a pendulum, essentially, is always going to be a set point in reference to where you're measuring it from. It doesn't matter how hard you swing it. It doesn't matter whatever. It's just going to take more time to reach equilibrium. The only time it would change its position is if there's an external force acting upon it that would have some sort of angular display, like pushing it in one way so that it's slightly off of equilibrium point. And that's what you're doing. You're measuring that when you introduce the spheres into the mix. So it's not. It's dependent upon the initial measurement to be. If you don't, measuring the equilibrium point is as easy as just measuring the deflection of them, which isn't hard at all. That's just, you can do it with a vernier scale or a mirror and have something on the wall. And then you just mark where that equilibrium position is, and it's always going to be the same place.
In theory. Because now we go back to what I was saying before, is that there were some individuals who came in here and said that there are a lot of instances of this experiment whereby the results are not consistent. I don't have that. Maybe I'm bringing it up now just because there's other people in here. Maybe they know what I'm talking about. But I forget who it was. I think it was Larry brought it up once.
That sounds like something Larry would talk about.
Maybe Jedi. I forget who. But they talked about this.
I might have.
So I don't know.
I think I talked to Larry about it.
Right. I don't know. Maybe Heretic has something. But
what's the
What's the discussion?
Yeah, like we're still on Cavendish, and I was just inquiring more about like the actual setup, and then I brought up the fact that somebody in here, I thought it was Larry or maybe Jedi, brought up the case that in all the recorded Cavendish observations, / experiments, that the results were not consistent. And I brought that up because in theory, according to Euclidean, the end results are all the same, except for when they're not.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. It's on these guys to show the consistency of their method, I guess.
Okay.
I mean, they're the ones who are saying it does this, it does that, it always works, or whatever, it mostly works. Well, let's see it.
Right.
We got your claim.
Right. Okay.
And I like using Cavendish as like it's the simplest one to understand, but there's other ways. Like Cavendish is considered. I mean, the correct way of describing would be angular acceleration feedback is what it would be, instead of just calling it blanket Cavendish. There's many other ways of doing the same. There's some setups that use masses above each other and measures the change in position when you let them go from rest. And there's some that use like free gases, and it's weird.
You know, I hope that you're right, that this is a demonstration of mass attracting mass, so we can put that goofy Einstein gobbledygook to rest.
Oh yes, heretic. I'll be there right with you.
Me too.
You know, maybe I should. I feel like this would be easier to do than my Coriolis demonstration. And,
come
in terms
on.
of funding, you know, I feel like this would be easier to do. It would be pretty cool to prove Coriolis by shooting it like 2 kilometers or whatever. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, I mean, you're just going to measure a deflection and then say, well, it was just an apparent one because the Earth turned, right?
Of course.
How do you actually know it was because of the Earth turning?
Well, I wouldn't even put that into the thing. I would just say that, well, I mean, there's a deflection. Coriolis is a thing. If there is a apparent deflection over a long distance, yeah. Because the claim that I'm trying to counter is that it's not a thing. Unless the flat Earth is rotating, that would be cool. That would fix a lot of problems. You guys,
Yeah, it's not really exclusive to a globe anyway, but
yeah, I mean, it would fix a lot of problems for you guys, though.
Like what?
I don't know what the commitment to a stationary flat Earth is.
Yeah, here's what you need to do. You guys need to have a rotating flat Earth, and you also have to have it so it's going upwards, so you can have gravity, 9.8 meters per second, so it's flying upwards. That would fix some problems.
Why would that?
Because that would you could have gravity then, because everything would be accelerating upwards.
What's that? What's that? What's gravity?
It's just what we observe. Is what
observe where? Where do you observe that?
Things falling. We observe things falling.
All things fall. How the fuck does it rain?
That's true. Crit here to test my knowledge.
How does it rain if it always falls? If everything's always falling?
Well, because it gets energy when it falls back down again, right?
So what goes up must come down?
Unless it's acted on by something that wants to make it go back up again, right?
So you just slap a sticker on that says gravity.
Yep. That's me.
So I throw a ball up in the air, and it comes back down, and I slap a sticker on it, gravity.
Yeah,
which actually means the whole Earth. I threw the ball up in the air, and the whole Earth moved up to the ball.
Yep.
The ball
And
didn't come back down.
your problem with the sticker is that you didn't have my name on it. It's trademarked, so you're gonna have to have my name on it. It's gonna be that's gravity, TM, Euclidean trigonometry, man.
Yeah, you guys can find, as many problems as you want with flat Earth. Like,
But use
you can
any
say-
answer you like.
Well, no, I'm like you're jumping the gun there. You're greasing the skids. You could say
Sorry.
flat Earth has 99 problems, but you know what? One problem flat Earth doesn't have:
What?
a mega church super pastor, young Earth creationist. That's not a problem flat Earth has. That's all you guys. That's all you.
Eric Dubai. I don't know.
Eric Dubé's like he does like meditation. He's probably like some sort of Buddhist, aren't they?
Yeah, or like what do you call it? Spiritual or something like that.
Oh, I love Cavendish.
What do you like for a side? If
What?
if the main dish is Cavan, what do you like for a side dish?
Ah.
Oh yeah, funny guy. I like some space time on the side.
Flat Earth Ranger. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
You call daddy?
What?
What? Daddy? What?
Why do you think the Earth's flat?
It has to be.
I don't think the Earth.
Okay, good. Welcome to the globe. Elbow TV. Why do you think the Earth's flat?
They're all gonna be like,
I know the Earth is flat.
Oh, you know it.
oh. He was waiting to use his catchphrase.
Shit in your clown shoes.
Were you the one who said that you could get like celestial navigation fixes down to 10 meters just with pencil and paper?
That might have been Elijah.
Maybe.
Oh, that was Flat Earth Ranger. It was a rhetorical question. He was talking to Bacon, and he said he could do that. I was like, I don't think that's true.
They
You did it
have
yet?
it in at the Smithsonian. They've got these like history of navigation, and one of the exhibits is you've got a sextant that you point at different lights in the sky in the wall ceiling, and you measure the angle there, and they'll tell you what part of the museum you are in. Like you're like, hey, okay, so the green light, 5 degrees, red light, the double blue, whatever, and then it'll tell you you are in the GPS section.
Wow, that's nerdy.
Yeah, it shows you that the Smithsonian is actually a ball in space.
Guys, Smithsonian. Guys, the building is a ball in space. That's crazy.
It's the only logical conclusion, because otherwise that sort of celestial navigation wouldn't work according to the globe side. They tell you that it only works on a 3D paroid. So if it were to work in the Smithsonian, that would mean that when you go into the Smithsonian, you bend and warp time and space itself. In the Smithsonian, Smithsonian is in space as a paroid. You just don't realize it because it's relative.
What did I do with that crit?
You play KSP?
Who?
No.
You. KSP, like.
How about number 2? How pissed are you guys about number 2?
So do.
Is number
What's
2
number
like
2
just
again?
really piss you guys off that they made a bunch of female astronauts?
Well,
Or
there's female,
Kerbals?
there's female Kerbals in KSP 1. What are you talking about?
Okay, so what's all the different anger for number 2?
They scam. They scammed everyone.
It's just a dog shit game.
Yeah.
KSP2, they literally like started development, they overpriced it, and then they abandoned it. Someone
Sound
else
like you're
bought it.
14. What the fuck?
They got you, huh? They suckered you guys.
It's basically they made a meme coin and they rug pulled it.
Yeah, that's true.
They're like, hey, with this, you become an astronaut.
No,
God, keep good, you fucker.
With this, you can go to a different fucking planet called Kerbal and like have a wet dream about it. Like it's not actual fucking rocket science.
There was like a secret level that you could unlock that allowed you to be like a space astronaut. Like the Black Hopper came and like landed in your lawn and said, "You just unlocked our secret level."
But I'm
You
assuming
are-
you could tell that I was playing KSP from my profile picture. Yeah, I play RSS,
Fuck is RSS? Am I
Real Scale Solar System.
That's how I met Gamma. You guys might not know the lore here, but I was hosting an event on mass media about Kerbal Space, and I said, "Hey,
That's not true.
are
What?
you an NCAP?" And he's like, "Yeah. Look at the flag." I'm like, "Yeah, I know. That's why I asked you." I was like, "No way, some globe head's an NCAP. That's hard counter. Those two things are direct contradictions." And he said, like, "Yeah, for sure."
We met back on 24/7 back in like 2019 or something.
No, I don't think so.
Well, was it that long ago? I don't know.
Yeah, like two. Well, maybe. I just don't remember.
If you look at our message history, I think our first message was 2021. So I might have, because I was saying get unbanned. I don't know. I'd have to remember.
Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
I would have to look. It's been a while though.
Oh, yeah, 2020. So that was after. Yeah.
Oh, it was 2020, not 2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, me too, Quib.
You're not even on mass media anymore. What the hell?
No,
Why'd you go?
I don't know if I was ever in that server.
You weren't. Wait a minute. Maybe.
This might be.
Yeah, you weren't there for like the Kerbal event.
No, was there one? I should have been there.
Yeah.
This is my most played game by far. I got like 3,000 hours.
Yeah, maybe I'm getting you mixed up with someone else. Let me see if they deleted the event because we used to archive them.
So what's the consensus in this current room about the final voyage? Was it faked or was it real?
Yeah, you could say that a young Earth creationist is not something that flat earthers have as a problem with their model.
The young Earth creationists need to fix their model.
Hell yeah. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Curves don't grow on trees.
Wow, you have a beautiful voice, T-Mock.
Okay, yeah, I did have the wrong guy. The dude was called Wiggles. Do you remember?
I don't know.
I should have mixed you up with Wiggles. He's really well known.
Jekyll, are you here?
Yeah.
Are you gonna manipulate me?
Yep.
All right.
Mass hypnosis. Manipulation at an all-time high. The rate has never been so high. Below a rock. Somewhere in a cave. Down. Under Grandma's house. So high, you have to go low to get there. So high it's in Australia down under. What the? Hold on a minute. You know, because on a globe, if you do a dance move, you got to get down to get up.
Got to get down to get up. Depends on where you are. If you're on Australia, you got to go upside down.
Yeah, that means your poop comes up. Your poop levitates. It's anti-gravity.
Exactly.
It's a weird, strange world to be living in. Where the earth just wants all your poop. What the hell? And no matter what direction, all of it's going to the center.
There you go, T-Mock.
Man.
T-Dub, are you here? Can you verify this is what happens in Australia?
What, that poop levitates backwards up towards some vertically up?
Yeah.
No. Hell no.
Okay.
No, you can see it drop vertically down everywhere, though. Nothing's dropping up. Isn't that weird? On the ball, something's got to drop up.
Somebody say something interesting. Come on. Somebody do something. Somebody say something funny. Anything. I'm begging.
Fe Christ is King is here. He's a fun flat earther to talk to.
I haven't talked to him before, I think.
He's another one of the new kids on the block.
Oh, interesting.
What's an FE crisis?
Yeah.
The crisis in flat Earth.
Yeah, what is that?
I did not make that meme, by the way, Jekyll. That's like you're gaslighting me.
Maybe I'm.
What is a crisis on flat Earth?
Anyway, I said crisis and flat Earth trigonometry first.
No, I did.
Oh.
It was me.
There's a crisis with trigonometry.
Jekyll steals everything. He is actually a dishonest piece of shit. He steals everything from me.
Hold on.
I came up with it first.
Well, don't be mad at him. He only learned it honestly.
He stole Appeal to Neil from me.
I did steal Appeal to Neil, but I did not steal this.
But it's okay, though. If you think about it, we've all stole everything. Mostly.
No. Some people
Okay, tell me the most original idea you've had that no one else could possibly ever have, ever.
That the Earth is a globe.
That's an original idea that you had?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah,
that was around before you were born. Okay.
Yeah.
So they had the Baghdad batteries, clouds float, and got tornadoes.
Why would you bring up Baghdad battery?
Because I'm saying all this shit before you were born was here. So all these people.
I was around for that.
No, just listen. So even flat earthers and globers alike get our information from some squirrely fucker or a teacher or some bum that thinks they're fucking educated over everybody else. And same place they get their bum education from. Some other bums. And it's whether you believe the bum or not, or the bum can demonstrate what he's saying. It's show or tell, right?
I think you're confusing me with a different guy.
No. Everybody gets their information from other people most of the time. No one is born with all their own information. I don't know where you would get that information. How the fuck did you know the alphabet? Someone had to teach it to you. So it wasn't your alphabet. These weren't your letters and words and deciphers and phrases. These are thousands and fucking who knows how old, all this shit. So just all the thoughts you could think of probably been thought by every little kid a billion times over before you were born. So all I'm saying is original thought is hard. It's like a needle in a haystack. Can you find some?
Can I find an original thought?
Yeah, can you have one? Can you produce one?
Yes, but here's the thing with original thoughts.
Yeah.
You might necessarily come up with it on your own, but as you search, you can figure out that people have already came up with it. So is it still an original thought if you come up with it yourself and then figure out that?
Brother, I'm asking you. I don't know how that even helps you. I want to know if you can have an original thought. So if you're agreeing with me, I don't know why I would be conversating with you.
I have had original thoughts. Yeah.
What is it? The only one you've had and no one else could.
The Earth is a globe.
Oh my God.
That's so original.
You're dumb. That's a fucking parrot thought. That's what everybody parrots. What do you mean?
Of course, I actually didn't come up with that. My hybrid rocket engine was an original idea, and how it's put together. That was an original idea.
Your hybrid rocket, so just two sources of fuel at the same time is your idea?
No, not that. But I meant like the way I constructed it together. So the way I engineered it, that was an original thought. No one thought
So,
of that.
so no one has ever put together anything like that and works in that principal manner of the only physical attributes of the way physics have to work.
Well,
So you're saying you have a magic physics that you had hold on, brother. You got a magical different physics that no one can no one's. I mean, I don't understand. What is it? What's the thing you did no one else has done before?
Just the way it's assembled together. Just the way I engineered it to be assembled together.
Why won't he concede?
So if you make a figure 8 with your wires, that means you're the only one that's ever done that.
This is where a gap in understanding is with you and me, Diamok. I don't know.
What
if
is it?
talk to you anymore?
So what did you do that no one else did, and how you engineered this? Did you use a carburetor? Did you use electric, positive and negative? Did you put it in a circuit?
Positive and negative.
No, I'm asking.
We're talking about rocket engines, Diamok.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you don't need electricity for it?
No.
It's just pour the fuel in and go and light?
Well, it's a solid fuel, and then
So it's just a 2 liter of fuel. You dump it upside down and light it?
not exactly.
That's pretty simple. You came up with that original thought?
No.
I'll say bottle rockets have been around forever. So what did you do?
Okay, it's I didn't come up with the idea of a hybrid rocket engine, but I came up with the way of assembling it together using end plates.
So you don't think there's an insect or another motor or vehicle or machine put together that way?
No, I don't think they came up with a way of combusting acrylic and gaseous oxygen together in a.
Have you ever heard of a bombardier beetle? It's called a bombardier beetle. It was discovered by the Germans way back when, and it
How does
uses
this guy know some stuff, but it's completely retarded?
and then it uses the rocket equation fuel. The fuel from the rocket
equation fuel. What?
Shut the fuck up and
category
listen,
error.
you stupid.
No, category error.
Oh my God, dude! Listen, the bombardier beetle is the same technology you're explaining.
No.
It has 2 capsules, 2 containments of 2 different fuels. When they are separated, they do nothing. When they combine, they do everything. Now, when the bombardier beetle squirts these 2 containers at the same time and it doesn't miss its mark, it's the best marksman that there is. One of. There's a couple more, but that's one of the best. Oh, yeah, look it up. Says it right there in the stats, the bombardier beetle. And rocket fuel came from it because the very 2 chemicals that it has in its ass, that it pees and poops or pees out together as 2, they react to do 100 and something degrees Celsius. So the reaction of them is just fucking, just outstanding, right? The output from a little beetle.
It's hypergolic, right? And we don't even use the same shit. Yeah, hypergolic.
So you are saying you designed that beetle? No. So you didn't come up with the original way to have 2 things that are volatile if they mix, but separate them and shoot them out of the rate.
That's because the engine I made isn't hypergolic, so.
So you didn't do this. So what did you do that's original? Like, what did you do?
So the way I assembled it together is original.
The way you assembled what?
The whole engine itself. I can send a picture.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
So what'd you make it like? What inspired you?
I wanted to make it as simple as possible. So the way I did that is I just had 2 aluminum end plates. I milled the slot for the nozzle on one side, and then I milled the ejection port on the other side. And then I put the acrylic in the center, and then just smash them together, basically. It's the simplest way you could design something like that.
So, and you think no one else would do that if it's basically probably the only way you can do it?
You can do it many other ways.
You just said the simplest. Usually the simplest would be the first one I do every time, no matter what. If I'm teaching anybody to do anything, like you start with A for the alphabet, the simplest way, right? You don't start with Z or M.
Well, I highly doubt you could come up with the same thing, Diamok. Not to diss you.
You highly doubt I could come up with the same material that's the simplest way to make it?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. So if I go to the hardware store and say, hey, I want the cheapest, easiest, simplest shit, they just have to give me your shit, and I'd put it together, and it'd be there we go.
Something like that.
So, I mean, how's that original? Everybody goes to the dollar store when they can't afford the good shit. So you couldn't afford the good shit. That's all, brother.
Does it happen to you often, Diamok? Do you have to go to the dollar store?
That you couldn't afford the good shit to have an original thought? I don't know. You had to buy your unoriginal shit that's the regular material that you can only use to put it together the simplest way you could.
Interesting.
Sounds like the only way you could.
Jacko, are you here?
How many other ways could you have made that motor?
Many other ways. Most common is
So
like
why did you make it insufficient like you did?
wasn't insufficient. I just did it in a way that was the simplest I could think of.
It's not insufficient.
No, it's not insufficient because it works.
What's the output ratio? What's like input output? Like what do you get out of it for what you put in?
I mean, combustion efficiency is pretty good. It's like 90% theoretically.
90%. Son of a bitch! And you mean we don't have this technology on our cars?
Well, yeah, using hybrid rocket engines for your car wouldn't make very much sense.
No. You said a 90% efficient fuel motor.
Well, from chemical energy to exhaust,
Yeah, but our motors are like what 10% efficient? They're not 90.
That's like 20 or 30. It's different.
Different. So what's the point of technology if nobody's using it?
Well, because we wouldn't use rocket engines for cars.
So rockets are you can only make technology for you guys that's good, that works at 100% efficiency for you and fuck everybody else, right?
Yeah.
That's what you think technology's for?
Yep.
To lie to the people and not give it to them?
Yep.
Here we are.
Specifically
why would you lie? Why would you lie and not tell the people how to make that simple, easy rocket? Why would you confuse them or motor and make us a hard motor that's harder for you to design and put together so you can swindle them out of money? Yeah, why would you lie?
I don't know. I thought that's the flat Earth thing.
It's you. You're the designer. You're the liar. I'm talking to you.
Lying is a Glober's attribute. I don't know why you said that.
You gotta lie to Glurf.
I know. A lot of idiot Globers gotta try to say that flat earthers, quote unquote, have to lie about things. But the reality is the globe itself is one big lie. So you believe in the lie. So you might not even think you're lying. You're just repeating a lie. And you think it's truth. So really, I think you guys are just all misspoken. You're just, just saying the wrong thing. It's like you're repeating a lie. But you don't think it's a lie, so you just think it's true. But it's not. So one of my favorite current videos is McToon himself letting the audience know that how it wouldn't really be simple to take measurements in Antarctica of like the terrain, because the ice, it's not like water. Like the ice is like all up and down, it's rigid, but the water, he makes the gesture of it being flat and level, right? So he even says by his own words, like, yeah, the ice isn't like water, and then he makes the gesture of it being flat, and like, he fucking gets it, because water is flat, which is where you can make these better, observation, measurements in observation. So it's just funny how and then Globers probably saw that, and because they're so retarded, when he said, like, when he made that gesture of going a straight line across, like, they probably thought like he was making a rainbow, like the SpongeBob meme saying imagination, because like, flat to you guys is fucking rainbows. So like, it's just a retard, defect in y'all brains. But it was pretty comical though. Here, I'll post a video in side chat. I have it right here.
What reason do I have to believe the Earth's a globe?
Yeah, so I clipped that part when he says it's not like water, and he makes the hand gesture of flat. See, his dumbass, even though he acts smart in the globe world, so smart that he's a fool. But he gets it. He knows water's flat. He just has a grift. He has to keep all his idiot minions, subscribers and followers that actually believe this bullshit he says. He needs to like keep them indoctrinated and brainwashed. So, even though his subconscious is like telling the crowd, "Look at here's water, it's flat." Like he will then, in the same breath, tell you, "But 'tis globe," because he's a fucking retard.
Christian is pure bad faith. He only wants to speak on a biased platform that he can moderate.
Hello. Hey guys. I'm
water drop represents water. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, bro.
sorry. I'm here with my family, and my dad really thinks globe Earth is the truth, and he thinks flat Earth is retarded. He thinks you guys are all massive morons. What would I say to him right now? He says cheers. He raises a glass to you guys. He thinks you guys are absolutely nuts.
Let's talk to him.
Sorry?
Put him on mic.
Put him on. I don't know if he wants to talk, but no, he doesn't want to talk. He's very shy.
He's a very shy knower
He
of
doesn't
globes.
need to be say words will not hurt him. Hearing
We will not
science,
hurt you.
Tell him science said that hearing a opinion that disagrees with you causes no harm.
Unless you're a liberal.
It's real easy. Just tell him. Like,
he's definitely not a liberal. He heard you. He heard you say that.
Ask him if he can understand how elevation works on a ball. Ask him how would he understand or explain how you can drop below yourself but stay at the same elevation on a ball.
I don't know if he understood that. He
doesn't.
He laughed.
Listen, no one understands it. Does he understand globe
he's
physics?
upset that I brought this up.
Does he have a globe professor or a globe physics person we could talk to that tells us how the balls of physics work in a lab, in a vacuum?
He's a little bit older. He doesn't like any of this.
Oh no, he would definitely know about. Those were the guys that used to actually try to do stuff.
He said you can see from a satellite.
No, can you see in a lab-a-light inside the lab? Ball physics.
Lab-a-light.
In a lab, in a room, in a lab, controlled variable in nature, in reality, can you see this magic stuff?
He already had enough. I tried. I thought that would have been interesting, but he quit real quick.
Yeah, just tell him. Too bad he was brainwashed, and he's now this age. And
No,
still
he's a good dude. No, he's a good dude. He just has to understand elevation.
Yeah,
you can't drop a rock. You can't drop a rock down.
And indoctrinated like all of us. So like, no hard feelings, bro. Like we were all there. Like it took many years to get out of that brainwashing, but it's just sad. Like he still looks at the TV screen as wowed and amazed when they're like landing things on Mars and rovers and helicopters flying in a place where there's no atmosphere. Like all this stuff.
Yeah.
He's amazed.
I did try, and I try and tell him all these things, but he's difficult.
It's real simple. Like horizontal levels like, right? Horizontal and level and flat, like all those words represent like how we can establish a position. And if you just tell them to think of it this way: if you like from your position and you plumb up a vertical and then you establish a horizontal, which is a number that's going to be derived from mean sea level, which is probably, I don't know, let's say you live in the middle of USA, then that's thousands of miles inland or over 1,000 miles inland transferred over. Then how many horizontal lines does it take to make a sphere of 25,000 mile circumference ball?
You know, it's very interesting because he's been in construction professionally for like 50 years. So you'd think that I'd be able to say that sort of thing to him, but he's like, you can't get through to him.
Yeah, well, then he should understand what plumb level square means, and then just tell him, okay, Dad, how many squares do you have to put next to each other for them to make a circle? Right? If you just line up a bunch of squares, like put the 90 to 90, if he's instruction, he should understand this.
No, they would never make a circle. If you lined them up wall to wall, they could never make a circle. No cubes could ever line up and make a circle. They'd have to make a gap between them and have the V's in between them to make a sphere.
Yeah, but then he'd change the subject and he'd go straight to something like, what do you mean I saw it on TV,
Well, yeah, that's
the only way you can believe in a ball is on TV because there are no ball physics. There's no lab they can do anything in. There's no demonstrations. None of them have done any demonstrations ever. None of them with anything.
Hey, my man, I watched the one you did with Mick Toon. I was dying. That guy's such a goof.
Yeah, he's funny.
Are you guys cool? Are you guys cool or?
What do you mean? Well, I don't personally know him. We just had a debate.
Yeah,
I'm as cool as I am with you. I mean, I don't have no problem with him. I don't want to beat him up or kick him in his shin or nothing. He never did nothing to me.
Oh, he was pretty rude to you.
Well, I mean, I could call him a name, say you asshole, and he could call me an asshole. He could say I'm a rude person to him, or he could say I'm, about other than that,
Well, he was very belittling to you and disrespectful, and he didn't even really listen to you. He kind of just, said, fuck what you're saying, you're an idiot.
Listen, they have to call me an idiot because I'm the only one they don't have an argument against. They have an argument against everybody else the whole time. You'll hear a civil fucking quiet, calm debate between back and forth. But when I ask my question, they get red-faced and retarded and start giggling, and then I get muted, and then I have to start getting rude to them, and then they get rude, and I get rude, and then it kind of ends the conversation from there because they don't want to be sincere with what I'm asking. Horizontal increase in elevation.
I mean, it sounds good to me.
Right. Well, when I say, how do you demonstrate globe elevation, and I'm muted for it, and then they tell you guys I said something or you hear something different quietly, and then you hear me cussing a little bit or mad, well, the only part that had to be paid attention to was why is he not showing all the globe people how globe elevation works, how you can ever drop an object and it go up in elevation or stay the same height while you drop it, and where and how can you do that? A physical object actually fucking follow the curve of Earth. You throw it, and it goes that way and down and stays the same elevation. Because that's the only thing gravity's going to make it do, like the bullet and everything, right? Gravity or whatever, right? Everything pulling everything down around the curve of Earth, right?
No, I know. I mean, to me, it's just like how you were saying with the plumb line. To me, it's when they're defending the globe, it sounds like they're defending that we're made out of snow. It sounds crazy. I can't believe that.
Right. It's just fucking ignorant. First, it's too big, then you're too little. Then you're too big, and it's too little. The curve's too little to measure or see, but the globe's so big that you see it horizontal. Well, then what's the big horizontal look like? What does the big horizontal compared to the fucking globe look like? They cannot match.
Yeah. They're slippery.
Right. So that's why I say, how can you demonstrate with the mechanical instrument and an actual physical line on the wall, globe elevation, and they tell you it can't be done? They keep acting like I'm the fucking dumb one because they don't have a physical curve that they can put on the wall that they said they've measured.
Well, Democ, it's like you were saying earlier with the air hogs. A while ago, I heard something about that, and I brought it up to these, smarmy types, and they were saying, no, it's impossible. Planes need fuel. So I kind of just ended there because I didn't know too much enough to back it up.
Well, don't get me wrong. You can have the APC unit. You can have primer fuel. You can have a certain amount of fuel to prime the machine, to prime the blower or the compressor. Right. And then once it's primed, it goes, and it's already set. And then the fuel after that would be the fucking the spin and the torque of that fucking the power of that wind coming in and the turbine, and it creates an effect. I forget what it's called, but then it creates that little effect. You can see that little wind tube coming around the fucking wings and shit. But that's basically it. It's wind power. It's compressed air. They're riding on it. It can also run on it because condensation and water are coming in there at the same time. And there was a turbine engine made by, I think, Chrysler way back in the day, and you could put anything in that motherfucker. Mud puddle water, fucking oil, peanut oil, cologne, fucking anything. It was a big ass turbine, and you pour the shit in, and it.
Demog, you're hilarious, and I think you're smart too. It's good shit.
No, I'm retarded.
There's a thin line between crazy and genius. There's a very thin line.
Hey,
absolutely.
Whenever people say I'm smart, I tell them I'm the opposite of that. I don't even want to be confused with smart. Because there's too much on your shoulders with that. I'd rather be dumb and just explain something right.
Yeah, that's true.
Because I'm not the smart guy that's going to tell you how life's better some way that I can explain it to you better than you could explain it to me. The only thing I can do is say, hey, I see this happen in nature. Do you agree with what I say or not? And that's kind of it. I mean, I can't make you agree. I can't make you see the same attribute or effect or mechanical stuff going on. In your mind, you're going to see something different. In the Glober's mind, they do it backwards. They're in hindsight. It's like you beat on the drum, and an hour later they hear the drum beat, and they're like, well, that drum beat meant this at the time that we heard it was the time that it happened. And this, no. No, you're doing shit in the past. You weren't fast enough to see or collect the attribute of when the sound actually was created or had the reaction of happening. You weren't there to see that it was first a spark or kinetic energy imposed from your hand to the drum skin, right? And the shell of the drum being like a tuning fork and carrying out the frequency and the attribute. Like, you're always behind. They say the speed of light. Well, if the light's already fucking happened everywhere, then what are you testing the speed from where to what kind of light? The action is always faster than the attribute of what they calculate anything to be, like the speed of light. Well, what's the action of sound? Like just the sheer thing of happening. Like,
I mean, fuck McToon. That's all I can say.
Toon's an idiot, dude.
Fucking Toon. Fucking cartoon.
That guy's a grifter at this point. He's making a lot of money off of it, and
yeah,
a lot of dumb shit, dude. That guy's an idiot. He knows a lot. Like he can remember. He has a good memory. Like he read, he learned, he can recite. But what's the point of reciting lies and bullshit and nonsense?
When you believe a fictional cartoon is true.
Yeah, what's the point of him telling all his audience, like, oh, it is a globe. I took all these measurements and I did this. And then come to find out, dude, those are all flat earth measurements. Elevation angles to establish a baseline. Bro, those are all flat earth, bro. Like, you have to have a baseline with the GP of that position of that thing you're looking at in the sky. Like, get the fuck out of here already. Like, stop with your bullshit. Like, and he won't get it. And then he says we don't get it. Oh, you don't understand globe math. Get the fuck out of here, bro. You don't understand logic. That's why I put that video in side chat. He even said his subconscious revealed the truth, but he's such an idiot. He doesn't realize it. He says water is flat, right? Water's level, and he does.
Yeah, I think like you said, he's proud and grifting.
Oh yeah, he's making a lot of money. Apparently, he made like $40,000 to $50,000 just going to Antarctica and live streaming down there. A lot of people are doing super chats. He made a lot of money. Grifting, and he wants to call a flat earther a grifter. If they're the ones making money off it.
It's always the money.
they're the ones not getting demonetized, and they're the ones putting the algorithm for people to come see their footage and their content. Like they're scums, bro. They're just douchebags, bro. Like tired of those goons.
Yeah, the censorship for the money, isn't that usually the case?
Anyways, that guy proved himself as an idiot. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I wish it was so easy to, let's say, speak to my dad about this kind of stuff, but he doesn't really care in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that like. I don't know how old your dad is, but he might have even like, if he's older or old enough, he might have even seen like this moon landing. I don't
He's
know
in
how
his
old-
70s.
Oh, okay, so he didn't see the moon landings, but maybe he did. Depends.
I think he might have.
Yeah, he did. He might have caught the ones in the 60s when they were saying that they were doing it. I don't know. But because like you see it on TV, they're gonna grow up believing that's what happened. I saw it. I saw it on TV. It must be real. Like, why would they lie to us? But like, I would pop in a Marvel fucking movie and be like, "Dad, do you think this is real?" Just because you see it on TV. No, it's not real because we know studio made it. Okay, but if you were told that this was recorded, like as a kid, how would you know? If you raised kids to believe in comics are real and said we have proof and evidence and documents, like there might be a kid out in the country that believes Hulk and Iron Man actually live in the city. Like you never know, bro. Kids are easily influenced, brainwashed.
Yeah, it's like Santa Claus.
Exactly. So NASA and space and the moon landings are just, Christmas for adults. It's Santa Claus for adults right there.
I mean, I spoke to E. Michael Jones one time in a chat room like this, and he said, I mean, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him or what you think about him, but he said that he was one of the original champions of the bringing back the geocentric model and, tearing down the heliocentric model. But at the same time, I don't think he really cares too much.
Yeah. Well, I don't
But
know.
he's a relevant and smart guy.
There's a lot of smart people out there. I mean, but I think smart is a relative word itself. Like, what do you consider smart? Because they could memorize and answer a quiz correctly because they have the information stored in their brain, were able to recall it. Are they smart because they know how to apply their knowledge and make it happen, whatever they're doing? Are they smart because they could figure out puzzles and they could just think outside the box and logically they could get it? I don't know. There's a lot of different types of smarts out there. There's people that are street smart. I've seen really, really book smart people get tossed up in the streets because they're not street smart. They're dumb when it comes to the streets. They don't know, they're just so naive and blind. They're just walking around wow, realizing there's people scoping them out about to jack them. I would say you should be smart in a little bit of all the different, not just in the books. You gotta be street smart too. Don't get carjacked because you got caught slipping because you're an idiot. Mick 2 would probably get carjacked because he's an idiot. That guy's not street smart at all. He's book smart, but he's not street smart though. That dude's probably a cuck if you made him. There is a difference. And then you have D-Mock. That's just genius right there, bro. He's crazy. It's a thin line.
If flat earthers were Uber drivers, right? Dimmock is the rally driver who decided to drive for Uber.
There you go.
I mean, I've been listening, and I think you guys are all really smart guys. I really enjoy this platform, this 24/7 Flat Earth. I love listening in, even when I'm eating dinner and stuff. I think you guys are all intelligent guys. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate the comments. I think everybody on this, you know, with a part of the 24/7 crew, you know, like that have been for years now. Like, it's just a group of people that just gather up, you know, and talk and share ideas and knock out the lame ideas that get presented by Globers. Move on.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Is that kicking ass and taking names?
I know propaganda is really powerful, but still, I can't wrap my head around how people actually buy the Globe. I remember when I started really looking into this stuff, and of course, I was, you know, heavily indoctrinated with the Globe, and I heard about the flat Earth, and I was like, man, people are crazy these days. They believe in everything, you know. I started really genuinely looking into it, and once I started, let's say, I think it was like something to do with like Maxwell's equations or something, and I started really looking into it, and I was like, holy shit, like the globe is impossible. Space is impossible. That shit blew my fucking mind. But now it's like there's no turning back, and I can't believe people, when presented with the facts and the evidence, you know, they fight so hard to maintain. I mean, like, I don't know, even, for example, I suppose this Rumilian, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Rumilian.
It's Brit. He's Brit.
I think he might be a Globe guy, but I mean, you know, he seems intelligent himself. I can't believe that he'd honestly be a Globe guy. That's, you know, to me, it blows my mind.
Yeah, I think the biggest like thing is because I think like your story is probably most of our stories. Like we all just like scoffed at Flat Earth at the beginning, like what a fucking idiot. And then we actually like, you know, looked into it and I was like, oh shit, hold up. There's some actually good points. But only because like you and I and us, like something clicked and then we were able to get it. There's Globers like Brit, you know, Rumalainen or whatever his weird name is there, but he goes by Brit. Like him, like he's not stupid. He's smart too. Like he knows a lot, but it just doesn't fucking click. Like something just isn't turning on for him to realize. Like, oh shit, wait, measurements, okay, horizontal. You know, the proofs are just all fake. Like they're just they're telling you, they're just stories.
I think it has something to do with your ability to free think and go with what the crowd says, because I think it has a lot to do also with, for example, what people how they acted during COVID times and let's say mask wearing and things. Because during that time, you know, knowing certain things and the security state and all that stuff, I didn't wear any masks, and I was like, fuck all that bullshit. I think this is, you know, pure garbage. It's like New World Order propaganda, weird stuff. So maybe it could be something like that sheep mind thing.
Right. You know, I look deeper into that whole thing, and like, oh yeah, you're outing yourself as an anti-mask or anti-vax or blah blah blah.
Let's change subject, so it's like, because that's not the topic of the room, and we're streaming to YouTube, and we're not about to get hit with a TOS.
True.
Well, just to say about like that sheepish mindset, right?
Right. Yeah, we get what you're saying. You don't have to mention certain words or say certain things, but we get your analogy for sure. We know what that means. Followers, yeah, we get it.
This is streaming to YouTube. That's awesome. I'll follow it. How do I find it on YouTube?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
I'm following that right now.
Yeah, you can join all of 15 bots that's in that channel to make it look active.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Oh, there's 27 right now. I'm being one of them, so I guess that's 26 minus him. That's 25 minus the 15 bots. I guess there's 10 people listening, guys.
Yeah, 10
Oh, yeah.
people.
Yeah, there's 10 people. Yeah.
According to
Euclidean over here.
Yeah.
Is that you, Matt? Is that Matt? Oh. Yeah, Euclidean, he's one of those guys too, right? Like, smart dude.
Right.
You know, he could read and regurgitate, but the lights are on,
but no one's home. It doesn't click. It doesn't get it.
That's true.
Well, facts.
To himself. He's like, facts.
At least I'm not like Fligagigo, who doesn't know what science is. Britnat, also known as Britnat, who is not here, but says he's here. He's lying to me.
That's great. That's going to be my new favorite YouTube channel to frequent.
Yeah, it's cool too because they even throw the bot in like when we do the X spaces sometimes. So you'll hear does the takes 24/7 to X to Twitter, and then they also throw the bot like in this one in the 24/7 home server, and then in the other politics server. The politics and religion server. So like they kind of move. If you just want to listen to content, yeah, there's endless amounts.
The live X debates must be fun.
Yeah, we get a lot of Globers. I mean, just new. There's a lot of as Alpha would say, esoteric. More of an esoteric
overlap
crowd. Yeah, and then they listen.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, I get you guys are streaming to YouTube, so you wouldn't want to change the subject and get on that. But I would ask you guys, like, you know, let's say like where history and economics kind of comes into play here, and if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what we should do? You know how people like do like deep dives on like history textbooks, because we know like from the 1900s, history books I'm pretty sure told us that it was flat. We should find the year that they switched it.
As far as like for the textbook,
yeah. And when they started shilling that shit, you know?
Yeah, it's really interesting because it would be interesting to find out. Like, for instance, I know that there's a translation in the scriptures that happened, and they literally turned like circle to globe. I think that's like 1611, or I forgot what. But they literally like just did a translation of it, or like they have like all these different versions, like, you know what I mean, right? But definitely there was a change, though.
Yeah, for the most part, guys, I really don't think there was like this like worldwide. At one point, there was no worldwide curriculum for the education departments of the different countries. Like they didn't share any, right? So once that came in, once one system was brought in and the other countries sort of like hopped on board that bandwagon, went, that's a great idea, we're going to do that. Then, and it was, I think it was all based off, there was one country, I can't recall which country started it, and I think it was a European country, and then all the other countries went, hey, that's a great idea, let's adopt that system. And then...
Right, sorry to interrupt you. I think it's like the Rockefeller Institution sort of started general curriculum for teaching kids and stuff, and they, right off the bat, were all about their agendas.
Yeah, it was like, I don't know, was it Hungary or something? Someone's posted the information a few times and I never saved it. I just went, oh, that's interesting. And never. But yeah, there was this one country start, and then all the other countries adopted it and pretty much just copied the curriculum, and and then just snowballed after that into now it's like wherever you go, you're pretty much going to be taught the same thing, right?
Right. One world, one government.
But yeah, I think I've heard Rockefeller had a big role to play in it. Apparently, a lot of these textbooks that kids get in school, whether you're in Africa, America, Australia, wherever, like they're all like funded or the publishing companies, like something to do with the Rockefeller Institution or whatever. I don't know, something like that. I don't know how true. I haven't looked into it. But we have that interview, but Dave Weiss interviewed that old lady in the nursing home. She was like one or something. I can't remember the exact age she is, but she's like, he tried to be like as non-leading as possible, right? And asked her, what did they teach you about the Earth in school when you were a kid? And she goes, they taught me the Earth was flat. I don't know. It's like, it's kind of like a subjective thing, because like, could she be misremembering? If she's old, is she senile? But if she's of sound mind and she can remember that far back, I can clearly remember being taught that it was flat. And then she said, and then they changed it, right? Like, so I don't know. You can take her word for it. There's some sort of indication that at one point in schools were teaching kids that the Earth was flat.
I could believe her, because that's what we broke up, so just recently, but so my girl, we're still gonna make it work. But anyways, so I'll just say my ex. So my ex, she actually said that her mom taught her that when she was little, and she never, like, even though the school was telling like one thing. So that's why I said it before, like, she was a flat earther without even like realizing she is like a quote unquote flat earther, because she never believed in like the globe earth and stuff, heliocentric model and all that. And she was like, because when I first met her, I didn't talk about flat earth, But then I had like made mention of it that I was gonna jump on Discord, and she's like, about the Earth being flat, and then she just gave me like a weird look, like, what do you mean? Like, obviously. And I was like, oh shit. I mean, oh, you know that the world's flat? It's like, yeah. She goes, I don't believe all that fake space stuff. So like, and I was like, wow, when did you get involved? She's like, I've always had that since I was little. So she doesn't do any social media. She never watched Eric Dubay. She doesn't know Nathan Oakley, like, who are like kind of the early cats that like really got a lot of people to flat Earth to learn it or to come across it, should we say, on the algorithm of YouTube back in the day. But she's like, no, my mom taught me. But her mom passed away though.
Was she from the deep south?
She's from Arkansas. Well, no, wait. She lives in Arkansas now, but she says she grew up in South Dakota.
Okay. Is that a Bible Belt territory, or I don't know?
I think you could. I think you. Yeah, you would say that. All that area, yeah. Like that's like Midwest, or no, not Midwest. Well, I guess it's like country. You would say the Bible Belt, I guess. Because she grew up all in that area, like South Dakota, Arkansas. Just that whole area. Just everything east of Texas.
Right, because there would be still like even, like there would have been pockets of, communities, like that, groups of people that instead of just accepting like the switch over from like Christian flat earther to Christian glober, like they would have opposed that point of view and just continued on with the original biblical cosmology that was accepted, right? Which is flat, motionless, and enclosed.
Right. Especially because, like, it's in old Bibles, they used to have like graphics, and I know we've all seen that photo of like the dome and the underworld. It was like how do you say it?
Right, yeah, the 4 pillars, all that. Yeah. I've seen it. Seen that imagery. Yeah.
Like, and then like it shows like where. Like that used to be in Bibles back in the day, like not like just like in the, like decades ago. Like it was like 1600s. Like they used to print Bibles with a lot of beautiful like artwork. And they just don't have a question.
Even the Catholic Bibles, after Catholic schools were, beginning to start to teach heliocentrism. And, we're all told how there's that connection between heliocentrism and the Catholic Church or the Jesuit organization, whatever. But even it was like they were paying that cosmology lip service by placing that imagery in their Bibles, even though they were accepting the heliocentric narrative. Right? It was like, yeah, we're going to honor these traditional people and their cosmological view. Here's what they thought the Earth was like. Here's how it's represented in the scripture, right? This is how you could interpret that from what's written in the scripture. And it was like there was still like, and I kind of like think that's like, why, if you were so dead set and wanted the whole world to believe in heliocentrism, blah, 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 why would you continue to place that imagery depicting the old ancient cosmological view in your books? I mean, it's
think about it though, like the Vatican, or let's say the Catholic Church, way back then, right, when the first was part in that whole time frame, way back then, they were very well known for adopting all these pagan ritual holy days, and then they allowed their scriptures, if you will, or whatever, however, to start like adopting these these pagan rituals because they were just trying to get like they were using that scripture they come as a as a Gentile, so let them be, that way you don't turn them away, right? Because they're not following the word, if you will. So they let them come as they are, and they were very big on that, like a long time ago. That's what allowed them to do like all these holidays, like you have Easter and you have Christmas, and they're just like they tied them in with the pagan celebrations, and they just kind of like joined them together, which is kind of sad if you think about it, because that like the church themselves is destroying the world at this point.
Yeah, they're Helios. They're what is it? Helio worshippers.
Yeah, they definitely the heliocentric model was pushed by these archbishops, and these people of the church, and it was just crazy because they used to kill them. Like they used to go out and kill people that were saying it was, but because one of their own safe, I don't know
if you guys are aware of how they systematically killed the what were they, the Gnostics, I forget what the other term for them was, or like French Gnostics, something like that.
Yeah, well, if someone takes over a religion or or a set of beliefs and customs, they have authority. Like there was an empire that pretty much ruled the known world, right? Anywhere you go, they decreed that you must partake in these certain things, these traditions, rituals, whatever, and you must do it to this degree, right? And anything else will be considered, like what do they call it?
Radical blasphemy.
Yeah, right. So, yeah, I guess anyone opposing or just ignoring their orders would come under, like, they'd be put to the test, so to speak. It's kind of a bit weird because, like, it used to be that, like, the Greeks and Romans, they like conquer a place, and they were interested in the culture and the language and the customs, and they'd adopt some of them. They go, "Hey, this is what we think. What do you guys think?" Like, yeah, sorry, we just plundered and pillaged your entire culture, but like, let's not like throw the baby out with the bath. Maybe there's something of value amongst what you've got, so let's have a look at it. And they integrate even, and new cultures were formed like out of the merging of two cultures, right? So but then suddenly this is the only way it's going to be,
By the way, they were called Cathars, in case anyone was wondering. The Cathars.
Or, like you were talking about, like the Catholics that go into an area and study the culture and go, like, oh, they have this pagan ritual feast, or like this celebration on a certain day, right? That's really close to what we do on this other day, right? It's in the same month, maybe a couple of weeks apart. Let's just try and like merge it in together. Tell them they're wrong. Like, oh yeah, what you're really worshipping was Saint Augustine or some shit, right? Like.
Exactly.
What's up with changing the Sabbath to Sunday, and like changing April from the first month to January, and like December means 10 because it's Dec, and now it's the 12th month? Like, what's up with that confusion?
Yeah, it's a whole that's a deep rabbit hole to go down, but it's not. it'd be meant for another channel.
Probably has something to do with them changing the entire calendar. So that's
from like the Julian calendar
Mm-hmm.
to the Gregorian, and yeah, like I said, that's a lot of information though. Like you learn about it, like you'll even learn like they went to bed on one day, they woke up, and this like 12 days later or something like that. I forgot the number, but there was like it was like a whole week went by just because they.
What?
Yeah, like that's why I don't like. So like people are like they believe in horoscopes and they believe like the time you were born, like the month and all that. Like, dude, we're so far off away from what the stars would have actually been on that certain day to what it was originally starting tracking. Like, it's off. And if you look into it, like it literally, because what happened was like you had like Julian Caesar and then like King Augustine or whatever, or Augustus or whatever. They are so ignorant or like arrogant. They wanted to put their name into the calendar, so they like changed it around. That's why you're saying like it's octo and deco, like all those numbers changed because they threw their name into the calendar and changed it around just to make it fit. And there's that, look it up, there's actually one day where they just like threw in like 14 more days, whatever, to make it like make sense. And then
Dude, I heard that they added 1,000 years to the current year, and there was like an ancient Roman building that said it was like year 800. Then they added 1,000 years, so it was like now it's 1800, right? Something like that.
Yeah, I came across something like that. They say it's just like an I or a J in front of it. It's not that it's a. I came across something like that too, but I was just specifically speaking about the the calendar itself. Like the winter solstice, the Catholic Church accepted like the Yule, and then they even have like they even made songs like Christmas songs, right? Like the old Yule log and stuff. But if you look into that, like that's like some straight up pagan worship right there. Oh yeah. Then you have the spring equinox, and then Beltane, and then the summer solstice. Like all these things were like just worshiping the things in the sky. And then you have like All Saints Day, and like you have all kinds of like different church allowed in. But yeah, look into that. I forgot how many days they skipped. Like they just threw it in there, and they're like, "Oh, we'll make it work."
10 days. 10 days difference.
10 days. Okay, there it was. And they just threw it in there, bro. Like, okay. And then now they have it to where like every 4 years you add a day because they're making up for this. Dude, it's just all like they're just trying to make their fake model work. And they have to do all these things.
What about the 13th zodiac sign and the 13th month? It was Ophiuchus.
Yeah. There used to be 13 because it was based upon the lunar calendar. Like that was the original calendar, and it made sense, right? Like 28 days or 13 months, and then like it made sense. It was a perfect clock in the sky, and they knew what day it was, or they if they followed along, but they had a better sense of it. Nowadays, dude, you get a new moon like on the 22nd. You're like, what the? It's not even the end of the month yet. It's supposed to be because it's so far off, bro. It's like it's off.
Some cultures, I think, if I recall correctly, one of the native, indigenous North American cultures, possibly South American cultures, used to say their age in the number of full moons or new moons.
Makes sense. And they many moons ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's saying we still say today. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Man has messed it up, bro. Like man really counted, and they have to though. They had to tweak with it because it wasn't making sense. Like, you know how you heard the argument before, right? They're like, okay, so like for 6 months the Earth spins, and on the other side, and you're like, well, hold on though. Then shouldn't we like be looking at the dark side if we're facing the sun 6 months ago? Right. I'm like, no, because it spins for 23 hours and 56 minutes is a day, and the 4 minutes over 6 months means like it's a sidereal day, and then that means like it's all bullshit, bro. It's like, bro, who are you fucking? Stop pissing on my head and telling me it's raining. You guys fucking lied and you're making up for it.
Daylight savings.
That's a fucking load of crock, dude. Like, think about it. So, like, you set back 1 hour, right? But yet, like, it's 3 hours or change, 4 hours change because of 1 hour. Like, that makes it's stupid. That's ridiculous. But it's because they're hiding things in shit like that, dude. That's what I personally feel that they're just hiding the in things
I
like
agree.
You know what's interesting though, right? There's one thing I've noticed. Like, okay, so my mother-in-law, she's a Nazarene, or like, you know,
yeah, I know what you mean.
Christian, right? Like, so she's observing the old covenant as well as the new covenant. She's observing all the feast days and everything, and often
That's why I brought up Cathars.
yeah, often we'll visit, right? And like we'll say like, oh, you want something like this is food or something, and should we? No, I'm fasting, or no, I've got to do this. No, you can't come here tomorrow. I'm doing this thing. Whatever.
Yeah, they honor the Sabbath and stuff. Yeah.
Right. But there's these particular special Sabbaths that they have as well, right? That fall on certain times of the year, and more often than not, when it'll be in line with an eclipse or with Easter or just like something significant that the rest of the world's doing. This thing just happens to fall on that day as well. Like it's weird. Like I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, I used to know quite a few would go to the Church of Nazarene. Yeah, they like during like where there's a period where they take out anything like with yeast or that could rise, like no bread, no nothing. Like they make flatbreads, like they get rid of everything. They literally they just follow the scriptures. Like it says, get it out of your house.
Flatbread, you say?
Yeah, that's flatbread.
How do I find that?
Huh?
How do I get to know that?
Just look into like the Nazarene. Like, you know why they're called Nazarenes, right? Yeah, because I think it was even in the scriptures. Like they call them, because he was from Nazarene, right? So they call him, those are the Nazarenes because they follow him. So that's like actually like one of the original like what do you call them? Like sect.
Like apostles, disciples.
No. Like you know how there's denomination. That was like one of the original denominations because because they were. It's even in the scriptures. Like they're called. Oh, those are the Nazarenes because they follow him and he's from Nazareth. So they started calling anyone that followed him like you were called the Nazarene. That's why like in today's like modern, you know, like the Nazarene church. That's why they're like, yep, we follow him. We're the original. And then they follow the word because he says, right, like, you know, follow me and follow all that stuff. But yeah, it's like a lot to it though. They follow it to like the T.
It's great. They have us doing all the opposite now.
It's a fallen world.
I don't know if y'all are familiar with characters like Sabtai Zevi.
Yeah, I know Sabotage Zavi.
Right.
Pertains. False Messiah.
Yeah, exactly. How he was saying things like he promoted a doctrine of like just being completely evil type deal, so that they could
he
force
promoted. Yeah, he promoted an inversion of the Ten Commandments. Essentially said,
"Who did?
You're supposed to do the opposite of those things."
Right.
Who?
Sabotage Zevi.
Oh.
An old Jewish mystic who was taken as a messiah by a good portion of the Jewish population at the time and caused quite a stir. And the rumor is that his disciples decided that the tactic they would go for when they were facing prosecution and death was basically to pretend to be any other faith, actual Jewish or Christian or Muslim, and practice their true religion in secret, which involved orgies and incest and killing and stealing and all this kind of shit.
Yeah, he converted, but they were all conversos because they were allowed to, like, hide.
Possible. There's not a lot on him, though, if you go looking. Few sources of information.
And that's where actually I found Flat Earth, was looking at history and looking at how, I mean, I know this is a little off topic here, so I'll just keep it brief, but yeah, how, let's say, in quick words, the victories write the history books, right?
Yeah.
You don't apologize, dude. We were way off topic anyways, and you're bringing it back to Flat Earth, so kudos, man.
Let's fucking go. That's it, boys. Hey, Flat Earth is the shit. I fucking love that stuff. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, so I like to buy old books. You buy old books, I mean, you're mostly only going to find late 1800s, early 1900s at this point, unless you're quite lucky, but a lot of references,
like I said, I can't believe
Aussie references to Flat
absolutely.
Earth. Even in the fiction, even in their novels. I picked up one the other day. It's from 1910 to 1920, something like that. Not about Flat Earth. I can't even remember what the book's about, but at the very start, he's talking about how he's being randomly selected, and he uses the metaphor of being plucked like a star out of the firmament type of thing.
Sorry,
So,
can you repeat that?
you go back and you see it all through the literature. Even in Tolkien, Silmarillion, he mentions firmament at the very beginning, so it was still modern. Well, it was still common speech, from what I can tell, in the early 1900s to reference something like the firmament, whereas in modern times you would think that that phrase wouldn't have been used since like the 1600s, if you go by what they tell us the history is.
Point.
So, find old books. Keep them.
Yeah.
I've just got to ask though, because like, is it Skinny Pete? He keeps talking. Sounds so much like CB. Like I keep looking for CB's icon, and he's like not here. It's like, what? What's going on?
Huh.
It really does sound a bit like CB. What's the latest Flat Earth news? People still killing each other over vapes.
Oh yeah, the world's insane. Gone mad.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's a good point about the history. Flat Earth is definitely a topic that makes you want to check the history books again. And again, find old history books. The oldest you can find.
I like books because they can't be changed. Unlike
Exactly.
online shit. Like when I was
Find
like,
old
when I was a
dictionaries,
teenager,
old
I was like,
history books.
I thought the online shit was like the coolest thing because yeah, you could have any book you want, but how do you know that those books aren't edited online?
Well, we can see in real time now.
Oh yeah,
changing of the language. And they're updating the meaning of words. in direct response to this discussion. So, yeah.
Yeah, they need a new word for horizontal because it doesn't work on a fucking ball.
Yeah, level, horizontal.
That's so true.
It's like a
Sly
2014 definition onwards.
But yeah, I came to Flat Earth from history and looking into Victory's writing the history book type deal and economic policy and, let's say, World War II and the battle between, let's say, like Bolshevik communism versus, let's say, versus capitalism, and then those two together versus, what was it called? National Socialism type of deal. And then I started seeing all the disinformation and lies like the CIA and how they said that they had an agenda to promote all falsehoods and make sure that everything the American population knew was fake. And I went into Admiral Byrd and how he went to Antarctica and all those, high jump and all the stuff with the missiles and the nukes and how nukes are fake or whatever. And then, Flat Earth. And my mind was, that was the last time
Same thing on my end.
Right?
All it starts with is asking why. Really?
Like Masons?
What about Masons?
I mean, like, why? I suppose it's like Masons who are kind of pushing these agendas and Masons who are basically, the word that I can't say.
Satanists.
That's another way to put it. I mean, Christ calls them
really, at the end of the day,
synagogue.
There's two sides, good and evil.
It's interesting, right? Because Nathan Oakley says that all roads lead to Flat Earth, right? I think it's like, that's even going to be like the title or something of his new book, right? But he's talking geometrically, right? He's talking about like things that we practically do in reality. That like even the creation of the globe idea, right, came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements, right? So, but you could look at it in another way too, like in your guys' instances, right? So socially and politically and spiritually, right? All those roads led you to flat Earth. That's kind of weird to me, right?
Well, Flat Earth leads somewhere else too, though, because it's like who did the Flat Earth, and then you look at, like I said, Masons and Bolsheviks, and then let's say biblically, Christ calls them the synagogue of Satan. So I'm not going to go any further.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah, synagogue of Satan.
That's in the Bible?
Yeah, that's what Jesus calls them, and he says those who say they're Jews but are not Jews, and that kind of thing. Yeah, these are Christ's words.
Sick.
I have a question for flat earthers. I want to know, like, how flat it is. Is it perfectly flat?
No, it's topographical.
That topographical just means it has surface shape.
Yeah, it's got hills and valleys, the land.
Okay. But if you averaged it, it's perfectly flat.
Well, it's all in relation to a horizontal.
That's why I say level.
Sea level. Back level.
What about the Saturn and that? Are they all flat too?
Well, they're
Those
luminaries.
are probably lights.
So they're not.
Oh,
they're not the same as the Earth that we're on.
No, I'm not saying they are the same. They're obviously different planets. But are they flat or round?
No. But as in, the Earth isn't like those things. It's like walking into a room and seeing a light in the ceiling and saying, "Well, the floor is the same as that light." They're different things.
Yeah. I guess this just has to be a religious belief, because I can understand how a spherical or oblate spheroid forms, the way that a water drop forms kind of spherically. I can't imagine a flat disc forming. It just, so it has to be a religious belief. It's the only.
Hold on. Few points there. So, no, it's not a religious belief. We're not talking about religion here. We're talking about the physical surface that we live on. It's geometry.
Yeah, and the only reason you believe it's a flat disc is if there was a creator.
It's not flat. We're not saying it's a flat disc in space. Yeah. That's a little media meme.
It's a flat disc not in space.
No one here thinks it's a flat disc.
Space doesn't exist, as I told you.
No one thinks the Earth's flat then. Or
We
it's
don't
not
think
a
it's
disc.
a disc. You said
Because
disc.
it's not-
So what is it then? Is it a flat square? Is it a flat square? A flat pentagon?
Sorry, we're not making any shape claims. That's
You
your
are.
shape
Flatness
claim.
is a shape.
Yeah,
Flat
flat
is
is not a shape.
What is? If it's flat, it relegates it to either a cube, right? Not a cube, but a square. If it's flat, it can't be a cube. It can't be a cylinder.
Obviously, you can't think asymmetrically.
Yeah, you think flat is an actual shape. That it's not true at all. Flat is just a surface description. That's it. We make no claims about an overall shape.
You'd have to know that. Like you think you can know that it's flat without knowing the boundaries of it.
Yeah,
That's
because
bizarre.
listen, I'll tell you, LMF, because we actually observe the surface ourselves and practically use it as flat and stationary. Like, because they told us the size of the supposed globe, we know what that means on the surface. That means a drop over distance of a specific amount. So 5 miles is 16 feet of vertical drop beyond your vision. 10 miles is 66.7 feet, and so on and so forth. It goes exponentially. So 20 miles is
you're too
20
close
miles
to
is
see
about
it.
400 feet of vertical drop. So if you see an island and you can zoom into the shoreline 20 miles away, which is very easy to do, a lot of islands are further than 20 miles. You can zoom into the shoreline. That should be about 400 feet below your line of sight. So that's impossible on
There's
your
curvature. No, there's curvature there. They've shown that. Like they tried it with like standing in a river or something like that.
Okay,
No, there's an effect. There's an effect from
Tell us when the curvature was actually physically measured on the surface.
when in history.
Anytime in history, when was it actually
Yeah, there
measured?
was
Drop over distance?
Aristophanes. One of the ancient Greeks had an estimate that was pretty close.
He assumed that he didn't measure it.
That again.
Oh, he
What was
measured.
measuring?
He
What was
measured
Aristophanes measuring?
the circumference.
No, he wasn't. What was he
Circumference
actually
of an estimate?
measuring?
You
What
said
was
he
actually
estimated.
measuring?
Sorry, there's two questions at the same time.
What did he estimate?
If he was there, if you were there with him, what was he actually measuring? What was it?
Planks and then shadows from the sun, and then he's measuring the distance of the shadows to estimate the diameter of the circumference. I'm not sure which, but one of those two.
So without any primary data to even show that this person existed, all he was doing is measuring angles of shadows. So not the surface of Earth.
No, he's triangulating. He's triangulating, and the shadows cast tell you something.
No, I don't think so, buddy.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's literally what he's doing.
You know what he has to use in order to measure these angles?
Yeah, wood.
Yeah, no, a 0 point. What do you think his 0 point for the angle measurement was?
No idea.
Yeah, the horizontal surface of the Earth, the horizon, 0.
No, it wasn't. Try again.
That's a tangent. That's a
Then how
tangent
did he
as well.
measure the 11%?
You can just measure. You could just measure a right angle from where you're standing, but I guess
How
that
did he
won't be
measure the
perfectly
11
straight.
degrees or whatever, 7 degrees of the
It was
angle?
7 degrees. The vertical was measured well and serene.
Really? What did they measure the vertical off of? What did they use to measure the vertical?
The well and serene was a 90 degree angle to the sun on a certain day, which he knew. Right? You understand that?
Bro, is this Mark
Yeah, do you
again?
understand a 90 degrees has what's the perpendicular to 90 degrees vertical?
We're not. This is not going to
don't let this guy butt in.
Mark G and Sonny. I got a couple of flat earthers designate themselves as responders. We're going to go with IMF. Thank you for the input, Mark G, and the little white knighting help you gave IMF there, but I'm sure he's a big boy and can handle this conversation on his own.
I think when you if you put one of these sticks down, then it probably wouldn't be perfectly level or a tangent to the horizon. But when you use many of them, they'd eventually average out because he's using a great distance.
What's the distance?
No idea. A few miles at least. It was long. It was a long distance.
I'll tell you, it was 500 miles.
Oh yeah, it's a huge distance.
Good. So you understand there's 3 points on this triangle that he's making, right? The well, the stick, and the sun. Now you also understand, if you said triangulation, that those 3 sides are straight, especially the straight side that's 500 miles long between the well and the stick, because he's measuring angles, so all of the lines have to be straight. He's not measuring earth curvature, dude.
The angle, when you do the angles, they have to be straight between each other, but those lines are just plotted on whatever you're measuring. So you draw a straight line between them. That doesn't mean that they're connected by a straight line. That's just how the bird. That's how the bird flies.
So how do you measure curvature by using straight lines?
I can get to London. I can get to London in 2 hours, but it's not a straight line.
I'm going to step in here and say you need to go look at the experiment, please. As a fellow Glober, go look at the experiment, see how we calculated it, because you're going down the wrong angle here.
Dude, shut up. Let Jedi
I just don't believe any of this, and I'm not really interested in the experiment either. That's why I just came in to ask how flat it is. I'm just shocked you guys believe this. That's why I say it has to be a religious belief.
Sorry, do you understand why we say the Earth is flat?
Yeah, because you're retarded.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Why do we say that?
A religious belief is based on faith. How do you know that it's round?
I'm literally going somewhere.
Pictures. I can see it. I can see it.
No. So we measure the surface of the Earth. Water is a horizontal reference datum. The seas of the Earth lay horizontally through observation and direct measurement and the practical usage thereafter. The things like you brought it up, triangulation, trilateration, making maps, and navigating. The Earth is measured and used as a horizontal plane of reference. Water's flat, dude. It's got fuck all to do with religious beliefs. It's about a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth. In this instance, water.
Yeah,
I think it does appear flat from a limited perspective. You're too close to measure any curvature.
Okay, so when we measure the water of the Earth, do you know what that horizontal reference datum distance is?
No.
It's 12,000 miles. Okay. 12,000 miles of a horizontal reference datum mean sea level for any observer on the Earth at any time. If you want to measure the elevation angle off of a star, for example, and find its ground position in one direction, 5,400 nautical miles. It's a straight line distance. It's not just because it looks that way. We measure it and practically use it that way.
You're talking to me as if we're talking about science and something you can reason to, but you're proposing an immense conspiracy.
And you interrupted me whilst I was speaking. We're not talking about science.
You're just giving me numbers. I don't want numbers from you. I don't trust you. I don't believe anything you're saying. You're so far off with this. I don't want to know.
You need to be on the TV, Jedi, or this guy won't listen to it.
Not on the TV either.
Yeah, he needs it on the TV or in a textbook, or he doesn't believe it. He's very smart, you see.
Well, then he can fuck off and go and read the textbook then. Specifically, maybe around...
I'm pretty sure this guy's only here to call us retarded and not actually have a debate.
Yeah, but that's fine, because it just exposes the weakness of their position again and again.
True.
Let him cook. So tell us what other reason you have to believe in the globe, other than this story about a guy who assumed a globe and measured some shadows. Anything better than that?
He got muted and then he deafened himself as well. So simple questions like Miggy used to do, and show that based on these 3 primary claims that the globe Earth makes, that he only has a belief So the heliocentrism in his mind is the religious belief here, not us. And thanks, Jedi, for that. We measured the Earth as flat and stationary. Everyone uses it that way as well, including your NASA.
Oh, you finished censoring?
Dude, as soon as you said that you wasn't interested, I don't understand why you're here.
I'm not. I said I'm not interested in hearing numbers from you because I don't trust you. I'm not
Right,
looking
it's
for
okay,
numbers
bro. It's
or
okay, bro.
data.
We're just looking for the globe evidence to prove that the globe isn't a religion. So could you just tell us what your best globe evidence is, other than this
Yeah,
guy
I
who
can
assumed
look at it and it makes no fucking difference to my worldview whether it's a
What can you
flat
look
or
at? You
round.
can't
It
look
makes
at a
no
globe.
difference.
You
Makes
can
no
only look at a
difference in
globe on
life.
TV. You can only look at a globe on TV.
No,
What's
I
your
can look
actual
at it on a
evidence?
laptop or an iPad or a
A
phone. I can
laptop
look
or
at it
an
on
iPad or a
paper.
phone,
I can look at it
only
printed
on a
out on
screen.
paper. I can draw one
On
with
paper. So you
pencil.
can
You're a
only
fucking
see an
idiot.
image.
You're a retard, bro. Kill yourself. You're a fucking idiot.
Sorry. So you can only look at it on a screen as an image. Is that right?
Yeah, he's not listening. He's going la 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 la. I don't hear you. So, so he just admitted though. Listen, he just admitted right there with his last statement that he doesn't care what we have to say. He's going to believe in the globe without any proof. I was speaking. You came in after being deafened. Shut the fuck up. You were deafened. You weren't even listening. Now you're going to speak up right in the middle of my sentence? No, I don't think so. So
he's deafened again.
Yeah, he's deafened again. So he's not listening. He doesn't care. So he's proving that he has a religious belief in the globe. And he even said so himself. I don't care what you say. I'm going to believe in the globe in spite of having no evidence at all.
Yeah, that's just what we show. That's what we show the audience.
Yep. So everybody, I hope you take note of that. All you Globers, on the fencers, whatever you are, like you're in a fantasy world of this globe and you have no proof evidence at all for this globe Earth. Nobody does.
Just move on to someone else.
Yeah, he already dipped anyway.
Oh no, after he deafened himself for the fourth time, I do apologise, but I took that out of his hands.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, next globe believer, please.
Well, Mark wanted to jump in and help his friend out. Maybe Mark's got something new.
Maybe a few minutes. I'm a little busy right now. Maybe 15, 20 minutes. I'll come back.
Okay. Happy New Year to you, Mark, by the way.
Yeah, Happy New Year. Everyone, yeah.
Just a quick recap. We are 2025, and we've been doing this for a little while here, and still no proof of the globe other than pictures that can be falsified. Pictures from, fantasy area.
CGI.
No one's ever experienced this endless vacuum of space. No proof at all for the globe Earth. Unless you want to call advanced stargazing. That's all they have. like Matthew Learns would say, squinting at the freaking horizon. Well, guess what? Matthew Learns, squinting at the sky doesn't mean Earth is a globe either. So there you have it.
So what has been going on today? Anything exciting? I saw a lot of people over on 24/7 earlier, so that was good to see. Anything interesting been happening? Obviously, Donald.
Pretty much the usual. I mean, we had one guy that was, I forgot what his name was. he seemed curious. He kept stating that he was on the fence, and he continued on with his on the fence with no proof of the globe at all, just like most others. We bludgeoned his globe like 6 ways from Sunday, and he didn't provide anything to really counter what we said.
That's good. Start the year as we mean to go on. Let's take that ball. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep. Like they come in their globe ducks all in a line, and we just pop them off one by one. Pop, pop, pop.
It'd be nice if this Discord could get more advertising so that maybe we can get more globe people traffic, because I think this is an important topic, and I think people would be eager to discuss this, even if they didn't care too much, but it'd be good to get that out there. I don't know if this Discord is advertised at all. I don't even know if you could do that.
Well, I don't know. Whatever we're doing, I think is working pretty well. I mean, once we came onto politics server here, we became one of the most popular channels on the politics server as well. As well as one of the.
Don't sell it short. Not one of the most popular channels. We are the most popular channel by a wide margin.
There you go.
Got like over double the amount of activity hours that the next biggest channel does.
Yeah, even if you scroll up and down right now to the different channels, they only just have a couple people in each one. So, and
yeah, I've always said it. This is the tip of the spear.
What's that?
Like Alex Jones says, this is the tip of the spear.
He actually said that about Flat Earth?
No, he claims that he's the tip of the spear, but I heard him.
Man, you sound a lot like CB.
I've been told I sound like a whole bunch of different people, so that doesn't surprise me.
That's a trip, man. You really do sound a lot like him.
I thought it was CB.
But actually, he was in here today, and he's starting to sound a little different. I think either his mic setup is different, or he's just maturing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, his balls are dropping. That's what it is.
CB actually, I don't want to dox him, but he actually lives in my area now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we met up a couple times. Or we met up once, and I actually saw him by chance on the bus one day.
Oh,
so
wow.
He's around town here, right where I live.
That's really good stuff, man.
Yeah, all the way across the country.
That must have been a bit of a trip, even on the bus.
Yeah, really, exactly. It's a trip, man. Seeing one of my Discord buddies on the bus, like, whoa, what are you doing here, Trippy?
I'm just curious, what's everybody's opinion on, like, I guess, like Witsit and David Wise? Are they shills? What's up with that?
This has been topic of discussion for obviously the last couple of weeks with the 24-hour Antarctica thing, but the last few years and so on. I think it's hard to pin people down as being this, that, and the other. I think Witsit's done a lot of good for the flat Earth. I think there are some times where he hasn't done so great for the flat Earth. We're dealing with just people, and people are fallible, right? So they say good things, they make mistakes. Just because people make mistakes, I wouldn't necessarily say that they're a shill. But saying that, We're in flat Earth. We've been here since 2014, 2015, and it was a psychological operation. We've just witnessed the burning down of a straw man that we got when we came here, which is the AE model. So we must be very alert for people not always being who they say that they are. But it's hard to say exactly who these people are all of the time.
Well, I say that because, I mean, as we all know, it's. I mean, I know that the Globers, sometimes the intelligent ones, at least the articulate ones, they come in and they can defend, I guess, their cosmology with math. I mean, as I guess we all know, it doesn't really change. Like, for example, level is level and horizontal is horizontal and plumb is plumb. So you can't really change your mind on that. And I'm not sure if Witsit's position has changed. Not that it really matters to me because, in my opinion, level is level, like I said. But I mean, how can you really change your mind on that? And like I said, I don't know if he did change his mind. I know that they said they experienced the 24-hour sun, and if that coincides with the old model, then it
Man,
doesn't
shut your
coincide in
ass
my
up
opinion.
before I beat your ass, nigga, for on you, nigga.
What?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Yo, say it again. Speak up. Don't be scared now.
That's a shame. It was entertaining for a minute.
Damn, I thought you were hard, not soft. Not surprised. We'll just check the VOD.
Yeah, level's level, so I don't know how you can change your mind. I don't know how all of a sudden you can go like to the globe knowing that level's level. I don't know how that works. Experiencing a 24-hour sun doesn't change the fact that level is level.
No, it doesn't. And we knew that for years and years, but they still went there anyway.
I'm saying.
Wait a minute. You saying level? It's level.
Hey everybody, I'm Witsit Gets It, and I'm wearing sunglasses, and I'm gonna go get the snow all the way over here, even though it's right under my feet. I'm a genius.
It's a big crowd. What? There's nobody here that's interested, wants to talk, ask questions, make a case for the globe. Nothing?
To be honest, I don't know how much more is there to say. I guess it means we won. I don't know, but yeah.
One, yeah. All right, let's party.
Yeah. Where did Trig go? He was in here all day, and he's still there, but he's deafened. Shit. I'll poke him.
Mark G said he'd be back in a few minutes.